Yagu's lips curled into a faint smile as he addressed the group of cultivators, saying, "Indeed, I am Yagu. However, esteemed guests, our foremost task is to investigate this individual's cultivation intentions. To possess such formidable explosive yuan pills yet appear at the fringes of Agoufang City, while presenting such absurd conditions, can it be anything but a significant plot lurking beneath? Why else would one engage in such futile actions, wasting precious time on cultivation?" Chapter 1. Chio-E. In the blink of an eye, the seven heard the thunderous roar from the heavens, and in silence, they all soared from their pits. In an instant, the seven cultivators witnessed a circular spirit orb slicing through the sky, disappearing at the edge of their sight. "Shura warrior?" Muhammad Ka's heart trembled slightly as he turned to confirm with others. "Is that a single-person escape light? The Shura warrior?" No one responded. Yet Miba quickly analyzed the situation, and after a moment, the answer spilled forth. "It is the escape light of Venerable Chio-E. Venerable Chio-E." Ah! Gudong noted the sound of many swallowing, as if this cultivator named Chio-E bore a formidable reputation. Shishuka narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. "We must immediately head to the island from several days ago. Staying here, Venerable Chio-E will surely find us quickly." "What? Captain, why should we hide?" "We should confront him now," Muhammad Ka said incredulously, gazing at Shishuka. Shishuka shot him a glance and retorted, "Do you think Venerable Chio-E has come to Tuasitala Star for a leisurely visit? Have you heard that the Shura warriors do not perish, and the Celestial Court will dispatch more warriors? Although there is no confirmation, I am convinced that Venerable Chio-E's target this time is us, unavoidable." Muhammad Ka was at a loss for words, murmuring to himself, his expression dazed, much like a deceived maiden. "Has your fighting spirit been worn down?" Yagu mused internally, perplexed as to why a being whose strength surpassed that of Suan Wukong, Bika, and Tianfan would lose composure over this matter. He could not comprehend why Shishuka was so certain, nor did he understand why Chio-E sought out the team led by Shishuka. All of this eluded him entirely. "Chio-E? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Where have I heard it before?" Yagu pondered, yet from the expressions of Shishuka and the others, it was clear that this Chio-E was renowned under the command of Frieza. "Enough chatter. Let us move," Shishuka urged, not allowing for further debate among the team. "Miba, is the location of the Xuan Yanshi confirmed?" Ascending into the air, the swift Miba immediately replied, "It has been confirmed without a doubt. There is no need for further inquiry. He was an exemplary disciple who executed commands flawlessly." The scenery of Tuasitala no longer held novelty for Yagu, as the exquisite lines of the surrounding landscape failed to capture his attention. Each person remained calm, utilizing their fastest escape speed towards the sacred grounds of the Chida clan. They were unaware of Shishuka's plans. Whether it was Miba and the others or Yagu, they executed their orders unconditionally, even if doubts lingered in their hearts. The new escape light had landed on the ground, and just as Yagu was about to inquire about Chio-E's identity, he heard a voice emanating from the detection talisman. "Shishuka, you should be able to hear me." "Do you know why I've come?" From just the sound, Yagu could envision a wild, frivolous, and powerfully arrogant figure, and he was certain he would not take a liking to such a person. "Do not dare to respond." The detection talisman emitted a voice that insisted a response is necessary, indicating that it had been turned off. Miba froze for a moment, casting a fearful glance at the captain. At this moment, they understood why the captain had sensed impending doom. It turned out they were being observed by the great Frieza while operating under his very nose. All of this stemmed from the detection talisman being unable to relay messages to the central command, thus tracing the source of trouble back to Miba, who had tampered with the talisman. However, the six, well aware of Frieza's temperament, understood that even if they cast Miba aside, they would not quell Frieza's fury. Upon hearing the name Frieza, Yagu's pupils dilated suddenly. The one named Chio-E was actually sent by Frieza. Observing his cultivation level of 16,727 points, he thought, "Good heavens." Excitement flickered in Yagu's eyes. "Finally, I have encountered a cultivator with a level exceeding 10,000. In recent days, cultivators overseas from Tuasitala had been tirelessly searching the mainland for interdimensional intruders who disturbed its stability. Hundreds were divided into several teams, spreading out to seek enemy traces while ensuring their own safety. Meanwhile, the Chida clan had elected a new king, hoping that billions of beings on the mainland would join the effort. However, they did not anticipate that the chaotic political landscape and the absence of a commander had caused the empire to fracture. Even if they eliminated the leaders of other factions by force, unifying their strength would remain impossible. Patalajia led a team of 50 as they flew slowly, Beside him was Fulan Muta, who had been defeated by Yagu in their last battle, yet miraculously survived. Eager to redeem his honor, he had rushed to join Patala GS team as soon as he recovered. I say, Fulan Muta, there's no need to be anxious. Searching like this is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Those people may have long since departed. Even if you are full of energy, do not waste it in such places. Be careful, for when the enemy truly appears, you may not be able to maintain your best condition. Patala Jia remarked, gazing at the towering peaks ahead, majestic and grand, rising over 5,000 meters from the plains. The mountains were lush with greenery, the vegetation well layered, and a multitude of birds flew outward after their arrival. So this is the mainland ruled by your Kuei Chi Da clan. Truly beautiful. I have never seen such tall mountains overseas. I envy you. Alas, do you still have the strength to govern this land? I have heard there have been many casualties. No, do not be angry. I merely mentioned it without any ulterior motives. The forced smile on Patala Jia's face disgusted Fulan Muta. From their first meeting, he had disliked this man with a constantly smiling facade. Lacking the boldness and vigor of a warrior, it seemed that scheming was his forte. The troubling part was that this guy was even stronger than himself. Just as he hesitated to speak, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, causing all 50 to look up towards the source of the sound. A blazing fireball plummeted straight from the sky, and the three caught in its fiery wake instantly retreated to where the others stood. Boom! The fireball struck the mountainside, and a thick black smoke rose from the point of impact. The intense heat ignited the surrounding trees, rapidly spreading under the influence of the scorching waves. However, the fierce inferno did not divert the attention of the Tuasidala people. They remained fixated on the scene. Unexpectedly, the boy with purple skin showed no fear upon hearing these words. A teasing smile played on his lips as he asked, "You are indeed Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans from the long-lost planet Vegeta? I have long heard of your exploits." My name is Chio, here to explore the extent of the strength claimed by the king of the strongest warrior race. The boy named Vegeta glanced at him, his ethereal aura swirling behind him. "If you seek death, as you wish." No sooner had he spoken than he had instantaneously teleported in front of the purple-skinned boy. However, as his fist neared the other's cheek, he found only an afterimage. The purple-skinned boy had crouched down, delivering a right fist straight to his abdomen. Vegeta's left hand quickly met the blow, and with a resounding impact, their fists collided, the sound reverberating through the corridor. Oomph! Vegeta's eyes twitched slightly, and he swung his right leg in a sweeping kick towards Chio-e. Chio-e extended his left hand to block the attack, and with another clash, both retreated a meter under the force of the recoil, creating a buffer zone between them. The slender, tall man with a buzz cut examined the spirit power readings on his detector, muttering, "Surprisingly comparable to Vegeta. This Chio, you should not be underestimated." The boy behind the man watched the swirling winds in the corridor, yet could not glimpse the duo's exchange of strikes. The detector displayed a staggering 10,000 points of spirit power, rendering him motionless. "Enough, Chio-e." At that moment, a distinctive voice echoed from the side corridor, causing the expressions of the crowd and soldiers to grow serious. "Great King Frieza." A figure emerged from around the corner. Frieza seated within a circular hovering craft, followed closely by Sabo and Dodoria. Vegeta and Chio-e stood side by side, saluting Frieza, as did Nappa and Raditz. Yet Frieza's gaze never turned toward them. "Vegeta, this is Chio-e, a warrior of immense potential, much like yourself. I trust you're already acquainted. Well, that will be all for today. Chio-e, you need not assist Vegeta. Come with me." Chio-e replied, "As you command." He then followed Frieza, casting a glance back at Vegeta as he departed. Chio-e and Vegeta, both of similar age, were young prodigies endowed with remarkable combat prowess. After finishing his tea, the hall's door swung open, and a logistics officer clad in armor bowed to him. Reporting to Lord Chio-e, "This is a document from Lord Sabo." Chio-e's hand holding the cup faltered, and he lightly pressed his lips together. "It must be an order from Great King Frieza. Hand it over." Upon receiving the document, he unfolded it to read. The content was sparse, containing but a single demand: to exterminate the rebel team Zashuka and annihilate the planet Tuasidala. "Rebels," Chio-e murmured, doubting that Frieza's subordinates would dare to betray him. Yet they had certainly committed acts to provoke the king. He scoffed. "Regardless, there is little to do these days. Zashuka? It seems to be a rather renowned combat team." He rose and commanded, "Prepare a warship for me at once." "Yes." The officer responded promptly and hurriedly exited to arrange a warship for Chio-e. This location was in close proximity to Tuasidala, a newly conquered territory in recent years, numbered 56 among the planets named after Frieza. Although there were planets numbered over 60, this one was less developed compared to those with lower numbers. Yet its natural environment was exceptionally beautiful. However, to Chioi, planets of natural beauty were abundant, and mechanical worlds were distasteful. The beauty of the universe no longer captivated him. Perhaps only an adversary that surpassed him could stir his heart. Chioi opened the hatch and flew out, encountering the smooth-skinned, blue-skinned Tuacidolans. Are you the Tuacidolans? Ignoring the fierce expressions on Pete Legia and Franmut's faces, Chioi activated his detector, speaking to himself. I heard that Zashuka had tampered with the detectors. I wonder if mine has been affected. Oh, not bad at all. Over 2,000 spiritual energy, an impressive planet. His gaze settled on Pete Legia, and he nodded in satisfaction. With over 3,000 spiritual energy in your numbers, Zashuka must be facing a tough battle. Speaking to himself, he began to assess the opponent before him. Pete Legia, filled with fury, sensed the immense pressure emanating from his adversary and knew he was no match. Yet he could not restrain himself from striking, fully aware that if he did not act now, he would lose his chance to attack forever. Pete Legia unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, but Chioi effortlessly evaded them, not even grazing him. Within mere seconds, beads of sweat had formed on Pete Legia's brow as he and Franmut stood dumbfounded, watching Pete Legia's whirlwind of attacks. The ferocity of the assault was staggering even to bystanders, yet the alien effortlessly deflected it. No, it's not a defense. He is simply toying with Pete Legia. How could there be someone so formidable in this world? Roaring within, those who were conscious rushed toward Chioi, all aware of his might, yet none cared for their own lives. To them, the only entity worthy of confrontation was death itself, which could erase all. Bang! Crack! Chioi dodged the incoming attack, accelerated his speed, and circled behind Pete Legia. With his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, he plunged it into the neck of Pete Legia, who was still attacking in the void. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, and blue blood gushed from Pete Legia's mouth as Chioi seized the opportunity to kick him away, sending his lifeless body crashing into the oncoming Tuacidolans. Chapter 2. Survival. Chioi was enveloped in a swirling vortex of purple energy, darting swiftly through the air. Each collision with the Tostar resulted in the violent expulsion of their lifeblood. The thunderous sounds echoed as the expected powerful energy waves were scarcely unleashed during their brief skirmishes. Those who attempted to gather their strength were swiftly thwarted by Chioi's relentless assaults, leaving them incapable of retaliating, with each individual, aside from Petrella, afforded but a singular opportunity to strike. As the last of them, Flamped, fell victim to Chioi's fingertip, transforming into mere flesh and blood. He scrutinized the readings on his detector. It appeared that the energy signatures to the south belonged to Zashuka and his companions. Oddly, was not Zashuka part of a 6-member team? Had they recruited more members? He regarded this development with indifference, his speed amplifying as he pursued Zashuka and the others. The swift resolution of those adversaries was astonishing. Yagu sensed the dissipating auras and the readings on his device, marveling at Chioi's formidable prowess, which seemed beyond comprehension. Zashuka and his companions wore expressions twisted by fear, fully aware of Frisia's nature. They understood from Chioi's words that discovery meant certain death. Thus, their only recourse was to flee. This alone remained. The 7 raced onward, with Chioi hot on their heels. Mahamika cautioned that everyone present was acutely aware of the overwhelming might possessed by this formidable adversary, whose cultivation approached the astonishing level of 16,000. Within a mere half-hour, he had obliterated over 2,000 cultivators, leaving Zashuka and the others in a state of terror. Among them, only Zashuka had achieved a commendable cultivation level of 3,800, while the rest languished around 2,000. Although Yagu could unleash the King's fist and possessed elixirs and protective auras, as well as techniques for sudden power surges and concealment, he remained a mere drop in the ocean before those transcending 10,000. It's just ahead, Zashuka urged urgently. According to his spiritual detection, Chioi had traversed most of the distance in a remarkably short time. Had it not been for 2 interruptions along the way that delayed them by a quarter of an hour, they might not have reached the sanctuary of the Quachita clan before being overtaken. We're almost there. They breached a barrier and plunged into the dense fog. Not a soul lingering, for all understood Zashuka's intent in bringing them here, to leverage the power of the spiritual energy barrier, rendering their location temporarily untraceable, allowing them a chance to escape. As they entered the mist, Chioi, following closely behind, suddenly halted. The raging winds around him dissipating, yet surging forward for several dozen meters. He stood bewildered, repeatedly examining his spiritual sensing device. What is happening? The energy fluctuations have vanished. Could it be malfunctioning? Furious, he concluded that they had tampered with his device, those cunning individuals. The absence of mention of the cloud stone in Zabo's report mirrored Raditz' misinterpretation of atmospheric changes, mistaking them for a device malfunction. Within the Frisia Empire, reliance on sensing devices to discern friend from foe had become an ingrained habit over centuries, akin to a woman's essential belongings. Upon learning that this object could obscure the source of spiritual energy and that Zashuka and his group were clandestinely developing it, Frisia resolved to annihilate both this planet and the substance, for it threatened the very foundation of an empire. He was convinced that there was a malfunction in his sensor. Although he could pursue them later and capture them, losing their specific location meant that the adversary could easily evade him with a mere turn. After a brief pause in the air, he had no choice but to report the situation. This way, we can evade his search, whispered Muhamika. However, Shishuka interjected, no, we must leave this planet swiftly. Once he destroys the planet's core, no one will escape. Ba concurred, but Captain, our communication range is limited. To summon the ship, we must vacate this area. I am aware, Shishuka replied, turning to Yagu and instructing, Yagu, you possess the skill of concealment. You shall depart to ascertain Xiao Yi's status. Regardless of how far or near he is, provide us with the information. Captain, Uli Ueo expressed doubt about Yagu and hastily tried to dissuade him, but was halted by Shishuka's command, Yagu go. Understood. Without hesitation, Yagu sped low, heading back in the direction they had come. As Yagu vanished into the mist, Uli Ueo turned to Shishuka, asking, Captain, do you truly trust him? Me? Shishuka smiled, neither confirming nor denying, simply stating, in this matter, I have no reason to conceal anything from you. We are comrades, united in purpose. Rest assured. Upon hearing this, Uli Ueo felt a twinge of awkwardness and turned to gaze at the direction Yagu had departed, saying, regardless of how you view him, Captain, I do not trust this man. He is different from us. Precisely for that reason, I wish to invite him to join our ranks. Shishuka's words plunged the group into contemplation. Though they had heard his praises of Yagu before, this moment's response hinted at deeper meanings. Shishuka waved his hand, instructing, now is not the time for such discussions. Let us proceed slowly forward. Yagu will return with news. In truth, as Yagu flew, he could have soared high into the clouds, for the mist-covered area was limited, and ascending would allow him to escape the shroud. However, he worried that if he could not locate them, he would then search the skies, thus ensnaring himself. Have I become a bearer of misfortune? Yagu mused inwardly. He preferred solitary cultivation, revealing his strength at opportune moments. Pursuits like Xiao Yi's were the unexpected confrontations he wished to avoid. He was keenly aware that Xiao Yi was a significant figure under Frisia's command, and anxiety gnawed at him. Yet dwelling on such concerns was futile at this moment. Assisting Shishuka and the others meant aiding himself. In dire circumstances, the probability of survival as a lone wolf was far lower than through teamwork. Otherwise, why would those in exile constantly strive to unite scattered individuals into a collective? The strength of the collective surpasses that of the individual, and Yagu, well-versed in the art of survival, had no intention of returning to Earth alone, abandoning Shishuka and the others. Even solitary cultivation had become unattainable. What a turbulent world it was. He had never anticipated that landing on the planet Tostala would lead to a series of bizarre events. Nor did he foresee that merely joining Frisia's ranks would swiftly render him a target for elimination at Frisia's command. Yagu found himself unable to lament his misfortunes, compelled instead to grit his teeth and strive to collaborate with Shishuka in navigating their tribulations. Chapter 3. Farewell. As the mist gradually dissipated, Yagu held his breath and leaped into the sea, soon sensing a formidable presence emerging not far away. To his relief, this aura was moving away from him. Had it departed? That might be for the best, yet would it lead to the destruction of the entire planet? Yagu promptly retraced his steps, utilizing the mist as cover to enhance his speed, free from a concern of being detected by Xiao Yi. Skimming across the water's surface, he soon spotted 6 figures along the coastline. As Yagu appeared, Shishuka and the others recognized him. Despite the distance, their detectors remained operational, particularly the communication system. Yagu, how is the situation? Shishuka's voice reached him, mingled with the clamor of Yuliuo and others. Yagu immediately relayed the information he had. Xiao Yi has left. However, Shishuka, With Chioi's strength, it would be childish play for him to obliterate Tostala. Has he gone? Curse be it. Zashuka's resentful response followed, suggesting that they had intended to lure Chioi here. Agu grasped this implication, but hesitated to speak, aware that Yuliuo and the others had long harbored grievances regarding his departure. So he waited patiently for Zashuka's directive. As expected, shortly after, Zashuka's voice resounded. Agu, I entrust the next matters to you. Understood. Agu replied succinctly, then ascended into the sky, accelerating through the mist barrier and into the clear air. At that moment, Chioi was soaring toward the spaceship, awaiting directives from headquarters, hesitating on whether to annihilate Tostala immediately when he detected a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Level 2059, Chioi hovered midair, gazing back with suspicion. This power was unprecedented. Could it have emerged suddenly? Furrowing his brows, he scrutinized the energy fluctuations displayed on his spiritual detector, sensing that the other party showed no intention of retreating. A tremor ran through him. What was happening? Suddenly, it vanished. Was there some anomaly present? Driven by curiosity, Chioi summoned a fiery spiritual shield around himself and surged forward. She had just rocketed into the sky, then retracted his presence to land outside the mist. Thus, when Chioi pursued, he easily tracked his trail. Upon entering the mist, he immediately dove down, spotting Zashuka and the others, and urgently commanded the detector. Hurry, he is coming. The six below paled at his words, quickly darting away, stirring up gusts of wind, swirling sands, and rustling leaves. The airflow generated as the seven soared above the sacred ground caused many weak cultivators, abandoned by the Quijita clan, to widen their furious eyes. Many attempted to unleash their nascent spiritual waves against them, but Zashuka and the others swiftly distanced themselves. The speed of those spiritual waves was far too inadequate to reach their trailing dust. Even those who wished to pursue found it hopeless, left only to roar in fury, exclaiming, "Captain, Chioi possesses the power to annihilate the world. Why does he not strike?" Agu returned to the group, voicing his lingering confusion. Upon hearing him, Zashuka immediately responded, "Uncertain. Perhaps he fears drawing fire to himself. Should we hastily abandon this planet? Any deviation in our flight path would render his vessel, akin to ours, incapable of pursuit. Moreover, I surmise he may be stalling for time, anticipating the arrival of a large spacecraft. While a single-person craft boasts ease of operation, it pales in speed compared to a massive ship, leaving those without cosmic survival capabilities in a state of bitter despair." The lizard man, Ollie, swayed his tail mid-flight and murmured, "This is dire." His words resonated, as several among us only vaguely recalled Chioi's initial arrival on this planet, aware merely that Emperor Frisia sought their extermination. Unlike the somewhat informed Yagu, who possessed limited knowledge, those who comprehended the Frisia Empire's standing in the cosmos were gripped by a terror that stemmed from their very souls, never once contemplating a challenge to Frisia. Observing the despair etched on their faces, Yagu mused, "It appears these individuals are unreliable. I must chart my own course." Yet, perhaps Zashuka could offer a glimmer of hope. Should Zashuka and his companions be singularly focused on survival, following them would bring him solace, as long as he remained cautious not to become a pawn. However, the five within the group resembled mere shadows of life, and relying on one or two of them could scarcely yield a chance for survival. These five, akin to marionettes, would only serve to hinder him. He would not expend effort to rescue them. Zashuka had never erred significantly. My strategies were trifles in his presence. At this juncture, accompanying him was preferable to venturing forth alone. Aware of his own disadvantages, Yagu swiftly reviewed the situation in his mind. Despite his dissatisfaction with the performances of Uli and others, he chose to remain with the group. As the winds howled around them, the seven soared to the far side of the sacred ground. Zashuka called for everyone to halt. Turning to Yagu, he instructed, "Yagu, ascend once more to ascertain whether Chioi's presence has vanished." Yagu nodded and swiftly ascended. Just as he was about to breach the fog, he immediately concealed his aura, propelling himself through the periphery. Moments later, Yagu returned to join Zashuka and the others, and the outcome was clear. Chioi's presence had indeed dissipated, likely having entered the fog-shrouded area, equally affected by the magnetic field generated by the cloudstone. Zashuka spoke gravely, "Time is of the essence. Let's swiftly depart this place. Summon the vessel. We must leave this planet immediately." With that, he cast a glance at the five teammates ensnared in fear, a complex expression flitting across his face before soaring upwards. He retrieved the remote control, pressing several buttons as they navigated through the mist, then descended back into the obscurity. On the ground, Miba and the others regained their focus following Zashuka's actions. In light of their dread of Frisia, they were more acutely aware that their current task was to preserve their lives. Yagu flew to Zashuka's side, asking, "Are we leaving now? What is our location? Where is your vessel?" Only then did Zashuka remember Yagu. Their craft could be summoned at will, but Yagu-S was not so easily accessible. Yagu chuckled lightly, responding, "It is with me. Though our technology may not rival yours, we excel in spatial compression techniques, unmatched across the realm." "Ah, then I am reassured," Zashuka replied. With Yagu's assurance, he felt unburdened. "Provide me with a planetary coordinate, and we shall proceed there." "Excellent. Our vessel approaches. Act swiftly. We must not be discovered by Chio-E." The six-person spacecraft emerged from the mist above, descending slowly as its occupants exchanged few words. They operated the remote control to open the hatch and settled inside. Before the vessel touched down, it executed a swift 180-degree turn, hurtling upward at breakneck speed. In Chapter 74 of The Path of Cultivation, Yagu watched as Zashuka and the others departed, tightening and then relaxing his fist. He then landed, retrieved the spacecraft, entered its interior, and activated the engine, inputting the coordinates provided by Zashuka while whispering a hope for safety. The spacecraft roared to life with astonishing force, ascending rapidly before slicing through the sky at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, traversing the cosmos. Before long, a voice crackled through Yagu's detector. It was Zashuka, not merely warning him, but stating, "Our detectors have been compromised. Therefore, unless in special circumstances, refrain from activating them. We shall discuss matters further upon our arrival." Following this, silence enveloped the air as Yagu detected the figures of Zashuka and the others on his radar, accelerating to match their speed. He then activated the gravity chamber, embarking on his journey of cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, 6 minutes after their departure, Chio-E, having exited the sacred ground, received orders to recall the spacecraft. Subsequently, he unleashed a spiritual wave that shattered the planet's core and swiftly vacated the scene before the explosion. Due to the uncertainty of Zashuka and the others' escape location, he returned to planet Frisia with 56 subordinates, biding time for intelligence before taking action. Dodoria received intelligence from his subordinate, noting the report of the target's escape. He furrowed his brow and glanced at the subordinate, instructing, "You may leave. I will present the report to Emperor Frisia." "Yes," the subordinate replied respectfully, not daring to lift his gaze. Dodoria took the report and strode down the corridor, navigating several turns. Servants bowed as he passed, but he seemed oblivious to their presence. Arriving at a grand door, he stood at the threshold and called out, "Emperor Frisia, Dodoria requests an audience." "Enter," Frisia's voice echoed in reply. Dodoria stepped forward, placing himself at the designated yellow line as the door opened from above, left, and right. Frisia turned his head, his calm gaze settling on Dodoria. His aura akin to an intangible inferno, lacking warmth yet instilling trepidation in both Sabin and Dodoria, who stood at a distance. Immersed in his own realm, Frisia's expression shifted slightly. As he seemed to notice someone awaiting his report, he inquired of the trembling Dodoria, "So, Chio, he has yet to fulfill my command, has he?" "Indeed, my lord," Dodoria responded without hesitation. Frisia let out a soft chuckle, disregarding the others as he mused aloud. "Who would have thought that someone would dare to defy my orders?" "Sabin, how long has it been since the incident with Purista?" "It has been 20 years since the Purista affair," Sabin replied after a moment of silence. "Oh, 20 years. It seems many have long forgotten the past." "Dodoria, do you believe Chio, he can suppress the rebellious sentiments brewing within those individuals?" Frisia ascended into the air, gently descending onto the circular spacecraft, arms crossed over the handrails, his face as tranquil as still water, lips tightly drawn. After careful consideration, Sabo spoke, "Lord Frisia, Chio-Yi's strength far surpasses that of Zashuka and the others. Their annihilation is merely a matter of time. However, Zashuka and his companions have fled deep into the cosmos. Should they seek refuge within King Kvera's domain, the situation could become precarious." Frisia responded with a nonchalant nod, his expression unchanged, his tail flicking slightly. "That fellow, inform Chio-E to eliminate the target post-haste." Dodoria bowed in acknowledgement and turned to depart. "Sabo, where are Captain Jinyu and the others?" Frisia inquired. Sabo hesitated for a moment before replying. "Captain Jinyu clashed with King Kvera's Iron Legion 2 days ago. The outcome remains uncertain, but since then, our forces have not ventured into that region." Kvera, Frisia muttered, his face contorted with rage, despite being his elder brother. The memory of Kvera's mocking gaze ignited a fire of fury within him. With a crash, Chio-E smashed his goblet, glaring at the metallic dome above, his teeth clenched. He understood the peril posed by the substance on Tostara. It was something that Lord Frisia urgently needed to eradicate. He realized that the energy that had drawn him in on Tostara was a trap set to ensnare him within an alien magnetic field. Furious over being deceived, Chio-E vowed to make Zashuka and his companions regret their actions. Yet, at this moment, their whereabouts remained a mystery, leaving Chio-E frustrated with no outlet for his wrath. "My lord Chio-E, news regarding Zashuka and the others." A voice suddenly called from outside, bringing joy to Chio-E. He quickly rose and beckoned for the individual to enter. As the door swung open, an alien with a head resembling a horizontally placed winter melon entered and bowed to Chio-E, stating, "The signals of Zashuka and his 6 companions have appeared in Slimput. There was a low combat team stationed there, but they lost contact just a day ago." "Lost contact? Slimput? Ah, excellent. Remember, keep a close watch on their movements. We must not overlook any detail." "Understood." Chio-E hurried to the operations chamber, preparing to strike down Zashuka and the others with utmost speed. "Hey, Yagu, what are you doing?" Miba spoke up, the vice captain who was least fond of Yagu aside from Zashuka. Yagu turned back to glance at him, replying, "Nothing much. Just the scenery. It is somewhat unsettling." "Oh, so you cannot abide this senseless slaughter." Miba observed Yagu's expression, a look of understanding crossing his face. Feeling the cold wind brush against him, he continued, "Indeed, I cannot turn a blind eye to such unwarranted carnage. By the way, where do you intend to go? We need to find a place to take refuge." Miba blinked and responded, "I have already modified the ship's internal systems. They will be unable to track us." "Is that so? So we can leave then?" Yagu turned to him, his eyes filled with questions as to why they were not departing at that moment. Miba smiled and said, "Right now, we are deliberating on which direction to take. The individual combat spacecraft is far too conspicuous. Once we enter the domain of King Frisia, our identities will be instantly recognized. Therefore, we are devising a secure route. If we could traverse directly through Frisia's control zone and reach beyond his territory, we would attain safety." Yagu gazed up at the overcast sky, murmuring, "Could it be that simple?" Chapter 4, Reflections. Retracting his gaze, Yagu unabashedly expressed his skepticism, locking eyes with Miba, and inquired, "During our escape days ago, were you and Yuriuo aware of your own portrayal? To describe you as a pack of strays is rather mild, having worked alongside Zashuka for so long. Do you possess no faith in the captain's convictions?" Miba raised an eyebrow, but refrained from anger. He met Yagu's gaze resolutely and articulated each word with precision. "How well do you understand King Frisia? Are you aware of the number of elite squads under his command? Can you currently contend with Lord Chio-E? Even if you could stand against him, who would follow? Do you possess the capability to vanquish King Frisia?" Yagu found himself momentarily speechless. The battles within the Dragon Ball universe showcased an astonishing growth rate among Earth's warriors. Vegeta, having survived numerous life and death encounters with a battle power of 20,000, ultimately defeated Jisoo of the Jinyu Force, who possessed a battle power exceeding 50,000, allowing him to confront Frisia, whose power exceeded 500,000, an intimidating prospect indeed. The thought of Frisia's power sent chills down Yagu's spine. The Namekian warrior Neru, despite his battle power surpassing 40,000, was rendered helpless against Frisia, who fought with only one hand. Noticing Yagu lost in thought, Miba exhaled deeply, turning to leap towards the gathering point. After Miba had departed for a few seconds, Yagu regained his composure, offering a wry smile. "I still cannot compare to Son Goku. Even with various conditions, the mere thought of the power disparity is spine-chilling. However, it matters not. I still have time. As long as I persist in my training, I will surely overcome Frisia." He clenched his fists, whispering to himself, "This route may be swift, but if they learn of our plans in advance, using a large spaceship to intercept us, we would be powerless to resist. Conversely, if we choose this path, passing through Pifunina Star, we can replenish our supplies while evading Chio-Yi's surveillance. We can buy some time. What does everyone think?" Miba approached, hearing Zashuka analyzing the route for everyone. Zashuka hoped to leave Frisia's dominion quietly, while others worried that prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications, wishing for a swift passage to alleviate their anxieties. Miba initially shared this sentiment, but after regaining his composure, he found himself siding with Zashuka, unfamiliar with interstellar routes and reluctant to engage in the debate. Yaga chose to remain silent, awaiting the outcome. He had not anticipated becoming embroiled in this dispute. He had previously contemplated that if Frisia's forces could not detect his movements, he would have an opportunity to slip away unnoticed. However, Frisia's sensors had already locked onto them. Upon arriving at Tostala Star, Chio-E transmitted a message through psychic waves, rendering that notion futile. Casting a glance towards the gathering of Zashuka and the other five, Yagu secretly smiled to himself. I realized that as my mastery of the Kaioken advances, my rate of cultivation accelerates as well. Especially now, the mastery of the Kaioken technique has reached an impressive 97 points. Through diligent training in the gravity chamber, his strength has visibly increased. In a normal state, his combat power far exceeds that of the past, and he is confident in his ability to triumph over Shizuka at this moment. The significance of the Kaioken has grown increasingly paramount in his heart. It is not merely a technique of offense. Although Piccolo's special beam cannon and his own Aurora Wave possess greater energy than the Kamehameha, they are limited to attack alone, whereas the Kaioken enhances his overall combat prowess, justifying its title as a supreme skill. 5 minutes later, Yagu realized that he had forgotten his robotic servant back on Tostara. How careless of him! With a regretful wave, he activated the spaceship, retrieved a new robot, and instructed it to prepare hot food while he nibbled on some rations. Chewing his food, Yagu complained, "Really? Does it take this long to discuss an escape route? I initially thought you all had some competence, but it seems you are quite timid." With this thought, he fell silent. If these individuals were cowardly, did that not make him, as their companion, even more so? He smirked quietly to himself, feeling a deep sense of helplessness at his misfortunes as he found himself in a predicament so soon after entering the universe. After another half-day, Shizuka leapt before him. Seeing Yagu stuffing a ration into his mouth, he picked up a roasted duck leg and, while gnawing on it, said, "I've convinced them. We are heading to Pifnina now. Are you able to adapt to the situation here?" "Nonsense." Yagu raised his eyes to Shizuka and replied bluntly, "I thought that following you would provide ample opportunities for practical combat experience. Instead, I find myself in such misfortune." Shizuka appeared somewhat awkward, yet the urgency to escape was palpable, and Frisia was already aware of Yagu's presence among them, something beyond his power to prevent. He smiled and said, "That is a misinterpretation. Do we not have a formidable adversary pursuing us at this very moment? If you wish to engage with skilled opponents, your opportunities are plentiful." After a brief pause, ignoring Yagu's sly glance, Shizuka stated seriously, "One thing must be understood. Our destination lies within the territory of King Kvalira, who is the brother of King Frisia, yet they are embroiled in conflict. Even so, there are few advantages for us to capitalize upon. While it is unlikely they will send troops to kill us, we still risk our lives if we draw too much attention. So, you understand, we must act discreetly. As long as Yuryu and the others do not cause trouble, I am merely a traveler. If we can evade our pursuers, sightseeing will not be so bad." Shizuka laughed heartily. "You have quite the talent for self-comforting." "All right, prepare to depart," Yagu said, waving his hand to receive the communication chip tossed by Shizuka. Glancing at it, he then pointed towards the food ahead. "Aren't you going to eat something?" "Right now, I have no appetite." "Enough with the chatter. Prepare quickly. We leave in 3 minutes." With that, Shizuka ascended and headed towards Maiba and the others. After receiving a towel from the robot to wipe the grease from his mouth, the robot took the opportunity to pour hot water from the pre-prepared kettle, wring out the towel, and tidy up the food on the ground. After washing his hands and face, Yagu gathered the robot and his other belongings, making his way to the nearby spaceship. At that moment, a peculiar sound arose beside him as 6 circular flying devices soared into the sky. Yagu climbed into the spaceship, closed the hatch, and activated the vessel. Chapter 76. The response to planet Pifnina, where half of its indigenous inhabitants coexist with numerous extraterrestrial beings, resembles a world akin to that of Gintama. The governance of this planet is predominantly in the hands of a select few aliens, limited solely to commercial authority. Its value is moderately low, with the conquerors being a technologically armed force rather than a combat squad. After all, the denizens of the Frisia Empire require sources of raw materials and markets for their goods. Thus, in addition to acquiring valuable planets, they resort to force to unlock the gates of various celestial bodies, transforming them into lucrative territories. After a month of traversing the cosmos, Yagu and his companions finally descended upon planet Pifnina, albeit an unfortunate location that stirred considerable chaos, landing directly in a bustling marketplace, resulting in casualties. The Migas tribe, whose humans bear elongated snouts reminiscent of wolves, appear rather comical, resembling humans with duck bills, and would surely provoke laughter if encountered on Earth without the context of conflict. This planet is ruled by the Migas clan, whose new dynasty had only unified for 6 years prior to the occupation of Pifnina. However, this perspective belongs solely to the Migas. In the eyes of the aliens, Pifnina was nominally unified, divided into over 100 regions, each governed by distinct laws, retaining their military forces and paying only a meager tribute to the recognized government. Even the appointments of regional officials were determined internally. This model, which boasts substantial autonomy while claiming unity, is influenced by a philosophy known as Gong, which has permeated the planet for millennia, affecting all strata of society, from the elite to the commoners, even to beggars. Among the alien occupiers, several researchers express curiosity about this governance model, eager to see the innovations it might yield and to observe how the philosophy of Gong would evolve under external intervention. The ruler of planet Pifnina, referred to as the king, holds the highest authority across the globe, existing nominally as a recipient of tribute. In reality, 6 years prior, he was merely the leader of a city, elevated to the throne due to noble lineage and granted considerable territory. Initially, the plan was to place this contentious area under the king's control before seeking to reclaim it. However, fate took a different turn. The arrival of the alien army thoroughly disrupted their plans. Although local forces mounted a resistance, they were all decisively defeated. In contrast, the king, who had previously been forbidden from maintaining a military, became the most powerful faction among the over 100 regions by complying with the aliens first. Suddenly, a chime sounded from the communicator on the desk. The king, engrossed in governmental affairs, looked up and reached for the device. "Did I not mention we are discussing significant matters?" "Do not disturb us," he stated. "Takaraman?" he repeated with a frown, then addressed the caller on the other end. "Very well, let him enter." The advisors nearby exchanged grave looks, understanding that Takaraman would not appear unless something of great importance had transpired. In a grand hall, as one advisor's words faded, a series of knocks echoed from the outer door. The king returned to his throne and quietly commanded, "Enter." The door slowly opened, revealing a tall, imposing figure stepping into the chamber. The Migas people of Pifnina star possess elongated beaks resembling those of ducks. Yet their skin is indistinguishable from that of earthlings, exuding an air of extraordinary valor. As he entered the grand hall, he bowed deeply before the king seated upon the throne. The man, clad in a long purple robe adorned with silver armor, was Takaraman. Just moments ago, the arrival of 7 warships in the western district of the royal capital had incited public panic, resulting in a tragic toll of 7 dead and 4 injured. Such an occurrence? It had been 3 years since such severe casualties were witnessed in the Nosod district, despite the clandestine power struggles occurring in various regions. The extraterrestrial merchants all hoped for stability in this land to facilitate their trade. Studies indicate that Pifnina Star has not yet reached its population limit and harbors immense potential for further development. Without much contemplation, the king inquired, "Have we investigated the origins of these warships?" Takaraman responded, "Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that our soldiers attempted to approach, yet none returned unscathed. Upon questioning the aliens, we learned that these vessels belong to combat personnel beyond our capacity to contend with. They are reporting to their superiors. Your Majesty, this matter has surpassed our control. Those warriors hold a high status in alien society and should not be underestimated. Furthermore, they only sought supplies and did not harm the citizens, though it may be inappropriate for a city administrator to express such sentiments. One could say that the casualties this time are a misfortune within a greater misfortune." The king did not share Takaraman's view of fortunate circumstances. However, as the latter stated, if even the aliens cannot intervene, what right does he have to interfere? Might there be an opportunity to establish contact with them? Given the ambiguity of friend or foe, it is prudent to lay a foundation. Takaraman shook his head. "Your Majesty, judging by their demeanor, they appear to have urgent matters and will depart shortly. There is no need for proactive engagement. They are their own, and we are ours. Since they possess formidable strength, forging alliances would not be amiss. Moreover, I have heard that such warriors ought not to appear on our planet. Their presence now suggests significant upheaval. Should we not investigate further?" The king, having considered the matter thoroughly, instructed his subordinate to make arrangements immediately. Whether success would follow was left to fate. The king waved his hand. "Success or failure is determined by destiny. Now, you may withdraw." Takaraman bowed and retreated, while the king resumed discussions with his advisors regarding state affairs. Yet, despite his calm demeanor, his advisors were unable to mirror his composure. One murmured, "Your Majesty, are you not concerned that they may pose a threat to the nation?" "Concerned? How could I not be? Yet, as you heard, even the aliens can only inquire of their superiors. What use is my anxiety here?" Furthermore, Takalamoni stated that they are merely gathering supplies and will leave shortly. As long as no provocations arise, there should be no major concerns. Compared to this, our adversaries may exploit this situation to undermine my authority. We should consider how to explain this matter to the populace. By the way, could we involve the aliens in this? Their presence would alleviate my burdens significantly. I shall arrange for someone to attempt this while swiftly acquiring information about the aliens to ascertain the identities of the seven. Indeed, you are correct. Go and see to it. Within the Grand Hall, a multitude of discussions ensued, while after a month of rigorous training, Yagu finally found respite. He aimlessly wandered the streets of Pifnina, admiring the unique offerings of this alien world. Chapter 5. Approaching Exploration. The lingua franca of Pifnina was the universal language of the cosmos, allowing Yagu to easily converse with the locals and glean insights about the city estate. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to spend a modest fortune he had scavenged from Tostala to reserve a private dining room, eager to indulge in a sumptuous meal. The wealth of Tostala was concentrated among the elite, which he had not sought, yet his casual selections had nonetheless amassed a considerable fortune. The inhabitants of Pifnina were accustomed to outsiders, so after stowing away his spacecraft, his presence on the streets elicited no commotion. His companions, Zashuka and others, wished to linger only briefly, hoping to grab a bite before purchasing an advanced vessel. Yagu felt little apprehension. With his powers concealed from the adversaries and his ability to shape-shift, his safety was assured. "Welcome, esteemed guest," the server beckoned, guiding Yagu into the private chamber. As he walked, he observed the decor flanking the corridor, recalling the embellishments at the entrance, and smiled faintly. It appears this colonial planet has swiftly embraced foreign cultures. The eclectic array of odd decorations was striking, yet rather chaotic. Did they not realize such a hodgepodge could appear discordant? Upon entering the restaurant, Yagu was greeted by an amalgamation of furnishings that fused Eastern and Western elements alongside other unknown cultures. The sights, while captivating, were also overwhelming. Though his appetite waned, he dismissed his qualms, recognizing that he was there solely to dine. Settling into the chair the server had drawn back, Yagu delicately skimmed the menu and instructed, "Please bring me your signature dish. I wish to savor its flavors." "Very well, sir," the server replied before departing. Seated comfortably, Yagu gazed about, catching glimpses of Western-style long windows, Eastern ink wash paintings on the walls, and corner displays reminiscent of Native American artistry. Each element seemed incongruous, prompting him to avert his gaze and instead approach the window. He opened it, gazing out at the bustling street below. Suddenly, a clamor erupted at the end of the street, revealing a contingent of soldiers wielding long spears. They surged into the crowd, pushing citizens aside, and swiftly advanced in his direction. As the soldiers flooded in, many were knocked to the ground, creating a tumultuous scene filled with panic and cries. Those in the distance, sensing impending danger, hastily sought refuge in nearby shops. Make way, make way! All civilians, step aside. The city guard is on duty. Non-combatants, please retreat," the soldiers shouted, their presence inciting chaos. The citizens appeared to hold the city guard in considerable fear, scattering at the mere mention of their name, as if any contact would spell disaster. "Are they searching for me?" Yagu mused quietly with a smile, choosing to remain silent as he awaited the unfolding of events. However, he was taken aback when approximately 50 soldiers parted the street, entirely disregarding the very restaurant he occupied. The soldiers adorned in resplendent blue uniforms, reminiscent of the Ming dynasty's military attire, bore hats that resembled those of Western knights, wide-brimmed black hats accented with white feathers. Momins latte. A battalion of cavalry mounted on colossal spiders galloped past the cleared path. The riders, clad in simple long robes adorned with purple patterns against a background of azure, resembled a scene from a fantastical realm. Amidst the fluttering locks of hair, the beasts charged forth, vanishing from Yagu's sight in an instant. Following this, a resounding thud echoed as the guards, who had been clearing the path, methodically dropped their weapons, and the flanking guards seamlessly converged, retracing their steps. Just as Yagu's interest began to wane, the elegant door of the private chamber creaked open. "Is it over so soon?" Yagu inquired casually, turning to find that the entrant was not a servant, but a gentleman clad in a purple-blue long robe. He scrutinized Yagu with curiosity. Who might you be? Greetings. I am Kashuju, responsible for military affairs in the city. May I take a seat? The man replied amiably. Faced with Kashuju's kindness and somewhat comical beak-like visage, Yagu shrugged and gestured an invitation. Please, do make yourself comfortable. However, I'm pressed for time, so please speak plainly. Kashuju's expression shifted subtly before he regained his composure. Ha! Then may I inquire how I should address you, sir? Oh, I am Yagu. Have you come regarding the earlier matter? Yagu sat firmly, calmly regarding Kashuju. The soundproofing of the private room was superb, with only the clamor from the open window breaking the silence. The dining table lay bare, betraying the expressions of both men. After a brief exchange of glances, the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Yagu maintained an aura of authority, while Kashuju relied on his status as a local leader. Both stood on equal footing, leading to a quiet resolution. This is your first visit to Pifunina Star, Mr. Yagu. The sights here are truly unparalleled in the vast cosmos. As you must have already observed, Kashuju spoke with an air of respect. Indeed, Pifunina Star is an astonishing planet, but what of the meal? Yagu responded, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Noticing Kashuju's growing irritation, Yagu offered a slight smile. We will be departing shortly. Feel free to speak directly. I do not have time to spare. Kashuju clenched his fists, the agitation beneath his chair evident as he rose to glare at Yagu. What? Yagu cast a calm glance at him and replied, I have already said what needed to be said. What do you wish to convey? Spare me the convolutions. Kashuju's fury surged, prompting Yagu to sigh. How did your superior instruct you? Repeat what he said, and I shall answer what I can. For anything else, I must respectfully decline. He stood and approached the door, flinging it open to call out, Bring forth the dishes. If not, I shall seek sustenance elsewhere. A dozen guards stood vigilant at the entrance, which deterred the servants from approaching. Upon hearing the commotion from within, the guards were startled. Two of them turned to glance at Yagu, then shot a wary look at Kashuju, standing in the room. Kashuju paused in silence before commanding, Let the servants bring the food. Chapter 6, Pursuit. Only then will it be agreeable. A full belly makes for more engaging conversation. Yagu resumed his seat, smiling quietly, choosing to disregard Kashuju's indignation. After the command from the Kashuj Bureau was issued, the attendants busied themselves, arranging a delightful array of dishes upon the table. Yagu gazed at the culinary offerings, distinct from those of Earth and other planets, as his nimble fingers danced over the food. Once he uttered the phrase to commence, he swiftly sliced several meat dishes and placed them onto his plate. Without a hint of concern for the sounds of his chewing, he devoured the food. Kashuj Bureau, feeling a sense of discontent towards this blatant disregard for table manners. Yet he recalled Takelamoni's admonitions and chose to endure. Could you elaborate on the mission of you warriors? Moreover, it appears you do not intend to linger on Pifunina. Despite his focus on dining, Yagu absorbed Kashuj's words and responded, We have landed here for a specific purpose and will be departing shortly. Ah, do you know which emperor governs this territory? Kashuj, upon hearing this, narrowed his elongated eyes and waited for Yagu to continue, refraining from answering. Observing the silence, Yagu continued, This land belongs to Emperor Frisia. Our destination is the domain of his brother, Lord Kfira. Although they are siblings, Frisia and Kfira are not on amicable terms. In fact, they are currently in a state of conflict, as you must be aware. We are, in a sense, fugitives from Emperor Frisia. Thus we must hasten our journey to Kfira's realm. Yagu spoke candidly, as they were soon to leave the planet, and Frisia would have little difficulty in investigating their whereabouts. His only concern was whether Zashuka and the others could procure a high-performance spacecraft here. Kashuj, however, felt little interest in the affairs of Frisia or Kfira, akin to a humble farmer indifferent to the rulers of distant lands. The responsibilities at hand far outweighed the distant figures, especially since the latter were separated by such vast distances that an encounter was unlikely in a lifetime. Yet, with his hands propped under his chin, Kashuj gazed at Yagu and inquired, In that case, how do you account for the events that transpired this morning in the Noai district? This morning? I heard it injured quite a few people. Noticing Yagu's nonchalance, Kashuj's anger flared, and he barked, Do not adopt that tone with me. I assure you, our city guard is not to be underestimated. Even if you possess formidable strength, do not expect to curry favor in our presence. With his mouth full, Yagu continued to chew, and despite Kashuj's loud admonishments, he merely replied, Do not speak to me in such a loud manner. Furthermore, you ought to ascertain that this matter does not concern me. Ah, I almost forgot. Is there a communication device here? Since you have sought me out, there must be others looking for someone as well. With that, Yagu resumed his hearty meal, voraciously biting into the meat pie before him. "You!" Kashuj gritted his teeth, his eyelids twitching, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Suddenly, the door was flung open. "My lord!" a subordinate exclaimed. Kashuj glared at the intruding subordinate, poised to reprimand him. But upon noticing the communication device in his hand, he inquired with his eyes. The soldier understood and reported, "My lord, it is a call from Lord Takalamoni." "What?" Upon hearing this, Kashuj hastily suppressed his anger, casting a glance at the engrossed Yagu, and discreetly smirked before approaching the soldier. He took the communication device and immediately adopted a congenial demeanor as he stepped out of the chamber, conversing as he went. "My lord, this is Kashuj speaking." "You what?" Sean and the others, it seemed he had received astonishing news. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared blankly at Yagu, who was engrossed in his meal. As if profoundly shocked, he then timidly nodded in agreement, bowing respectfully, as if the person on the other end of the call was right before him. Within a minute, the conversation concluded, and Kashuju's complexion turned ashen as he cast a glance at Yagu, who remained absorbed in his food, not lifting his gaze. He sighed in relief. As he turned towards the table, his demeanor had transformed entirely, resembling a different person altogether. "Revered Yagu, does the delicacy here suit your palate?" In a silent exchange, Kashuju quietly added a few words. Upon hearing this, Yagu raised his eyes, curiosity glimmering within them. Kashuju maintained a composed expression as he resumed his seat, his concern palpable as he inquired, "Revered Yagu, do you indulge in the spirit brew? Would you care to sample it?" Although Yagu was not fond of alcohol, he had not entirely abstained from it, having tasted various fine wines, some of which he found distasteful while others lingered delightfully in his memory. However, as a martial artist, he remembered the prohibitions of cultivation, ensuring that he was not ensnared by the vice of intoxication. While others might view it as trivial, for the unambitious Yagu, the teachings of Dirate echoed perpetually in his mind. Aspiring to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, he endeavored to avoid the taint of bad habits, striving to swiftly discard what was unnecessary. Upon hearing the inquiry, driven by curiosity, Yagu responded, "Very well, but just a modest amount will suffice." With formidable pursuers closing in behind him, despite his growing strength, he still could not confront them directly, and thus could only indulge in a taste. Upon receiving Yaga's consent, Kashuju was elated, promptly stepping outside to instruct his subordinates. Yagu, however, had little time to spare. Moments ago, he had sensed a fluctuation in the aura released by Zashuka and the others, indicating a fierce battle had taken place, albeit with opponents as feeble as ants. Moreover, he detected a signal, a hint of Perfina's star. It appeared they intended to escape into the territory of Emperor Quila. Cunning individuals. How could Chio-E allow you to toy with him? Through the porthole of the starship, Chio-E gazed into the dark expanse of the cosmos, seething with rage, yet feeling utterly helpless. He had initially intended to deploy a large spiritual vessel, but the fierce conflict with Emperor Quila over interstellar territory left the Frisia planet's Zone 56 devoid of stock. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to venture to the adjacent Frisia Zone 63, where a large spiritual ship awaited. Once he pinpointed Zashuka's location, he would be able to effortlessly pursue them aboard the newly equipped vessel. Chio-E crossed his arms defiantly, his gaze fiercely fixed on the dark cosmos ahead as he murmured, "Once I catch up to you, Zashuka, you shall experience the taste of living hell." Whoosh! A streak of silvery light sliced through the pitch-black universe. That was Chio-Ye's starship, racing towards Frisia Zone 63, hoping to intercept the traitors before they could set foot into Emperor Quila's domain. Chapter 7. A Solace for Worries. Amber-hued spiritual liquid flowed slowly into a white jade-carved wine cup, and Yagu gazed entranced at the emerald liquid, a look of rapture adorning his face. Gently inhaling, the fragrance of the wine wafted from the jade cup, and he softly remarked, "Though I have yet to taste it, merely by its aroma, it is already a fine brew." This statement bore a hint of insincerity, although he had sampled exquisite wines on earth. To speak of the art of connoisseurship was indeed a boastful claim. Kashuju wore a humble expression, reverently as if Yagu were his superior. "This wine is called Seeking Fragrance, brewed from a unique creature found on the planet Pifnina. It is the only one of its kind in the entire universe, and is one of our most exquisite luxuries." Seeking Fragrance? The name seems rather ordinary, Yagu murmured, lifting his glass to his lips, inhaling its aroma before tilting his head back to drink it in one swift motion. "How is it?" Kashuju's eyes widened in anticipation, eager for Yagu's response. Yagu closed his eyes, savoring the moment, and slowly opened them to meet Kashuju's gaze. remaining silent until Kashuju's anxious expression prompted him to nod and declare, "Quite good, truly marvelous. Seeking fragrance, though I cannot bestow upon it an elegant title, after tasting this wine. All seems insipid. Do not fret. I shall present some to you, esteemed one." Yagu was taken aback, pondering why he deserved such favor without having done anything to warrant it. Was it that they feared he might bring trouble upon them? After all, Zashuka and the others had not caused them any strife. Despite his internal confusion, he remained genuinely intrigued by the seeking fragrance that Kashuju had offered. Once Yagu finished his meal, Kashuju appeared at ease, as if he had fulfilled a significant duty. Wiping his mouth with a napkin and taking a sip of water, Yagu inquired, "Having cared for me for quite some time, if there is anything on your mind, feel free to speak candidly. Perhaps I may not be able to assist, but knowing a bit may aid you, though the price may be steep." Kashuju hesitated, momentarily perplexed by Yagu's reaction, and then asked, "Is it true that your superior has only tasked you with serving me? That seems exaggerated, for I am not an insufferable person, unlike the other 6. Kashuju faltered, contemplating before asking, "Esteemed one, are you not allied with the other half?" "Indeed, we are allied," Yagu replied without hesitation, "though my temperament differs from theirs, and we only act together in battle." "Ah, I see," Kashuju began, but fell silent as Yagu gestured for him to be quiet. Kashuju could only apologize, saying, "My lord, forgive me, I must step outside for a moment." "Go ahead," Yagu replied, rising to approach the window, gazing outside to sense the movements of Zashuka and the other 6. Kashuju bowed and departed. "Why have they not yet contacted us? No, the real question is, why have they not found a usable spirit ship?" Leaning against the window sill, watching the throngs below, Yagu suddenly felt an unsettling difficulty in adapting to this tranquility. Moments later, Kashuju returned, saying, "Esteemed one, we do indeed have a matter for which we seek your assistance." Yagu turned, leaning against the window, arms crossed, and asked, "Speak, and I shall do my utmost if it is within my capacity. Do not force what cannot be done." "Go on." "Ha, that was a jest. If you, esteemed one, cannot achieve it, then others stand no chance." Kashuju wished to flatter further, but Yagu's piercing gaze compelled him to speak plainly, to tell the truth. Although our nation is unified, it conceals numerous crises. At present, we face an exceedingly troublesome issue. Kashuju paused at this point, noticing Yagu nodding in affirmation. He continued, "Recently, we received crucial intelligence indicating that an individual has acquired a remarkably powerful artifact capable of annihilating an entire city. Therefore, we humbly request your esteemed assistance in locating this artifact." "Are you asking me to seek out this artifact?" Yagu echoed, thoughtfully, murmuring, "What do you intend to do in my absence?" Kashuju responded with a wry smile, "Without your esteemed presence, we would face a mere 50-50 chance and would have to charge in recklessly. We are uncertain whether we can resolve this matter before they deploy the artifact." After a moment of silence, Yagu spoke, "Very well, please elaborate." Thus, Kashuju meticulously detailed the current situation. "The matter is straightforward. There are hundreds of factions on the planet, and this count only reflects the official entities, with the unofficial ones being countless. The astonishing artifact seized from the extraterrestrials belongs to one of these unofficial factions." Kashuju, a cultivator, smiled faintly, hesitatingly proposing to Yagu, "It is rumored that each warrior possesses a treasure capable of detecting cultivation levels. Might I inquire if you could lend us one to assess those who escort the artifact? Their cultivation is unfathomable, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Even the elite guards of Lord Takalamoni have fallen before them." "Ah, I see," Yagu replied, though his brow furrowed slightly. "Identifying a few formidable individuals amidst a million souls in the city is indeed no simple task." Noticing Yagu's concern, Kashuju leaned closer, saying, "I have prepared 5,000 pounds of spiritual gold, which I humbly present to you." 5,000 pounds? Despite the vast reserves of spiritual gold surrounding him, Yagu sensed Kashuju's eagerness. Kashuju harbored a quiet disdain for such demands for compensation without action taken, yet felt powerless to object. Initially, there was no intention of such a transaction. Kashuju and his associates, including Zashuka, had planned to establish contact first. However, witnessing the ease with which those negotiating with Zashuka were eliminated, they reconsidered their approach, aiming to stabilize these exceptionally powerful cultivators to prevent them from wreaking havoc within the city. It was only when Takalamoni reported the intelligence that the king's advisors recalled this matter, prompting Kashuju to disclose his request to the seemingly amicable Yagu. Whether successful or not was of little consequence. The priority lay in enhancing the likelihood of eliminating the impending threat. Should the artifact unleash its power within this city, it would not only jeopardize the king's survival, but would also inflict losses substantial enough to threaten his reign. Had it not been for Zashuka and others preventing others from approaching, Kashuju would have wished to share this matter with them. Chapter 8. Annihilation. The Mutkayer Inn is one of the premier establishments in the royal city, frequented by merchants from various realms, including those from other worlds. Although it may not be the highest in prestige, its prime location and the wealth of its patrons, each worth billions, bestow upon it a notable reputation in the royal city. In an opulent guest room, the lavender-haired youth, Haiksang, held a crystalline goblet filled with a verdant liquid that exuded an enticing fragrance, reminiscent of an enchanting maiden. "When shall we act?" inquired a dark-haired man. Beside him, a gentle voice chimed in. "Are you unable to wait? The preparations have been extensive. There is no need for anxiety. All necessary preparations have been completed, and neither the king nor his advisors could possibly trace our footsteps or discover the location of the artifact." Haiksan whispered, lightly touching the rim of his cup to his lips and savoring a sip of wine. Loteker, Mskikol, the sacred flame is about to be ignited. At that moment, the Pifnina star shall tremble for us. Indeed, the sacred flame shall burn. The dark-haired Loteker reclined on the sofa, a cigar-like object resting between his lips, leisurely swinging his legs as he relished the tranquility of the moment. The other was Mskikol, the leader of the Holy Heaven Organization, draped in a white robe resembling a benevolent missionary, his gentle voice slowly proclaiming, "In just 1 hour, the radiance of the sacred flame will illuminate the royal city, and we shall ascend to the heavenly realm." Loteker drained the aromatic liquid from his cup and, with closed eyes, inquired, "Is the nectar of the heavens superior to the aromatic wine?" "Indeed," Mskikol replied. "The heavenly realm is a gift from the Father God, and it must contain wines that surpass even the aromatic ones." Though Mskikol's words were soft, his authority was undeniable. Haiksan caught a glimpse of Mskikol's hand caressing his staff, his brow furrowing slightly, just as he was about to speak when Mskikol interrupted, "Gentlemen, it seems we are being watched." "What?" The two were taken aback, yet their composure remained intact despite their shock. Mskikol continued, "It appears the king has found an extraordinary individual. Not long ago, I heard that 7 flying ships descended from the heavens into the royal city. Upon investigation, they were identified as the vessels of warriors." Loteker frowned, placing his cup on the low table, and asked, "So what? Can they persuade the warriors?" "I am familiar with these individuals. They are valiant soldiers under the command of King Frisia, each one unruly. The recent tremors must have been caused by their arrival. Will the king collaborate with them? Collaborating with aliens responsible for the casualties of our people? If this news leaks, the king's days will surely be troubled." Mskikol kept his eyes closed throughout, then spoke. "It is wise to exercise caution. We shall depart from this place and await the radiance of the sacred flame to fall upon our respective territories." He rose, gripping his staff and trailing his long robe, moving forward slowly. Loteker and Haiksan exchanged glances, realizing that remaining here was futile. The three had initially believed their plans were foolproof, intending to convene before the sacred flame illuminated the entire city to enjoy a moment of serenity. However, with the abrupt upheaval from the king's end, their plans were now under threat, and despite their reluctance, they could only return to their designated regions. At that moment, an explosion erupted from the very spot Mskikol had just vacated, a deafening roar reverberating and sweeping through the surroundings. The two were propelled by the shockwave, soaring into the air and crashing against a wall several meters away. With 2 resounding thuds, the wall's decorative panels splintered, embedding them into the structure. The opulent room was instantly reduced to ruins. Windows, carpets, tables, chairs, and sofas lay strewn about like discarded building blocks from child's play. "What on earth?" "Ah, that is Mskikol, Mskikol, Mskikol." Haiksan cried out frantically, 5 meters away, where Mskikol, clad in his white robe, lay beside the upturned sofa, soon engulfed by a cloud of gray mist. Ignoring his own injuries, Haiksan shouted towards the fallen Mskikol. Beside him, Lotkreet gradually awakened amidst his cries, first emitting a series of pained groans, then turning his gaze to Mskikol, who struggled to rise but was too weak to support himself. What on earth had transpired? Upon witnessing Mskikol regain consciousness, Hekson ceased his shouting. Yet at that moment, pain relentlessly invaded his nerves, a torment unbearable for anyone. But what wretchedness was this? In the wake of the explosion, Hekson demanded answers, and within mere moments, a shadow materialized at the ruined entrance. Lotkreet, upon seeing it, halted his growls, fixating on the figure. Who are you? Me? You need not concern yourself. The figure spoke as it stepped forward. And as it emerged from the smoke to stand beside Mskikal, Hexen and Lotkri widened their eyes in astonishment. Before them stood a practitioner from another realm. Yet why had he come here? In the midst of their confusion, the figure declared, "Indeed, this is the place. Quickly come in. You, secure the entrance." In a distant time and space, behind this otherworldly visitor, a cohort of practitioners suddenly appeared, the guardians of the royal capital, subordinate to the great practitioner Takramoni. Thus, it was immediately discerned that this otherworldly practitioner was a combat cultivator who had recently descended upon the royal capital. Is this not one of the 3 great attendants of the Holy Heaven sect? With that, laughter echoed as the visitor revealed himself to be Kasho, unable to suppress his joy, for he had undoubtedly located a perilous artifact. This artifact, bound by a time limit, left his heart racing with anticipation. Once all settled, he led his group of practitioners swiftly to the mute Kyur Inn, whereupon sighting 3 practitioners, a broad smile spread across his face. Chapter 9. The depth of the sect. As Hexen was lifted by the practitioners, he cast a fierce glare at Yagu, who, unperturbed by the menacing gaze, felt discomfort at the intensity of the stare and thus returned it with pride. What discontent do you harbor? If you intend to interpret your paradise through the lives of an entire city, why not witness it firsthand? Upon agreeing to this matter, Yagu had already learned the truth about this sect from Kasho, discovering its sinister nature, and he resolved to eradicate it in one fell swoop. Perhaps the current regime was indeed established through despicable means, but it had undergone significant reforms, and the populace had grown accustomed to it. Yet they still resorted to outdated methods to satisfy their selfish desires, which Yagu would not tolerate. Upon hearing this, the escorted Hexen abruptly halted, turning to face Yagu. As 2 practitioners forcefully urged him forward, a companion of Kasho stepped forward, intending to silence Hexen. "No need," Yagu interjected, halting the soldiers. To the practitioner attempting to muffle Hexen, he said, "Let him speak. I am curious to hear what else he has to say." "Ha! You are a combat cultivator of the Frisia Legion, are you not?" Hexen chuckled, and before Yagu could express impatience, he continued, "As a combat cultivator, you must surely know Lord Guise. He is one of the most elite Jinyu special practitioners under Emperor Frisia. Ha ha ha, you lot meddling in planetary affairs. Just wait for the wrath of Lord Guise to descend upon you." Yagu narrowed his eyes. "I see. Very well, take him away." "What?" Hexen exclaimed, unable to believe Yagu's words. The monk Kasho gestured, and a strip of cloth was swiftly thrust into Hakazan's mouth, muffling his voice, as 2 monks promptly dragged him away. Yagu's gaze was profound, disregarding the departure of those in the room, leaving only Kasho and a few attendants. "Jis? Kinyu, the special monk. Indeed. I have encountered a troublesome predicament. First, the pursuit by Chioi, and now I'm targeted by an even more fearsome adversary. Yet, such challenges only serve to invigorate me. As long as I remain unscathed, Lord Yagu, the esteemed great monk Takalamoni has entrusted me with the task of inviting you to the feast once affairs are concluded. I sincerely hope you can spare the time to attend." Kasho was not one to seek power or favor, but held a position of high authority. Certain matters, even if distasteful, could not be dismissed at will. Anyone, if they smooth their edges, can adapt to this environment. However, upon learning of the presence of a formidable individual, Yagu, preoccupied, shook his head and replied, "No. I have just acquired this intelligence and must rendezvous with my companions to inform them." Do you wish to accompany me?" Kasho would not concede, and with a cautious cough, he responded, "It was the mishandling by our colleagues that incited this conflict. In truth, it poses no significant issue. Should you desire, I am willing to serve. That is unnecessary. Your status is esteemed." I was merely jesting. Let it be as it is." Leaping onto the intricately carved brown wooden windowsill, he was grateful for the spacious window, allowing him to stand tall without stooping. Yagu positioned himself there, one hand propping the open window, turning to gaze at the disarray surrounding Kasho. "As I mentioned before, my stay here is brief. Now is the time for departure. Moreover, this matter is a transaction of currency, and I am satisfied with the price you offered. It is an equivalent exchange, nothing more. If fate allows, perhaps we shall meet again in some corner of the cosmos." Fortunately, this planet had yet to cultivate the profession of journalists. Otherwise, even with Yagu's presence, the government's efficiency would struggle to gain public recognition. Soaring into the sky, Yagu did not look back, swiftly ascending towards the horizon. The movements of the 6 from Zashuka were sporadic, and after an hour, they finally came to a halt. Were it not for pressing matters, he would not have paused. At this moment, only two concerns remained paramount: the new spacecraft and evading Shioi. In truth, these two could be deemed as one. The performance of the new spacecraft must surpass that of their individual vessels, or would be rendered meaningless. To linger on a transient planet for over an hour must signify substantial affairs. Utilizing his ability to sense their presence, Yagu quickly located the building where Zashuka and the others resided. It was a massive square structure, gleaming silver, constructed of reinforced steel. Surrounding this edifice were a ring of smaller buildings and 5 concrete runways, each the size of a soccer field. Numerous workers were bustling about various flying machines of diverse forms, none of whom were Pifyunina. He instantly discerned that this was an alien workshop, capitalizing on the planet's inexpensive labor force. In this age of interstellar travel, technology was advanced, yet little attention was paid to the study of artificial intelligence. On any planet, it was rare to find mechanical servants akin to those of the Bulma family. Yagu pondered the reasons behind this scarcity, speculating whether there had been a past uprising of robots. Hey, you all! Yagu traced the aura of Zashuka and the 6 others, approaching the colossal building. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Zashuka standing beside an alien clad in a white robe. Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd turned their heads. Others silently nodded in acknowledgement. Emiba waved with a smile. Only Zashuka spoke. Come and take a look. This is our new spaceship. It boasts remarkable speed. Perhaps you could join us on it in the future. Yagu shook his head in response. No, my spaceship is equipped with special devices that are not easily exchanged. However, how should I address you? A hearty laugh akin to that of a troll erupted from Zashuka. Greetings. I am Bukamos, but you may simply call me Doctor. Ha ha ha. I am the only doctor here. Yaga nodded, pondering his words. Can you enhance the speed of the spaceship? Upon hearing this, Bukamos immediately replied, a trivial matter. It is quite simple. Where's your spaceship? I shall arrange for someone to retrieve it. Yagu, not wishing to expose the secret of the universal capsule to this scientist, interjected, no need, I have brought it myself. Bukamos widened his mouth in surprise, gazing at Yagu with curiosity, and asked slowly, you brought it yourself? I possess great strength. Yagu replied nonchalantly, glancing at Zashuka and the others with a smile, before transforming into a gust of wind, ascending into the sky, and vanishing without a trace. Chapter 10. The swift voyage of the celestial vessel. As Yagu soared through the skies, he realized he had overlooked something. This is not good. I shall discuss the matter of GIs later. He presumed that they would not mind the temporary oversight, as his speed was extraordinarily swift. With that thought, he raised his hand towards the heavens, casting forth a finely crafted elixir that shot into the clouds, exploding with a thunderous sound and releasing a dense white mist. However, the mist dissipated rapidly, revealing the celestial vessel crafted by Taoist Brevis. This location was adjacent to the realm of scientific research, and Yagu ascended once more, notifying the Taoist to hasten the retrieval of the celestial vessel. Seeing Yagu conceal the secret of the vessel's diminishment, none dared to provoke him. Bukamos, having received news of Yagu's vessel arriving at the designated location, addressed Zashuka and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, your celestial vessel is nearing completion. At this moment, I must inspect this gentleman. May I ask for your esteemed name? Yagu. You may call me Yagu, came the reply. Yagu. I shall proceed to examine your celestial vessel at once. With that, Bukamos led his disciples away. Yiliue fixed a piercing gaze upon Yagu, inquiring, why do you not join us on the same vessel? Do you perhaps harbor some secret? His words pierced like needles to the heart, and Yagu raised an eyebrow, while Muhamika and the others displayed their discontent. In contrast, Zashuka and Miba looked perplexedly at Yiliue, unable to comprehend why he consistently targeted Yagu. After much contemplation, they felt no animosity towards him. Yet this mystery remained unsolved, as even Yagu knew little about it. And Yiliue was not one to openly share his feelings. Meeting Yiliue's gaze, Yagu spread his palms, shrugged, and smiled. My apologies. There are indeed certain secret techniques that are not suitable for public display. Hee. Have you not noticed my recent surge in strength? Hee. Within my celestial vessel lies a treasure that enhances gravity, now twice that of this planet. Though I have not fully adapted, I believe it will only take a few days. The gravity of Pifnina's star is twice that of Earth. For individuals like Zashuka and others who frequently traverse various celestial bodies, such gravity has long become commonplace, and they do not believe that cultivation can significantly enhance one's combat prowess. Observing the experts of the Frisia Empire, one cannot help but notice that each has endured numerous trials and tribulations, carving a path of strength through sheer will and combat. Zashuka, intent on guiding Yagu, stepped forward and advised, Yagu, it is through actual combat that one's true strength is forged. The efficacy of real-world experience surpasses that of cultivation 100-fold. Rather than indulging in continuous training, it would be more beneficial for you to immerse yourself in the art of battle. Only then can you truly grasp the delicate balance between life and death, facilitating personal breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, Mi Ba and the others nodded in agreement, while Yagu remained expressionless, gazing vacantly at Zashuka and then scanning the group. What truth lay in these words? Yagu could not articulate a response, his astonishment rendering him speechless. To Yagu, the concept of actual combat was akin to the flight techniques perceived by cultivators. Through gradual refinement and familiarization with magical artifacts, one eventually becomes one with them, ready to face the ultimate trials on the battlefield. To thrust a novice directly into combat wielding a magical artifact, in the hopes of refining them through a minuscule probability of success, would be an act of folly, reserved only for wars of annihilation. Otherwise, no one would squander such precious resources so recklessly. Moreover, with the advancement of cultivation technology, the study of the human brain has deepened. It is not insurmountable to simulate a combat environment on the ground to train cultivators, taking into account human limitations. Although the circumstances of martial artists engaging in combat differ significantly from those of cultivators manipulating magical artifacts, Yagu saw little distinction between the two. Daily training, honing the physical body, enhancing one's constitution, mastering techniques, and uncovering potential. Actual combat merely serves to test whether any oversights remain amidst the interplay of life and death. To engage in battle against formidable foes, relying solely on courage, hatred, and a myriad of emotions, seemed to Yagu nothing short of folly. In this regard, Sun Wukong stands as a paragon for Yagu. During the Cell Saga, it was only when Tenshinhan and Piccolo were gravely injured that he felt compelled to confront Cell. Truly understanding one's own strengths and weaknesses, along with those of one's adversaries, is the essence of an exceptional warrior. Of course, the audacity to charge forward in battle despite knowing one is outmatched, driven by a love for the fight, also earns Yagu's respect for such bravery. Returning to the matter at hand, Yagu's numerous counterarguments to Zashuka's advice stemmed from his inability to comprehend their perspectives. Well, while actual combat is indeed crucial, cultivation should not be underestimated either. I hold this opinion, he asserted. Noticing the expressions of Mi Ba and the others, Yagu realized he could not sway them, and thus adopted a dismissive stance, especially since he had no intention of imparting wisdom on this matter. Outside, a fierce wind howled as the sky shifted dramatically, and the entire complex was soon filled with an announcement. Attention, all personnel. Attention, all personnel. A storm is imminent. Please seek shelter immediately. This message repeated 5 times before it ceased. Observing Yagu's bewildered expression, marked by an air of overreaction, Zashuka recognized that he was still new to the cosmos. He stepped aside to allow several Pifnina inhabitants to rush in, carrying items, and pointed toward the half-visible luminous celestial body that had yet to be obscured by clouds. That is the moon? Yagu was astonished. The moon was colossal. Despite being only half the size of Earth, it was undoubtedly a moon. He felt fortunate that it was not a full moon, for otherwise, as a Saiyan, his secret would surely be revealed, with consequences that were all too evident. He would undoubtedly take notice, and Frisia might also pay attention to him, placing him in a precarious position. Upon hearing Yagu utter its name, Shishuka remarked, "Isn't it astonishing? Due to its proximity to the planet, it significantly affects the tides and other aspects of Pifnina Star." Shortly thereafter, we retreated indoors as outsiders busily transported goods, fuel-powered vehicles hauling heavy loads into the premises. In some areas, the operations were swift, and the robust iron gates had already been secured. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, before Yagu could approach. He saw a Pifnina inhabitant struggling with a heavy box, only to be blown sideways half a meter by the wind. He marveled at how this youth managed to maintain his balance despite the shifting center of gravity. Indeed, as you mentioned, Yagu turned to Shishuka. "The storm has not yet arrived, has it? I did not expect it to be this fierce at this moment." As his words trailed off, the wind rushed to meet them. Despite their position at the doorway, the gust dispersed Yagu's voice, compelling him to raise his tone. Shishuka turned away from the entrance, Heading towards the underground passage. Let us proceed. This celestial vessel is nearly repaired. We must ascertain the condition of Agu's craft. The 7 cultivators of Bucamo stepped into the subterranean sanctuary, only to discover that it was a vast fortress of cultivation experiments, where the intricate spiritual net spanned every level. The space was immense. Agu looked up and saw that the distance from the underground to the dome above was a staggering several dozen zhong, vast and profound, imbued with an air of mystery. However, when he caught sight of a massive apparatus, spanning the first and second levels, being calibrated along one side of the 8-meter-wide corridor, he grasped the profound significance of such a passageway. At least in times of crisis, there was no need to force small magical artifacts into a narrow corridor. Zisuka, I have just received a commission from the Upper Realms residents. They require assistance in solving a dilemma, Agu stated after briefly surveying the layout. Shishuka and the other cultivators exchanged glances and chuckled lightly. If it can be resolved, then it is no trouble. Indeed, Agu replied, noting the calm expressions of Miba, Uli Uo, and others. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, it seems that the individual from that faction recognized me, claiming I am a warrior under Frisia's command and should not interfere in the conflicts of the star systems. Is there truth to this? Shishuka's expression momentarily faltered, as if lost in thought, and after a brief moment, he responded, perhaps in the past, but today is not as it once was. Our number of warriors is scarce, yet we are involved in numerous conflicts, thus we hold special privileges. It is of little consequence. Moreover, do you truly believe we remain under Frisia's command? A bitter laugh echoed in Agu's ears. After a few moments, Agu added, that person mentioned that the formidable presence behind them is Jisoo of the Jinyu Force, reputed to be Frisia's most powerful asset. Truly formidable, isn't it? What? And Halida all displayed expressions of astonishment, turning their gazes towards Agu in unison. You mean, Lord Jisoo? Is that true? Shishuka's eyes widened. Seeing the shock on the faces of the 6, Agu began to comprehend the renown of the Jinyu Force. Confronted by the 6 individuals' mixed expressions of anger and astonishment, he calmly declared, I am Jisoo of the Jinyu Force. I ask you, if you have already disregarded Frisia, why then do you still fear one of his subordinates? With a swift motion, Uriel lunged forward, seizing Yagu by the collar, their eyes locked in intensity. He sternly pressed, do you comprehend the Emperor Frisia's authority in this realm? You cannot fathom the terror we endure as we are pursued by those sent by the Emperor. Huh? How could an ignorant fool like you understand the formidable foes in the universe? To be in your company is truly enough. Hishuka interposed himself between the two, grasping Uriel's hand, which still clutched Yagu. Though Yagu simmered with anger, he refrained from unleashing it upon his superior, maintaining his characteristic smile. It's all right. I understand your confusion regarding past events. However, could you elucidate why Jisoo instills such dread in you? Hishuka's grave demeanor revealed to Yagu that Jisoo was no ordinary adversary. Maiba stepped forward, aiding Hishuka in calming the nearly unraveled Uriel, soothing his emotions. The others, having emerged from their shock, observed their leader shielding Yagu and begrudgingly suppressed their own frustrations. Passers-by hurried by, their steps brisk, occasionally interrupted by the roar of transport vehicles conveying massive cargo to distant locations. Lord Jisoo. Oh, Jisoo is not favored by Captain Jinyu, yet he is adept at maneuvering around Emperor Frisia. Although his strength pales in comparison to Captain Jinyu, and even to Raikum within the Jinyu Force, he plays a remarkably astute role. There is no evidence to suggest he harbors ambitions to usurp Captain Jinyu, yet he wields considerable influence among the 5. We were just intimidated by the name of Jisoo. How absurd it is that our courage has diminished so. Upon hearing Hishuka's self-deprecation, Uriel and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hishuka, undeterred, continued, given that he is aware of our warrior identities, he must possess some degree of authority. However, at present, the Jinyu Force is engaged in fierce combat against the elite of Emperor Kawaira at the front lines. While the situation remains uncertain, he would not pursue us at this moment. For us, 1 Shiyu suffices. An additional 1 or 2 would make no difference. With just a few words, the tempest abated. Though Uriel's resentment towards Yaga deepened, the others, understanding the situation, chose not to delve further. The group arrived at a secluded structure, ascending the lengthy staircase to the surface level. In the expansive area, Yagu's spacecraft appeared diminutive, with Dr. Bukomos directing his subordinates in dismantling the hull of the ship to examine its propulsion system. Perhaps aided by Dr. Bukomos' keen ears, He turned to face them as soon as they stood still. Haha, Hishuka, you are far too cautious. With such tight surveillance, do you still fear that I will falter in my duties? Hishuka was the first to respond, laughing heartily. How could I ever doubt the capabilities of the esteemed Dr. Bukumos? If even the esteemed doctor cannot succeed, then this place ought to be closed down. We are eager to continue our journey. The spacecraft over there is nearing completion, and we wish to take a look. It is well known that the doctor has a passion for exploring new technologies, and we would not want you to miss inspecting other components of the spacecraft. Hishuka waved a hand to interrupt Dr. Bukumos. These are my companions. The expenses shall be charged to me. Captain, this is not acceptable. Yagu was momentarily taken aback. He was reluctant to owe a debt of gratitude to Hishuka without just cause. Their interactions were a separate matter. Although in the realm of Dragon Ball, money and power seemed to be diminished, much like the grand tapestry of war, filled with heroic fervor and unending strife. One could hardly escape the transactions and sacrifices lurking behind bureaucratic facades. As Yagu spent more time in this world, he came to understand that wealth and authority held equal significance in the Dragon Ball universe. Otherwise, Chi-Chi would not have undergone her subsequent transformation. Chapter 11. Suffering for others. Hishuka nonchalantly soothed Yagu's unease with a few comforting words. Given Yagu's financial standing, he could not afford such an advanced power system. However, survival took precedence, and money was of little consequence to them at the moment. Once they set aside their reservations, acquiring wealth at the cost of planetary destruction would merely be a matter of time. Yet, Yagu's perspective diverged from Hishuka's. He believed there was no essential difference between robbery and theft. If the target were a villain, it might be acceptable, as villains have their own means of retribution. But he could not condone actions aimed at ordinary people. The situation was swiftly resolved. Dr. Bukumos' words proved true. Although Yagu was not an expert in this field, he was certainly more reliable than the eccentric Dr. Briefs. Hishuka and the others merely urged him on, and upon seeing Dr. Bukumos commence his work, they realized that for them, who had traversed the cosmos for centuries, the power system was not a daunting task. After a brief observation, Hishuka led me Ba and the others away. Amidst a cluster of mysterious stars, Yagu accepted the talisman from Hishuka's hand, an ancient communication token imbued with the secret art of discerning one's strength. Though the archaic symbol could not perceive the extraordinary prowess of 13,000, it sufficed for the rest. Understand, once I conclude my matters here, I shall send word to you. Yagu assented, affixing the talisman to his left ear, concealing it within his hair. Hishuka nodded slightly before stepping with me Ba and the others into a deep subterranean tunnel. Today as celestial phenomena are quite imposing, he remarked, glancing sideways. A grand edifice's skylight revealed the external world, where torrential rain fell, each droplet striking the solid spirit glass like colossal beams, creating an eerie spectacle against the backdrop of darkened clouds. What a magnificent natural calamity, Yagu sighed. In a corner of an unknown planet, a group of diverse, armored extraterrestrials surrounded a cultivator resembling a human, with crimson skin and flowing silver hair. He too donned armor, but the emblem on his arm differed from those of the other aliens. Lord Gi's, we shall take possession of this place. Do you wish to reignite a conflict? Someone questioned. Indeed, while you are formidable, the elite under Emperor Quira are no ordinary foes. Furthermore, you stand alone here. Do you truly intend to provoke us? Another echoed. I hope you will depart at once. Otherwise, suddenly, a brilliant blue aura burst forth from Gi's palm, instantly reducing the noisy individual to ashes. He stood triumphantly atop a crumbling pillar, gazing down at the 30 or so cultivators below, and scoffed. You think I fear your meager lot? Do not threaten me with acquiring mech guard. Should you fall, who would dare seek retribution? At that moment, Gi's communication talisman trembled slightly. Casting a glance, he irritably pressed the answer key. If this is trivial chatter, there will be severe consequences, he threatened. The individual on the other end trembled upon hearing the news, struggling to suppress his fear, and reported to Geese, my Lord Geese. We have just received word that the leader of your branch in the PC region has been annihilated by a rebellious squad. At this, Geese's pupils constricted sharply, overwhelmed by shock, causing the 30 or so Kvila subordinates nearby to instinctively retreat. A rebellious squad has slain my men? He spoke with an icy tone. Despite the evident displeasure in his voice, the other party replied, yes. Emperor Frisia has ordered Lord Shioi to pursue them, but they have been intent on fleeing for over a month, seemingly with the intention of invading Lord Kvila's territory. Emperor Frisia is extremely enraged. That useless Shioi. Very well. I understand. Geese severed the communication, scanning the crowd with a cold smile. You are indeed fortunate. My mood is foul at the moment. And you shall all receive a grand burial. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy, with everyone clenching their fists and gazing intently at Geese. Noticing the fear reflected in their eyes, Geese erupted into laughter, reveling in their terror. He slowly raised his right hand, and among the crowd, someone could no longer bear it, launching a psychic blast towards Geese. Like the spark igniting a war, the crowd surged forward to attack him. A brilliant blue light enveloped Geese, rapidly expanding, and in the blink of an eye, the protective shield formed by that blue light pierced through all defenses. A dazzling brilliance erupted, and the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. Geese kicked away the gravel beneath his feet, clearing the stains of blood, his expression unyielding. For one of his cultivation level exceeding 40,000, anyone with a battle power below 30,000 was but an ant. So is the squad of Zashuka. How dare they provoke me? They truly possess audacity beyond measure. Geese's expression darkened as he produced a remote device from his bosom, tapping a few buttons. Summoning a single-person escape light, emblazoned with a crest into the sky. A pack of stray dogs dares to challenge me, he murmured before boarding. In a short span of time, Dr. Bukamos approached Yagu, saying, Your escape light has been repaired. Haha, its speed has increased by more than fourfold. After the storm passes, it can be activated for departure. Yagu gazed at the rejuvenated escape light, excitedly exclaiming, Really? The speed has increased fourfold. Naturally, I always deliver genuine results, never false promises. The doctor glanced at the energy gauge on his wrist and continued, My apologies, but I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. Not at all. I should rather thank you for your assistance. Yagu replied with a humble smile. Bukamos approached the escape light, opening the hatch, just as Yagu was about to enter. He suddenly recalled the communication talisman in his left ear, pressed the button, and said, Hello, this is Yagu. The escape light is ready for activation, but according to them, we must wait for the storm to cease before we can open the escape passage. Understood. We will contact you at that time. Here, we have also heard that the storm will last for a day. Would you like to come over? We have a subway on the 3rd underground level that goes directly to various taverns in the Royal City. Would you consider taking shelter here? The other party suggested. No need. Having just had a hearty meal, I would prefer to use this time for cultivation, Yaga declined. Is that so? Then so be it. Should you wish to come, just let me know, and I will send someone to fetch you. Understood. As the call concluded, Yuriuo expressed his discontent to Zashuka, lamenting, Captain, why we accepted this individual? Ever since his arrival, we have known no peace. First, we were pursued by Lord Xiao-i, and now we have provoked Lord Jaisai. While our objective remains to escape the domain of Emperor Frisia, Jaisai is unlike Xiao-i. He commands a loyal faction that acts without fear of the Emperor's wrath. Zashuka fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yuriuo, his eyes ablaze, until the latter trembled, and he finally spoke, Yuriuo, I cannot fathom your persistent animosity towards Yagu, but one thing is certain. Emperor Frisia's fury was ignited long before Yagu's arrival. I shall endeavor to minimize your encounters. Yet you must comprehend that his prowess is escalating at an astonishing rate. Noticing the incredulity etched on the faces of the other 5, Zashuka addressed Ba and the others. What, do you not believe? Then activate your power detectors and assess his current status. The group, filled with skepticism, sequentially activated their detectors. Chapter 12, Progress in Cultivation. The figures displayed, leaving all speechless. Combat power, 867. How can this be? In just a month, how could he possibly achieve such an advancement? Yuriuo exclaimed, astonished, as the others shared his shock. Zashuka, having anticipated this reaction, smiled faintly. Do not underestimate Yagu. It is said that some individuals struggle to make any progress in their training rooms, yet on the battlefield, they unleash unexpected strength. It appears that, regardless of battlefield performance, Yagu's innate talent for cultivation has already surpassed all of us. As the subway approached, Zashuka urged, Come now, do not dawdle, step aboard. The 6 cultivators entered the carriage, occupying the seats across from one another, each lost in contemplation. Zashuka remarked with a grin. Yagu's performance on Tostala Star suggests that his cultivation has multiplied at least 4 to 5 times. By such calculations, his combat power has exceeded 4,000. Imagine, my friends, he may achieve extraordinary feats that could aid us in evading our pursuers. Yuriuo, cease your opposition to Yagu. He is not our adversary. Once we enter the territory of King Quila and replenish our spiritual energy, I intend to strike out on my own. Several thousand in combat power, should suffice to intimidate many cultivators. Moreover, we are no longer young Muhamika, akin to a frog in appearance, nodded in acknowledgement. Their kind has a lifespan of merely 50 years. Hearing this, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but ultimately bowed his head in acquiescence. The countenance of the group dimmed slightly, except for me Ba and Yuruo, whose lifespans exceeded a century. After decades of conflict, it is likely that our foundations have been thoroughly scrutinized. Given our ages, we could be considered a seasoned team. Emperor Frisia has abandoned us, undoubtedly aware of the internal secrets of the empire. At this proclamation, even me Ba and Yuruo bowed their heads in silence. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Zashuka, noticing this, laughed heartily to ease the tension. Do not take offense. Consider Yagu's growth and strength. Perhaps one day, we may boldly reclaim the battlefield. The universe is vast and boundless, with galaxies merely a glimpse. The unknown stretches endlessly. There is no need for despair. Despite these words, the spirits of the group remained low. Zashuka, feeling helpless, hung his head in deep thought. He could not see through Yagu, only knowing that he refrained from indiscriminate slaughter and remained loyal to his comrades. However, Zashuka understood that Yagu lacked decisiveness. His vacillation and meticulousness, while ensuring his own safety, rendered him incapable of seizing the opportunities that lay within reach. Had Yagu overheard Zashuka's assessment, he would have merely scoffed, for the hostility emanating from Yuruo troubled him deeply. And should conflict arise, even Zashuka would side with Yuruo. With Chioi pursuing him from behind, Yagu felt no urgency to glean experience from Zashuka and the others. In recent days, he had come to realize that while the combat system could aid him in confronting formidable foes, to become a cultivator standing atop the cosmic pinnacle, rigorous training was indispensable. Each elevation in cultivation was a leap of 6 or even 10-fold. It sounded enchanting. Yet a fragile foundation would render him incapable of contending with those of immense battle power. In a gravity training chamber, under 40 times Earth's gravity, Yagu performed handstands, supporting himself on one hand as he executed repeated ascents and descents. Sweat streamed down his solid skin, pooling at his brow, chin, and the tip of his nose, ultimately cascading down. The ground below had become saturated, forming a half-meter deep puddle. The timer chimed, causing Yagu to momentarily pause before swiftly extending his arm. As his arm stretched, his body rose several inches off the ground through inertia. He retracted his right arm while extending his left, palm firmly pressed against the floor. The alarm rang once more, prompting Yagu to continue training with his left hand. The considerable exertion transformed food rapidly into spiritual energy, which, through his muscles and organs, countered the high gravitational consumption. This spiritual energy seeped into his dantian, with a portion converting into thermal energy and exiting the body alongside sweat. Due to the excessive gravity and the arduous nature of Yagu's training, a thin veil of white mist enveloped him, emanating from his body and dissipating half a meter away. His arm muscles were thoroughly exercised, hardened like iron, the veins bulging as though a ferocious dragon coiled and roared around them. Yagu set time constraints on his training, striving for the utmost speed in each set of movements. When the alarm sounded again, he forcefully pushed against the ground, gathering strength to leap as if propelled by a spring, landing directly on his feet without a somersault. Subsequently, he approached the edge of the spaceship, lifting the cover to reveal a red button, which he pressed. A piercing sound erupted as the smooth pipe beside the button split open, revealing 2 heavy barbells marked in tons. Last time, he had lifted 1 ton. This time, he reached for the disc marked with a 2. Recalling the difficulty he faced with the previous ton, he resolved to continue aiming for 1 ton. Energized, Yagu reflected on his remarkable progress. Having been in the universe for merely half a year, and he firmly believed that restoring his original state was merely a matter of time. His unwillingness to yield drove him to train with intensity far surpassing that of his previous realm, though his rate of improvement was not as swift as before. The King's fist was on the verge of perfection. In these days, he distinctly felt that as the King's fist neared completion, each training session brought forth new changes, as if he were breathing a different world. Joey, 16,000 battle power, just wait soon. I shall possess the strength to confront you face to face. Whenever he contemplated this, Yagu was filled with unparalleled excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In the vast expanse of the celestial sea, stars fall daily, either succumbing to their fate or breaking free to soar into the profound cosmos. The universe embraces all things, with waves and rays racing through the darkness. Conventional transmission cannot adapt to such an expansive realm. Hence, superluminal technology emerges, achieving speeds of 2 and 3 times the speed of light, culminating in engines that warp space to facilitate spatial leaps. GIs, aboard his solitary vessel, learns from his subordinates about the status of the Zashuka team and, in a fit of rage, berates Chio-E, his heart heavy with resentment. He contemplates how to intercept Zashuka and his companions before they can flee from the dominion of King Frisia. The universe is vast, and in the blink of an eye, one might miss numerous spacecraft. At this moment, the optimal strategy is to secure the planet where Zashuka and his team reside. However, that planet is barren and incapable of providing a hindrance. The only recourse is to ascertain their precise destination. If I can reach them on the same planet, I would have a 50% chance of eliminating them. 50% chance. GI shakes his head, recognizing that those like Zashuka, who are determined to fight regardless of planetary safety, are far more challenging to deal with, as no one can restrain them. He closes his eyes, truly waiting for the results of his subordinates' investigations. Amidst the raging storm, Master Bukamoz's barrier base stands resolute, impervious even to natural disasters. Should a practitioner survey the entire planet through the tempest, they would be astonished by this incredible sight. Not a single structure has collapsed beneath the storm's onslaught. Here, whether it be the practitioner's abodes or the spirit gardens, all remain steadfast as rock. Beneath the surface, 3 levels down, lies a secret tunnel connecting to the royal city, allowing the inhabitants of Pythionina to traverse safely amidst the storm. The tunnel opens only when absolutely necessary. Thus, on ordinary days, the foot traffic observed on the surface of the royal city represents merely 1/3 of the actual number. Aside from a few restricted areas, other places see sparse movement, with most individuals venturing above ground merely to gaze at the extraordinary sky. A shuttle powered by liquid hydrogen speeds through the tunnel, carrying 3 practitioners from Pythionina, their expressions grave and silence pervasive, creating an atmosphere almost eerie. Soon, the shuttle halts before the entrance of Master Bukamoz's research base. Confronted by armed alien guards, the trio shows no fear. Instead, a chill of purpose washes over them. Leading the group is a young man clad in a yellow robe, his multicolored hair revealing a spirited nature. Though he appears to be a mere commoner, he is, in fact, the nephew of Lord Takaramoni, Tenalia. While not extraordinarily gifted, he navigates his position with remarkable ease. The guards, upon witnessing this, frown but hesitate to act impulsively. An officer steps out from the door, approaching Tenalia. Lord Tenalia, this area is strictly off-limits to high-ranking officials. Surely, you are aware of this. This is a docking area for passenger vessels, and we hope you can understand our predicament. Such incidents have become commonplace. Whenever Pythionina is in turmoil, to prevent nefarious individuals from escaping, all vessels docked at the Bukamoz base are detained. However, the planet lacks autonomous sovereignty, and this policy has incited multiple armed protests from extraterrestrial forces, only to be quelled temporarily, only for the cycle to repeat. In summary, whenever a significant upheaval occurs, the Royal Guard's detention of spacecraft has become the norm. The alien merchants, while protesting the king's decisions, demanded compensation from Master Buchmos. Although it was merely a war of words, it inflicted significant losses on the master, causing the relationship between the base and the political military factions to plummet to a freezing point, were it not for the base's location on the planet Pythionina. Each encounter with the political military could have escalated into conflict. Tenalia smiled faintly, exuding humility and politeness, yet the officers remained vigilant, fully aware of his ruthless methods. Acknowledging his own mediocre abilities, Tenalia felt inadequate and thus resorted to an iron-fisted approach to establish authority. On this occasion, he received orders from his superiors to detain the spacecraft of Zashuka and others, and his unwavering command led him to act with resoluteness. Is that so? Tenalia's lips parted slightly. The officer took a step back and gestured, prompting the soldiers to move in unison, their synchronized actions accompanied by the ominous gleam of gun barrels. However, the 2 individuals behind Tenalia seemed oblivious, each brandishing their magical artifacts against the formidable foes before them. The officer, unwilling to bear the blame of killing high-ranking officials, though not a native of Pythionina, had established a family here and considered himself a citizen of the planet. Master Tenalia, are you determined to force your way through? He seethed, recalling Master Buchmoz's stipulations that any further movements from the opposing side would warrant a command to fire. Confronted with numerous gun barrels, Tanalia felt the pressure, yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to assert dominance. He recalled his uncle's admonition. This matter was grave, and Zashuka's party was formidable. Their reckless impulses could spell disaster. Tanalia understood that his current status was partly due to his uncle and partly a result of his own approach. He handed a spiritual talisman to the officer. At first glance, it appeared ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the officer furrowed his brow at the unfamiliar signature. Though the names on lines 4 and 5 struck him with fear, he lifted his gaze to Tanalia, snapping his fingers, and inquired, "Is this authentic?" The authenticity need not be scrutinized. Leave that to Master Buchmos. Moreover, this is not our first intrusion. Tanalia shrugged and glanced at his companions wielding artifacts. Have you ever encountered such a rudimentary formation? Although the officer dismissed the notion of this not being the first time, he found himself unable to counter the argument. He pocketed the talisman and stated, "I will consult Master Buchmos. You are not permitted to enter." With that, he turned and exited through a side door, not looking back. Tanalia felt anxious yet maintained his composure, his expression unruffled. Chapter 13. Far from Pifnina. Huff, puff, huff. In an environment with 40 times Earth-esque gravity, Yagu closed his eyes to regulate his breath, preparing to resume his cultivation. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy gathering around him. Despite the king's city being populous and Master Buchmos' base housing numerous cultivators, the aura at this moment felt exceedingly strange. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a large contingent was approaching the location where Zashuka had parked his spacecraft. What is happening? Confused, Yagu recognized that trouble was imminent. As the hatch opened, he swiftly flew out, only to be confronted by fully armed guards of the base. They had initially intended to destroy the spacecraft before Yaga noticed, but they had not anticipated his early arrival. All were taken aback, staring at the suddenly appearing Yagu. A guard, under immense pressure, trembled as his fingers quivered, unleashing a golden beam from the muzzle of his weapon. However, as the beam approached the spacecraft, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by billowing white smoke, and the colossal vessel vanished in an instant, the beam piercing the ground and striking the protective wall, leaving a molten cavity half a meter wide. What close call! A grin played on Yagu's lips as he turned to scrutinize the soldiers, his gaze laced with mockery. Who sent you here? Not willing to divulge? The soldiers and the officer remained in shock at the sudden disappearance of Yagu's spacecraft, and by the time they regained their senses, it was already too late. Yagu activated his teleportation, rendering their numerical advantage utterly futile. In the blink of an eye, they were struck by an unseen force, collapsing to the ground, their weapons tumbling from their grasp. Such ghostly speed! The thoughts surged within each individual, leaving them astounded. Even a mere flick from Yagu inflicted excruciating pain upon them. Gazing at the fallen figures writhing in agony, Yagu retrieved a spiritual communication talisman, donned it, and activated it. Can you see my message? Zashuka swiftly responded to Yagu's unique greeting, inquiring if assistance was on the way. Our location is, this matter can be discussed later. We are currently under the scrutiny of a mysterious force intent on destroying my celestial vessel. Your situation may be dire. I shall hurry. Perhaps there is still time. You must return swiftly. After uttering these words, Yagu cast a glance at the astonished onlookers, disregarding their bewilderment, and unleashed a wave of spiritual power that shattered several feet of armored steel plating. In an instant, a tempest of wind and torrential rain surged in, lifting the fallen individuals perilously into the air. Already gravely injured, they found their wounds exacerbated by this strike. More critically, the breach needed sealing, otherwise, a deluge would engulf the area. Yagu remained unfazed, his spiritual energy surging like a roaring flame enveloping his form. Yet, the fierce winds threatened to extinguish the flame-like energy, leaving only a faint breath behind. As he plunged into the storm, Yagu recognized the ever-shifting nature of the situation. A brilliant spiritual light erupted from his palm, crashing into the steel structure, triggering a violent explosion. The force of the shockwave and the reverberating sound dispelled the surrounding rain, creating a rain-free zone. Seizing the moment, Yaga darted into the building like a bolt of lightning, relieved to find the celestial vessel unharmed, albeit surrounded by a chaotic scene of sprawled bodies. His sharp gaze quickly identified the stack of explosive spiritual talismans on the vessel's base, specifically prepared for the spaceship's superalloy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yagu swiftly approached the underside of the ship and hurled the heavy explosive talismans towards the breach. However, just before contact, the talismans detonated, But the magnitude of the explosion was insufficient to destabilize the celestial vessel. Yagu, on the other hand, appeared disheveled, knocked to the ground by the blast shockwave. His face and body marked with soot. Cough, cough, what a stroke of misfortune. Yagu waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to the storm, facing the disheveled Pifnina aliens. Do not flee just yet. I must uncover the mastermind behind this to quell Zashuka's fury. As his words faded, Yagu weaved through the crowd like lightning, leaving chaos in his wake, the air filled with cries of lamentation and despair. As a human, it is natural to detest such dissonant sounds. However, the tempest surged in like a tumultuous torrent, howling through the breaches with a ghostly wail, drowning out the cries of the crowd. Yagu, what is the situation? Inquired Zashuka through the detector. Yagu replied with a smile, No worries, I am fine here. However, if this drags on, they may resort to a scorched earth strategy. You should return swiftly. After all, you are more suited and decisive in dealing with this matter. Huh, what an indecisive fool. Halida see that upon hearing that the Pifuna aliens dared to attack their celestial vessel, her eyes bloodshot, horns gleaming with a dark radiance, as hard as iron. Uriuo scoffed, Hypocrite, have you never taken a life? Yagu, having exercised enough patience towards Uriuo, was taken aback by his lack of restraint. He was not bound to remain with the group. It was Zashuka who had extended the invitation, and he had been treated well, despite the ambiguity of their intentions. For these past days, he had been cared for. This had nothing to do with Uriuo, and upon hearing the taunts, Yagu retorted, Whether or not it is hypocrisy is not for you to judge. Uriuo's anger flared instantly, and he shouted at the detector. At that moment, Zashuka approached him, deactivating his detector, and said to Yagu, I apologize, Yagu. Uriuo is impulsive and often disregards the consequences. Yagu understood that Zashuka was attempting to mediate, and after a brief silence, he remarked, Captain Zashuka, this is not a grave matter, but if it continues like this, it will trouble me. Rest assured, there will not be a next time, Zashuka chuckled. That is reassuring. Please return quickly. If you encounter any officials on the way, apprehend them as well. Perhaps we can capture the mastermind behind this. Zashuka gazed at the surging throng in the three-tiered corridor, smiling wryly. I fear it may not be easy. Upon hearing Zashuka's admission of difficulty, Yagu exhaled softly, choosing not to press further. He was aware that Zashuka and the others were not naive. If even they deemed this matter challenging, he would not insist. Deactivating the detector, Yagu's expression darkened. He was surprised by his own forbearance towards Uriuo. Yet, that fellow persistently sought to provoke him. Was I truly so easy to bully? Upon reflection, he reconsidered Zashuka, Maiba, and even Halida and Ali, who had previously expressed dissatisfaction, all treated him with kindness. There could be no fools among the team. Chapter 14, The Path of Cultivation. It seemed there was a hidden story behind Uriuo, but what concern was it of mine? Another bout of furious shouts erupted, and Yagu vanished from his position, reappearing elsewhere, where he delivered a kick to the Pifuna alien struggling to rise amidst the storm, sending it sprawling to the ground. Gazing at the fallen creature lamenting its fate, Yagu silently shook his head. He needed to enhance his control. Fortunately, he was stronger than Bifalisa, and there was no need to transform and risk losing control over his overwhelming power. If you attempt to flee again, I shall annihilate you all. Moments ago, someone had called me indecisive and hypocritical. What say you? Shall you wager your lives to prove that I am not? Yagu grinned, gesturing for a show of hands. Let's see just how many support me. Silence. A serene smile lingered on Yagu's face, though the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Indeed, I remain accustomed to delivering such dry humor. With nothing to occupy his time, remaining within the structure would only subject him to the ravages of the storm. Thus, he made his way to the corridor, secured the grand door leading to the building, and stood aside, awaiting the arrival of the six from Zashuka. Upon their arrival, anxious and hurried, Yagu gestured to the surroundings, indicating, there are some here and some over there. They have likely all fled. Be wary of those who might seek to eradicate any trace. He approached Zashuka and stood before her. Thank you for your efforts, Zashuka acknowledged with a nod. Yagu smiled as he passed by her, saying, No need for concern. The next steps are yours to determine. Should you need to depart, do inform me. Uriuo, surprisingly, refrained from any further dispute with Yagu, yet his gaze remained sharp, imbued with a sense of inexplicable disdain and animosity. As Yagu stepped into the dimly lit corridor, his eyes were met with a congregation of practitioners from the Pifnina tribe, interspersed with various extraterrestrial cultivators. At that moment, the crowd swelled, and a cacophony erupted from the throng, which then parted to reveal Dr. Buckmose, who stood before Yagu. My friend Yagu, what has transpired? I recently visited the hiding place of your vessel, only to find it missing. How fares the situation here regarding the ship? Noticing that the foremost concern of the newcomer was the vessel rather than the loss of the base, a hint of amusement flickered in Yagu's eyes. He lightly tapped his fingers and replied, How outrageous, Dr. Buckmose. The destruction of my vessel was perpetrated by none other than your disciples. Whether there are deeper motives, I shall refrain from commenting, yet the primary responsibility lies squarely upon your shoulders. Given your cultivation, you must have discerned our foundations. Thus, further discourse would be futile. How you choose to resolve this matter is entirely at your discretion. I have no objections. Yagu spread his hands and glided past Buckmose, melding into the crowd. Buckmose gazed at the disappearing figure of Yagu, a look of hesitation crossing his face. With a long sigh, he scanned the nearby commanders and reluctantly ventured deeper into the shadows. Yagu traversed the grand passageway of the third underground level, moving through the iron wrought corridor, brushing away the dampness from his garments. His attire had become soaked in the recent tempest, yet as a warrior, he paid it little heed. However, at this moment, with no battle to engage in, the wet fabric clinging to his skin was decidedly uncomfortable. He flagged down a passing cultivator and hastily made his way to the inn, intending to dry his clothes and indulge in a hot bath, as the frigid rainwater had taken a toll on his body. Though not an ordinary man, he had little affection for such an invasive chill, having lingered on this planet for a day. If he were to wait for the storm to abate before setting sail, it would likely take an additional 2 days. Immersed in the bathtub, Yagu pondered deeply, clearly aware that someone had utilized the Pithnina's tracking abilities to trace their whereabouts, with the key element being Dr. Buckmose. Should he have installed explosive devices or trackers within the vessel, even a retreat to the Quira territory would not guarantee their safety. Although Quira and Flisso were at odds, they ultimately belonged to the same lineage. Should they perceive Yagu and his companions as a nuisance or a slight to their honor, the consequences would be dire. He merely sought to challenge the cosmos, not to place himself on the precipice of life and death. Reflecting on the myriad crises encountered after meeting the 6 from Zashuka, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If Zashuka and the others were to perish, perhaps the matter could be resolved. However, as soon as this notion arose, he resolutely cast it aside. Though he was a hardened individual, he adhered to his own principles, delineating clearly between what was permissible and what was not. Agu's thoughts swirled chaotically. One moment, he pondered how Zashuka and the others would deal with Bukomos, and the next, he recalled Kylan from Earth. Subsequently, images of Tianjin Fan, Sun Wukong, and others surfaced in his mind, followed shortly by the faces of Cheryl and Ellie. In the haze of his recollections, even the specters of his loved ones from a past life flitted by. Suddenly, the spirit wave detector beside the bathtub emitted a sharp beep. Agu reached for it and donned the device. Immediately hearing Zashuka's voice, Agu, we have set off. Now, so hastily? Where are we heading? Agu inquired. Is precisely to the place I informed you of earlier, Zashuka replied. Raising an eyebrow, Agu asked, Are you certain the vessel is intact? Has Mi-Ba conducted a thorough inspection? Rest assured, Mi-Ba's capabilities are more than sufficient. Zashuka expressed unwavering confidence in Mi-Ba. Agu rose from the bathtub. Very well, I shall depart immediately. As for how Zashuka and the others would maneuver the vessel into the storm-ravaged outdoors, it was beyond his concern. After rinsing off the foam and drying himself, Agu donned freshly dried clothing and requested the inn to prepare a rain cloak. It was wise to be cautious, for venturing out would undoubtedly lead to getting drenched again. 5 minutes later, Agu arrived before Zashuka and the 6 others as scheduled. Behind them lay the lifeless forms of several unfortunate souls. A quick glance revealed Bukomos was absent. Without inquiring why the mastermind had not been dealt with, Agu demanded, Let's depart at once. Where is the vessel? Zashuka gestured behind him, then assessed Agu's appearance in the cloak. I almost forgot, but time is of the essence. There is no moment to spare. The hangar's ceiling has been opened. We await your arrival. The storm approaches. No sooner had he spoken than the door beside the 7 creaked open, and a gust of wind sliced through the gap, forcing them to squint against the onslaught. Let us go. Zashuka's voice echoed through the detector, and the 6 of them dashed out. Agu braced himself against the tempest as they sped forth, his heart laden with concern. Yet, entangled with Frisia, what peril could be more daunting than confronting that cosmic sovereign? The roaring waterfall, plunging over 200 meters, presented both a peril and a breathtaking spectacle to others. Yet for Tianjin Fan, it was an ideal training ground. Half a year ago, Parting ways with Agu upon learning of his journey into the cosmos for cultivation, he felt a mix of emotions before resolutely embarking on a path of arduous training. The techniques of the King's Fist imparted by Agu had been grasped in their essence by Tianjin Fan, who now sensed daily progress in his training. However, 2 months prior, this delightful period abruptly ceased as he encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. While further training could enhance his strength, it no longer surged as swiftly as before. Attention! Jiaozi was also training, yet his progress paled in comparison to Tianjin Fan's. 3 years ago, he could equally match Krillin in aerial maneuvers, but now he found himself left far behind. Though he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he understood he lacked the decisive vigor that characterized Tianjin Fan. Without the need to open his eyes or turn, Tianjin Fan communicated with Jiaozi through a mental link. "What is it?" Jiaozi replied, "Lan Qi has arrived again." However, she transformed into blue-haired Lan Qi upon reaching here, bringing news that Run is heading to the pinnacle of the world for training. "Is that so?" Upon mentioning Lan Qi, Tianjin Fan displayed a hint of shyness, but upon hearing the subsequent words, his expression suddenly turned grave, and he began to feel a sense of urgency. The pinnacle of the world? To pursue the training progress of Yagu in an extreme environment? I shall not concede defeat. With this thought in mind, despite reaching his limits, Tianjin Fan did not depart from beneath the waterfall. Instead, he remained seated, enduring the torrent's onslaught. Jiaozi, witnessing Tianjin Fan's unwavering stance, was taken aback. Having arrived at this location, he understood that Tianjin Fan's training was nearing its conclusion. Yet, with Tianjin Fan still beneath the waterfall, such injury posed an imminent danger. Tianyu, Jiaozi, I must surpass Yagu and Sun Wukong. If I cannot overcome this, how can I speak of surpassing them? Gazing at Tianjin Fan beneath the waterfall, Jiaozi fell silent. He understood well that further persuasion would be futile. Clenching his fists, he too began his training. The snow-capped peaks of the mountains loomed steeply, with the biting cold wind cutting like a blade. Yet Sheng stood resolutely on the ice-enshrouded cliffs, clad in his fur garments. "Master Yagu, I will not give up. I shall not forget my dream of surpassing you." At this moment, within the vast and boundless starry expanse, 3 immense, disc-shaped artifacts soared forth from the stellar system known as the PC star region, charting a course towards the destination of Shishuka in Yagu. This interstellar journey would be lengthy, requiring 6 months to traverse. The 6 members aboard the disc entered the stasis chambers, seeking to stave off the passage of time through slumber. Were it not for this, the elixirs and spiritual waters stored aboard would be insufficient to sustain them for the half-year journey, while the disc possessed remarkable capabilities to alleviate the burdens of sustenance. The precious spiritual resources must not be squandered lightly. Chapter 15, The Blue-Skin Hacker. In this sea of stars, Yagu was unrestrained, diligently honing his skills each day. Whenever he reached his limits in training, he would activate the restoration sphere to temper his physical form and cultivate his vital energy. In moments of leisure, he would regulate his breathing, quietly recuperating his strength. The restoration sphere was indeed miraculous. Its effects could only be sustained for half an hour. While the divine beans were rare strategic treasures, best used sparingly for future reliance, as their quantity would inevitably dwindle. The starry sky held countless wonders. Yet more prevalent was the endless darkness. Prolonged gazing could lead to visual fatigue and sluggish reactions. For Yagu, training was the most effective means to resolve all challenges. After extensive periods of intense practice, he found that he could fall into a peaceful slumber with just a moment of closed eyes, free from the worry of insomnia. Upon awakening, he would bathe and dine, ready to embark on another round of training. Under the weight of prolonged training, the floor within the disc had begun to show signs of wear. Even without vigorous stomping or striking, the surface was riddled with cracks, and debris scattered by the fierce winds had been swept into a pile by him. Yagu continued to toil under 40 times the gravity of Earth, using one hand for support to leap, now able to soar to heights of 3 to 4 zhang, yet still far from the limits he could achieve under normal conditions. Furthermore, he had many techniques yet to explore, such as telekinetic control, binding spells, and the Qigong Cannon's Aurora Wave, all worthy of deep investigation. Just as the Solar Fist could yield extraordinary results, the appropriate techniques deployed at critical moments might bring about unexpected effects, even reversing the tides of fate. Despite the relentless passage of time, Yagu still vividly recalls the numerous fierce battles depicted in Dragon Ball, Krillin's solar flare that allowed him to evade Dodoria's pursuit, Cell's opportunistic exploitation of the solar flare, and Goku's fateful misjudgment during his confrontation with Vegeta, mistaking the transformed Saiyan's lack of ranged attack power. Each time a trump card is revealed, it necessitates the creation of a new finale, much like the 5 Brave Saints, where the same technique proves ineffective against the saints themselves. Coupled with an indomitable spirit, this further validates the principle. The KTB 8-star region, discovered 30 years ago, boasts over 30,000 planets inhabited by advanced civilizations, with star clusters gleaming like gold, appearing as golden specks when gazed upon from thousands of light years away. This area is rich in planetary civilizations, 1/5 of which have entered the interstellar era, and the average combat strength on these planets exceeds 2,000. Frisia and Kvila have long coveted this territory, yet have never dared to encroach upon it. The region is teeming with interstellar spacecraft, and any intruders must remain vigilant against being shot down in space. Even Frisia and Kvila must submit prior declarations to enter the KTB 8-star region, awaiting a response within 3 days. Those who forcefully intrude without prior notice are subject to destruction under the region's laws. Zashuka and his crew are charting a course directly toward the edge of the KTB 8-star region, intending to intimidate any pursuers and ensure safe passage into Kvila's territory. Their plan is meticulous and highly practical. However, Zashuka has overlooked the fact that intelligence from 3 years prior is now outdated. The conflicts between Frisia and Kvila have heightened the vigilance of the inhabitants of the KTB 8-star region, expanding their defensive perimeter by a light year. One day, 3 months later, while Yagu was dining, the spacecraft suddenly issued a warning, indicating they were being targeted. What's happening? Chewing on beef, Yagu stood up, anxiously gazing at the flashing red lights of the ship's alert system. Spitting the beef back on his plate, he equipped his scanner and called out urgently, "Hey Zashuka, what is going on? Why are we being targeted? Are you still there?" Navigating through the corridor, Yagu hurried to the spiral staircase, ascending swiftly to the control panel. He surveyed the surrounding portholes but saw no sign of enemy vessels. With a swift motion, he pressed a button on the control panel, and the screen flickered with light and data streams before stabilizing to reveal a massive crystalline structure. Whether it was a battleship remained unclear to Yagu, but its sheer size resembled a floating fortress, awe-inspiring and majestic. Its dark surface melded with the starry sky, and had it not been for the colossal cannon at its center, crackling with lightning and aimed directly at his ship, Yagu might have remained oblivious. Just as Yagu stood in astonishment, an unencrypted message echoed through the public channel. "Unauthorized intruder, immediately cease navigation, or you will be treated as a hostile entity." Yagu was taken aback. The enormity of that cannon was chilling. Reluctant to test the law, he activated the retro-thrust engines to reduce speed. At that moment, the scanner relayed Zashuka's astonished voice. "Yagu, do you know how they found us? You're asking me? I was just about to ask you the same. Wazti had said that this place was quite safe. If they hadn't shown us some courtesy, we might have already turned to interstellar dust." Yagu's complaints failed to dampen Zashuka's composure. "Can you see them now? All I can see is a massive, pitch-black rhomboid spacecraft, its cannons still sparking with electricity. Hey, your ship needs to stop. Once more, both you and the spaceship shall vanish." Zashuka seemed to have witnessed the colossal structure, and after a brief silence, a voice of astonishment reached Jaeger's ears. "That is the guardian warship of the KTB 8-star region. How could they appear here? No need for further inquiries." Jaeger understood that it must be a failure of Zashuka's plan. Such unexpected events were not unfamiliar to him, and he felt no surprise. After the 2 ships came to a halt, 6 spacecraft, 10 times larger than theirs, approached, lingering 3,000 kilometers away, followed by a transmission. The screens on Jaeger and Zashuka's vessel flickered, revealing a middle-aged man with blue skin, resembling a human from Earth. The man's face bore the marks of time, and his profound gaze was imbued with complex emotions. Upon seeing Zashuka and Jaeger, he inquired at once, "Are you servants of Frisia?" In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Zashuka was acutely aware that he could only submit to fate, and KTB-8 represented a formidable power, far beyond the reach of their struggling cultivation team. Emperor Quila had once led an expedition, enduring years of hardship, to conquer the 7-fold stars bordering the KTB 8-star region. Yet, KTB-8 remained as unassailable as ever. Both Emperor Frisia and Quila had paid a price in their quest for domination. Thus, for Zashuka, encountering the warship fortress of KTB-8 in the cosmos was far more daunting than facing a Chewie. The only distinction lay in the fact that Chewie would not allow for discussion, whereas the people of KTB-8 could be engaged in dialogue. "Your Excellency, we once served Frisia, but we're no longer under his command. The truth is, we are being pursued by a mere cultivator under Frisia, a Chewy, Zashuka declared urgently. I trust your ship can detect the nearby vessels in transit, most of which are heading this way. Upon finishing, Zashuka fell silent, akin to a prisoner awaiting judgment. The blue-skinned man stood on the command platform of the warship, where over 50 operators were arranged within the cockpit. The vast window before them was of little consequence. While the large inclined display screen was divided in two, one section showing Yagu and Zashuka. The middle-aged man subtly gestured, and someone below immediately retrieved the records, without exception. The blue-skinned man. Respected one, we have received information from Frisia's territory. These individuals are indeed being pursued under Frisia's orders. According to higher-ups, Zashuka and the others have concealed the truth, and the details remain unclear, reported the individual. The man known as Hacker scrutinized the images of Zashuka and Yagu on the screen. Despite their differing attire, he sought further clarification. However, due to the frequent incursions of ships at the border, he could not afford to spend excessive time on this matter, thus stating, "You may harbor a hidden threat. So I require you to proceed to the Star Route convergence point. Should you encounter anything unusual along the way, be sure to inform my ship. If any suspicion arises, we reserve the right to obliterate." His tone left no room for dissent. Yagu pondered that if he could employ instant teleportation, there would be no need for such formalities. A direct confrontation would be far more straightforward. Yet, forced by circumstances, this method was deemed relatively safe, and after Zashuka requested a direct means of communication, he acquiesced to the arrangement. Hacker dispatched a warship to escort them, effectively monitoring until both vessels safely landed at the Star Route convergence point. Yagu, perplexed by Zashuka's demeanor towards the blue-skinned man, inquired telepathically, "Zashuka, who is he? Why do you exhibit such trepidation towards him?" The natural fear they harbored was understandable, for they were formidable beings who had survived for decades under the reign of Emperor Frisia and Emperor Kvila. Presently, it appeared that they had intervened in the struggle for planetary dominance, becoming fierce rivals to Frisia. "They are so powerful?" Zashuka inquired, bewildered. "Then why had you brought them here?" Yagu questioned. "Would it not be safer to avoid them? Moreover, if you were also to be taken to that convergence point, will we not find ourselves with no escape?" The likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim, Miba clarified. After all, Chio-E is a subordinate of Frisia. Unlike our situation, Yagu furrowed his brow, reminding, "Let us not forget that we have discovered something capable of masking energy. If they possess something akin to this, Frisia would be unable to effectively track their vessels. Would Frisia permit this to occur? Perhaps, even now, a great army is hastening towards this so-called convergence point." Upon hearing this, the 6 members of Zashuka fell into a solemn silence. Though no words were exchanged, their expressions betrayed a dawning realization and trepidation. Perhaps this was not beyond the realm of possibility. If KTB-8 were to acquire such material, it could disrupt the current stalemate. "Captain, why not offer that item? It may win their favor," Mu Hamika suggested. After long struggles for their race, facing this situation was a tremendous blow, a lifetime dedicated to their people. Only to meet such an end rendered despair inevitable. After decades of sacrifice, now finding themselves in this predicament, Hamika took time to calm himself and resolved to live for his own sake henceforth. Miba immediately opposed. No, this action would utterly offend Emperor Frisia and Emperor Kvila. Even if KTB-8 were to obtain this item, they would not take a hard stance against Frisia or Kvila due to us. The current circumstances are indeed the most favorable, with our sole targets being Chio-E and possibly Lord Jis. The matter concerning Lord Jis arose due to Yagu, and Miba was acutely aware that his words carried implications, yet it was imperative to inform his comrades of the worst-case scenario. Upon hearing this, Yagu, though cognizant of the reality, felt discomfort, yet there was no recourse at this juncture. This unknown universe was not a realm for the reckless. Otherwise, with Frisia, Kvila, and their father's immense power, which planet could withstand their onslaught? If it were a matter of mutual destruction, who could rival Frisia's might in this age? Apart from the Super Saiyan era, even King Kai North cautioned Goku against encountering Frisia, highlighting the latter's might. It was evident that a worthy opponent was hard to find in the current cosmos. The lizard man, Ali, extended his blood-red tongue, quivering as he spoke. "Captain, given the current circumstances, how long shall we remain here? If too long, Chio-E and the others may retaliate." The convergence point instilled unease in Yagu, reminding him of a familiar name, Agoufang City. Following Zashuka and the others, Yagu soared toward the Starway Inn, observing the extraterrestrials flying alongside them, attuning his senses to their presence. These individuals bore no detectors. Most were clad in warrior attire, while a few, like Zashuka and his companions, donned combat suits. The latter were particularly advantageous in battle, hence their popularity. As long as they bore no distinctive markings, no one would bother them. Their strength was not significantly superior to that of Mi Ba and his group. However, the assembly of such combat prowess in an orderly fashion underscored the extraordinary nature of the convergence point. Yagu had limited knowledge of the numerous warriors from the Tostala star, but inferred from intelligence that they were all products of a particular family's nurturing. Each warrior's space for activity is limited, akin to being confined within a cage, their demeanor starkly contrasting with those who converge at the nexus of the stellar paths. Yet, there remain formidable individuals. When Agu and Zashuka descended before the inn's entrance, this thought surged in his mind. In an instant, he sensed an overwhelming aura, rivaling that of Chio-E, yet devoid of its malevolence. Unbeknownst to Zashuka, who had not activated her detector, this immense presence went unnoticed. Agu mused that even if she were aware, she would likely remain indifferent, for every individual here harbors unwavering confidence in the defenses of the stellar nexus. At the interstellar gate, two enchanting attendants, their lithe forms accentuated by their cerulean skin, greeted the arrival of Zashuka and her companions with a slight bend of the knee. Whispering in dulcet tones, "Esteemed friends, we welcome your presence." Unlike Earth, there were no doormen to open the interstellar gates, nor did mortals attend to the ships and other spiritual vessels. Among the stars, such transport was merely regarded as a mark of lowly cultivation. Initially, Agu found this absurd, yet he had grown accustomed to it, as this planet's inhabitants held such beliefs. "Esteemed immortal, what are your needs?" Upon entering the expansive hall, a blue-skinned foreman approached, adorned in a suit reminiscent of earthly business attire, albeit with subtle distinctions. Zashuka replied, "Prepare a private chamber with a parlor and a spiritual spring. This is for you." The card she handed over appeared exceptionally weighty to Agu, resembling the controller for summoning a single-person celestial shuttle. The foreman did not immediately comply with Zashuka's request, but instead gently touched the card, as if reading the information contained within, then bowed respectfully to the group. Chapter 17, Fragrance of Clarity. "Please, allow me to escort you," the foreman declared, guiding Zashuka and her companions toward the teleportation array, while a whisper emerged from the communicator on his wrist. Upon reaching the teleportation array, 7 professionally attired women emerged from around the corner. The foreman smiled at this sight and explained to Zashuka, though Mr. Agu is exceedingly wealthy, he seldom patronizes establishments of such grandeur. For some, wealth is merely a number. Yet Agu finds joy in food and gold. Gazing upon the resplendent gold, an indescribable excitement stirs within him. To be a guest in an establishment of this scale, particularly for lodging, is indeed a first. Beside Agu stood a tall woman of gentle demeanor, her figure elegant and alluring, evoking memories of Kalen from Earth. How are they faring now? Amidst his musings, he swiftly cast aside such thoughts. At this moment, he perhaps bore the greatest peril, though no immediate crisis was evident. Being under Frisia's scrutiny alone posed a significant challenge for Agu. The only means to embark upon his cosmic cultivation journey was to elude Frisia's gaze. His experiences on Tostar Star had left him deeply dissatisfied, although he battled numerous formidable beings there and garnered valuable insights into cultivation. Such conflicts were hardly worth reminiscing. This world is ruthless, with its rulers indifferent to the lives of others, and martial families placing familial loyalty above all else, leaving Agu with a bitter sentiment towards them. Moreover, acquiring system experience need not be through the means of murder. The journey through the starry seas, intended for the exchange of martial skills, had devolved into battles of life and death, eroding even the most beautiful of mindsets. As the teleportation array activated, several extraterrestrial cultivators emerged. Once they exited, Zashuka and his companions stepped inside. Yagu observed that even a formidable being like Zashuka, who swept across planets, stood aside while waiting for the elevator, allowing those within the teleportation array to pass. To obstruct others' paths seemed to be an act of demonstration, Yagu mused. The teleportation array was spacious, boasting an area of 10 square meters, thus alleviating the issue of crowding. Those residing in such a celestial abode typically need not worry about floor levels, as each level was equipped with 8 teleportation arrays, sufficiently catering to the majority's needs. In total, there were 12 teleportation arrays spanning 3 or more levels. with 4 on each floor, while the remaining 8 were divided into 2 groups, serving either single or double levels, significantly saving time. For cultivators, the most efficient means of travel was to traverse through the void, yet most travelers were of lower combat prowess, and some cultivators were incapable of flight. The teleportation array led directly to the 13th floor, where a blue-skinned woman emerged first, raising her hand in a gesture. Zashuka nodded to the others and followed her lead. The rest did likewise, and finally, Yagu gave a slight nod to the blue-skinned woman beside him, allowing her to guide him away from the teleportation array's exit. The corridor was adorned with plush carpets, softened light, and wooden walls and decorations. Along the way, the blue-skinned woman introduced herself. Yagu was unaware of her true name and referred to her as Luo Chun. Noticing Yagu's pause as he admired a giant aquarium, Luo Chun gracefully turned, approached him with poise, and softly remarked, "These are rare indigenous beings of the traveling star, few in number, with minds akin to that of a 5-year-old child. They possess a physical appearance similar to ours, with a skin tone akin to yours. Their lifespan is remarkably long, reaching over 200 years. Upon reaching maturity, the females can transform their fins into legs, enabling them to walk on land. Quite extraordinary, isn't it, merfolk?" Yagu inquired. Luo Chun, momentarily taken aback, nodded and replied, "I did not expect your knowledge to extend this far. I feel somewhat out of place." "Not at all. It is quite splendid. My knowledge is confined to what is recorded in books and belongs to the realm of legend." "Huh. Please lead the way." "Of course." The two continued to stroll through the tranquil corridor, with warm yellow light cascading down, enveloping them in comfort. Yagu inhaled a delicate fragrance, momentarily a loss for words to describe it. Luo Chun, ahead, turned to him with a charming smile and said, "Indeed, this is the most renowned calming fragrance of our KTB 8-star region. When burned before sleep, it allows one to swiftly enter a state of deep meditation, granting the brain ample rest." "Calming fragrance?" Luo Chun gestured for Yagu to enter, saying, "Sir, this is the chamber prepared for you. Please step inside." She then explained, "The calming fragrance is refined from the juices of various spiritual plants, making it exceedingly precious. 1 gram costs 30 million universal coins. The exchange rate of universal coins to Earth currency, calculated in gold, is 10 to 1, meaning 30 million universal coins equate to 300 million coins. And it is unique to the KTB 8-star region, with no price to be found. It is said that those who frequently inhale the calming fragrance will experience a substantial enhancement in their mental prowess. What is most remarkable is its long-lasting nature. 1 gram of calming fragrance can last for a month. The last one was lit by a celestial friend who visited the traveling star. Now I understand." As Yagu entered the private chamber, he nodded in acknowledgement, pondering the lavishness of the Imperial Hotel, which seemed rather excessive for providing such exquisite offerings. It turned out that these luxuries were requested by the guests themselves. Listening intently to Luo Chun as she elucidated the purposes of various items within the chamber, Yagu committed each detail to memory. Standing at the entrance, she remarked, "Mr. Yagu, should you require anything, simply press the red button by the door to communicate with me. I remain at your service." "Very well," Yagu replied, nodding as Luo Chun gracefully turned and departed, closing the door behind her. With a sudden burst of energy, Yagu leaped towards the expansive, light blue bed. Bouncing gently upon its surface, he stretched his limbs, exhaling deeply while inhaling the refreshing fragrance of the Qingshin incense. An exquisite delight. As clarity of thought enveloped him, Yagu felt an irresistible urge to acquire this treasure, ideally the formula for the Qingshin incense itself. Recalling the elixir, Yagu's heart brimmed with resentment towards the obsidian stone he had obtained from the Tostar star. Fully aware that its core was agate, yet perplexed by the process of its refinement. This remarkable substance, capable of completely concealing one's presence, later revealed its ability to obscure objects from a distance, deepening Yagu's sense of dissatisfaction. "Qingling fragrance," he whispered, as the fatigue from months of cultivation gradually dissipated under the influence of the incense, leading him swiftly into the realm of dreams. The cost of lodging at the Imperial Hotel was exorbitant, amounting to 100,000 universal crystal stones per day. Few practitioners of great renown traversed the starry seas, making such a price a considerable burden for these individuals, who were not accustomed to engaging in large-scale transactions. Time flowed swiftly, and Yagu awoke to the dawn of the following day. Rubbing his eyes, he opened his heavy eyelids, rose from the bed, donned his shoes, and sauntered towards the window. The sky above seemed imbued with a unique spiritual aura. The celestial dome was a deep azure, while the drifting clouds appeared like wisps of pale blue smoke, merging seamlessly with the horizon as if intangible. The cityscape before the window was dominated by cylindrical buildings, their edges adorned with graceful curves. A silvery sheen flickered in the corners, casting a dim yet dignified glow over the city. His gaze fell upon a screen on one wall, and he reached out to touch the emblem of the bathing deity, instantly conjuring the soothing sound of flowing water. The advanced intelligence system of the KTB-8 star domain was truly remarkable. However, even to this day, he had yet to encounter any corporeal mechanical spirits, such as the mobile robots found in the Bulma household. Such entities did not exist here. Reflecting on the multitude of practitioners in the universe devoted to studying human forms and the profound inquiries conducted by Earth sages, Yagu understood that this was indeed a forbidden place. After completing his bathing ritual, Yagu recalled the need to contact Shishuka and others. So he picked up his spiritual communicator to establish a connection. Upon receiving Yagu's message, laughter erupted from Shishuka and the others, accompanied by the lively sounds of music, reminiscent of a nightclub on Earth. You finally awakened. You truly can sleep. Haha. We're indulging in some wine. Would you care to join us? Zizuka intuited. If it were anyone else, he would merely disclose the location. However, he knew Yagu abstained from alcohol and was not fond of the current atmosphere. As expected, Yagu replied, "Never mind. I shall seek a more suitable place." "Very well. By the way, could you kindly inquire about our situation? Is it possible to traverse the territory of Quira directly? And do not forget to ask about the Frisia ships that have been tailing us." Yagu sighed lightly. Despite the myriad troubles surrounding him, he could not shirk this responsibility, for it was indeed a rare opportunity. The KTB-8 star region boasts technology that is considered unparalleled in the galaxy. Although only a mere 20% of its planets have entered the astral realm, this staggering ratio is still astonishing compared to others. Where shall I inquire? After clearing his thoughts, Yagu posed a practical question. Zishuka replied, "At the docking station of the ships, inquiries can be made there. Their command system is streamlined and efficient, making it effortless to connect lower ranks with higher authorities. There is no need for protracted requests, and the high-level handling of issues is so effective that matters that once required days to resolve can now be answered in just a day or even half a day." Understood. You may continue to enjoy yourselves. I will notify you if anything arises, and do not forget the detector. Haha, I am not you, even in slumber. I shall keep the detector close, rest assured. After ending the communication, Yagu lightly pressed the breakfast button on the wall. The screen unveiled a new page, and to Yagu's astonishment, it was a three-dimensional display. He selected 3 items and pressed confirm. Subsequently, he settled onto the sofa and activated the immense television that resembled a cinema, also employing 3-dimensional technology. It bore resemblance to Bulma's creations. Yet when he approached the back of the television, he found it as delicate as a gossamer thread, surpassing Bulma's research in finesse. Should he take it with him? Perhaps he could have Dr. Briefs or Bulma study it upon returning to Earth. After a moment's contemplation, this idea seemed quite feasible. As he nodded in agreement, the doorbell rang, followed by the familiar voice of the attendant from the previous day. "Mr. Yagu, I am Los Hen, here to deliver your breakfast." Yagu reached for the button in the recess of the low table beside the sofa, and with a beep, the door automatically opened. The blue-skinned Los Hen entered, pushing a breakfast cart. "Where shall I place the breakfast?" Yagu inquired, gesturing toward the table before him. "Just set it here." Los Hen meticulously arranged the breakfast, then bowed slightly, stating, "If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." "Very well," Yagu replied, then furrowed his brow and asked, "By the way, where can I purchase the Qingling fragrance you mentioned?" "Are you interested in the Qingling fragrance, sir?" "Haha, I apologize, I have only heard of it. If you truly wish to purchase it, you may need to inquire in the core area of the KTB-8 star region, as the nearby stars are quite remote." Los Hen responded with an apologetic expression. Yagu waved his hand dismissively, saying, no matter, having swiftly finished his breakfast. Yagu set off toward the location where the ship had landed the previous day. He soared above the city, weaving between towering skyscrapers, and soon beheld the interstellar port standing at the city's edge. Several ships descended from the sky, while one vessel ascended from the ground, vanishing from sight in an instant. Numerous beings arrived from various parts of the city, accompanied by many cars and flying vehicles, primarily occupied by those of lesser combat prowess. The inhabitants of the neighboring stars did not conceal their strength. Even though many lacked spirit detection devices, they seized every opportunity to showcase their capabilities. A personality that is flamboyant, yet strictly adheres to the rules, leaving no room for criticism unless one seeks to provoke controversy. with both feet stepping onto the staircase. Yagu gazed at the bustling crowd in the hall, his eyes swiftly locking onto his target as he strode towards the service counter in the inner hall. Numerous beings were present to attend to their affairs. Yet due to the efficiency of the Transit Star's operations, they could ascertain the information they required within mere minutes. As Yagu approached, a blue-skinned security being intercepted him, gesturing towards the dozens of printing devices at the entrance, stating, "Should you require assistance, please first take a number. You may wait in the hall. Rest assured, it will not take long, as this is merely part of the procedure." Yagu responded, moving towards the equipment by the entrance. He noticed the icon for consultation services, tapped it lightly, and subsequently retrieved the ticket that was dispensed below, before making his way to the large sofa in the hall to sit down. Besides consultation services, inquiries regarding commercial taxes and transactions could also be directed towards personnel. The Transit Star serves as a sentinel of the KTB 8-star region and as a gateway to this expanse, attracting numerous small traders seeking specific information. If conditions are favorable, they would transport goods in, otherwise, they would depart. Just as the security being had indicated, Yagu had barely settled into his seat for 20 seconds, not yet having surveyed his surroundings or the extraterrestrial beings when his turn arrived. Approaching the designated being at the service counter, the blue-skinned woman greeted him with a courteous smile and inquired, "May I ask, sir, what matter you wish to consult?" "I wish to know when we may depart from the Transit Star." Recently, 2 ships were detained. One is a spherical vessel, while the other is a disc-shaped craft. Please hold for a moment. The blue-skinned attendant delicately tapped on the keyboard, and after a brief pause, she looked up at Yagu and said, "My apologies, sir. The review is still ongoing. However, do not worry. It is currently in progress. If you feel uneasy, you may visit the monitoring office in the hall to assist with the process, as your security level exceeds the red line. This action may expedite the review." Where is that monitoring office? The blue-skinned woman pointed to a corridor 100 steps behind Yagu, saying, "Proceed straight down this corridor without turning. At the end, you will find a staircase leading to the 2nd floor where the monitoring office is located." Upon hearing this, the blue-skinned woman's expression suddenly hardened. Then she silently nodded, the keystrokes resuming, and then she spoke. "It has been detected that a single-person spacecraft has descended 5 light years away. You two have come from the Frisia territory. To be precise, we were hunted down to this place," Yagu explained briefly. The woman's demeanor seemed to warm instantly, and upon hearing his words, she reassured Yagu, "Rest easy. Sir, this is the Transit Star, and even those from Frisia find it difficult to achieve anything here. Thus, I find some solace." Yagu's trust in the Transit Star did not quite match that of the woman. He had made up his mind. The capabilities of the obsidian stone were indeed valuable on an unknown planet, yet would it still bear efficacy against Frisia and others, who were regarded as thorns in the side of KTB-8? It seemed that the planetary positioning within the computer had been completed, and the combat power assessment was part of it. The greatest threat in the KTB 8-star region was not the highly combat-capable individuals, but rather the vast numbers of interstellar warships. If Frisia were to ruthlessly sacrifice his subordinates, there might be a chance of success, albeit at a tremendous cost. As the inhabitants of Frisia's territory had yet to arrive, Yagu set aside his worries, believing that all he required was a modicum of time. Indeed, just a fleeting moment would suffice. He held considerable confidence in his capacity for rapid enhancement, particularly in combat against Frisia. He could not fathom that any method existed within this universe that could expedite the evolution of a Saiyan's strength more than their own. The Saiyan race, renowned as the most formidable warriors across the cosmos, gained experience through battle, with their powers amplifying more swiftly upon recovery. This characteristic was the cornerstone of their combative nature. In contrast, other races required serendipity for their strength to blossom. Only when the time was ripe could they hope to grow, whereas for Science, every battle presented an opportunity. Following the guidance of a cerulean-skinned woman, he ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, he encountered a man whose vigilant gaze was fixed upon him. "Do not be alarmed." Yagu extended his palm to his chest, addressing the individual who appeared poised to draw a weapon. "I merely seek clarification, or rather, I have been directed here by the service desk to expedite our review process." The man's demeanor softened, yet he maintained a firm grip on his sidearm. Apologetically, he informed Yagu, "I regret to inform you that an unforeseen complication has arisen, and it may take some time before you may enter." "What is the cause? Does your inspection bureau also involve the apprehension of suspects?" The man's expression grew somber as he gestured toward an adjacent hall, which was adorned with large sofas. mirroring the previous service area. If you wish to enter today, you may wait patiently over there. Yagu stepped into the hall and settled onto one of the expansive sofas. The seating was ample, allowing for comfort without crowding, nearly spacious enough for one to recline fully, with armrests broad and soft, suitable for placing refreshments. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a resounding roar, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Simultaneously, the energy he sensed diminished alarmingly. Could it be that they had been struck by a high-energy laser from space? Yagu mused, recognizing that the recent explosion was evidently directed at the energy field. Yet he sensed no attackers. The only conclusion he could draw was that the assailants were lifeless entities, machines, coupled with the high-energy laser satellites and numerous warships traversing the cosmos. Yagu could surmise the unfolding events. Truly, it was an audacious fool who dared to provoke conflict here, creating unnecessary chaos and leaving them to wait in vain, an epitome of ignorance and cruelty. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation upon the carpet, Yagu muttered to himself incessantly. Chapter 19. The Inspection Bureau indeed. Shortly thereafter, the uniformed man approached the entrance of the hall and called to those waiting, "You may now enter." Consequently, the group, inclusive of Yagu, rose and proceeded towards him, stepping through the doors of the Inspection Bureau. The others seemed well acquainted with the surroundings, whereas Yagu continued to observe, lagging behind as they advanced briskly. The corridors were lined with inscriptions detailing the responsibilities and regulations of the Bureau. And merely a few meters away was a map. To the left, a city map marked with a red dot indicating the airport. To the right, a specific airport layout, with the Inspection Bureau also marked in red. After traversing several more meters, they reached the office hall, where Yagu's companions dispersed to engage with the staff. Spotting a man in a blue shirt passing by, Yagu hurriedly approached him, saying, "Greetings, I wish to inquire about the status of our detained vessel's review process." "Detained? When did this occur?" The man responded succinctly, diving straight into the matter. Yagu replied, "Yesterday regarding a round ship and a disc ship. We are known as Yagu and Zashuka." The man in the shirt arrived at his desk, rapidly tapping on the keyboard, and nodded, saying, "Indeed. You hail from Frisia's territory, claiming to be pursued, correct?" He turned to gaze at Yagu, who affirmed with a nod. The man lightly clicked a few keys, retrieving the relevant information, and expressed his apologies. "I regret to inform you that your previous association with Frisia's warriors necessitates a cautious review. There have been precedents. Hence the usual 3-day review period does not apply to you." "How long will it take?" Yagu inquired directly, as the man indicated his concern that they might be spies infiltrating KTB-8. "Upon entering the KTB-8 star domain, you may either depart directly or remain. If you choose to leave immediately, you would need to equip a specific device, allowing you to depart today," the man stated nonchalantly. "What is this specific device?" Yagu asked, recalling Mi-Ba's explanation that it was essentially a tracking, self-destruct mechanism. Once outside the designated area, it would become inactive. However, the risks of interstellar travel were perilous. Should an accident occur, the consequences would be dire. Aside from the desperate individuals seeking escape, few would opt for such a method, which also explained the man's distracted demeanor. He presumed Yagu would not choose this route, having claimed to be pursued. Encountering misfortune before leaving the designated area would only compound his suffering. At that moment, Yagu remembered the fragrance of the pure spirit incense and inquired, "Might there be a place within the KTB-8 star domain to acquire it?" The man in the robe looked at Yagu with slight astonishment and replied, "This is not a straightforward matter. You are all travelers of peril. Even if you were to enter, you could only linger at the fringes of the star domain. Oh, might there be a place at the star domain's edge to purchase pure spirit incense?" Yagu pressed on, upon hearing the name of the incense. The man's face reflected a dawning realization. "Ah, so you are familiar with this item. Do you wish to procure it within the star domain? I have heard of its fragrance and discovered its significant benefits to the spirit. Thus I wish to acquire some to take back," Yagu responded. The man gazed at Yagu enviously. "I see. Alas, there is no pure spirit incense at the star domain's edge, and I am unable to assist you in this matter. You must understand, even within the KTB-8 star domain, it is not a safe place. Pure spirit incense is a rare commodity, found only in the depths of the star domain, with only a few instances drifting into the central region. Encountering it in the outer realms is a fortuitous rarity. Thus, to purchase pure spirit incense, one must possess a permit to enter the deeper areas of the star domain." Yagu deduced. "Precisely," the man nodded in affirmation. After exiting the investigation bureau, Yagu conveyed everything he knew to Shishuka through his spiritual awareness and mentioned the pure spirit incense. To his surprise, Shishuka, far away in another land, was familiar with it and informed Yagu that it was beyond their reach. The primary ingredient of pure spirit incense was unique to the KTB-8 star domain. If Yagu sought to delve deeper, he might consider studying the historical texts of the star domain. Although many dark histories have been obscured, the battles over the pure spirit incense were documented in detail. Consequently, Yagu decided to return to his hotel for a brief rest before heading to the city's library in search of answers. The interstellar star served as a vital transit hub, as nearly all indigenous inhabitants had perished, and the entire planet was occupied by the KTB-8 star domain coalition. Aside from a city where Yagu resided, other regions were closed to outsiders, allowing passage only to those who reached a certain level of attainment. However, the conditions for prisoners from the depths of the star domain are relatively lenient. With a mere proof of residence in the star domain, they can travel freely among the various cities. Naturally, such individuals would not reside in the same city as the likes of Yagu, as the combat prowess of the inhabitants of this city and its satellite towns is exceedingly high. For the ninth-tier beings of the KTB-8 star domain, there exists no alternative but to obliterate the planet in a cataclysmic explosion. Have you heard? It is said that a planet within the KTB-8 star domain has emerged, home to a formidable warrior tribe, which the political sphere is striving to court. Negotiations are still ongoing. Yagu, intending to soar toward the Imperial Grand Hotel, paused his flight and proceeded at a measured pace, eager to glean more intelligence. Upon hearing this, his companion responded affirmatively, then added, "I am aware. This news has yet to reach the fringes of the star domain. Do you know?" He chuckled lightly. "I have heard whispers, for that tribe is reluctant to coexist with others. Hence the political sphere plans to seek out a distant planet for their governance. Are you aware? There are those willing to let them manage this star. It is said that the warriors of that tribe, numerous and powerful, are amenable to this arrangement. However, their nature is rather coarse and unpredictable, causing considerable concern within the political circles. Thus, deliberation continues." How audacious indeed. He laughed. To audaciously claim the need for a planet. These individuals may very well be akin to those under Frisia or Quira's command. Indeed, came the reply. In my opinion, outright exile or extermination would be the best course of action. Such individuals are akin to ungrateful wolves, viewing the denizens of KTB-8 with disdain, utterly insignificant. Were it not for sufficient incentives, they would never serve the interests of the star domain. If that is truly the case, it may be wiser to enlist interstellar mercenaries. At least they would not pose a risk of rebellion during their missions. Precisely. I have heard that the political sphere will be conducting an internal vote, though the particulars remain unknown. In any case, I harbor no hope for that tribe. Their arrogance and the lack of compassion among their ranks make it difficult for them to become the guardians of KTB-8. Yet our warriors are few, despite possessing starships. As you're all aware from the battle 2 years ago, the enemy vessels can easily be suppressed. A single warrior infiltrating would spell disaster for our ships. In truth, we are left with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance unless we use planets as pawns. Otherwise, in the struggle for planets, we cannot stand against Frisia and Quira. Enough of this for now. Let us not dwell on such matters. Have today's affairs been resolved? We should hasten to leave this city. It is not a safe place. You may go ahead. I have matters to attend to, but I shall depart today. Yaga maintained pace with the two until their conversation concluded, at which point he accelerated away. Chapter 20. The small merchant buzz. A green-skinned alien resembling a grasshopper extended its right finger. In an instant, the surrounding energy coalesced at its fingertip. It then opened its maw lined with sharp teeth, and a concentrated beam of light shot forth. In the path of the beam stood another alien, also humanoid, who upon seeing the energy beam approaching, hastily evaded. The ground behind him erupted under the impact of the beam, debris flying like rain amidst a haze of dust, shrouding the area in a misty cloud. On the streets, a crowd gathered in the air. On rooftops, some standing, others floating, all observing with keen interest, as if watching a captivating performance of monkey antics. Their faces alight with amusement at the spectacle of the two combatants. Atop the pinnacle of the diamond-shaped edifice, the lightning rod stood tall, a vantage point far removed from the battlefield below. Yet, the tumult of war unfolded vividly before Aguli's eyes. After merely 4 or 5 seconds of observation, Aguli took flight. His interest piqued not by the strength of those present, which failed to impress him. The two combatants possessed power barely exceeding 100, inferior even to the turtle hermit of Earth. The recent tidings regarding the takeover of the trade star by a formidable warrior race did not concern him. there might bore no relevance to him. From their discourse, Aguli gleaned that this race was destined for a grim fate. Their arrogance, which incited widespread indignation, indicated that the entire tribe was ill-suited for coexistence. Such a temperament could not withstand the collective resistance against Frisia and the Kvira's encroachment in the KTB 8-star region, inevitably leading to their demise. Regarding a race fated for tragedy and dismissive of sage counsel, Aguli had no desire to court trouble. He recognized within himself a penchant for meddling, yearning to wield absolute strength to alter the course of fate. 1 minute after Aguli's departure, the green-skinned grasshopper of an alien race was vaporized by high-energy lasers descending from an orbital height of 1,000 meters. Lo Chun, prepare 100 portions for lunch. Aguli commanded through the communicator to the azure-skinned woman. Lunch? Lo Chun reiterated, noting that 2 hours remained until midday. Aguli replied, "You heard correctly. It is indeed a banquet, and 100 portions are required to be delivered to my quarters. As you command." Though Lo Chun found Aguli's request peculiar, she refrained from questioning further and proceeded with the preparations. The ingredients gathering on the trade star included unique delicacies from the outer rim of the KTB 8-star region, as well as exquisite dishes from the territories of Frisia and Kvira. Despite the ongoing conflicts among the three factions, expediting trade was a prudent strategy for the KTB 8, which could only defend. Be it Frisia or Kvira, were they to rely solely on their destructive power, they would never amass a multitude of followers. Thus, although the lucrative nature of trade was well known, few dared to provoke the tiger by the tail. Aguli recalled the various dynasties of Earth, where even the northern nomadic tribes, perceived as a great threat, still engaged in commerce, trading goods, including iron implements. The differing paths of governance led to such disparities. Frisia relied on absolute might. To the uninformed, his empire appeared formidable. Yet those privy to the truth understood that defeating Frisia alone would suffice to seize control of his empire, as this vast power was sustained solely by Frisia's strength. Therefore, possessing the means to vanquish Frisia would grant one dominion over the collective. After a hearty meal, Aguli gently patted his slightly distended abdomen and smiled faintly. Lo Chun, despite her distinctive complexion, was indeed a beauty, and revealing such a side in this context was bound to evoke some awkwardness. With a wave and a light cough, he remarked, "Do refrain from such displays." During the meal, Aguli had inquired about the location of the library. In truth, the royal palace had a teleportation service leading directly to the library, though it was not as swift as flying. Moments later, a geometric structure came into Aguli's view. It towered among the skyscrapers, akin to a human entering a giant's village. However, due to its unique layout, it stood out remarkably amidst the surrounding architecture, exuding both dignity and elegance, a tranquil beauty infused with grandeur. In the vast expanse of the skies, numerous individuals traverse the air. However, those who choose to alight at the library are few and far between. As he descends, he attracts the attention of many onlookers. Upon reaching the library's entrance, he presents the ethereal card issued by the Interstellar Exchange, and with a beep his identity is recorded, allowing him to stride confidently within. No inquiries are made regarding the possession of forbidden items. For these cultivators, the most formidable weapon is not a tool of war, but rather the robust physique of each warrior. Energy attacks derive from one's own strength, such as air waves and elemental projectiles, far surpass the lethality of most weapons. Inside the library, patrons are sparse. Yagu stands before the information kiosk in the main hall, and after determining the location of the books he seeks, he proceeds directly toward his objective. While there are numerous tomes concerning the KTB 8-star domain, the focal point is not the ethereal incense itself, but the myriad issues arising from the expansion of various factions. Yagu finds himself quite intrigued by these matters, akin to a 20th century individual grappling with the stock market trends of the 21st century. Yet, despite his interest, he feels no inclination to peruse these texts, and he strides directly to the indicated bookshelf, retrieving a volume. The book is titled The Smoke of Ethereal Incense, its 4 characters emblazoned like thunder, emerging from a backdrop of artillery fire, inscribed from left to right along the spine. Recognizing that this is the tome he requires, Yagu hesitates no longer. He settles into a sofa in the hall, reclining comfortably as he leisurely flips through the pages. The prose is not ornate, but upon closer reading, it is refreshingly engaging. Before he has even finished the first chapter, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the second, much like an enthralling compendium of secrets. As dusk descends, Yagu finally closes the book, releasing a sigh as he gazes thoughtfully at the smoke of ethereal incense, his expression tinged with reflection. This volume delineates the series of conflicts ignited by the ethereal incense, with participants hailing from the KTB 8-star domain, a realm where the likelihood of ascending to the interstellar age is merely 1 in 20. The scale of such wars is grandiose, unprecedented, and the staggering casualty figures remain a source of sorrow and contemplation. The conflict spurred by the ethereal incense persisted for a decade, culminating in a tenuous peace among the major factions, who subsequently commodified the incense as a luxury item, with each planet obligated to safeguard its secrets. Today, even the inhabitants of the KTB 8-star domain, if they become aware of the peril surrounding the incense's secret, face death for failing to report it. This peculiar substance piques Yagu's curiosity, igniting a desire to venture into the star domain at once. Yet he is acutely aware of his current predicament, relegating his explorations to mere imagination. Given his status, obtaining the privilege to enter the KTB 8-star domain remains an elusive goal for at least 7 years. Returning the book to its rightful place, Yagu departs in silence. From his reading, he has gleaned that one of the essential ingredients for the ethereal incense is a substance equally significant on Earth: ambergris. The concoction of numerous precious herbs, augmented with ambergris, is what allows the ethereal incense to be refined, and its value is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 21. The Attic Gambling House. With my current abilities, coveting such an item would be tantamount to courting death. It is wiser to adopt a more pragmatic approach. Thus, as he contemplates, he suppresses his yearning for the incense, and instead considers more practical matters, when he might depart from the interstellar exchange and ultimately evade Frisia's scrutiny of his vessel. The longer he lingers on the exchange, the more perilous the situation becomes for both Zashuka and Yagu. The essence of the clear spirit incense is entwined with a formidable power, and Agu is acutely aware that this artifact is beyond his reach, leading him to abandon all hope. Contemplating how to swiftly vacate the star of transit, he recognizes his own anxieties as unwarranted and decides that it would be more prudent to utilize this opportunity for cultivation and enhancement of his strength. Thus, he resolves to commence gravity training within his spacecraft the following day. As for the ships that venture into the cosmos without permission, their owners' fates lie beyond the jurisdiction of the blue-skinned beings. Consequently, Agu remains undisturbed aboard his vessel. As the sun sets, the clouds on the horizon appear as if they have been melted, while the warm rays of sunlight envelop the earth. Agu relaxes and begins to appreciate the surrounding scenery. With rigorous training set to resume come morning, he decides to seize this moment to truly indulge in the beauty around him. He understands that, should he genuinely commit, he could commence his training at this very instant. However, having arrived on this planet, he has yet to scrutinize his surroundings, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. The streets are paved with a material reminiscent of concrete, or perhaps rubber. Agu has witnessed massive vehicles traversing it effortlessly. Upon inspecting the construction materials, he discerns their uniqueness. Regrettably, he cannot access the facilities producing such materials on the Star of Transit. Otherwise, he would eagerly collect this knowledge to share with Dr. Briefs upon his return to Earth. The streets, paved with spirit stones, are capable of withstanding the collisions of flying swords wielded by cultivators in the refinement void stage for millennia, and repairs to damaged structures require but a moment. Such materials and techniques far surpass those found on Earth, significantly conserving resources for cultivation. Each element captivates Agu's attention. These are the foundational understandings of a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Yet these basic techniques govern every aspect of a practitioner's life. After traversing several streets, Agu encounters a familiar sight. Half of the street is sealed by an array, and despite a breach, blue-skinned cultivators continuously enter and exit. Moored within the restricted area are vessels belonging to a weapon forging shop. A sense of familiarity washes over him. Have I been here before? As he surveys the surroundings, his gaze is drawn to an array flag atop a distant tower, and memories flood back. Now I see, once a member of the Azure Scale clan unleashed spirit projectiles against an opponent, which ultimately missed their target, and the energy orbs fell to the street, now completely vanished. Such efficiency is remarkable. This must have occurred at noon. The midday skirmish nearly devastated this street. Yet now, apart from the array-sealed pavement and the buildings undergoing repair, one would scarcely perceive the scars of conflict that once marked this place. Sir, a voice called from behind. Agu strolls forward, noting the approaching figure. Are they calling for me? In a fleeting thought, he sidesteps, revealing a blue-skinned bald man. whose face is imbued with the shrewdness of a merchant. His sharp little eyes, set within his slightly plump cheeks, lend him an unsettling demeanor, not one of aversion, but rather an impression of unreliability. Such is the nature of first impressions. The bald man, noticing Agu's scrutiny, grins broadly and, without waiting for an inquiry, introduces himself. "Esteemed sir, I am Tris Pickle," he states, drawing a circle in the air before turning to Agu. "I'm a merchant cultivator in this city." Agu quietly muses that the business cannot be substantial. He interrupts. "What is it you wish to convey? I have no time to squander on idle chatter." Ordinary merchants, faced with such an attitude from Yagu, would typically retreat in disdain. Transactions hinge upon mutual consent, and if trust is not established from the outset, achieving an agreement becomes exceedingly difficult unless one possesses extraordinary resolve. However, the bald man seemed to perceive Yagu's reaction, or perhaps he had grown accustomed to such encounters. He stepped back, creating distance, and spoke again. "Sir, I presume this is your first visit here." Yagu cast him a glance and replied with a smile. "Indeed, I am a battle cultivator, but I regret to inform you that I have no intentions as you suggested." "Oh dear, please do not leave just yet. Behold this." As Yagu turned to depart, Tris Pickler hurried to his side, extracting an object from his satchel, resembling a mystical device. Such an item was yet unknown on Earth, and though Yagu had no objections to acquiring it for experimentation, Tris Pickler's demeanor displeased him, rendering the decision to buy or not a separate matter. "What do you intend to do?" Yagu inquired. Tris Pickler glanced around, approached Yagu, and began to operate the mystical device. Indeed, it was the device. Yet the information stored within astonished Yagu. It comprised data solely concerning the KTB 8-star domain, detailing the first-tier spiritual material, the purifying incense, along with over 100 materials of similar rank, including their sources, origins, manufacturers, and sellers. However, due to incomplete data, most entries were merely summaries. Nevertheless, compared to Yagu's ignorance, this was an immense boon. Lifting his gaze to the merchant beside him, Yagu asked, "What is the purpose of showing me this? Others may misconstrue my intentions." Having spoken, Yagu disregarded Tris Pickler and departed without a backward glance. Tris Pickler called out a few times, but upon seeing Yagu leave, he sighed and surveyed his surroundings. Noticing curious glances from blue-skinned cultivators, he concealed the mystical device back into his satchel and slipped into an alley. Yagu took a few steps forward, sensing Tris Pickler's departure. A smile crept across his lips as he maintained his stride, ever attuned to the merchant's lingering presence. Initially intending to saunter the streets and explore novelties, tranquility eluded him from the moment he encountered Tris Pickler. Indeed, thoughts manifest as reality. Yet, how did this merchant acquire such information? Yagu was acutely aware of the significance of the purifying incense and did not believe that such data could be easily amassed by mere mortals. The large-scale star domain war ignited by the purifying incense in KTB 8 arose from its capacity to enhance a cultivator's mental fortitude, even enabling them to withstand assaults exceeding a battle power of 10,000, primarily through mental shock. It opened a new pathway for cultivating practitioners. Such a strategic resource. How could KTB 8 allow it to be lost or permit others to easily gather production information? The matter was rife with suspicion. Coming to a halt, he found himself before an enormous gambling house, its grand entrance flanked by 7 robust blue-skinned men. Towering physiques belied their pitiful combat prowess, scarcely exceeding 30. The head of security possessed keen eyes, and few dared to meet his gaze. Yet, having witnessed the world, upon sighting Yagu, his pupils constricted. Though Yagu bore no armor, he recognized the detector in the left ear. A battle cultivator? He murmured, yet refrained from alerting his companions. As Yagu approached, a cultivator beside the captain stepped forward to intercept him, saying, "Sir, entry requires adherence to the dress code. You may either change your attire or rent an outfit from our changing room." The man gestured towards a brightly lit clothing store resembling a refining workshop, adorned with suits and formal wear, situated several dozen meters away. Yagu shrugged and replied, "Then go fetch one for me. I shall enter and take a look." Chapter 22, Tranquility. The man fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Yagu's response. Just as he was about to dissuade him again, he suddenly noticed that the figure before him had vanished, leaving him agape, a sentiment echoed by others present. Only the captain maintained a calm demeanor, secretly relieved that Yagu had not been provoked. In the realm of interstellar travel, encounters with formidable combat cultivators were not uncommon. However, formidable merely denoted those with combat powers around 1,000. Cultivators with strength in the range of 2 to 3,000 would not frequent such places. For instance, the Zashuka squad prior to their defection would never have ventured here. Captain, one of the men began, but the captain raised his hand to halt him. Observing the throng entering the gambling house. Do not stir up trouble. He is not someone we can provoke. Captain? The man was astonished by the captain's demeanor, his face a mask of disbelief. The captain, unconcerned about his standing among his subordinates, prioritized his own survival above all else. Upon entering the gambling house, Yagu's gaze fell upon the bustling gambling tables, the interior indistinguishable from the ground outside. Open, the dealer bellowed, revealing the dice. 1, 2, 4 small. Similar cries resonated in Yagu's ears. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I possess telekinesis. Perhaps I could profit here. Yagu chuckled to himself, quickly scanning the surroundings until he located the chip exchange and hastened towards it. As he approached, he silently counted his spiritual treasures, the spirit stone card bestowed by Zashuka, containing an immense power equivalent to millions of universal currency. Please exchange for a wager of 1,000 spirit stones, Yagu requested. Upon hearing this, the cultivator responsible for the exchange displayed a momentary flicker of astonishment before diligently proceeding with the transaction. Yagu discerned that the cultivator was surprised by the presence of millions of spirit stones concealed within him. Yet he only chose to wager a mere 1,000, an action laden with suspicion. However, all patrons of the gambling house were esteemed guests, and despite any doubts, they would not dare make hasty conjectures. After inputting the spiritual patterns and secret codes, Yagu departed with 1,000 spirit stone chips in hand. What extravagance! The minimum wager is worth 100 spirit stones, he muttered under his breath, feeling that the gambling house was greedily amassing wealth. He did not immediately join the game, but instead stood outside the betting circle, observing the dynamics within and probing the atmosphere with his spiritual sense. In the cosmos, extraordinary individuals were not uncommon. However, given the vast population, such beings were truly rare. To prevent these exceptional figures from disrupting the games, the gambling house employed devices that could isolate spiritual power, making it exceedingly difficult for someone like Yagu to manipulate the dice with his spiritual perception. This could prove troublesome. Yagu mused. Even if he discerned the secrets of the dice, he could not articulate them openly. He placed a chip indicating 500 spirit stones on the side marked small, which still had several pink chips atop it. Interstellar travelers often possessed considerable wealth, and, unencumbered by worldly ties, were known for their lavish spending. After the dealer revealed the results, he swiftly announced the numbers. With a radiant smile, Yagu watched as his chips doubled in value. He continued to gamble in several rounds. Although he could not alter the state of the dice, he was acutely aware of their values. As long as the dealer had not tampered with the game, any subsequent adjustments would bear little consequence. After 5 or 6 rounds, Yagu's collection of spirit stones had escalated from 1,000 to 10,000, capturing the attention of the dealer and the other gamblers. Each individual present was no ordinary player. Their keen observation skills set them apart, enabling them to seize opportunities amidst the rapidly changing dynamics of life and death. In yet another round of gambling, Yagu reduced his spirit stones to 5,000 before turning to leave. His demeanor remained unruffled, his emotions concealed. He had no need to worry about drawing the casino's attention by winning excessively, nor did he concern himself with the risks of loss. At times, he would triumph using his extraordinary powers, while at others, he relied on his own skill. Yet, as with any game, the loss of spirit stones inevitably left a bitter taste in his heart. Half an hour later, Yagu began to fully harness his extraordinary abilities, intending to amass a considerable fortune in the time ahead. The scope of his powers was vast. Within merely half an hour, his spirit stones soared from 20,000 to a staggering 1 million. Naturally, he caught the eye of the casino's upper echelons. However, just as they prepared to act, a deafening explosion erupted within the casino, accompanied by the panicked cries of the attending maidens dispersing in all directions. Most of the gamblers, with only a few exceptions, remained calm, seeking the source of the sound. What had transpired? The situation was unclear. It seemed a brawl had broken out. What? How lively it was! Upon learning of the conflict within the casino, the gamblers were not alarmed. Rather, they were intrigued. Yagu observed the scene, noting individuals soaring into the air and others leaping to the second floor, each attempting to broaden their view and catch sight of the distant clash. How amusing! They were bursting with energy. Yagu chuckled lightly. With the gambling session now disrupted, the casino staff hastily cleared the tables, offering apologies to the patrons before quickly evacuating. As a second explosion sent shockwaves through the premises, Yagu witnessed a casino employee caught off guard, struck by a stone the size of a basketball, collapsing to the ground with a scream as his leg twisted at an unnatural angle. As the crowd dispersed, Yagu slowly exited the casino, catching glimpses of the battle unfolding within. In truth, he need not witness it directly. He could already gauge the situation from the fluctuations in the two combatants' auras. Coupled with his detector, he comprehended the intensity of the conflict. Their combat power was displayed before him, 571 and 534. Yet, this individual was indeed clever. With mere technique, he had suppressed his opponent, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Interestingly, it was not the one with the greater combat power who held the advantage, but rather the weaker party who had gained the upper hand. The wisdom of battle was a realm where others faltered, yet he excelled. Yagu observed feats he had once believed only his mentor, Durate, could achieve, feeling a slight pang of regret in his heart, followed by a light-hearted smile. What does it matter how formidable one's skills are? Strength and technique are but a fusion of power and skill. Great energy does not necessarily imply great prowess, yet no matter how refined the technique, it cannot triumph over one endowed with profound energy. In a previous life, Yagu scoffed at the notion. The Duga 9 swords, revered within the realms of Jin Yang's martial arts, held a special place in his heart. Yet, as time passed, Yagu gradually comprehended that swordsmanship serves its purpose in combat, where the contest extends beyond mere technique to encompass stamina, explosive power, and other vital elements. A loss of internal energy renders one unable to compete in terms of explosive force. Similarly, physical endurance imposes limitations on high-intensity battles. Ultimately, technique alone, devoid of the requisite explosive power and stamina, renders the idea of defeating a well-endowed opponent with mere swordplay utterly ludicrous, an absurdity beyond belief. Despite the myriad interpretations of this sword technique, Yagu felt it resembled the direct death magic eye, belonging not to the martial arts, but to the realm of sorcery, disregarding the corporeal foundation. Chapter 23. Seeking the Path. Extraordinary individuals, yet alas, you are far too ostentatious. This locale does not permit your combat prowess to reign unchecked. Yagu approached the entrance, placing his chips upon the table, requesting their conversion into spirit stone cards. Subsequently, he tossed an electronic card, indifferent to the astonishment the woman exhibited at the astronomical sum involved. Yagu's impression was indelibly etched in her mind. However, within the brief span of an hour, the spirit stones surged from a mere 1,000 to a staggering 1,000,000, indicative of the extraordinary. Consequently, the woman hastily exchanged the chips for Yagu, while simultaneously contacting her superiors to report this suspicious occurrence. Yet, her superior remained unresponsive. With agile movements, Yagu swiftly made his exit. How could that fellow still be idle? What is amiss? Whoosh rumble. As Yagu stepped outside, he suddenly turned to glance back. A colossal beam of light, several meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof of the gambling den and plunging deep within. Upon impact, it reverberated with a deafening roar. Nevertheless, Yagu distinctly sensed that the two individuals still clung to life. Although their combat power had plummeted from over 500 to the low hundreds, they had indeed managed to enhance their combat strength momentarily while evading the energy beam, swiftly dodging the attack. One must never underestimate anyone. The methods employed to significantly amplify combat power exact a tremendous toll on the body, akin to the Kaioken technique, wherein mastering higher multipliers necessitates rigorous physical training to bolster endurance. In contrast to the transformation into a Super Saiyan, the Kaioken can be acquired through prolonged practice, while the Saiyan transformation consumes one's lifespan. However, amidst a sea of earthlings, even with a shortened lifespan, the longevity of Saiyan remains enviable. No longer entangled in the trivialities of the mortal realm, Yagu focused his mind on Tris Pickle. The information contained within that tablet was pivotal to his cultivation journey. Lacking proficiency in uncovering secrets, Yagu never hesitated to delegate affairs that could be entrusted to others. Although this rendered him somewhat weak in intelligence gathering, he remained unfazed. In this world of cultivation, while the demands on mental effort are few, each task requires decades of dedication from others, often unattainable within a single lifetime. Devoting excessive energy to this was sufficient. Yagu did not seek perfection. Regardless of his studies, the shortcomings of his character could not be remedied. Thus he chose to let things unfold naturally. Gently descending from the heights, he landed atop a 6-story pavilion at the edge of the bustling city. A terrace adorned with drying racks where robes are often left to air during the day. Yagu lightly touched the door leading to the terrace, only to find it sealed from within, prompting him to step to the edge of the rooftop and gaze down below. The essence of Trispeckle lingered within the building. Yet the defensive formations were intricately designed, with iron grates outside the windows, resembling a prison cage. Silent entry was utterly impossible. Just as Yagu was about to take action, 3 individuals suddenly appeared at Trispeckle's solitary residence, their presences formidable. Yagu activated his spiritual senses, detecting their cultivation levels, 127, 179, and 203, all masters, though insignificant compared to the thousands of cultivation levels possessed by the Zashuka team. In a KTB 8-star domain, where the average cultivation ranged from 5 to 10, these individuals were extraordinary. On this tranquil night, what was their purpose? Confusion enveloped him as the windows were now shrouded, rendering any other form of detection beyond spiritual senses impossible. Yagu retreated to the kitchen, where a window was slightly ajar, secured by iron grates, preventing anyone from slipping in unnoticed. Then he remembered the shrinking artifact of Bulma. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he recalled his shape-shifting abilities. These auxiliary spells were often forgotten, overshadowed by his long-term cultivation fixated on offensive and defensive techniques. Many skills he had learned remained untested in combat, as his body had not yet memorized them, making it impossible to trigger the reactions necessary for their execution. Transforming, he manifested as a spirit bird, gracefully slipping through the iron grates and entering the room through the window as crevice. With each transformation, the physical and spiritual energy expenditure diminished significantly, though it remained swifter than during combat. Per, evidently, did not face this dilemma, while the matter of Yulong was best left aside. Yagu felt this was a special favor from the system, akin to Sun Wukong mastering the Kaioken within mere months, while he himself had yet to fully grasp it. Despite this, he could still wield it, and, as his progress approached completion, the enhancement to his strength from fully mastering the Kaioken became increasingly palpable. Upon entering the room, Yagu transformed into a minuscule cockroach. Although animated transformations were often accompanied by dramatic sound effects, in reality, the noise was nearly imperceptible and the mist dissipated in an instant. The small cockroach scurried silently towards the living room, fortunate that manipulating its hearing posed no challenges. Yagu swiftly arrived beneath the sofa, where the 3 conversed in the living room. Concealing his form, he began to eavesdrop on their dialogue. "Go ahead, try once more." One voice, deep and magnetic, spoke matter-of-factly. Then, the voice of Trispeckle followed, smooth and cunning, with a practiced tone. "But that individual does not trust me. And you have mentioned that he and his team are being pursued by Frisia as subordinates, namely Chio-E, correct?" "Indeed, Chio-E. To be slain by Chio-E, whose cultivation exceeds 10,000, is a daunting prospect. Who would dare confront him outside of a warship? His survival remains uncertain, and besides, this individual does not favor collaboration. Observe how his captain and other members are exploring while he wanders alone. Consider the outcome of revealing this plan to him." Yagu furrowed his brow, clearly realizing that Trispeckle was referring to him. He lay low beneath the sofa, pondering deeply. What were they discussing? What did they intend to exploit from him? His cultivation level. Once again, that magnetic voice resounded. "There is no need for excessive concern. If he is willing, we shall inform him once our preparations are complete. The matter of life and death is of little consequence. Prior to notifying them, we will investigate the potential for collaboration with the political affairs of the KTB 8-star domain, and only then shall we decide on their acceptance." Chapter 24. The Tempering of Belief. "Very well. I shall make another attempt tomorrow. They hail from Frisia's faction, and their ship will be detained for several days. During this time, their departure is impossible, though whether we can engage in dialogue remains uncertain. You know, that young man might perceive me as a politician. Naturally, he is not the only one captivated by that treasure." A new voice emerged, and within the room were 3 individuals. Only one had spoken previously, while the other 2 remained silent. Had it not been for Yagu's keen perception, he might have thought the other 2 had already departed. Indeed, the magnetic voice chuckled. "In any case, Trispicker, I appreciate your efforts." "Oh dear, well, who could I blame for having a friend like you? Nevertheless, be cautious. I tend to remain hidden, while you do not. Should you be discovered, I might be able to escape under a lesser identity." "Very well, there will be no issues. Having chosen this path, we must see it through to the end. Have you forgotten our way of life back in the day?" The sofa trembled slightly, likely as one of the seated individuals rose. Krispitsker Truthlet, standing as he remarked, "Do not speak of me. Are you not in the same boat? How is it possible that you remain unmarried to this day? With your status, wealth, and appearance, finding a partner would be effortlessly simple." The voice gradually faded, followed by the sound of a door being pushed open. The magnetic voice announced his departure, soon followed by the farewells of the other two, including the individual whose voice Yagu had yet to hear. Departing so soon, Yagu complained, feeling dissatisfied despite having gleaned considerable information. Tris Picker escorted the three to the door, promptly returning to close it with a thud. Footsteps echoed as he approached the refrigerator, opening its door, the pristine light within illuminating the room with a brighter hue. Moments later, Yagu heard the sound of Tris Picker gulping down a potion, followed by a long sigh as he settled onto the sofa. The sudden weight caused the sofa to compress, but fortunately, Yagu was in a favorable position. Otherwise, he would have been crushed. How infuriating! He shot a resentful glance at the oblivious individual, silently fuming. Tris Picker, seated on the sofa, seemed less at ease than he had moments prior, restlessly shifting upon the cushions, much to Yagu's annoyance. Amidst the fog of cultivation, Yagu liberated himself from his spiritual beast form, nimbly leaping from beneath the sofa and retreating to a more concealed corner. Subsequently, he spotted the pouch that Tris Picker had carried during the day, resting atop an intricately adorned spirit wood cabinet. It was an ancient storage bag, a rarity he had only witnessed the mortals of the Tostara Star employing since entering the realm of cultivation. He had not seen other races utilizing such spatial treasures. So, it was here. He paid little heed to Tris Picker's schemes, though he had not caught the details. He was aware that the other party sought to recruit him in the pursuit of a certain cultivation treasure, which was still in the selection phase, leaving his potential involvement uncertain. Years later, upon their reunion, Yagu found himself unable to foresee the future. The sharp claws of a mouse trembled slightly, and its beady eyes suddenly sparkled with an unusual light. At that very moment, an ethereal energy lifted a cloth pouch from the cabinet, sending it soaring towards Yagu in the kitchen. Trispeckle, seated on the sofa, remained blissfully unaware of the transformation occurring behind him, lost in a state of immersion within the spiritual liquid. Yagu, preoccupied, could not discern whether it was spirit wine or spirit fruit. He awaited the pouch's arrival in the kitchen, whereupon he deftly maneuvered his delicate forelimbs to sift through the contents of his storage bag, swiftly locating the item that had been showcased earlier in the day. Just as he was about to revel in his discovery, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Did the technology of this realm impose any restrictions or tracking arrays? If such dangers existed, the situation could become quite troublesome. However, he soon dismissed these concerns, reasoning that the following day, the individual would undoubtedly seek him out, even if he were aware that the treasure lay within Yagu's grasp. What harm could it bring? With his profound cultivation, such trivial matters were insufficient to invoke fear. Manipulating the spirit screen to hover beside him, Yagu departed from the window through which he had just entered, causing the screen to ascend. At this moment, Trispeckle remained entranced upon the sofa, gradually drifting into the realm of dreams. Yagu settled beside the spiritual spring at the Duin Grand Hotel, toying with the spirit screen in his hand while placing a larger alchemical device nearby, into which he intended to transfer the information from the screen. The data displayed on the screen was abundant, including not only the calming incense, but also experimental samples of power engines and highly efficient extraction techniques. Yet, without compatible alchemical devices, even if he acquired the knowledge of other technologies, their implementation on Earth would be impossible. For instance, the unique alloy composition of the engines contained elements unknown to Earth, and the inert spiritual energy required to synthesize this alloy surpassed the realm of earthly elements. Yagu possessed a modicum of understanding regarding this, but after a brief review, he felt a throbbing ache in his head and helplessly shook it, realizing he was at a loss for how to proceed. Had I been too greedy? Now was not the time for study. Cultivation was paramount, the essence of true growth. Tomorrow, they would have lingered in the transitory star for 2 days, pursued by formidable foes, Chio-E and potentially the fearsome Jaisai, both of whom possessed battle powers exceeding 10,000. In Frisia's worldview, these individuals were inconsequential, yet in the eyes of 99% of beings in the universe, a battle power exceeding 5,000 was a rarity. With my current cultivation, I should be able to evade Chio-E and continue to advance. Within a month at most, I could match him in strength. But then how would I choose? This was a question Yagu had not contemplated deeply before. Perhaps by that time, they would have already entered the territory of Quila, leaving Chio-E and Jisai with no ties to them. However, what if they were to cross paths? Should I eliminate Shio, or Jisai? Chapter 25, The Unexpected Alliance. Regardless of the potential for success, the mere status of the two within Frisia's empire could provoke retaliation, possibly even drawing Frisia himself into action. How infuriating it was that, despite knowing the terror of Frisia, Sun Wukong could persist in battle, while I could not. Yagu did not attribute this to differences in temperament. Compared to his former self on Earth, he believed he had undergone a transformation. Emerging from the spiritual spring, he washed away the foam clinging to his body, dried himself off, and wrapped a towel around himself before taking a seat on the spiritual couch in his room. Once seated, Yagu understood that true advancement required complete immersion and unwavering focus on the task at hand. I believe this is the most significant and effective means of enhancing one's physical and mental cultivation while refining one's character. This thought inexplicably surfaced in my mind, originating from the writings of Kazuo Inamori, a Japanese entrepreneur who achieved remarkable success with 2 companies listed among the world's top 500. An expert, after all, is one who diligently engages in their practice, naturally rising to prominence within their field. While these words may not directly relate to the concerns of Yagu at this moment, a smile graces his face. Though I do not deem philosophy as paramount, occasionally indulging in its wisdom is worthwhile. The cultivation of spirit and the forging of character are not warriors engaged in such exercises through rigorous training in secluded mountains or battling against the currents. Indeed, I have been overly anxious. Restlessness and anxiety do not contribute to personal growth. One must align with nature. As long as I sincerely yearn to reach the realm of Sun Wukong, I believe I shall surpass him. He reassured himself in his heart, then paused. Realizing that both Kazuo Inamori and Akira Toriyama hail from the same nation, perhaps their thoughts resonate with one another. Sun Wukong possesses no other skills in life. If he were alone, it would be challenging for him to thrive in the city, and he might even revert to becoming a wild man in the mountains. However, he is exceptionally gifted in martial arts, not merely a matter of talent, but rather the result of treating each day as training with utmost seriousness, infusing it with spirit and focus. Yagu arose from his spiritual couch and entered the open kitchen, activating the spiritual refrigerator to select a bottle of divine elixir. Success, in truth, is not complicated. After savoring a sip of the elixir, Yagu's gaze shifted to the detector on the coffee table, then to the compact refining device storing spiritual screen information. Swallowing the elixir, he relished its fragrant essence, gently exhaling. He placed the elixir by the sink and ambled toward the window. Gazing out at the bustling night scene of the city from his room, he felt a unique charm. Extending his hand to push open the window, as the gap widened, a brisk wind rushed toward him, lifting his bathrobe in a playful dance. He fully opened the window, allowing even more wind to flood into the room, and for a moment, the few spiritual plants within began to rustle their leaves. The crimson vines shimmered with a mystical light. Luo-chan had once explained that when this pink plant trembles, it releases harmless fine dust, delicate as gossamer, enveloping the surroundings in a dreamy illusion, warding off external disturbances. Yagu's gaze swept past the window frame, taking in the vibrant night, his pupils narrowing as he leaned against the wide windowsill. This window being his sole passage to the outside world, seemingly suspended in mid-air, instilling a sense of trepidation. Such a splendid scene is indeed captivating. He mused that everyone yearns for the dreamlike aspects of a comfortable life. With immense power, Yagu firmly believes he can achieve it. Yet, deep within him lies an unquenchable dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, that recent soulful dialogue solidified his conviction. He resolved to either dedicate his life to cultivation or perish in the pursuit of ultimate strength. With a cold snort, Yagu closed the window, changed into his training attire, and retired early to conserve energy for the morning's practice. He sensed that the 6 members of Zashuka were gathering with several individuals of faint energy signatures, based on the intensity and positioning of their auras. He deduced the nature of their discourse. In the realm of ordinary mortals, discussions surrounding women are commonplace. In the past, Yagu paid little heed to such matters. However, having recently undergone a profound exploration of his soul, albeit brief, it has fortified his beliefs, naturally fostering a sense of disdain towards the actions of individuals like Zashuka. The following morning, the rhythmic sound of knocking roused Yagu from slumber. Peering out of the window, he noted the eastern horizon beginning to lighten. As the morning sun dispelled the thin mist hovering over the city and illuminated the earth below. Damn it, how did I oversleep? A mixture of self-reproach and indignation surged within him as he called out towards the door, "I'll be right there." He approached his wardrobe, opened its doors, and selected several garments suitable for his training. Once dressed and prepared, he made his way to the wall adjacent to the living room, merely 7 or 8 steps from the entrance, where one could easily reach him with just a few strides. Embedded in the wall was a display screen, capable of reflecting the scene outside. Upon noticing a familiar figure outside, Yagu was taken aback. It was Tris Pickle, with whom he had arranged to meet that day. Recovering his composure swiftly, he pressed the communication button and inquired, "How did you find me?" "No, how did you ascertain my location?" Tris Pickle, upon hearing his voice, immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "Sir, it is not difficult to locate you. In the territory of King Frisia, you are one of the few warriors who have made an emergency landing." Yagu contemplated this for a moment, finding it reasonable. During wartime, who would venture into an enemy's heavily guarded territory without cause, ultimately leading to a forced landing here? In a flash, Yagu recalled the concept of instantaneous movement. Having witnessed Goku in Dragon Ball GT struggle to adjust due to his diminished size, yet his own body showed no abnormalities, so why was he experiencing this predicament? Nevertheless, this query did not trouble him for long. He quickly returned to his usual demeanor and addressed the person outside. "You have 3 minutes. I must continue my training, so do not disturb me unless necessary." "Certainly, sir," Tris Pickle responded without a hint of dissatisfaction, his face beaming with joy. Yaga smirked, secretly admiring this man's audacity. While one must maintain dignity, there are moments when ordinary individuals might have to relinquish it. The trials of his past life had imparted this wisdom. Of course, barring necessity, no one wishes to sacrifice their dignity for anything else. In comparison to Tris Pickle before him, Yagu was acutely aware that his previous experiences paled in significance. Not only was he merely a flat panel salesman in his former life, but even the secretive profession he had held could not compare. In his past existence, he was preoccupied with mere survival, whereas in this life, he was engrossed in pursuit and dreams. Chapter 26. Intervening in Disputes. Upon opening the door, Yagu awaited Tris Pickle's approach, slightly raising his chin in a gesture of invitation. "Please have a seat." Once seated, Yagu poured a glass of water, stating, "I must leave shortly, so all I can offer you is hot water." "You are too kind," Tris Pickle replied with a smile. "Sir, He noticed 2 computers on the low table, one belonging to Yagu and the other his own, which he had lost. Raising an eyebrow, but choosing not to dwell on it, he continued, "Sir, I have heard that you're quite interested in the Bureau-esque cleansing incense, and are considering a purchase?" Yagu remained unaware of the subtle shift in the atmosphere, his mind not overly preoccupied with the implications. Upon hearing this, he nodded, noticing the awkward smile on Tri-Speckle's face. Without further explanation, he simply stated, "I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." Enough of that," Yagu interjected, gesturing towards the clock on the wall. "Time waits for no one. If there is something to discuss, please proceed swiftly." Tri-Speckle, seasoned in his experience, recognized the urgency in Yagu's mention of time and knew there could be no further delays. He spoke candidly. "We can procure a limited quantity of the mind-clearing incense you require. However, there is a significant transaction on the horizon, and we hope you will be part of it. It will not be a fruitless endeavor. The rewards will be substantial." "Then why not show me a glimpse of this reward now?" Yagu's curiosity was piqued. He genuinely wished to understand the compensation being offered. Having heard little of their plans the previous night, he was not well acquainted with their intentions. If their needs aligned with his desires, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. In response to Yagu's inquiry, Tri-Speckle nodded and declared, "Certainly. We can offer you 10 grams of the mind-clearing incense for a payment of 10 million. A super bargain, you say? No, this is akin to a desperate giveaway. Why not waive the entire 10 million? Yagu leaned back on the sofa, regarding Tri-Speckle with suspicion. The market price for 1 gram of mind-clearing incense stood at 30 million, making 10 grams worth 300 million. Given such a significant loss, why not provide a greater quantity? Tri-Speckle found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yagu continued, "Very well, I shall agree, but I will determine the price based on circumstances at that time." Tri-Speckle opened his mouth, recalling their earlier conversation, and reluctantly nodded. "All right. I shall return now and will not trouble you further, sir." "No need to see me off," Yagu replied, rising to watch Tri-Speckle exit. He then turned his gaze towards the tablet on the low table, which he could not possibly have overlooked, since he chose not to speak. It seemed he harbored significant intentions. In the midst of his meditative cultivation, Yagu summoned Luo Chun, instructing her to prepare spiritual food. After the meal, he entered his void shuttle and began his practice in the gravity chamber. With a resolute heart, Yagu's movements grew more decisive, his own presence becoming almost ethereal. Days flowed by as Yagu engaged in his cultivation, while Shishuka and his companions enjoyed a leisurely existence away from the chaos of war. As cultivators, although they occasionally indulged in leisure, they predominantly contemplated strategies to expand their territory and how to respond to potential enemy attacks. The Frisia Empire revered personal cultivation, where the measure of worth was not in political machinations, but in sheer strength. Without adequate cultivation, even those of the Frisia lineage could not escape the fate of being supplanted. On the sixth day, Yagu and Shishuka received a message from the KTB-8 star domain regarding their shuttle's impending release. The next day, they would regain their freedom. But once they departed from the returning star, they must not venture into the interior of the KTB-8 star domain, lest they be struck by heavenly thunder and reduced to ashes. A wave of joy swept through the group. However, Yagu and Shishuka still could not share the moment together. Shishuka remained in the company of his companions, seeking merriment, while Yagu, after completing his cultivation and bathing, stepped into the marketplace, seeking to clear his mind. The neon lights of the street shimmered in hues of blue, green, purple, red, and yellow as Yagu strolled amidst them. The sounds of alien conversations enveloped him, filled with colors he had never encountered, suggesting their vision surpassed that of earthlings and Saiyans, enabling them to perceive a broader spectrum. Although he had experienced the nightlife of the city 4 days prior, it had only been a glimpse, mostly spent lingering in casinos and at Tris Pickles. This time, however, he was determined to explore the city's splendor in its entirety. "Don't run, stop!" A shout echoed from the street ahead, causing the crowd to part. In an instant, the throng of people halted several paces before Yagu, where a human man, roughly 1.7 meters tall and not of the blue-skin variety, stood as an obstruction. The fleeing individual, realizing the blockade, swiftly maneuvered around him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, several burly men with rugged beards charged forth, one of them bellowing as he hurled a heavy black object, while the leader pushed aside the frail man before him. At that instant, the fleeing figure was merely 4 steps away from Yagu's left side. Bang! The thrown object struck with the speed of lightning, instantly toppling its target to the ground. The fleeing individual, cloaked and hooded, emitted pained groans that revealed her identity as a woman, and her slender form left no room for doubt in Yagu's mind. Having incapacitated the pursuers, the few robust men displayed grotesque anger, preparing to advance. However, the 2 foremost men suddenly grunted, as if propelled by cannon fire, and before their companions could react, a sweeping strike and a series of rapid punches sent the brutes sprawling, incapacitated, on the ground several dozen paces away. "Damn! My clothes are covered in ice cream. What a wretched bunch!" exclaimed the assailant, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Yagu finally noticed that this man, resembling an earthling, had his front stained with cream and ice cream residue. Irritated, he scolded the fallen men, and upon observing that all but one were unconscious, he continued his tirade as he departed, clearly unconcerned by the events that had unfolded. Yagu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boisterous figure. Though the man had retracted his aura, the momentary release had been formidable, comparable to that of Hiksuka, subsequently diminishing due to the weakness of his adversaries. Can he, like me, wield such mastery over his power? He mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he committed the man's essence to memory. Only then did Yagu turn his gaze to the black-cloaked woman lying beside him. A multitude of onlookers began to gather, eager to ascertain the situation. Yet, the majority, presumably local residents, recoiled in silence at the sight of the bearded giant felled by the earlier slender youth, as if evading a plague. It seems a significant force is at play. Yagu pondered, recognizing that only someone akin to himself, relying on strength that commanded respect, would linger in such a place. In the span of a mere minute, the street appeared to have been swept clean. Numerous shops, restaurants, and bars had shuttered their doors, leaving only a few merchants like Yagu who traversed the night. As the remaining aliens gradually lost interest and dispersed, Yagu remained steadfast in his position. "Hey, aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall man with a fish-like face loomed over Yagu, a look of confusion rather than malice on his countenance. Upon hearing this, Yagu glanced upwards and observed that the man bore no signs of aggression and seemed inclined to vacate the desolate street. Thus, he remarked, "I have an innate penchant for meddling in disputes. Perhaps such endeavors might render my fleeting existence more exhilarating." He concocted a pretext so repugnant even to himself. Yet, to his surprise, the fish-faced man paused, tilting his head to regard the diminutive Yagu, who indeed appeared quite small beneath the towering figure. The man chuckled softly, unexpectedly halting his departure, and, glancing at the woman cloaked in black upon the ground, introduced himself. "Hey, I am Stern. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." In Chapter 27, Section 104, titled Assault on the Lair, Stern acknowledged, "Yagu, you two are one who relishes in meddling." Yagu smiled outwardly, yet internally lamented his propensity for interference and pretentiousness. Stern chose not to depart just yet. Instead, he approached the cloaked figure, gesturing towards the woman on the ground, and inquired, "How shall we deal with her, Yagu?" Yagu cast a glance at the still conscious bearded giant, replying, "If the situation is dire, we should take her away, if not urgent. Let her lie there while we first interrogate that fellow." That fellow, of course, referred to the bearded giant. Stern acquiesced and turned back to Yagu, his towering stature granting him an unmistakable advantage. Each exchange required him merely to lower his gaze to meet Yagu's, while Yagu had to look up to engage with him. "Are you suggesting this person is a woman?" he queried. "Indeed," Yagu nodded in affirmation. "I heard her voice moments ago. She must be a woman, unless she is some sort of anomaly." Stern shrugged his broad shoulders, chuckling, "Yagu, you do have a knack for humor." As they conversed, they soon arrived before the still unconscious bearded giant. Observing the moaning figure on the ground, neither exhibited an ounce of compassion. Yagu delivered a gentle kick to the man's shoulder, directly asking, "Who is your leader? Provide us with the details." The bearded giant mumbled incoherently, seemingly oblivious to Yagu's inquiry. Rolling his eyes, Yagu noticed Stern seized the man by his collar, effortlessly lifting him 2 to 3 meters into the air. With Stern's impressive height and inherent strength, augmented by his status as a practitioner, the effect was magnified. "Did you not hear a question?" Stern's voice thundered, piercing the void and rousing the bearded giant from his stupor. As clarity returned to his gaze, he found himself suspended by Stern's grip, with Yagu standing nearby, along with the fallen cloaked woman and a group of incapacitated subordinates. "Cough, cough, cough. It was you who did this," the giant attempted to articulate, yet before he could finish, Stern began to swing him about, spinning him in circles, leaving the bearded man disoriented. When Stern finally ceased, the giant was left in a daze. "Who is your leader? How many reinforcements can be summoned?" Yagu continued to press for answers, his concerns revolving around the potential repercussions of engaging this individual, which might jeopardize their plans to depart from the Star tomorrow. If that were truly the case, he would resolve the matter before the other party could clearly recall his visage, and then quietly depart. Without seeking trouble, Yagu relished meddling in trivial affairs, as it brought him a different kind of thrill. The bearded man mumbled indistinctly, his gaze vacant, clearly exhausted from Stern's relentless torment. Struggling to regain his senses, the bearded man looked fearfully at both Yagu and Stern, contemplating another round. "If you wish for it, then let it come, Stern." Upon hearing Yagu's words, the bearded man hurriedly exclaimed, "No, no, I shall confess everything." Stern chuckled softly, warning, "Do not attempt to deceive us. Having dared to provoke us here, you have placed yourself in a position to be questioned. Speak, reveal all that you know." "Yes, yes," the bearded man nodded vigorously, terrified that the fish-like face would unleash further torment upon him, fearing he might not survive another round. "We are hunters under Lord Mullenstan, specializing in the pursuit of beautiful women, delivering them deep into the KTB 8-star domain, where they are sold at exorbitant prices to the wealthy elite. This trade is permitted. Moreover, Lord Mullenstan's uncle is the captain of a warship traversing the skies between stars. With his protection, those who offend him must tread carefully in their dealings with the Lord." "We need not continue," Yagu interrupted, pondering. "Surely, we have encountered a troublesome matter." He exchanged a calm glance with Stern, and both inquired simultaneously, "Where is Mullenstan?" Upon asking, they shared a knowing smile. The bearded man had expected to see panic in their eyes, but was taken aback by their audacious laughter, repeatedly muttering to himself, "It must be an act. It must be a ruse." Then a massive hand struck his cheek twice, and Stern spoke. "Hey, did you not hear my earlier question? Where does that fellow Mullenstan reside?" Dazed from the blows, the bearded man eventually regained his composure and revealed, "He is at a gambling house to the west of the city. But you may not find him there. Lord Mullenstan should be resting in a palace outside the city. As outsiders, it is not simple for you two to reach beyond the city walls. There are restrictions in place, as well as patrolling aerial sentinels. Is that so?" Yagu turned to Stern and asked, "Can you achieve that speed?" Stern contemplated for a moment, grasping Yagu's intent. "No problem, even with an additional person." "That is good. Do not let him die. He is crucial to us." With that, Yagu sped away, his form becoming a fleeting shadow, while Stern swiftly moved alongside the bearded man. The speed Yagu had mentioned was indeed that which could render one invisible to the naked eye. Unfamiliar with the path, the two ascended to the rooftops of the city, heading westward. Soon, they beheld a gambling house. Standing at the edge of the tall building, Yagu and Stern directed their gaze toward the bearded man. Is that it? As the bearded man awakened from his stupor, his eyes nearly bulged out upon catching sight of the distant gambling hall. Ah, that is the very place, he responded with a sense of resignation. Yagu and Stern, with a swift surge of energy, propelled themselves into the air, racing towards the imposing structure of the casino. You too, the bearded man thought, fully aware of Yagu and Stern's intentions. Just if, they were to create a ruckus in the adults' gambling den and subsequently depart. Should the adults discover that I instigated this chaos? He swallowed hard. Fear etched across his face, as though he were tainted by some unspeakable act. Feeling utterly uneasy in his own skin. At that moment, the trio arrived at the entrance of the casino, aptly named the Grand Winner. It gleamed with golden opulence, radiant and resplendent, with the bold letters surrounded by flickering neon lights. Yagu, Stern, and the bearded man, who was firmly grasped by Stern, surveyed the crowd gathered at the entrance. The two displayed a mocking grin, while the one captured wore an expression of bitter resignation. The individuals at the door were clad in black uniforms akin to suits, each sporting stubble reminiscent of the bearded man, albeit neatly trimmed, making the traces of their beards less conspicuous. The bearded man understood the seriousness of his predicament. KTB-8's resilience against Frisia and Kvila stemmed from their unwavering resolve to face death. While space cannons could intercept individual vessels, once those vessels penetrated the planet's interior, only the annihilation of the entire planet could threaten the lives of those warriors. KTB-8 had indeed eradicated planets invaded by warriors boasting combat prowess exceeding 4,000 through nearly self-destructive means, supplemented by a formidable fleet and space artillery, successfully thwarting further incursions from Frisia and Kvila. At that moment, the bearded man could only pray that Yagu and Stern were merely warriors with a combat power exceeding 1,000. Otherwise, he would surely meet a grim fate. Regardless of the outcome for his boss and these two, he would inevitably become a scapegoat. Chapter 28, Section 105, The Meeting. You lawless bunch. As the bearded man shouted in Stern's grip, twisting his body in a futile attempt to free himself from the giant hand behind him, Yagu chuckled. You got all wrong. Is you who are lawless. In the path of cultivation, Section 105, The Invitation. 12 black-clad cultivators stood motionless, paralyzed. Yagu, poised among 4 guardians at the entrance, raised his right hand casually, as if to extend a warm welcome. What is happening? Tessin sensed the absence of life in the black-clad figures. Observing closely in the dim moonlight, clarity dawned upon him, and his gaze suddenly shifted to Yagu. You possess divine power. The onlookers also perceived the anomaly. The 12 black-clad cultivators revealed grotesque visages, gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet they could not break free from the invisible shackles, their bodies restrained by an unseen force, unable to move even a finger. Divine power had indeed ensnared them. The swiftness they had just witnessed could only belong to a cultivator endowed with such power. Did they intend to oppose Lord Mullenstan? This could spell trouble. Regardless of the risks, the prudent course was to depart quickly. Indeed, it is best to stay clear of such matters. Yagu refrained from clarifying that he employed a binding technique rather than a divine power. To them, the outcome bore no distinction. It was akin to witnessing the turtle sage executing a sealing spell, imprisoning a rotund figure within a rice cooker, leading onlookers to perceive it as an arcane sorcery rather than martial prowess. Yagu called out to Tessin, "Hey, it's your turn." The cunning fellow pondered the implications. Should he reserve his strength or intimidate others? Tessin grimaced, fixing his gaze upon Yagu, before slowly preparing himself. Standing at an impressive height of 30 feet, Tessin, the leader of the fishmen, appeared robust and formidable, resembling a hefty bear. The sudden rush of his charge unleashed a gale that crashed around him like a tidal wave, resulting in a cacophony of sounds. After 4 resounding impacts, the guards stationed at the entrance were sent flying, one embedding into the stone wall, blood oozing from every orifice. Another vanished into the distant flower bed. His figure lost to sight. The third collided with a colossal pillar, his body unable to withstand the force, resulting in a gruesome split. Flesh and blood scattering into the air. The final guard lay sprawled 100 paces away, a trail of blood trailing from over 30 feet to a distance exceeding 50. Truly ruthless, Yagu remarked with a tone of indifference. Upon hearing this, Tessin responded with an expression that seemed to question Yagu's right to judge. On the uppermost floor of the casino, a striking blue-skinned man observed the scene below, his keen eyes piercing through the dim light, witnessing the unfolding chaos. With the guard's reports in mind, he was convinced that the casino was facing the wrath of troublesome cultivators. This man was Mullenstan, the leader spoken of by the burly bearded man. Observing the turmoil, his brow furrowed, deducing from the entrance's condition that there were two troublemakers, both possessing formidable skills, one of whom wielded divine powers. Cal, ascertain the reason behind their vendetta. Additionally, prepare a banquet and invite them upstairs, but remember to extend a courteous invitation, lest further troubles arise. As you command, replied Cal, cloaked in black and blending seamlessly into the shadows. Upon receiving his orders, he vanished immediately, while Mullenstan remained still for a moment before retreating to his changing room. Mullenstan's directives swiftly reached the guards below, their attention shifting to Tessin. Yagu inquired, "What is the matter? Do you know the master of this place?" "I have no idea who the master is. How could I possibly know?" Tessin scoffed, recalling the bothersome individual he had carelessly discarded to the side. The bearded man let out a cry before being dragged away by the casino attendants, his fate thereafter becoming a mystery of steaming, roasting, or boiling. Yagu and Tessin observed the scene without concern. The wicked would eventually meet their match. This was Yagu's thought, while Tessin maintained an indifferent attitude of "what does it matter to me?" At that moment, descending the staircase within the casino was a crowd surrounding a middle-aged, blue-skinned man clad in a black robe. The attendees were resplendently dressed, their garments of fine quality, and the intertwined red and white roses upon their breastcloths exuded an extraordinary grace. Having encountered many such figures before, Yagu instinctively straightened his posture, displaying a semblance of concern. "Gentlemen, our master deeply regrets the disturbance caused by his subordinates and hopes you can forgive our oversight. If there is anything you require, please feel free to address it as you see fit," the middle-aged man stated, attempting to summon back the discarded bearded man, only for Tessin to interject. "There is no need. It is unrelated to him. At least, the current matter does not concern him. In truth, we were without issues until we encountered a bit of trouble, and then we found ourselves threatened by him. You know, individuals like us dread complications the most. We reasoned that rather than allowing you to undermine us covertly, it would be wiser to address you directly, expeditiously, and decisively." If one were to disregard the content of his words, Tessin's fish-like visage, coupled with such dialogue, bore an innocent charm. However, the gravity of the situation caused the expressions of the casino attendants, including the middle-aged man, to shift dramatically. Were it not for the strict regulations of the casino, they would have rebuked him. "Who are you to speak of resolving matters with us? Such matters are not easily settled." The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, casting a sidelong glance at the slumped figure of the bearded man beside him, his demeanor unchanged, as if he had not heard the previous remarks. He stated, "I did not anticipate this. My sincerest apologies. Since he has offended you both, we must offer our contrition. Lord Mullenstan has arranged a banquet for you on the upper level. Might you honor us with your presence?" Faced with this seemingly amiable middle-aged gentleman, both Yagu and Tessin hesitated. They were unafraid of direct confrontations, confident in their own prowess and eager to embrace stronger challenges. Yet, they were unwilling to meet an untimely end without understanding. After a brief contemplation, the sincerity of the blue-skinned man swayed them. Yagu, too, wished to indulge in a sumptuous feast. In this world, apart from the viral heart condition afflicting Sun Wukong, no poison seemed capable of claiming a life. Clapping his right hand against his left, he responded nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall partake of a meal." Chapter 29. Retracing. Tessin cast a glance at Yagu, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Upon hearing Tessin's reply, Yagu reaffirmed, "Is it merely a meal?" Tessin's expression shifted slightly, conveying a look of mild foolishness towards Yagu, as if reluctant to continue the conversation. The middle-aged, blue-skinned man, upon hearing Yagu's inquiry, adopted a humble demeanor, bowing his head and stating, "My master believes that both of you, being formidable cultivators traversing the starry seas, should forge connections with individuals of your caliber. Thus, my master wishes to meet with you and share a meal." The specifics were beyond the middle-aged man's knowledge. His task was solely to invite Chensi and Tessin to the upper level, with explicit instructions against the use of force. Upon learning that Yagu was a member of the Zashuka battle team, he dared not be negligent nor adopt a condescending attitude. "Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Tessin, what of you?" Yagu turned to the giant beside him, his words brimming with confidence. With the secret technique of the King of Worlds in hand, and having unlocked the gateway to his combat prowess, few entities in the cosmos could challenge him. Were it not for the clarity of purpose and cosmic dynamics provided by the Zashuka team, he would have embarked on his own journey of exploration long ago. Yet, reality compelled him to dismiss such thoughts. KTB-8, capable of contending with Frisia and Quira, undoubtedly wielded significant influence. Should one act recklessly with brute force, calamity might ensue. Since you have made your decision, there is no need for further words. Well then, until we meet again. Tessin turned to depart, and the blue-skinned gentleman did not impede him. Instead, he respectfully saw him off, treating him as a distinguished guest rather than an intruder. The azure-skinned middle-aged man glanced back at Yagu, slightly bowed, and invited, "Esteemed guest, please ascend the stairs. By the way, I am called In Sai. You may refer to me as Butler Sai." The peculiar name piqued Yagu's curiosity, leading him to ponder whether it was indeed the man's true name. However, he refrained from pressing further and ascended the steps, following the arrangement of the others, soon arriving before the ethereal staircase. This staircase, situated away from the clamorous hall, was enveloped in a soundproofing array that had long dissipated the din within. Moments later, the staircase opened, and Inside gestured for Yagu to proceed first, subsequently entering with two attendants clad in dark robes. As they ascended to the top floor, Inside deliberately posed several inquiries, to which Yagu responded cautiously, often providing vague answers without elaboration. Before long, the staircase came to a halt, the doors swung open, and a delightful aroma wafted forth, undoubtedly the fragrance of exquisite dishes. A myriad of culinary delights, both fish and meat, was laid out before them. Following the enticing scent, Yagu passed several azure-skinned maidens stationed along the corridor. Understanding that the master, Murinston, belonged to the same azure-kin. In the lounge, a man in a black robe regarded Yagu with surprise as he emerged from the small door alone, seemingly momentarily taken aback. Gradually, the man's expression shifted to one of anger, but upon seeing Insai and the others who followed Yagu, his ire evaporated in an instant as he waved away the crowd. "Pray, you must be Mr. Yagu," he inquired. Yagu had already sensed the man as presence, but was momentarily distracted by the sumptuous delicacies on the table. Upon hearing the question, he looked up and replied, "Indeed, that is I. You wouldn't happen to be the esteemed Murinston, would you?" The man nodded with a smile. "That is indeed I. How unexpected. The infamous villain possesses such an appearance. Rare indeed. Yet it is precisely this that makes one ruthless," Yagu candidly remarked, nearly provoking Murinston into a loss of composure. Though he managed to contain it, Yagu sensed a subtle fluctuation of energy emanating from Murinston, faint yet discernible. However, he paid it little heed. The fact that the man did not take offense at his words compelled Yagu to contemplate his intentions and deeper motives. Murinston's display of emotion indicated that he was not entirely devoid of feeling, at least not the type to be ominously grim. Murinston clarified, "This is a common misunderstanding about me. My principles are simple. I respect those who respect me. Should one not transgress against me, all matters can be downplayed. I am a pacifist." Observing the sincerity in Murinston's expression, Yagu nearly burst into laughter. A gang leader professing to be a pacifist. Where does his wealth originate? From the gifts of others. Is that so? How splendid, Yagu said, feigning indifference, and then gestured toward the lavish spread before them, saying to Murinston, "Shall we indulge in these delights?" "Ah, certainly, please do," Murinston responded eagerly, noticing Yagu's keen interest in the feast. He had hoped that Yagu and Tezin could resolve their disputes amicably. Simultaneously, he had learned that the conflict stemmed from his subordinates pursuing an escaped trafficker, a fact that left him quite vexed. Given that the misunderstanding had sparked the issue, Murinston was even less inclined to create enemies without cause. He had humbled himself before the strong in the past when he was a subordinate, enduring much. Thus, this modicum of humility now seemed trivial. Regrettably, Tessin did not arrive, harboring profound distrust towards himself. Yagu, unable to contain his eagerness, promptly took a seat, and a woman soon presented him with a bowl of rice. Yagu proclaimed with gusto, "I shall begin." He then displayed an astonishing speed of consumption, as if countless shadows were present at the table. Mulaneston, momentarily forgetting his own concerns, stared in astonishment as the food visibly diminished, his throat bobbing with each swallow. Cold sweat beaded on Mulaneston's forehead as a thought struck him. He hastily instructed the surrounding maidservants, "Quickly head to the kitchen and have them prepare enough for 50 more. Hurry, be swift." The others responded in unison. gazing at Yagu in disbelief. The large pot had already been emptied, and a dozen empty bowls lay strewn about. The crowd hastily retreated from this astonishing scene. Mulanestin had not anticipated Yagu's remarkable appetite, and in a mere moment, the plate before him was entirely bare. Rising, Mulanestin addressed Yagu. "Mr. Yagu, I shall make a visit to the training room." Yagu replied absently, engrossed in his meal. Mulanestin departed, navigating through several turns until he reached the hallway outside the training room, where a man clad in black stood. "Cow." He approached and inquired directly, "What are their strength?" Chapter 30, Mulanestin's Proposal. Cow replied, "My strength pales in comparison to theirs. They might evade detection on the planet, or perhaps pose a threat to space warships. Zashuka's combat prowess exceeds 3,000, nearing 4,000. The threat is substantial. Yagu has been with them for a year. His abilities are formidable and difficult to gauge. But given his solitary nature, his combat strength should surpass 2,000. Mulanestin narrowed his eyes, solemnly stating, "It appears my actions were not misguided." "Indeed, my lord." "Very well. I comprehend. You should rest aside. Should he perceive a formidable presence, such as yourself monitoring him, it may cause discontent." "I understand, my lord." Cow exited the corridor, while Mulanestin retraced his steps back to the parlor. The situation had become clear. Although Yagu and Tessin's potential to bring trouble had incited his ire, decades of experience had acquainted him with all manner of individuals. Some were arrogant, some cynical, others sinister and treacherous, while some were cunning and suave, each a unique archetype. Some vanished without a trace, others remained unnoticed, and some, like himself, emerged as leaders in their domains. The struggle against the current, having endured elimination, had forged distinct paths of existence, each individual embodying a personality markedly different from the next. Upon returning to his chamber, Mulanestin noticed that the empty bowls from the dining table had been cleared away, yet upon merely traversing from the door to his seat, 3 additional empty bowls and 4 empty plates appeared. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. Such an immense appetite. How did he manage to survive day to day? "You've returned," Yagu interjected while taking a break from his meal. Mulanestin inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, responding, "Indeed. Mr. Yagu, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Yagu, mouth full, looked up and inquired, "Shall we converse after I finish my meal?" It is difficult to focus otherwise. Understanding Yagu's temperament, Mulanestin chose a less formal approach, saying, "No matter, you may listen if you wish. If not, let it be disregarded." Agu was taken aback by the candor of the elegant individual before him, chewing his food as he reluctantly replied, "Very well." Muhlenstein felt a sense of comfort in Agu's acceptance, though he held no expectations for the efficacy of his suggestion. Rather, he sought merely the opportunity to engage with Agu. "Mr. Agu, your prowess is beyond question, yet I have heard that you seem to be facing some troubles lately. I wonder if you would be inclined to linger longer in the KTB 8-star region, or perhaps depart from the other end, allowing you and your war band to elude your pursuers." This proposition piqued Agu's interest. He paused his chewing, gazing at Muhlenstein. "What do you wish for me to do?" Agu was skeptical of any unreserved assistance, recalling how he and Tessin had just sought trouble with Muhlenstein. "You must understand the nature of my business," Agu remarked, nodding. He was well aware that Muhlenstein's dealings were rooted in the shadowy underbelly of society, matters not to be disclosed, at least not publicly. Recognizing Agu's comprehension, Muhlenstein continued, "In that case, I shall speak plainly. I can assist you and your captain in obtaining a passage permit to the periphery of the KTB 8-star region, enabling you to circumvent the area and depart from the other end, thus avoiding Frisia's men. In return, you need only to help me deal with a few adversaries." "How's that sound? Adversaries? Similar to you?" Agu inquired. "And how can you provide this?" Muhlenstein smiled, his eyes sparkling with amusement, and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Agu, you possess a keen mind. I cannot easily deceive you. Do not take offense. I have no intention to mislead. The identity I offer is that of a secure escort for transporting goods, which due to restrictions can only enter the outer periphery of the KTB 8-star region. However, I believe this will suffice, as the goods are conveniently located on the other side of the region. Given your identities, you would have to take a longer route. Moreover, I must clarify that due to this identity, the cargo will contain certain special items to maintain contact with you, ensuring the safety of the star region." Agu furrowed his brow and asked, "Special items? If there is a risk, are we not entrusting our lives to you?" "No, it is official. Only the authorities can undertake such matters. You need not be aboard the same vessel as the cargo. You may use your own ship. However, you must exercise great caution to prevent the cargo ship from being hijacked, as such incidents occur frequently, and are quite perilous. The indigenous people of KTB-8 seldom engage in such work. Clearly, Agu remarked. The security personnel outside the casino predominantly hail from other star regions. The blue-skinned individuals are few. Evidently, advancements in technology have afforded them a better quality of life and heightened intelligence, enabling them to sustain themselves with mere gestures from the comfort of their homes. Aside from seeking thrills, few would choose to join a syndicate. Yet, Agu pondered why the blue-skinned people held a position of advantage in the KTB 8-star region. Were all inhabitants of KTB 8 blue-skinned? If so, what of other extraterrestrial beings? Muhlenstein did not afford Agu much time for contemplation, stating, thus, the authorities encourage us to employ extraterrestrial services. Your team, I believe the authorities are aware that you are being hunted. Like the authorities, I am curious about what actions have incited Frisia's ire against you. However, I, like the authorities, hope that you will remain. Is that so? Regrettably, Captain Zashuka's aspiration to become the king of the planet is unattainable within KTB-8, a realm governed by democratic principles. Yagu's tone was laden with significance, while Mullenstan perceived it as a form of mockery. In a place that champions democracy, the existence of human trafficking is an egregious contradiction. Chapter 31, Postponement. Mullenstan maintained a stoic demeanor and simply stated, Sir, I urge you to contemplate this matter. By the way, since you rescued that woman, she is now in your care. Do as you wish, and we shall not interfere further. Very well, Yagu shrugged. I shall consider your proposal. Mullenstan's expression stiffened, then he nodded to Yagu, as you wish. After their meal, Yagu intended to indulge in some gaming at the casino. Mullenstan, aware of Yagu's extraordinary abilities and formidable strength, knew that such an endeavor was tantamount to throwing money away, yet he acquiesced, cautioning the casino staff to remember Yagu's visage and refrain from any deceitful antics in his presence. Otherwise, should Yagu catch them, even the proprietor would not shield them from his wrath. The warned staff felt a surge of anxiety upon encountering Yagu. Within just an hour, Yagu turned a stake of 100,000 interstellar coins into a fortune of 10 million. Upon hearing this news, Mullenstan exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the adversary was not malevolent. Had he truly sought Mullenstan's life, it would not have been merely a matter of a 1-hour game. On the journey back, Yagu utilized his detector to inform Zashuka of the encountered circumstances and Mullenstan's counsel. Subsequently, Zashuka requested Yagu to provide an address, preparing to visit Mullenstan for a more in-depth discussion the following day. He also cautioned Yagu to avoid trouble. If no fruitful outcome arose from Mullenstan, they would leave for the stars. The next day, Yagu was engrossed in his training aboard the spacecraft, perspiration cascading down like rain. Meanwhile, Zashuka and his 5 companions ventured to the big winter. It was already 9 in the morning, yet no news had reached them. Oblivious to all else, Yagu dedicated himself to his practice, his muscles transitioning from fatigue to stiffness and ultimately to a state of complete exhaustion. Even with his utmost effort to raise his arms, he found himself unable to perform any motion. Puffing and panting, white steam billowed from Yagu's mouth as he remained in the gravity chamber. The hum of machinery resonating in his ears. Though faint, it was not disruptive, lulling the utterly fatigued Yagu into a swift slumber. Beep, beep, beep. After an indeterminate period, Yagu opened his bleary eyes, blinking to confirm his surroundings. Upon recollecting the situation, he rolled over and got up, the entire motion executed amidst considerable discomfort, as the fatigue from his training continued to afflict him. Hello, Zashuka? The response came promptly. It's me. I have something to discuss. We will not be leaving today. We have agreed to assist Mullenstan with transporting goods. We will elaborate further upon our return to the hotel. We'll be there from 7 to 8 tonight. So remember to come back. Yagu nodded, replying understood. After the call concluded, Yagu removed the detector from his ear and placed it on the control panel, then resumed his training. In this celestial expanse, it seemed that gravity was gradually yielding to his command. He chuckled softly, knowing that time is still required. The pinnacle of the King's South Fist is tantalizingly close, and once attained, his cultivation speed shall undoubtedly surpass that of the past. A surge of joy welled within Yagu, prompting a hearty laugh. For one who immerses himself daily in the pursuit of spiritual enlightenment, the rapid adjustment of his mental state is of utmost importance. If one is unable to adapt, the soul becomes burdened. Although steadfast will can withstand much, facing the vastness of the cosmos alone, without a wealth of life experience and profound insights, one is prone to fall into the abyss of despair. As time flowed on, Yagu unexpectedly became aware of his own transformation. astonished by the revelation. From that moment forth, he acted according to his whims. He devoted himself fully to pursuits he wished to engage in, while gracefully relinquishing those that were tedious or burdensome, not allowing himself to be weighed down by trivial matters or exhausting his spirit on specific concerns. Embracing the natural flow of life, he consistently adhered to moral principles and maintained positive thoughts. Life encompasses birth, growth, decline, and demise. The universe, born from the Great Explosion, began with mere hydrogen atoms, which subsequently evolved into complex molecules, ultimately nurturing life, culminating in humanity. This suggests that there exists a grand force, referred to as the cosmic law, which shapes all things and propels the universe towards prosperity and vitality. Thus, it appears that any existence that defies this cosmic law is destined to be obliterated by the passage of time. Even Yagu, who does not profess belief in deities, finds himself filled with reverence for this magnificent cosmic law. After 3 hours of continued practice, Yagu fell to the ground once more, closing his eyes in slumber. Upon awakening, he found it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Rising to his feet, his first thought was of sustenance. Having expended considerable energy, he could not afford to miss lunch. The notion of eating echoed repeatedly in his mind as he stepped out of the spacecraft. Today, a soldier had presented him with documents indicating that the spacecraft was no longer under surveillance and could depart at any moment, albeit not to the KTB 8-star domain. Possessing ample wealth, Yagu had no concerns regarding the cost of his meal. The greatest source of his contentment in this life was that he no longer had to struggle for survival. In his previous life, he toiled and bowed low, yearning for a day when he could seize opportunities. Anticipation and hope drove him to ceaselessly strive and endeavor, while opportunities arose. The disparity between himself and others left him unsatisfied. Now, freed from the burdens of existence, he was left only with the motivation to pursue his dreams and ideals. Having departed Earth to enter the cosmos, he had long since forgotten the wealth and power of his home planet. Over the past 6 months, Yagu gradually shed the mundane affairs of Earth. Before leaving, he transformed the spacecraft into a capsule, tucking it into his pocket. Stepping outside, he noted that docking the spacecraft required a fee. Yagu had never been one to indulge in extravagance, preferring to save where possible, and the capsule would not vanish. The streets during the day bustled with activity. He wondered if this place also adhered to the divisions of years and weeks, as not all planets follow the 7-day week. Yagu avoided the crowds, seeking a tranquil locale, and soon discovered an elegant restaurant. Though it did not rival the opulence of the Imperial Hotel, it was reasonable to assume that, as a restaurant, it must offer commendable cuisine. Thus, he entered. "Proprietor, could you prepare a private room for me?" Yagu inquired loudly as he stepped inside, for the establishment was sparsely populated, with only 2 aliens occupying a corner. The owner, a blue-skinned man in a somewhat outdated formal attire, devoid of any brand insignia, appeared to be custom-fitted and tailored to perfection. Upon hearing Yagu's request, he hurried from behind the counter, setting down his book with a smile, and approached to ask, "Sir, how many guests?" "Just myself," Yagu replied. "A single diner can be accommodated on the first floor," the proprietor suggested, noting that private rooms were typically reserved for larger parties. Yagu interjected, "Though I dine alone, I require dishes sufficient for 100. Please make the necessary preparations. Indeed, do remember to clear the empty plates and bowls. For now, this shall suffice. Lead me forth." Yagu, uncertain of the location of the elegant room, assumed it must be situated upstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, he noticed that the innkeeper had not followed, and turning to glance back, he called out, "Innkeeper, what is the matter? Are we conducting business?" The blue-skinned individual snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, Yes. I shall be there at once." Regardless of the number of guests, such a substantial order must not be overlooked. With a blend of curiosity and delight, he swiftly approached Yagu, guiding him onward. Chapter 32. The Petition. The restaurant's carpeted floor muted their footsteps. The air upstairs was fresh, devoid of any stifling atmosphere, while the interior remained pleasantly cool without being cold. The long corridor on the second floor featured independent rooms on either side, and the innkeeper led Yagu into a room at the entrance. Before them stood a row of windows, towering floor-to-ceiling glass, panes revealing the bustling street below, where the traffic flowed like a river. The room was outfitted with a water dispenser, a television, and an aquarium, and a spacious dining table set for 10, which Yagu occupied alone, rendering the space vast and tranquil. "Sir, are you satisfied?" Yagu nodded and replied to the innkeeper, "This will do. However, please inform me of the price for 100 servings. By the way, where is the menu? I would like to see it." The attendant, positioned behind Agu, promptly presented the menu. Upon receiving it, Agu perused a few pages before beginning to order, ultimately selecting over 40 dishes. He addressed the innkeeper. Please bring out one dish first, and we shall discuss the rest after I have tasted it. Very well, the innkeeper responded, his face beaming with joy. With a slight bow, he took his leave, exiting the room. The attendant informed Agu that he could summon assistance if needed, then closed the door behind him. At that moment, a young girl with 2 horns atop her head arrived at the restaurant's entrance. After exchanging a few words with the attendant at the front desk, she spotted the innkeeper who had just ascended the stairs. Upon hearing the girl's words, the innkeeper felt a twinge of curiosity, but nonetheless summoned the attendant to lead her upstairs. Agu stood by the window, observing the commotion outside while contemplating the whereabouts of Zashuka and others. His actions seemed incapable of altering the grand scheme, for he had surpassed Zashuka. Yet if this individual, well-versed in the cosmos, were to encounter misfortune, he would become a lost soul in the universe. Although through his own efforts he could survive in the cosmos, it would require considerable time, far less efficient than having someone devise a plan and proceed methodically. Suddenly, a knock echoed, and Agu mused. So soon? If that is the case, the restaurant's efficiency is remarkable. He called out, "Please enter." To his astonishment, the one who entered was not the server bearing his meal, but rather a young girl. She stood behind the attendant, who explained, "Sir, this young lady insists on seeing you, and it seems you should recognize her. So I brought her up." "She seeks me?" Agu queried, even more perplexed. The attendant's expression shifted subtly as he glanced at the girl, who stepped forward to stand alongside him, addressing Agu. "Sir, have you forgotten the one you saved yesterday? I am she." Upon hearing her words, the attendant pieced together the situation and thought to himself, "It appears she has come to express her gratitude to her benefactor." Thus, he turned to Agu and said respectfully, "My lord, I shall take my leave." "Very well, go ahead." Once the attendant exited, Agu leaned against the stone wall by the window, scrutinizing the young woman before him. Her beauty was striking, yet upon her forehead rested a pair of youthful, lamb-like horns. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, deep brown and lustrous, and her skin bore an amber hue, distinct from the beings of Earth or the KTB 8-star domain, though her visage bore a resemblance that blurred the lines of authenticity. "What brings you here, my lady?" "If it is merely to express gratitude, it is unnecessary. You owe your thanks not to me, but to the one who repelled your pursuers." "What?" The young woman was taken aback, bewildered. Agu raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, "Who informed you that it was I who rescued you? Was it not you who saved me?" The woman's confusion deepened. Agu rubbed his brow, moved to the dining table, and pulled out a chair, decisively stating, "Let me clarify once more, you are not the one I saved. The actual rescuer remains anonymous. I merely tidied up after their intervention. Your gratitude should be directed first to the one who offered you initial aid, and then to Tezin, who acted in concert with me. Do you understand?" The woman, possessing limited knowledge, recalled being struck and rendered unconscious by a bearded man with a heavy object the previous night. Agu remembered that when he and Tezin departed, she was still unaware of the full circumstances. At this moment, her expression reflected confusion, and Agu made no gesture for her to sit. She stood hesitating, time slipping by without resolution. Agu, growing impatient, furrowed his brow and was about to speak when a soft knock at the door interrupted, followed by a servant's voice. "My lord, your meal is prepared." The door opened, and a procession of 10 individuals entered, each carrying grand platters of delicacies. They placed the dishes carefully upon the table, and though their professional demeanor usually kept them focused on their tasks, they couldn't help but cast fleeting glances at the woman standing nearby. Once the servants completed their duties and departed, closing the door behind them, Agu seized his fork and knife, devouring the meal with gusto, while simultaneously asking the woman, "Is there something about my inquiry that is too delicate to discuss?" Observing Agu's unrefined manner of eating, she bit her lip before responding, "It was Mulinston who informed me." "Mulinston?" Agu's chewing halted abruptly, and he swallowed the morsel in his mouth, turning to look at her in astonishment. "Was it not his subordinates who pursued you? How is it that he has released you?" No, it is not that." She shook her head, her long hair swaying with emotion. "I was recaptured by them. But Mulinston told me that it was because of you that I was set free. Although I do not fully trust his words, I am immensely grateful that you would intercede on my behalf for such a trivial matter." "Is that so?" Agu pondered. The truth of Mulinston's claims of little concern to him. Casting a glance at the woman, he remarked, "I am not one to coddle the delicate. You must be hungry. Feel free to select whatever you desire. If you wish to dine at my table, You must act swiftly, for I will not wait for anyone. Chapter 33. Agu resumed his ravenous consumption of the meal. With that, he continued to devour the food voraciously, chewing and swallowing with a tenacity reminiscent of a consuming machine. Recognizing that Agu was not a master of cunning, the woman decided to forego further formalities. She approached a nearby display cabinet, retrieved the utensils taken by the servants, and returned to the table, pulling out a chair to sit down. What are your plans moving forward? Agu suddenly inquired during the meal. The woman was taken aback, her fork poised over a meatball, which vanished from her plate in an instant. A voice belonging to Yagu echoed, "Who are you? From which planet do you hail? Do you not wish to return home? Return home?" Her voice was low, steeped in confusion, and she murmured a few words to herself. Yagu regarded this somewhat neurotic woman, shaking his head in bewilderment, unable to comprehend her plight, and then turned his attention back to the food. "I have no home," came the woman's voice. Yagu replied, "Why?" He was indifferent to her circumstances. "My home planet was destroyed 6 years ago." Yagu cast her a sidelong glance, thinking, how troublesome. Without a home or kin, how does she survive? He inquired, "How do you manage to live? Do you know anyone?" The woman continued to weep, feeling a deep resentment towards Yagu's complete disregard for her emotions. Yet she understood that he was the key to escaping her fate of being sold. Suppressing her tears, she composed herself, though Yagu could still detect her sobs. "My 9 sisters and I once ran a beverage shop, but Mulinston sent people to disrupt us, ruining our business. Then had us captured. I do not know what happened to my other sisters. I was sold last, which afforded me the opportunity to escape." Yagu responded with an "oh," asking, "What are your plans for the future?" Suddenly, the woman left her chair and knelt before Yagu. "My lord, I have a request. Please grant it." In the 110th chapter of The Path of Cultivation, a formidable adversary re-emerges. The woman knelt before Yagu while he continued to eat, albeit at a slower pace. He sighed inwardly, pondering why he always encountered such troubles. Perhaps he should learn from Zashuka and others to navigate through tumultuous environments while avoiding unnecessary conflict. However, one must tread upon uneven paths and address injustices. Is this not the duty of every individual who upholds righteousness? A question flickered in Yagu's mind, and he embraced this notion, chewing his food, nodding slightly, then turning to the woman before him. "Please rise. Let us converse while seated. If you would, allow me to finish my meal first." "No, my lord." Unexpectedly, the woman did not heed Yagu's words. She fervently explained, "My lord, my sisters are being sold as slaves, scattered across the KTB 8-star domain. If we do not compel Mulinston to release them before they are sold at high prices, we will have no chance to save them. Even if we manage to rescue them, it will come at a cost." At that moment, a resonant echo surged within Yagu's consciousness, a voice like celestial music, reverberating through his very soul. He sprang to his feet, realizing it was not a sound wave from the physical realm, but rather a sudden influx of formidable spiritual pressure. How is this possible? How could he penetrate such formidable barriers to arrive here? Unauthorized intruders without the KTB-8 flagship's consent would face annihilation from interstellar cannons and warships. His appearance here could only mean he had secured KTB-8's tacit approval. Yagu abandoned his meal, sweeping aside the table before vanishing in an instant. Moments latte. The tavern owner stared at the gaping hole in the large room, the table strewn with remnants of fine dishes and empty plates, feeling utterly despondent. What tremendous loss! Yagu was oblivious to the innkeeper's lamentations. At that moment, he was consumed by urgency. The arrival of Chioi, who was headed directly towards the Star of Communication, was of paramount concern. The question of why KTB-8 had permitted their passage was secondary. Their 7-day stay on the Star of Communication raised significant alarms regarding the power systems of large spacecraft, which were no trifling matter. Even the likes of Frisia, Quira, and their paternal lineage could count on one hand the factions capable of wielding such vessels. Of course, there existed large spacecraft that appeared formidable but were equipped with mediocre power systems. These were exceptions. Large spacecraft utilized torque engines, allowing for simultaneous spatial jumps and faster-than-light travel. Even within the KTB 8-star region, such vessels were exceedingly rare. To draw an analogy from Earth's former concepts, large spacecraft represented a nation's strategic assets, akin to nuclear weapons and supercomputers, standing as paragons of advanced technology that money alone could not procure. Though these vessels could not employ torque engines during short-range flights and were limited to conventional travel methods, they were unparalleled in long-distance pursuits, effectively transforming instantaneous movement into a technological marvel. Yagu reflected on this as he kept a watchful eye on the positions of the 6 members of Zashuka, who were now descending from the sky, hurtling towards their target. The towering edifice crumbled in a cacophony of thunderous noise, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd amidst the flying debris. Yagu remained unfazed. He surged through the breach and beheld Zashuka and his companions suspended in midair, their gazes locked. Zashuka coldly instructed, "We must leave at once." "Understood," Yaga nodded. The 6 members of Zashuka made their way to their spacecraft while Yagu dashed towards Kailoli. His detector was still in her possession, and he had another matter to address. In less than a minute, Yagu stood before Kailoli, who was abruptly lifted into the air, instinctively letting out a scream. "It's me. Hand over the detector." Upon hearing Yaga's voice, Kailoli ceased her cries. "Sir, what are you doing?" she asked, before reluctantly handing over the detector. "Silence. Just watch," he instructed. Chapter 34. The Pursuing Enemy. Yagu, disinclined to linger in conversation, offered a brief admonition to Kailoli and accelerated towards the casino of Mulinestan. Although the casino saw patrons even during the day, it was nowhere near as lively as it was at night. This time, he did not enter through the front door, but rather stormed into a room atop the building. After ushering Kailoli inside, he said, "Assist her for the moment. We have urgent matters to attend to. We must depart. I will remember what you said. If I return to the Star of Communication or learn of your whereabouts, you may seek my assistance against your adversaries," he concluded before taking his leave. As for how Mulinestan would handle the situation, he had no time to ponder. Given a fortnight, Yaga might have summoned the courage to confront Chioi. For now, he could only depart with Zashuka and the others. While he could have sought out individuals knowledgeable about the universe on this planet after parting ways with Zashuka, he preferred to accompany them to new worlds. Such adventurous journeys were not for the faint of heart. Traveling with them would surely lead to encounters with formidable beings. After all, as a warrior, one's experiences would invariably transcend the realm of ordinary interstellar merchants. Each had their own path, and, as a warrior, Yagu felt compelled to follow those who shared his calling. Mulinestan and Kailoli watched Yaga depart, their expressions mirroring one another. Mulinestan promptly inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" Kailoli, harboring a profound disdain for the man before her, found herself compelled to seek his assistance, and with a tight-lipped resolve, she recounted her predicament. Upon hearing her plight, Mulinestan's expression transformed to one of understanding, as he remarked, "Very well, I shall investigate this matter forthwith." In less than a minute, he returned with news. A smile gracing his features as he addressed Kailoli, "I have arranged for your sisters to be escorted back. I hope that our misunderstanding will not tarnish the bonds of friendship that lie ahead." His nonchalance incited Kailoli's ire. She was not devoid of reason and recognized that Yagu was not a reliable ally. With a reluctant nod of gratitude, she replied, "Thank you. Not all. Is we who have erred. Miss Kailoli, may I invite you to dine with me?" "No, I must return to check on our residents. Rest assured, I shall inform them." Mulinestan was entirely forthright regarding this matter. The arrival of Chiyo thoroughly disrupted the plans of Zashuka and Yagu. While they had anticipated that the opposition might arrive via unconventional means, they had not expected them to do so with such alacrity. A modicum of solace to Yagu was the fact that the space warships of the KTB-8 sector had yet to fully lend their support to Chiyo. Otherwise, their vessel would meet with tragedy upon entering space. Thanks to their remarkable maneuverability, the two ships narrowly evaded collision with the vessel en route to the trading star. Uncertain of Chiyo-Yi's mode of arrival, Yagu surmised that the vicinity was likely no longer secure, and the KTB-8 sector was no exception. Moreover, lacking the necessary transit tokens, their only viable course of action remained to adhere to the original plan and traverse directly into the territory of Quila, ideally entering through a less fortified area. The Milky Way galaxy, with its disk-like formation, coexists with elliptical galaxies, though such matters were of little concern to Yagu and his companions. The structure of the Milky Way dictated that Zashuka and his team focused their objectives both above and below, thus moving vertically along the galactic plane. Egressing from the galaxy along these two axes, while it might result in a prolonged scarcity of supplies, would be sufficient to obfuscate their trajectory from Frisia's pursuing forces, unless they utilized a vessel equipped with a torsion engine. On the inaugural day of their voyage, Zashuka convened numerous meetings, repeatedly interrupting Yagu's meditation within the ship. To him, these discussions bore little substance and relevance to their present circumstances. Were it not for the fact that the other party was the captain, he would have severed communication long ago. Meanwhile, upon the ship's descent, Chiyo, having yet to vacate the cockpit, employed a detector to survey the external conditions. swiftly identifying 7 high-energy life forms rapidly retreating. Judging by the distance, it was evident they were aboard a modified vessel, outpacing standard ships with remarkable speed. Curse it! Xiao-Yi seethed, his fury seeking an outlet as he grappled with the indignity of being harried by such feeble adversaries, their combat prowess barely exceeding 5,000. He could already feel the wrath of King Frisia and the scornful laughter of Vegeta. You lot, how can I find satisfaction without eliminating you? Just then, his communicator buzzed to life. Upon answering, he was met with a voice that instilled dread within him. Not that of Frisia, but that of Lord Jisoo, the most elite among Frisia's ranks, whose battle power had surpassed the limits of his detector. Xiao-Yi watched as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, clearly burdened with concern. It was evident that the gravest dangers lay ahead. Should he inadvertently provoke the esteemed one, he would likely be reduced to ashes. For the mighty Emperor Frisia would harbor no mercy. This was not a display of cowardice on Xiao-Yi's part, but rather a manifestation of primal survival instincts. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm in power between himself and his adversaries, cognizant that his vulnerability instilled fear in his opponents. He understood that, for beings of their ilk, strength equated to everything. Yet, he still mustered the audacity to venture into perilous territory, akin to courting death. At your command, Lord Jis. How shall we navigate the current predicament? If I were privy to that knowledge, would I be inquiring with you? Key. The task bestowed upon you by Emperor Frisia is to caution the inhabitants of the KTB 8-star region against excessive interference. In this universe, Frisia remains the ultimate authority. However, you have yet to fulfill your mission. Yet, Jesus' subsequent words offered Xiao-Yi a modicum of solace. I have tracked the course of Zashuka and his crew. Nevertheless, how shall we proceed? Fear not. As long as they do not encroach upon the territory of Emperor Kavira, I shall intercept them, even at the cost of my life. That is not my intent. I merely meant to convey that they appear poised to traverse the cosmic borders. In any case, I shall relay the general trajectory to you. Whether to take action is entirely at your discretion. Their affronts are trifling, and the heavenly sacred organization has not sustained significant losses. Should they fall into my grasp, I shall manage them appropriately. Yet, having escaped this far, they are beyond my concern. I am exceedingly grateful, Lord Jis. Xiao-Yi stifled his burgeoning indignation. Jis replied with his characteristic calmness. No need for thanks, Xiao-Yi. You must hasten your pace. Vegeta is an unstoppable force on the battlefield. Should I advise Emperor Frisia to pursue Zashuka and his crew? A flicker of annoyance crossed Xiao-Yi's lips as the playful smile of Jess seemed to materialize before him. He steadied his mind and responded, Lord Jis. There is no need to inform that fool Vegeta. His presence would only complicate matters. I share your sentiments. Very well. We shall continue to monitor the movements of Zashuka's ship and relay the latest intelligence to you. How you choose to utilize this information is entirely up to your prowess. Thank you for your immense kindness. Not all, merely a trifling matter. Chapter 35. Dust cloud. As the communication concluded, Xiao-Yi struck his thigh in frustration. Gritting his teeth, his underjaw tendrils quivering, his countenance dark and foreboding. In contrast to Xiao-Yi's ire, the 6 members of Zashuka, having evaded potential tracking, felt a sense of relief and proceeded to initiate a course deviation. This adjustment, embedded within the ship's systems, allowed for the continuous forward emission of long-range waves. Upon detecting any vessels ahead, the ship would immediately alter its course to evade. Given the current ship's attack range was merely 100,000 kilometers, a deviation of 200,000 kilometers was established. Should an enemy pursue, as long as their speed did not surpass that of Zashuka's crew, a safe distance of 200,000 kilometers would be maintained, affording them ample time to react and make decisions. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yagu chose to train aboard the ship. Perhaps spurred by Xiao-Yi's threats, his progress in the King Kai Fist technique soared significantly over the next 10 days, prompting him to train with even greater diligence. Exhausted to the core, every time he ceased his training and closed his eyes, he would succumb to slumber. He had teetered on the brink of life and death several times, yet fortuitously, he had placed 8 magical beans around his training ground, allowing him to swiftly retrieve and consume one, regardless of the direction in which he fell. Indeed, the fruits of his cultivation were remarkable. His power surged, accompanied by a fortification of will, while progress in other techniques also saw significant advancement. At this moment, he recalled Guldo's technique against Krillin and Gohan, the fusion of psychic ability and ordinary binding arts, employing formidable supernatural prowess to immobilize targets from a distance. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Ordinary binding arts merely rendered the body rigid, while Guldo managed to fixate the surrounding space, leaving Krillin and Gohan suspended and helpless. Perhaps there lay a profound distinction. In any case, should fate allow a meeting, he wished to replicate the technique, aspiring to wield it with exceptional understanding. His grasp of the Kamehameha technique was still shallow. He had yet to fully master its might. Although the Aurora Wave surpassed the Kamehameha in power, it exacted a toll on his body. Once the magical beans were depleted, would he truly be left to rely on a technique that could only be employed twice? Previously untroubled, he now found himself pondering this dilemma as he entered the cosmos and discovered he had become a fugitive under Frisia's command. The prowess and numbers of his pursuers weighed heavily on his mind, compelling him to deliberate this issue with great care. Ultimately, his efforts bore no fruit. His comprehension of the Kamehameha remained elusive, and he could only set it aside for the time being to devote himself to mastering the King Kai fist. Time flew like an arrow, a fleeting shadow that brushed past him, visible yet intangible, leaving no room for struggle, and in the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him. Life in the cosmos was far from easy, especially aboard their small spacecraft, where every movement was a challenge. The ship had ventured beyond the galactic plane, with two vessels approaching the fringes of a star system. Though stars twinkled here, habitable planets were scarce, sparse enough that neither Frisia, Cabra, nor the KTB 8-star region wished to expend energy in this desolate expanse. The Milky Way, under the influence of a powerful energy field, coalesced into a mass. Yet the surrounding areas were littered with scattered meteoroids, ice fragments, and colossal rocky planets that orbited like comets around the center of the galaxy. Distant visitors whose circumferences took thousands of years to traverse. These celestial bodies lay concealed in the inky void of space, prompting Zashuka and Yagu to activate the radar to guard against enemy assaults and collisions with these gigantic planets. On the vast star map, their trajectory resembled instantaneous displacements across the stars, leaping from one focal point of the celestial chart to another, an insignificant shift when compared to the boundless Milky Way. 12 days and nights passed before the escort formation emitted an alarming signal. Yagu, Zashuka, and the others fixated their gazes upon the psychic display. Yet none perceived the impending threat. Thus, they deemed that sector to be akin to a black hole, steering the ship off course to avoid it. Yagu held an insatiable curiosity about black holes, recalling the first time he had heard of them in a past life, when they were merely a hypothesis. To most, black holes were illusions, both a chasm of destruction and a wellspring of creation. Without black holes, the Milky Way would not exist, and the resplendent clusters of stars between galaxies would remain unspoken. It has been speculated that the opposite side of a black hole is a white hole, perhaps even a gateway to another universe. Chapter 36. Disputes and Thoughts. If humanity could construct a vessel resilient enough to withstand the gravitational pull of a black hole and venture within, it might reveal a singularity that is infinitely small, infinitely dense, and brimming with boundless energy, echoing the initial moment of the Big Bang, the very genesis of all creation. If my cultivation could resist the black hole's gravity and erect a barrier against cosmic rays, would I be able to traverse into the depths of a black hole? As Yagu turned the ship, this thought suddenly emerged. He ceased his cultivation and pondered this question deeply. Perhaps, one day, this dream would materialize. Returning to the original world with the powers acquired in the Dragon Ball realm would be a splendid affair. Once the multiverse theory is validated, many disputes on Earth may cease to exist. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation, wondering why he should concern himself with such matters, whether they pertain to him or not, and whether his return is even possible remains a mystery. What is of greater importance is whether he can survive until the onset of the conflict on Namek. From the perspective of Sun Wukong and his companions, the battle on Namek was merely to eliminate Frisia, who obstructed the resurrection of their allies, and to punish his tyrannical subordinates. However, Yagu, standing before the cabin window, gazed at the myriad stars and perceived that, from the standpoint of the various cosmic factions, this conflict could reshape the fabric of the universe. Its ramifications could rival those of the First and Second Great Wars, representing a profound reconfiguration of power dynamics. Suddenly, he noticed that the void ahead was more profound than the surrounding space. He checked the warning signals on the ship's display. Having not conversed with Zashuka, he promptly commanded the ship to make a sharp turn. Simultaneously, Zashuka's vessel began to execute the same maneuver, evidently having detected this colossal entity as well. Shortly thereafter, Meebaw's voice came through the detection array. This is the true black hole. What we encountered earlier must have been a mysterious substance condensed in the cosmos, capable of distorting the paths of all electromagnetic waves, including light. The previous black material should have been safe. The ship continued its journey, aiming to distance itself from the black hole. The farther, the better. Yagu, be cautious. These black substances may harbor dust and ice that have accumulated over eons, and could potentially contain the hardest special materials in the universe. If our speed is insufficient, they might penetrate our vessel. The hardest materials? He mused, having only heard legends. Caution never goes amiss. Understood, Yaga thought. The Kaioshin once stated that the hardest material in the universe is diamond. I wonder how sharp a sword forged from such a material would be, and would it rust? Yagu was uncertain. However, there was no need for experimentation. Just the title of the hardest material suffices to imagine its rarity. The divine sword in Sun Wukong's possession, revered by the Kaioshin and Jebit, undoubtedly surpassed the realms of sharpness and weight. Little did he anticipate that, compared to diamond, it would pale in comparison. We are entering, Zashuka announced loudly. Immediately, Yagu felt the cabin window ensconced by an unknown force, as if plunging into a fog, with his vision obstructed and everything outside vanishing from sight. Yagu, are you there? Yagu cast a glance at the distance and angle of the opposing vessel, relaying the information to Zashuka, who in turn conveyed the status from his end. After mutual calculations, their findings aligned with reality to the utmost precision. Such communication and computation transpired every 3 minutes, for in this cloud of dust, they were unaware of when they might encounter unknown energy distortions that could sever their connection. Thus, they remained ever vigilant against unforeseen circumstances. 17 days later, they observed the dispersal of the dust cloud, revealing before them a colossal black sphere. Surrounded by a shimmering array of bright points in the residual dust, a burgeoning cluster of stars, accentuating the sphere's inky darkness. Is it a planet? Yaga stared in astonishment. Zashuka responded. This type of planet is known as a dark planet, a most peculiar cradle of life in the cosmos. A dark planet? This concept exceeded Yagu's understanding. Eluding rational explanation, he yearned to glimpse the forms of life that might inhabit it. Yet, an unsettling sense of familiarity tugged at him. Zashuka proposed, let us linger in orbit around the planet and conduct a preliminary exploration. We must ascertain whether any signs of life exist. If so, we may seek the resources we require. Our vessel possesses ample space, perhaps sufficient to transport some cargo. Wait, Yagu interjected, puzzled. Are you suggesting we engage in trade? Are we to become merchants? Meebaw explained, it is a necessity. Our expenses are considerable, and with the uncertainty of how long we must evade our pursuers, offending a powerful entity due to financial constraints could spell disaster. Just as Yagu inadvertently provoked Jissi, we wish to avoid repeating such a misstep. Thus, we contemplate the potential survival crises that may arise should we cease living as warriors. Given our journey ahead, transporting goods that are scarce on other planets could yield substantial rewards. Some planets have only just entered the interstellar age, and their self-constructed vessels are incapable of long-distance voyages, limited to their own star systems. If we can provide ships capable of far travel, the remuneration could be quite lucrative. However, whether it be Frisia, Kvera, or the self-proclaimed liberators of KTB-8, no faction would support such planets. Attempts to smuggle engines, even antiquated ones, would be met with severe repercussions. Should smugglers operate outside the KTB-8 territory, they might be spared, but once discovered, there would be no need for further dialogue. An electromagnetic cannon would obliterate the smuggler ship in the void of space. As they drew nearer to the completely shadowed planet, a sudden explosion erupted from the device of the individual who activated the probe. Had they exceeded their limits? Yagu rubbed his ears, gazing at the scattered remnants of the probe, murmuring softly. Beep, beep, beep. A communication channel on the main console activated. Yagu opened it, and the images of Zashuka and his 5 companions appeared on the small screen. 4 of their probes had vanished without a trace. Yagu surmised that, like his own, they had succumbed to an explosion triggered by the detected battle aura. Zashuka's expression grew grave as he whispered to Yagu, Yagu, your spiritual detection device has also failed? Indeed, Yagu revealed, the aura detected was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing the probe's sensory limits. This cannot be possible, Halida exclaimed in horror, while Mahamika's face reflected fear. Desperately hoping Yagu would refute his earlier statement. You must be joking, right? Chapter 37. The Dark Planet. All eyes were fixed on Yagu, awaiting his conclusion. Yagu directed his gaze towards Captain Zashuka. Captain Zashuka, you must have already sensed it. Is further elaboration necessary? In truth, everyone is acutely aware, yet dares not confront the reality. A profound silence enveloped the group. When that formidable presence was detected, the device emitted a relentless, piercing beep, drawing the six together. Such anomalies could not be overlooked. However, the intensity of the aura surpassed the limits of the detector, an unprecedented phenomenon, as if they were ensnared in an ethereal dream. Yagu, well aware of how these power-worshipping individuals would react to such overwhelming strength, noted the concern etched on Zashuka's face. Suppressing his own trepidation, he calmly addressed the group. We have come in search of refuge. Is this planet not the ideal choice? Regardless, if we were to encounter companions like Chio, E, or Jaisai here, what have we to fear? What nonsense are you speaking? We shall not accompany your madness. Yiliuo roared, glaring at Yagu. You are the one who attracted Jaisai. Let us set that aside for now, for we have managed to escape. Yet you dare to propose venturing to a planet saturated with such potent energy? Are you seeking death? Yagu no longer extended courtesy to Yiliuo, having tolerated enough only to face relentless aggression. Although he understood the existence of a misunderstanding between them, the moment did not warrant further explanation. Let the captain judge what I have said. There is no need for disputes with you. If you have any suggestions, direct them to the captain, not me. I have tolerated your behavior thus far for the sake of team harmony, but if you continue this way, do not expect my forbearance to last. What did you just say, Yagu? Zashuka thundered, eyes wide with fury. Yagu cast a fleeting glance at him before averting his gaze. He comprehended the source of Zashuka's ire. His words had nearly divided the team, an affront the captain could not allow. However, Yagu also felt discontent with Zashuka's previous passive stance during Yiliuo's provocations. Though he had privately apologized to Ba for this every time an issue arose, Yiliuo seemed to target him, and even the most patient individual has their limits. Zashuka reprimanded Yagu before turning his stern gaze upon Yiliuo. Yiliuo, how many times must I remind you? Yagu is now our ally. If you value our camaraderie, you must set aside your grievances. Do you understand? I ask you, do you comprehend? Seeing Yiliuo remain obstinate, Zashuka fixed a stare upon him, gritting his teeth, and cast a glance at Yagu on the screen, responding begrudgingly, understood. Even discerning Yiliuo's insincerity, Zashuka felt powerless, sighing internally as he turned to Yagu. Yagu, I hope you can understand Yiliuo's earlier remarks. You know well that his temperament is less than amiable. It's nothing. I've already forgotten it. Yagu replied with a smile, warmth radiating from his expression. Yiliuo would not reconcile with him. Thus, if Yagu wished to establish a lasting presence within the team, he must earn the recognition of the other members. He understood that aside from the likes of Zashuka's cultivation team, few formidable practitioners in the universe harbored aspirations of traversing the galaxy. Much like the billionaires of the world, who seldom engage in extreme sports to challenge themselves due to their myriad commitments and the unsuitability of their physical condition. The formidable warriors either safeguard their homelands or traverse the cosmos, dominated by their immense power. Shishuka pondered for a moment, gazing intently at the dark planet below, and hesitantly remarked to Yagu, however, we cannot endure long on this shadowy planet. Encountering those foes would be perilously dangerous. Then allow me to descend alone, he proposed. After all, it is not for battle, but merely to seek a companion. Yagu's words stirred something within Shishuka, as well as among the others. For most members of Shishuka's team, Yagu was an extraneous presence, insignificant in matters of life and death. From the myriad gazes on the screen, Yagu sensed a tacit approval, though no one voiced it. A slight smile graced Yagu's lips as he declared, very well, it is settled. I shall notify you when it is safe for you to descend. With that, he closed the communication system and piloted the vessel towards the dark planet below. In truth, referring to it as a dark planet may be somewhat exaggerated. Amidst the surrounding clouds of dust, countless new stars were being born, their light feeble and mostly obscured by debris, rendering the entire planet akin to the darkest hour before dawn. Moreover, this planet did not orbit a living star, but rather the remnant of a deceased one, a white dwarf, incapable of providing sufficient warmth. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, the formation of the dark planet would have been impossible. The vessel's landing on the planet's surface required the collection of extensive data, encompassing various geographical features. Mountains, plains, hills, oceans, and other factors needed consideration. The atmosphere of the entire planet was remarkably dense. Its volume was merely 20 times that of Earth, yet its atmospheric thickness was tenfold, predominantly composed of greenhouse gases. These substances allowed the planet to maintain a temperature conducive to the existence of liquid water, despite the scarcity of light and warmth. However, due to the excessive thickness of the atmosphere, the amount of light reaching the surface was minimal. Upon penetrating the clouds, Yagu was greeted by a dim, gray world. Once the vessel landed, the scene before him could be aptly described as one where visibility was utterly obliterated. The atmospheric conditions had been assessed during descent, ensuring his survival on the planet, with no toxic substances present in the air. Yagu furrowed his brow, observing the view outside the porthole. The sky bore a slight brightness. Yet he understood that this feeble illumination would persist indefinitely, never to culminate in a moment of brilliant daylight. The brightness of the sky rendered the ground's darkness even more pronounced. With the landing complete, Yagu murmured to himself as he approached the hatch, clutching a wolfine night vision device. There indeed existed vast, formidable creatures on this planet, boasting combat powers in the tens of thousands. However, through the sensing of their auras, Yagu discerned that, aside from these top-tier beings, there were many others of lesser strength. Chapter 38, Confrontation, the Dark Monstrosity. The term weak here is relative to the strong, yet the combat prowess still amounts to thousands, if not hundreds. There are some that exist on the surface, and the terrain analysis conducted during the spacecraft's descent reveals their concentration in the ocean. As the hatch opens, Yagu activates his night vision goggles and descends the steps. Simultaneously, he harnesses his positioning abilities. Bang! The vessel emits a faint sound. Amidst these stars, he seeks either the footprints of companions or the trials of combat. Since discovering that this celestial body is teeming with formidable spiritual entities, his fighting spirit has ignited like a blazing flame, growing ever more fervent. This place, the Dark Rhino, has yet to give birth to any civilization. Even if it once did, it was merely a tempest of slaughter. The moment Yagu transformed from the spacecraft into a primordial orb, a significant presence dissipated under the weight of stronger forces. Although he could sense the presence of enemies through their aura, he could not discern the terrain, hence the importance of memorizing the battlefield. During combat, he could not rely on flares to illuminate the sky. In this profound stellar domain, as this thought crossed his mind, Yagu felt a tremor throughout his being. Within 3 breaths, those who had dissipated were not alone. Surveying the jagged obsidian stones and peculiar monoliths surrounding him, Yagu's expression grew grave. In this battleground, he felt woefully outmatched. The creatures of this dark planet may have adapted to combat without light, but he could not. Suddenly, a secret technique flashed through his mind. An enlightenment struck him. He chuckled lightly. Do not blame me. It is a necessary course of action. Let me test my blade on you. If successful, what difficulty lies in breaking the formation and defeating the generals? Boom! Boom! As he approached, Yagu sensed 2 overwhelming energies rapidly closing in, prompting him to extinguish his spiritual light and conceal himself behind a massive rock, cautiously peering out. Indeed, the shadow of battle could still be discerned. At the moment the adversary unleashed a shockwave, a faint light revealed the forms of 2 creatures. Having long dwelled in darkness, one creature appeared pallid, akin to a dying man, its skull reminiscent of a mahamika, save for its back lacking the toad-like venom sacs, its flattened head, and its long beak resembling pincers, all bearing similarity. This giant spirit stood at least 4 meters tall, with slender yet powerful limbs, moving with the agility of a grasshopper. In an instant, it leaped from the towering rock towards its target. The creature under attack, also a product of prolonged darkness, had translucent muscles, with its internal organs clearly visible. Yagu felt a wave of revulsion. The white-skinned giant spirit's prowess was formidable. The opponent could not inflict even a scratch before it effortlessly claimed its life. Thus unfolded a gruesome banquet as the white-skinned creature tore into the flesh and entrails of its foe, consuming it entirely. Although Yagu could not discern the finer details, he knew of its prolonged presence in this locale, igniting a thought of ambush. He felt no hesitation in launching a surprise attack. All that mattered was to strike decisively. Sensing the faint yet formidable strength emanating from the adversary, Yagu remained cautious. Such power was no trifling matter. Silently, he crept towards the opposite mountain ridge, which was the giant spirit's blind side. This route presented the best opportunity for ambush. The earlier shockwave had assured Yagu that these beings still possessed vision and had adapted to the dim crystalline light. Should the conditions change, it was likely that 90% of them would perish. Suddenly, the giant spirit, having closed its mouth, alertly scanned its surroundings, then turned to face the direction where Yagu was concealed. Everything appeared as usual, yet he remained restless, casting anxious glances to ascertain his safety, only to feel an unsettling disquiet. Grasping the lifeless body of the humanoid creature, he hastened away. Observing this, Yagu found himself at a loss, muttering a silent curse in frustration. At that moment, they had distanced themselves from other beings. Should the creature escape, the unknown consequences would be dire. Thus, as the monstrous entity attempted to depart, Yagu acted decisively. Uncertain of the ground beneath him, he leaped into the air, propelling himself towards the beast. With a resounding crash, he felt a heavy obstruction beneath his feet, accompanied by a faint reverberation. Yagu was taken aback. Had he been thwarted? With his ambush foiled, he had no choice but to engage directly. Without hesitation, he contracted his form, refusing to be disheartened by his initial setback, and surged towards his adversary once more. However, the foe was not foolish. Having dwelled in darkness for so long, its senses were acutely heightened. Sensing the impending clash, Yagu swung his fist while simultaneously bellowing, Quadruple. Waves of energy surged from his being, resembling a fiery aura that compelled his opponent to squint against the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Yagu directed his punch towards a spot 2 inches above the creature's nose. With a whoosh, he landed, only to perceive the creature standing 20 paces away atop a rock, its brow furrowed in concentration. He mused silently. Such explosive power. Indeed, its limbs were robust, and its leaping ability was astonishing. But could it soar through the skies? Doubts flooded his mind as Yagu leapt into the air, striving for greater heights. His speed was remarkable, leaving the monster no time to react. Feeling the gale from the beast's leap below him, Yagu sighed. What incredible leaping strength, soaring to a height of 1,000 meters in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, the strange creature's pallid belly swelled, as if something were surging forth from within. Its jaws gradually expanded, and with a guttural sound, a dark energy sphere erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at Yagu, who was ascending towards the heavens. Sensing imminent danger, Yagu hurriedly turned. With a rush of wind, Yagu winced, feeling a sharp sting on his cheek, reflecting, such formidable strength. Had this creature possessed higher intelligence and fought with instinct alone, I would have already sustained injuries. A worse fate might have been inevitable, yet Yagu was steadfast in his belief that he would not fall. This conviction and his survival instincts fortified him. The quadruple Kyokan had elevated his combat prowess beyond 4,000, and the backlash from employing such a potent technique was not as harrowing as that experienced by Goku. After Goku had unleashed the 20-fold Kyokan on Namek, he was rendered nearly incapacitated. However, Yagu, perhaps due to the system's influence, experienced no such debilitating effects from exceeding his limits. He regarded this as a gift from the system, recognizing that this was his own strength, which he had long mastered and required no further inquiry. Chapter 39. Injured. It had been a long time since he faced such a formidable opponent. Its might was impressive, yet its intellect was lacking. Yagu thought he could manage. Martial arts, after all, is it the technique that prevails, or does instinct reign supreme in battle? Each has its merits. Perhaps everyone can discover their own optimal path. For Yagu, martial arts were reliant on skill rather than mere instinct. Certainly, the cultivation of a robust physique serves as the foundation of all endeavors. Since time immemorial, the journey of human cultivation has spanned countless millennia. The primitive ancestors of the Stone Age, though yet to grasp the art of forging, underwent an arduous evolution from Homo sapiens to artisans over hundreds of thousands of years. Much like birds instinctively building their nests, humanity's wisdom lies in mastery. Amidst the vast cosmos, innumerable beings harboring immense power exist, yet none can extinguish the flame of intelligence. Agu circled around the ferocious beast, unleashing energy orbs imbued with a cerulean hue. The brilliance illuminated the creature, inciting its wrath. Sensing peril, the beast adeptly leapt aside, evading the onslaught of energy projectiles. Though Agu's speed was commendable, the beast's agility surpassed it. Even doubling his pace would yield no success in hitting the target. If he could close the distance, perhaps victory would be within reach, yet approaching would invite retaliation. From a safe distance, Agu relentlessly bombarded the beast's territory with energy orbs. The orbs struck the rocky terrain, and under repeated impacts, certain areas crumbled, gradually revealing molten red lava, a manifestation of Agu's own energy. Gasping for breath, Agu adjusted his stance, gazing downwards as the beast swayed in fear, its attention drawn to the searing magma. Now, it was time for me to strike. Instead of launching an immediate assault, Agu employed a transformation technique, morphing into a jagged, somewhat unnatural fragment of stone, gently descending toward the beast from 3 paces above. As the stone plummeted, it erupted with a thunderous boom, and Agu revealed himself, palms aglow with crimson energy, whispering, "Aurora Wave." The blood-red vortex whirled rapidly, coalescing into a resplendent ruby gem. This was the moment to unleash his attack. However, just as Agu prepared to thrust his palms forward, a shadowy, ink-like flash darted past his peripheral vision, sending a chill down his spine. The dark light surged forth, its target unmistakable. No! Agu's heart raced with a mix of fury and terror. His hands were his lifeline. And if severed, how could he continue to fight? He hastily withdrew his hands, stretching backward while arching his body to evade the lethal shadow. Despite his efforts to dodge, an overwhelming force collided with his chest, leaving him gasping for air as he was hurled away. Once the suffocating sensation subsided, a wave of coldness enveloped him. This was dire. The thought echoed in Agu's mind, followed by searing pain and warmth soaking through his garments. He could not suppress a cry of anguish as the agony surged to his head, blurring his consciousness. The elixir. Instinctively, Agu recalled the precious potion that could save him from peril, always secured within his belt for emergencies. Reaching towards his waist, he grimaced before he could touch down. The injury felt like a shattered web, tugging at the nerves and muscles of his chest, inflicting unbearable torment. Although he had faced life-threatening situations during his training, such excruciating pain was unprecedented. Indeed, enduring injuries or near-death experiences was a means to attain the elixir. However, now he faced not only that goal, but also the imminent threat of the dark celestial beast. Taking a deep breath and gathering his resolve, Agu fixed his gaze with unwavering determination, bellowing as he activated the 6-fold King's Fist. Amidst the resounding roar, he charged towards the beast, disregarding the blood that splattered from his chest. With a swift punch, the velocity of the 6-fold Kaioken caught the monstrous beast off guard. In its moment of astonishment, Yagu's fist struck its chest, producing a low, resonant thud that sent a significant shockwave reverberating through him. The force of the blow was so immense that it caused the wound on its chest to reopen, blood spraying in all directions. The beast was sent flying by the impact, yet it adeptly neutralized the force mid-air, rolling gracefully before landing and pushing off the ground with its powerful limbs. The beast from the dark planet, muscular and robust, crouched to gather strength, and in an instant, unleashed a formidable energy. To Yagu's surprise, the power of the 6-fold Kaioken seemed limited. It appeared that his injuries greatly hindered his abilities. While the 4-fold Kaioken had proven somewhat inadequate, he believed the 6-fold version could subdue the beast. Alas, his injuries rendered him unable to withstand its onslaught, leaving only a fleeting burst of power to propel him skyward. Recognizing that the beast could not fly, Yagu looked to the heavens and lifted himself off the ground. Though the creature possessed limited intelligence, it quickly discerned Yagu's intentions upon seeing him suspended in midair. With a thunderous stomp, it propelled itself forward, the sudden surge of energy resembling a seismic shockwave, scattering debris and dust in its wake, ultimately outpacing Yagu. The beast turned sideways, brandishing a black sickle that had grown from its own body, the very weapon that had previously wounded Yagu. Each hand wielded one, and similar sickle-like protrusions emerged from its shoulders and spine. Realizing that ascending further was unwise, Yagu maneuvered laterally, but his injuries restricted his movements. Nevertheless, he drew forth a celestial elixir from his waist and swallowed it hastily. In a flash, the dark energy re-emerged, as the beast unleashed a long-range attack reminiscent of its energy slashes. "Cursed beast!" Yagu shouted in frustration, abandoning the elixir for fear of dropping it. His right hand struggled to maintain balance with his left, making it difficult to stabilize his body amid the chaos. Were it not for his injuries, concealing one hand within his sleeve would have posed no issue. Yet his wounds had diminished his strength, leaving him feeling powerless. As he evaded the black energy slash, Yagu caught sight of the beast's side, where a black conical protrusion shot towards him, akin to Frisia's transform spikes. Should he be struck, he was certain his fate would mirror that of Krillin's, left without aid and destined for a grim end. With the collision imminent, Yagu bellowed, activating the 6-fold Kaioken once more. His muscles tensed instantaneously, blood gushed from his chest wound, and his complexion paled. He sidestepped the beast's charge, gritting his teeth and delivering a fierce upward kick. A thunderous boom echoed as the beast unleashed a deafening roar, launching into the air. An opportune moment had arrived. Yet, a chill ran down Yagu's spine as he recalled the beast's energy slash. He understood all too well that if he continued to lose blood, his vision would falter, and the situation would become even more perilous. Thus, enduring the dual torment of the sixfold Realm Emperor fist upon both flesh and will, Yagu reached for the spirit being at his waist. Yet, even when his physique was intact, the power of the sixfold Realm Emperor fist could only be sustained for a few breaths. Moreover, at this moment, the enormous wound on his chest, under the pressure of the Emperor fist, resembled a ruptured rubber ball, voraciously drawing in vital energy, hastening the tearing process and disrupting the original balance of his spiritual force, which only served to exacerbate the gaping wound. Consequently, the rate of energy loss would inevitably accelerate. Chapter 40. The Conclusion of Battle. Roar. The beast let out a mournful cry. However, what flew towards him was not its corporeal form, but a pitch-black spirit energy slash, accompanied by a black energy projectile ejected from its mouth. With the power of the sixfold Realm Emperor fist exhausted, Yagu barely held on. Yet the spirit being was already poised at his lips. Boom! The spirit energy slash struck Yagu, cleaving him in two. Subsequently, the black energy projectile descended, triggering a violent explosion at Yagu's standing spot. The beast landed, cackling gleefully, its eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a delighted smile. Yet, it soon froze in confusion, for the bisected form of Yagu still stood firm, albeit appearing strangely ethereal in its gaze. Just as it pondered this peculiar sight, a sound of breaking air resonated behind the beast. This was my moment. Brace yourself. The figure was indeed Yagu, who had swiftly consumed the spirit being and then unleashed the phantom fist, utilizing the billowing dust from the explosion to execute the transformation technique. He spun in midair, tracing 3 large circles, and then swept his foot across the beast's left leg. He discerned the truth. The beast's speed relied entirely upon its legs. Though its upper limbs were as swift as lightning, they merely served to deliver attacks. The primary objective was to seal its pursuit power before attempting to breach its defenses. With a crack, the beast's left leg twisted and contorted, eliciting a series of pained howls as it retaliated with a vengeful strike. Alas, the attack missed. Yagu leaped 10 zhong away and murmured, "If you strike me again, how shall I maintain my footing in this realm of cultivation?" Before he could finish his words, the beast would not grant him a moment's respite. Its arm swung, and the black spirit energy slash surged towards Yagu like an army of thousands. Yagu focused intently, having anticipated the beast's rapid assault driven by its physical power, yet he did not expect it to arrive with such swiftness. In that moment, he longed for the 3 supreme techniques of his master, Durat, particularly that secret skill capable of reflecting all damage from spiritual force. To him, these techniques seemed profoundly mysterious. Their principles were simple, yet their execution was perplexing. The instantaneous movement technique. Why could one arrive instantly upon sensing the opponent's aura? This was the very essence of that supreme technique, which is why Durat classified it among the 3 great arts. The Realm Emperor Fist and the energy projectile were no different. The Realm Emperor Fist resembled the internal skills of martial arts, proving useful not only in combat, but also accelerating strength enhancement during daily practice. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and evasion became impossible. The distance between him and the beast was too close. Were he to attack at such proximity, the opponent would be wounded, yet he too would find himself in a passive position, taking hits. Bang! The transformation technique activated, and Yagu transformed into a darting mouse, scurrying across the ground. Aside from the initial 2 spirit energy slashes that whizzed overhead, the remainder posed no threat to him. The demon beast was taken aback as dust swirled around it. Yet it clearly perceived that its adversary suddenly diminished in size, transforming into an unfamiliar entity. What is happening? The creature's intellect was not sufficiently advanced to ponder such intricate matters. Thus, it continued its assault, entirely oblivious to the diminutive mouse that blended seamlessly with the surrounding rocks beneath its feet. From behind the beast, Yagu reverted to his true form, adopting a low stance, his right fist poised near his waist, gathering strength. Taking a deep breath, he contained the energy within his being. Go forth. His fist, nameless yet brimming with the immense elemental force he had amassed, was ready to unleash a wave of impact should he open his palm. With a resounding bang, the demon beast, preoccupied with sweeping the ground ahead, was wholly unprepared for the assault that struck from behind. It was caught off guard, disbelief filling its eyes, as if it could not fathom being attacked by another. Soon after, a familiar voice echoed, revealing that the assailant was indeed the detestable youth who had severed its left leg. Yagu bellowed, leaping above the beast, his feet landing on its shoulders. Fists clenched tightly. Descending with the ferocious might of the sixfold sovereign fist, he struck the beast's crown. In that instant, the demon beast glimpsed a realm it had never encountered. Radiant light enveloped it, rendering it insignificantly small, beyond articulation, as if it had returned to a state before its very creation. But the moment was fleeting. Excruciating pain jolted the beast back to reality, and it collapsed, groaning and spewing blood. Ignoring all else, it flailed its scythe-like arms, thrashing wildly. Yet there was a method to its madness, as it swung towards a more perilous direction. Suddenly, the beast spotted Yagu before it, its pupils constricting in terror. Just as it was about to bring down its scythe, it beheld Yagu assume a peculiar stance, solar fist. Although the surroundings glimmered with the light of magma, Yagu could discern only the silhouette of the pure white beast, and the solar fist was unbearable even under the blazing sun. The outcome was inevitable. The beast's formidable vision became its fatal flaw. Instead of attacking Yagu, its raised arms shielded its eyes, letting out a pained howl. "It is over." Yagu's voice resonated from above as he brought his fists together. The force of a 1,000-meter descent crashing down onto the beast's head once more, at the same spot, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing. Regrettably, the demon beast could not replicate its prior reflexes, rendered incapable of any further movement. Yagu descended, his right knee pressing against the beast's cervical spine, a crack echoing through the air. The beast, still shielding its eyes, extended its tongue, its once vibrant gaze now devoid of life. In a manner reminiscent of Vegeta's finishing blow to Bardo, Yagu delivered the final strike to the beast, exhaling a sigh of relief. To his astonishment, he had gained half the experience points. He had not anticipated that this demon beast would yield such a wealth of experience, which implied that its strength was between 1.5 to 2 times greater than his own. A glimmer of excitement danced across his face, yet the near brush with death reminded him that such a reward was indeed justified. A being endowed with power could hardly grasp the subtleties of martial arts. Relying solely on instinct in battle, or contending with fellow creatures devoid of martial knowledge, would yield a different outcome when faced with beings that possessed both wisdom and skill. Moreover, Yagu had expended a spirit being, coupled with the phantom fist, shape-shifting technique, and Sinflar fist, nearly exhausting all his auxiliary techniques, a truly rare and opulent combination. In the profound void, Yagu took a deep breath. The residual might of the sixfold king fist still lingered, leaving him breathless. It was an unexpected stroke of fortune, as his cultivation had ascended to the 27th heaven. Yet, a glance at his vitality and explosive energy values revealed no fluctuation, inducing a slight pang of disappointment. These two metrics formed the foundation of Yagu's ability to triumph over stronger opponents, allowing him to dominate many adversaries whose prowess surpassed his own. Chapter 41. The Silent Star Domain. Since reaching the 20th heaven, these two values had stagnated. Was this truly the end? He pondered, yet had no choice but to accept the reality. At the onset of his cultivation journey, the battle system merely informed him of his realm and that of his foes, enabling him to learn various techniques and enhance himself. Some had not mastered extraordinary skills, yet could achieve intermediate or even advanced ratings, simply because they had integrated the fundamentals, rendering their techniques independent of conscious thought. Having just escaped from the abyss, his cultivation had indeed progressed, a fortunate dual benefit. Yagu clenched his fists, feeling the surging new power within him, a smile tugging at his lips, only to be followed by a sorrowful gaze at his surroundings. Were it not for Bioming attracting light with his attacks on the ground, dealing with that monstrous creature would have been far from simple. This battlefield, though commendable, was a desolate realm for a cultivator like him, who cherished the light. Furthermore, setting aside Zashuka and the others, it would be perilous to wander the starry seas alone in search of exploration. Yagu hesitated. He initially wished to linger here, honing his skills through encounters with these formidable beasts. However, would Zashuka and the others be willing to wait? They relished combat, but fought for gain, and now, faced with the formidable foes of the dark stars, with no profit to be had and amidst harsh conditions, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Adaptability was essential. He wondered if he might encounter a sage, If he could join forces with fellow practitioners, it would bolster his confidence for future exploits in the starry seas. A chilling dark wind brushed against Yagu's face as he gazed at the dimming radiance and the cooling lava. His eyes drifted to the fallen beast's carcass, brow furrowed. As he touched the gaping hole in his chest garment, a chill running through him. Although he had anticipated his opponent's superiority, defeating them without activating his vitality value had filled him with both exhilaration and dread. The sharp pain in his chest was not forgotten. Had he not dodged in time, his sternum might have been shattered. This planet was rife with powerful beings. Yagu set forth to explore this territory in search of fellow cultivators. In the expanse of space, aboard the ship with Zashuka and the other 5, each was immersed in what they believed to be time-consuming activities. Miba, why has our probe malfunctioned on this planet? It's strange that such terrifying creatures exist here. It seems that even the slightest departure from the galaxy can be fraught with peril. Miba was intently gathering the shattered remnants of the probe, attempting repairs, but his furrowed brow suggested numerous challenges lay ahead. Captain, I am not concerned about the probe. What troubles me is the abundance of black holes in this vicinity. After all, encountering black holes and dust clouds immediately upon leaving the galaxy is not a good omen. What are your plans? Shishuka asked helplessly, tossing the conundrum back to Miba. After a moment of contemplation, Miba suggested, why don't we remain here for the time being, and then return to our previous star? Are you out of your mind? What if Chio-E is still around? Hamumika interjected, turning to question Miba, while the others cast curious glances in their direction. Miba shrugged and countered. So, do you wish to continue the journey? Advancing further may allow us to traverse Lord Quila's territory. It could also lead us to an eternal stasis here. Let us not forget that we are not far from the KTB 8-star region, and yet, we see no sign of interstellar patrol vessels. Alas, we have been remiss. Preoccupied with seeking star maps, while neglecting to procure comprehensive data. Yiliue remarked, do not blame yourself. These matters were all managed by Yagu, and I have no idea what he has been busy with. Yiliue, I have reiterated this many times, do not shift the blame onto him, regardless of your sentiments. I do not wish for such occurrences to transpire again. Remember, we are in this together now. Do you understand? I previously stated that this matter should not be mentioned again. Should you bring it up next time, I shall show no mercy. Have you comprehended that? Shishuka sternly fixed his gaze upon Yiliue, while the others looked on with awkward expressions, wishing to defend Yiliue, but finding themselves at a loss for words, hoping instead that he would heed the captain's directives and accept the decision. The tense standoff between Shishuka and Yiliue persisted, with Yiliue refusing to yield and Shishuka maintaining an air of indifference. Ultimately, Miba intervened, Captain, let it go. Yiliue will never forget that incident. Moreover, I harbor no regrets. That individual is merely a waste. Had he not lingered by Vegeta's side, I would have already taken his life. As Yiliue spoke, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. After a long, piercing stare, Shishuka relented with a sigh, appearing rather resigned. On the dark planet, Yagu remained oblivious to the situation with Shishuka. Had he known of Shishuka's repeated warnings to Yiliue, and that the latter still harbored animosity towards him, he might have already taken action. Yagu had no intention of departing from Shishuka's team at this moment, but he had to be vigilant against all unforeseen circumstances. However, as his prowess grew, Yagu began to underestimate Yiliue. Formidable strength not only bolstered confidence, but also diminished sensitivity to external affairs. Much like toxins, aside from the unavoidable deadly poisons, a robust constitution engendered immunity to most toxins in the universe. As the light dimmed, Yagu had to enhance the illumination of his flashlight while proceeding, wary of potential dangers. Threats need not arise from sentient beings. He was more concerned about the existence of creatures on this brutal planet that could conceal their presence to ambush prey. Should such beasts launch a surprise attack, regardless of their strength, Yagu would consider it a disgrace. The air here was still somewhat frigid, and the oxygen content was slightly thinner than that of Earth. A sudden thought struck him. From where does the oxygen originate? Yagu surveyed the desolate surroundings, where sorrow permeated the silence. This was a planet that ought to wither. A reborn world in the cycle of a dying star. Chapter 42. The Aftermath of the Pursuit. Yet, Yagu, from beyond the star domain, was acutely aware that this planet remained fraught with peril. The original stellar system, categorized into inner and outer belts based on the temperature of the stars, resembles ingredients in an oven, where the effects of heat yield vastly different results. Closer to the star, the high temperatures result in the formation of solid planets, while the cooler regions further away give rise to gaseous planets. Amidst the endless expanse of the cosmos, Agu is profoundly struck by the peculiarities of the two colossal celestial bodies, Uranus and Neptune. Since the inception of the solar system, they ought to have resided within the orbit of Jupiter, near Mars. However, the immense gravitational pull of Jupiter has diverted them from their original paths over countless epochs. Moreover, the nascent form of the moon was astonishingly larger than its current state, being 15 times its present size, surpassing even the fantastical depictions found in myriad legends. Yet, at the periphery of this dim planet, the expected giant gaseous planets have vanished without a trace. These gaseous giants were meant to persist after the star's demise, yet they're nowhere to be found. The only plausible explanation, in conjunction with previous encounters with Zashuka and others, points to the existence of a miniature black hole at the outskirts of the solar system. Its feeble influence has yet to affect the surrounding dust clouds. However, the relentless consumption among numerous micro-black holes may eventually culminate in a colossal black hole, potentially giving birth to a new star system. The interplay of its gravity and dark matter will gather the surrounding cosmic dust and ice particles. Agu reflects on a dying star, marveling at how this planet still harbors life even after the star is transformed into a white dwarf. It is worth noting that had Earth undergone a similar transformation with the Sun becoming a red giant, it would have been entirely engulfed, with searing temperatures melting everything in its wake. Once the Sun perishes and becomes a white dwarf, it will grow cold, leaving no refuge for life. Agu is in awe of the cosmos, contemplating the existence of such a unique planet. Suddenly, he is struck by the idea of investigating the planet's oxygen supply system. If formidable beings dwell beneath the surface, might the secrets of life's genesis on this dark planet also lie buried in the depths? Agu gazes into the distance, despite the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Chio-E, clad in battle armor and carrying a detector, retrieves the flight path of Zashuka and the other spacecraft from the interstellar port. Reporting the matter with a grave expression to Frisia. Might we dispatch a small patrol team to the outer galaxies for a search, Your Majesty Frisia? Chio-E proposed. On the other end, Frisia's voice revealed neither fury nor approval. Chio-E, these individuals are indeed cunning. I hear that Jisoo has also sent pursuers, yet they have failed to catch up. Chio-E, well aware of Frisia's unpredictable temperament, understands at one moment he may be elated and the next consumed by wrath. Seizing the opportunity, he shifts the conversation towards Lord Jisoo, responding, indeed, Lord Jisoo has dispatched subordinates in pursuit, but they were intercepted by the warships in the KTB 8-star region, failing to acquire specific intelligence. After a moment of silence, a slow voice emerges, KTB 8, Dataria. These individuals are truly a troublesome lot. Listening to Dataria's conversation with Frisia and with mentions of Sabo, Chio-E can only wait patiently, hoping for the moment when Frisia will remember him and engage in further discourse. At this moment, Chio-E soared through the sky, filled with reverence for King Frisia, while harboring disdain for the myriad beings on the streets below and the flying creatures above. His cultivation was approximately 16 or 17,000, while the strongest among the travelers from other stars barely reached 4,000, a mere fraction of his power, which instilled within him a sense of superiority, making him acutely aware of the insignificance of others. After a considerable time, Frisia concluded his discourse and addressed Chio-E. Chio-E, regardless of the means you employ, you must eradicate the group known as Zashuka. Remember, even if it costs you your life, you must accomplish this task. When I dispatch the Jinyu force, that will signal your demise, understand? A cold sweat broke out on Chio-E's forehead, and he hastily replied, yes, I will certainly fulfill the mission. It is imperative. Frisia continued with a tone laced with mockery, which only deepened Chio-E's trepidation. He quickly promised compliance, but the response he received was merely perfunctory, after which the communication was severed. Taking a moment to pause in the air, Chio-E exhaled deeply, though the sun shone brightly on the stars. A chilling dread enveloped his heart. Zashuka, oh Zashuka, you have put me in a dire predicament. He resolved to unleash the fear he had garnered from Frisia upon Zashuka, ensuring they would taste terror 100-fold. Determined, Chio-E directed his flight toward the library. Now that he was aware of the trajectory taken by Zashuka and his companions, he sought to comprehend the specific conditions of that route. Initially, he intended to inform Frisia that since they had fled from his jurisdiction, there was no need for further pursuit. However, reality contradicted his expectations. The chase must continue. Thus, he needed to ascertain the flight path of Zashuka and anticipate any potential mishaps. Unlike the hasty departure of Zashuka Chio-e, as the pursuer, was far more cautious. This was not merely a matter of temperament. He required a day's stay on the star to equip his spacecraft with a more advanced propulsion system. Once the upgrade was complete, he could significantly close the distance between himself and Zashuka in a short period. Therefore, he intended to make the most of this interlude. Though Chio-e was a ruthless individual, having endured the brutal battles for planetary dominance, he was not devoid of civility. In the library, while perusing texts, he remained silent and composed, akin to the common folk willing to share knowledge. Yet, to the discerning observer, it would be evident that, for him, everything was an act of benevolence. He did not mind fostering this atmosphere, but it remained his generosity, regardless of how others perceived it, in Chio-e's understanding. This was an undeniable truth. Indeed, there are no fewer than 100 black holes, and over 200 years, more than 60 exploratory vessels have been lost. Chio-e encountered data that invigorated him. It was crucial to note that the exploratory vessels of the KTB 8-star region were far from ordinary merchant ships or warships, equipped with technology beyond even the capabilities of the Frisia Empire. Despite this, aside from the 40 or so lost in the early years, several research vessels had vanished over the past decade. The peril at the fringes of the galaxy was unmistakable, yet Chio-e had no alternative. He must venture forth to ascertain the fates of Zashuka and his compatriots. Otherwise, should Frisia inquire, he would have no explanation to offer. Certainly, while reporting their demise may alleviate the crisis, should Zashuka and his companions resurface, Frisia would offer no opportunity for explanation, opting instead for immediate annihilation. He cannot afford to take such risks. Understanding the perils that lie ahead, Chio-e surmised the direction in which Zashuka and his cohort would flee. However, those paths lead to hundreds of life-bearing planets scattered throughout the galaxy, rendering a thorough investigation utterly impossible. He lacked the authority for such an undertaking. Having read through the tome, Chio-e departed from the library and contacted Jis directly, stating, "Lord Jis, it is I, Chio-e." He, came Jesus' prompt and unhesitating reply. "Frisia has already informed me. Speak freely. What assistance do you require?" Chio-e felt a surge of joy at the regard Frisia held for him. The very act of entrusting him with this matter, whether in acknowledgement of his worth or the significance of the situation, was a manifestation of trust that he relished. At the very least, the ever-contentious Vegeta could not aspire to such an honor. Respectedis, I beseech you to send your disciples to survey the fan-shaped slope in the KT-32 ZP-70 region of the KTB 8-star domain. That is not an easily explored area. Jesus' voice resonated with skepticism. The sound of paper rustling reached Chio-e's ears. You are aware that there are hundreds of planets in that star domain, and we have yet to set foot in many of them. Furthermore, numerous beings possess cultivation levels exceeding 2,000. For an ordinary practitioner to venture, there would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the vastness of that expanse is uninhabited. Chio-e, you know this well. Yet I still implore you, for Zashuka and his companions wield a substance that instills great trepidation in Lord Frisia. I must eradicate them at all costs. A silence ensued. Perhaps as Jis weighed the formidable treasure that instilled fear in Frisia, or considered the extent of Frisia's concern. After a moment, he acquiesced. Very well. But you must inform Sabo and Dodoria, those two incorrigible youths, to mobilize the practitioners from headquarters to act in concert. Otherwise, we shall struggle to monitor such an expansive territory. Chapter 43. A fortunate return. Upon hearing this, Chio-e's face blossomed into a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Esteemed Jis, my sincere thanks to you. Amidst the resounding tumult, a beam of azure light shot forth from his fingertips, striking a semi-transparent beast and instantly perforating its form. The energy beam then collided with the mountainside, resulting in a deafening explosion. The shockwave propelled Chio-e forward, causing him to stagger a few steps before he was felled to the ground by a punch and kick from Yagu. His experience points surged from 3 to 28. And with the 5 beasts he had dispatched in a single blow, only 3 contributed to his cultivation enhancement. The others, too feeble, merely delayed his journey without yielding substantial rewards. How vexing it was to ponder the whereabouts of the entrance, shrouded in obscurity. How was he to seek it out? He yearned to discover the gateway to the subterranean realm, but was reluctant to attract even stronger entities. On this planet, there existed hundreds of presences that he could not contend with. Should he encounter them, Yagu would have but 2 options: to pilot his ship to safety or to employ his wits to evade their gaze. Those adversaries were no match for him. The most formidable technique, the Aurora Wave, would merely elicit a fleeting sensation akin to a tickle upon impact. The threat loomed dangerously close, and Agu was resolute in his desire not to transition from hunter to prey. On this planet, was there a possibility of encountering intelligent life? He lifted his head, gazing at his surroundings with a sense of bewilderment. Did a highly evolved race not equate to an intelligent one? Doubt clouded his mind, if that were indeed the case. No amount of effort would yield results. Nevertheless, the fact that they could congregate underground in such vast numbers suggested a degree of organization. Without dedicated oversight, chaos would surely ensue. Why then did order persist? A low growl from the beast Agu had just vanquished shattered his reverie. With a swift kick, he severed its throat, exhaling a breath of frustration as he soared towards the valley ahead. Although the earth beneath him bore soil, the biting winds stirred up dust, prompting him to hasten his departure. The resounding thuds echoed in Agu's ears. He strained to discern the source of the sound. The creature stood approximately 10 meters tall and weighed over 5 tons, brimming with vital energy, an opponent capable of enduring prolonged combat. Surrounding this presence was a faint aura, reminiscent of an army on the march, aimed directly at another powerful force that Agu sensed nearby. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a multitude of weaker presences, obscured by the overwhelming strength of the dominant force. Regardless of the outcome, he felt compelled to investigate. With no clear direction, Agu ascended to the skies, heading straight for the convergence of the two powers. Half an hour later, Chunshi observed the scene below. The clash between beasts and sentient beings differed starkly. The former relied solely on instinct, while the latter employed cunning. It is often said that warfare resembles a chess game, where one lures the enemy into revealing vulnerabilities before delivering a decisive blow. Combat, too, though swifter than war, shares this essence. When faced with weaker opponents, one must devise the simplest and most efficient methods to secure victory. Against stronger foes, one must contemplate how to bridge the disparity in strength and restore balance. Cunning and decisiveness define the battles of intelligent beings, akin to modern armies clashing with those from an age of cold weapons, requiring vastly different resources when pitted against equally modern forces. Even triumphing over 1,000 armies wielding primitive arms does not guarantee victory against a similarly advanced military. Engaging with the 5 dark beasts provided Agu with clarity. The absence of intelligence rendered them devoid of strategy, relying solely on their most proficient and rudimentary attacks. This realization diminished his interest in the creatures of this dark planet. Initially, he had perceived it as noteworthy, yet discovered it to be rather unremarkable. Although many high-level beings existed, combating them offered little benefit to him. Thus, Agu retrieved a capsule, transforming it into a flying vessel. Just as he was about to board, a change in his expression prompted him to accelerate his actions, swiftly maneuvering the spacecraft to take off from the planet. As the vessel ascended, the place where he had previously stood revealed a creature, entirely white and resembling the beast Agu had fought earlier. A cosmic spacecraft. Cursed be the timing yet, he mused. Might new arrivals grace this place? Should they be vanquished, the ship could be seized, granting passage to uncharted realms. The words he uttered were comprehensible to Yagu, and discovery would surely provoke astonishment. His demeanor suggested a certain delight in this treacherous pursuit. With the advent of new detection devices, Yagu would uncover shocking levels of prowess, enough to leave one speechless. Behind the beast, 2 towering kin stood in silence, exchanging glances before they suddenly collapsed, oblivious to the moment they had been felled. Zishuka, the denizens of the dark planet, were formidable yet devoid of intellect, incapable of communication. Yagu recounted his experiences, unwilling to squander time in this realm. I understand, he acknowledged. Shortly after Yagu's departure, Zishuka deemed the rejection of Yagu's proposition a prudent choice, yet they were unable to establish contact and could only await his return. Upon Yagu's swift reappearance with such a report, he nodded in approval. In truth, he withheld the fact that intelligent beings did exist on the dark planet, albeit in exceedingly rare instances. It was said that the wisdom of the sentient warriors on the dark planet was determined by their prowess. Those of lesser strength remained ignorant beasts, while once their power exceeded 10 million, they would attain intellect akin to that of a 5-year-old child. Yuriwo, upon hearing Yagu's report, was thwarted in his attempts at mockery by Miba, who could only glare at Yagu on the screen, his eyes alight with resentment. Since there are no objections, let us proceed, he declared. However, considering the peculiar phenomena surrounding them, caution was paramount. Is everyone clear on this? Zishuka articulated his judgment. To which Miba and others readily agreed, and Yagu remained indifferent. Nonetheless, as the vice-captain, Miba cautioned, I harbor no dissent, yet slow navigation consumes energy excessively. We must be vigilant. Once our reserves dwindle past half, we must promptly select a locale for swift departure. We must ensure we possess sufficient reserve spirit stones to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 44. Astonishing Elevation of Power. Miba's words resonated truthfully, and I second the motion. Responded Mahamika immediately. Halida, Ali, and Yuruo nodded in agreement, while Yagu, though beset by doubts, felt an intensified eagerness to explore the wonders of this place. The Dark Star Domain, where had its name been uttered before. He was a free-spirited individual, able to focus on other matters by merely following the course set by Miba and the team. Yagu was certain he had heard of the Dark Star Domain, or the Dark Celestial Bodies. He recognized the monstrous beasts from their initial confrontation, though their origin eluded him. Before he could ponder further, all uncertainties were cast aside during his cultivation. He was compelled to concentrate wholly on the path of self-improvement, exerting every effort to transcend his limits. Within the airship Yagu occupied, only Miba controlled the vessel with skill far surpassing that of the rest of the crew, while Captain Zashuka sat beside him, not piloting directly, but remaining ever vigilant of the broader picture. That lad is engrossed in rigorous training. Oh, what a remarkable boy! Possessing a spirit power of 1,073. Truly astonishing, Yuruo remarked. Even a Saiyan could not achieve such rapid advancement. Do you still harbor resentment towards him? Mahamika activated the spirit power detector to assess Yagu's prowess. Zashuka raised an eyebrow, pondering a spirit power of 1,073. Horrifying as it may seem, despite my conviction that he is a Saiyan, one must question how any Saiyan could elevate themselves at such an astonishing pace. Even the esteemed Vegeta took decades to reach a power level in the tens of thousands. Should Agu maintain this rate of advancement, even with the arrival of Chiyu-E? A flicker of understanding ignited in Zashuka's eyes, illuminating them with a gleam. His verdant skin shimmered with a radiant glow, the corners of his mouth curling into a joyful smile. Yuruo let out a disdainful huff as he seized the scanner, casting a glance at Agu's energy reading. His expression growing increasingly sinister, though a hint of hesitation lingered in his gaze. Mahamika interjected, urging belief in his words, though his appearance resembles that of a Saiyan. Have you ever encountered a Saiyan with such amiability? Even Raditz, whose power is inferior to yours, does not exhibit such arrogance. Moreover, let us not forget that Saions take pride in their tails, yet Agu possesses none. Can he truly be deemed a Saiyan? Halida chimed in, is he not a Saiyan? When has he ever claimed to be anything else? Yuruo stubbornly clung to his stance, yet it was evident to all that he was wavering. Zashuka had been observing Yuruo closely, the latter's deep-seated animosity toward Saions, compounded by Agu's striking resemblance to them, especially in terms of his rapid ascension, had transferred Yuruo's hatred onto Agu. However, it seemed undeniable that Agu bore similarities to Saions, perhaps even surpassing them. His rate of progress was at the very least more formidable than that of the Saiyan royalty, Vegeta. Could an ordinary Saiyan truly achieve such heights? Even if time had dulled their memories of Saions. Zashuka and the others recalled only the madman who had led his subordinates to decimate Yuruo's planet. No one else could exhibit such a palpable transformation as Agu. In just over half a year, he had ascended from a power level below 1,000 to one exceeding it, all before the watchful eyes of many. Such a rapid metamorphosis was indeed breathtaking. At that moment, Zashuka addressed Yuruo. If you harbor doubts, seek out Agu and inquire if he is a Saiyan. I understand. He is not a Saiyan, yet he resembles one so closely, too closely, Yuruo murmured, seemingly lost in contemplation and introspection. The other side, recognizing that Yuruo's deep-seated hatred for the Saiyan race was not easily extinguished. Although the anger directed at Agu was unjust, the sight of Yuruo's near-manic demeanor rendered them silent. They had not lived through such experiences and could thus maintain a calm perspective. Mahamika, however, felt this most acutely. He had fought relentlessly for his race, yearning for recognition from King Frisia to elevate his people's status. Now, with the dust settled and the weight lifted from his shoulders, he felt a sense of relief. Freed from the burdens of the past, his spirit, aura, and soul were rejuvenated, allowing him to perceive the world through a different lens, one as clear as crystal, mirroring the brilliance of the stars across the cosmos. It was for this reason that Mahamika could better comprehend Yuryuo's plight and the quest for meaning in survival. Once, he had hoped to seek vengeance through an elevation in status, but now such opportunities had vanished, with Agu's emergence serving as his antithesis. Zashuka and his companions were still endeavoring to persuade Yuryuo, while Chio-E had switched to a disc-shaped airship, which boasted greater speed and a wealth of functionalities. The air was filled with the sound of target, alien system. Chio-E employed 3 adept airship pilots, offering them generous compensation. Their mission was to navigate the airship, respond to emergencies, and track the airship of Zashuka and his group. Similarly, when Chio-E entered the Dust Cloud region a few days later, he encountered several extraordinary experiences. Yet the pilots exhibited exceptional caution, ultimately emerging unscathed. Subsequently, Chio-Ye's detectors began to burst one by one, revealing the visage of the dark star domain before him. Leaning against the window, Chio-E gazed intently at the colossal planet, nearly engulfed in darkness, his expression a tapestry of fear and exhilaration. So many high-powered beings existed here. He was overwhelmed with thoughts, eager to report the situation to King Frisia, yet felt compelled to consider his own interests first. Regardless, he resolved to descend and explore. Perhaps he might encounter those willing to join King Frisia's ranks. If that were the case, Vegeta, just you wait. Maiba apologized to everyone before departing, needing to bathe and recuperate. He then entered a tranquil room, as did Zashuka, but not before informing Yagu. Yagu, you need not guard the subsequent journey. The ship will proceed directly to the life planet. Should any peril arise, remain alert and remember. Understood, Yagu replied, adding, only within my knowledge though. Zashuka preferred not to linger on the matter, offering a perfunctory smile. That suffices. Our fates are entrusted to you. Just a modicum of vigilance will do. Understood. Yagu shrugged nonchalantly, knowing little of the cosmic pathways. The ship's operation system was as simple as a novice device, more straightforward than driving a vehicle. In the event of a mishap, the ship's alarms will be far more perceptive than he. In truth, Zashuka had merely mentioned it casually, observing Yagu's demeanor. He recognized that further words would be futile, thus he said, farewell for now. By the way, your ability to cultivate within the ship for 2 months is truly commendable. This was no empty praise, but a genuine expression of respect. Chapter 45, Dreamlike Reality. Hamomika, Yuryuo, Ali, and Halida, weary of life aboard the ship, sequentially exited the hall, seeking solace in a quiet room to pass the time in repose. Maiba, tasked with control, needed to accompany Zashuka. However, prolonged exposure to the interstellar environment could dull the mind and induce fatigue. Yet both were acutely aware that in this unfamiliar and perilous realm, a moment's carelessness could spell doom for the entire team. Finally at ease, Zashuka genuinely admired Yagu, who remained alert and vibrant. Yagu chuckled, his attire unchanged, his upper body exposed, a specially crafted adornment conveniently concealing his tail. You'll get used to it, Captain. I am indeed a bit bored, but if one remains focused, time will fly. Gazing at Yagu's earnest response, Zashuka felt a disquiet within. Over the span of 2 months, Yagu's strength had surged dramatically. Now, his normal combat power reached an astonishing 1627. Had he not been certain this wasn't a dream, he would have suspected it was an illusion. Just 2 months prior, Yagu had barely breached the 1,000 mark, a feat that had taken him over half a year to achieve. However, the power of Yagu has multiplied exponentially, growing approximately 6 to 7 times. Consequently, Zashuka multiplied the acquired data by 6, enabling Yagu's combat strength to surpass its previous limits, becoming the strongest in the team, on the verge of exceeding 10,000. With a member of the squad achieving such formidable strength, how could Zashuka not feel elated? The gloom of the past 6 months dissipated, akin to the dawn's light bringing hope. Very well then, I shall take my rest in the quiet room, and you too must not overexert yourself. Rest when it is time to do so. Fear not, I shall take good care of myself. Yagu patted his increasingly robust chest. Zashuka chuckled lightly, refraining from further words, and ended the video call. Rising from his seat, the smile lingered on his lips, difficult to erase. After closing the conversation, Yagu clenched his fists tightly, once again dedicating himself to training. He harbored fondness for Zashuka and Ba. At the very least, they could be considered friends. As the earth would say, they were akin to companions bound by feasts and merriment, mere acquaintances on the surface. As for enduring hardships together, it was almost laughable. The other team members were relatively unremarkable, with Harry standing out in Yagu's impression. His imposing figure resembled that of a mighty bull, occasionally displaying shrewdness, though his rash nature often obscured his intelligence. Aside from the three, the remaining team members were rather mundane, particularly Yiliuo, whom Yagu might have harbored murderous intent towards had they not been on the same team. Fortunately, the latter had been causing less trouble of late, and Yagu had little interest in engaging, gradually regarding him as inconsequential, thereby alleviating his worries. Yet, the enhancement of strength remained insufficient. The dark planet was rife with formidable foes, and tolerating mediocrity was intolerable. He aspired to become the mightiest in the cosmos. With every punch, sweat poured from him as he challenged his limits in the oppressive gravity chamber, now mastering the force of 40 times Earth's gravity, preparing to solidify the state for several more days before striving for 50 times. The spacecraft cut through the cosmic expanse, breaching the territories of Frisia and Kvila, steering toward the vast starry sea. Merely 11 days later, while still acclimating to the 50-fold gravity, Yagu received a warning of the spacecraft's imminent landing within 24 hours. So soon, Yagu gasped, standing as his stamina waned. However, to ensure a safe landing, he needed to rest in advance, restoring himself to peak condition. He approached the control panel and deactivated the gravity chamber. A low hum resonated as the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. In an instant, Yagu felt as though he had been reborn, his body light as though capable of flight. Even his fatigue seemed to vanish in an instant. Glancing at the damages on the spacecraft, he murmured, "A new one is in order." Stretching, he pulled himself from the vortex of training, feeling mentally and physically drained, in dire need of rest. After stifling a yawn, Yagu entered the lower-level bathroom for a refreshing shower, admiring his sculpted muscles in the mirror. He then lay down on his bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. With 33 minutes remaining until landing, the spacecraft's alarm sounded. A 30-minute warning urged everyone aboard to prepare for potential attacks from the planet's defensive forces. Awakened amidst the commotion, Yagu rubbed his bleary eyes, still feeling drowsy. It was not the time for further slumber. He threw off the covers and rose, making his way to the bathroom to rinse his mouth and wash his face. Subsequently, he dressed with renewed vigor, adjusting his attire to conceal his tail, and ascended to the training hall, awaiting the moment of descent. Directly breaching the atmosphere of a planet was considered an infringement in the interstellar age. Should the intruder be a vessel manned by combatants, it would signify a declaration of war. However, when the two vessels carrying 7 individuals penetrated the atmosphere and approached the surface, they encountered no defensive retaliation, allowing the crew to set aside their initial concerns. It appears to be a planet devoid of threat. Mi-Ba, through the detector, observed that the planet's combat capabilities were below 50 and smiled at the others. Muhammad countered, "Even so, what does it matter? We are no longer combatants. Exterminating them offers us no advantage." This sentiment resonated in the minds of Mi-Ba and Shishuka, while Halida concurred, "Indeed, we are not what we once were. As long as our needs are met, we can afford to spare some lives." Ali chuckled, "We do not have the luxury of time. This region has few inhabited planets, and if Chio-E pursues us relentlessly, they will soon locate us. I merely speak in generalities. There's no need to dwell on it. How could one not take heed?" The group murmured among themselves. Shishuka remarked, "Ali's words ring true. We must act with caution. The spiritual energy on this planet is feeble, and the spirit stone fuel for our ship may not last long. However, we can gather numerous spiritual plants, which will not only sustain us, but also serve as biofuel for the ship, albeit we must hasten our pace." The 6 individuals devised their plans for landing, yet Yagu was entranced by the planet's continental plates. Lost in thought, he approached the control panel, revealing the planet's entirety, and began to scrutinize it absent-mindedly. This planet's landmass mirrored that of his world before his crossing. Asia, Europe, America, Australia, Africa, and Antarctica all existed here. The familiarity of this vista stirred a tumult of emotions within Yagu. His lips trembled, and his tightly clenched fists revealed bulging veins, as if poised to unleash a surge of power. What kind of fate or cycle is this? Yagu silently screamed, gazing in disbelief at the approaching continent. Memories, long forgotten, began to materialize from the void, gradually coming into focus only to halt at the final moment. As if only by personally verifying could he complete the last link of recollection. With taut nerves, the shackles that had been sealed for years suddenly cracked open a small fissure. It felt as though with one more step, he could unveil the long-awaited answer to the riddle. As he drew nearer, this reminiscent planet felt akin to a homeland, in a daze. Yagu believed himself to be a traveler of another realm, returning to a long-lost sanctuary. Yet in the next instant, a thought intruded his mind. Not all who ride white horses are heroes. Some could be thieves. Not all who soar are celestial beings. Some may be bird demons. Moreover, the most significant difference in this Earth-like planet was that it harbored 3 moons slightly smaller than the one he knew. Even if they appeared similar, it was impossible for there to be 3 moons. The ship descended slowly, the scene outside the porthole blurred, revealing only fleeting glimpses of white currents, swirling like mist around the vessel, before being gently dispelled by the ship's protective shield. Chapter 46, A Sense of Familiarity. Yagu suddenly felt an urge to behold the land with his own eyes. He approached the control panel and activated the communicator. Captain, I intend to land on the largest landmass of the planet. Is that permissible? After a moment of silence, Shishuka replied, yes. But have you noticed that one of those 3 moons emanates a life force? What? Yagu exclaimed in shock and rushed to the porthole, only to find a view obscured by turbulent air currents. How curious. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings at that moment. Yet he did not dwell on it. Instead, he cast aside all prior thoughts. Buzzing. The spaceship emitted an unusual sound, and Yagu understood that they had arrived at their destination. The hatch creaked open, forming a staircase-like passage. Yagu stepped forward, exited the spacecraft, and closed the hatch, transforming it into a spirit orb. At that moment, another saucer-shaped vessel released 6 individuals. Among them were Shishuka and others. Upon landing, their gazes converged on Yagu, and Shishuka raised an eyebrow. Yagu, do you recognize this place? Yagu, slightly taken aback, replied, I do not recognize it. Is there something wrong? Shishuka shrugged. It seems you are quite familiar with this location. Yagu chuckled lightly. The continent of this planet bears an uncanny resemblance to one I recall. Oh, is that so? Shishuka exclaimed, surprised. The shapes of planetary continents are ever-changing, rarely resembling one another. After tens of millions, even billions of years, they undergo countless transformations. Nevertheless, let's find some food. That scent. Me boss sniffed the air. It smells of gunpowder. Listen, there should be sounds of explosions. Indeed. The 6 listened intently and discerned the unmistakable sounds of blasts and gunfire. It was evident that they were nearing a battlefield. Yagu suggested, I'll head over there to take a look. Who wishes to accompany me? I will, Halida responded immediately. He revered the strong. Previously, Yagu had only slightly surpassed him, and he was naturally a supporter of Yuryuo, maintaining a cool demeanor towards Yagu. However, to his surprise, in just over 6 months, Yagu's strength had far outstripped theirs. Very well, let us go. Yagu glanced at Halida, who seemed quite excited to follow him. Lacking any disdain for Halida, Yagu felt inclined to accept his company. Halida waved at Shishuka, Miba, and the others before taking to the air, swiftly following Yagu. Wait for me. Yagu did not deliberately quicken his pace, allowing Halida to catch up as they silently approached the source of the explosions and gunfire. Their speed was remarkable, and soon they arrived nearby. Yagu gestured to Halida. Let us descend. We should not disturb the natives' way of life. In truth, he wished to witness an authentic cultivation war firsthand. Though Halida felt that flying directly over would suffice, he saw no reason to oppose Yagu's suggestion and nodded in agreement as they landed within a forest. The landscape was undulating, and the expanse of trees was vast. Yet due to the natives' rampant deforestation, the once continuous sea of trees had become fragmented and uneven. Upon landing, Yagu surveyed the vegetation, his brow furrowed, and an oppressive feeling settled within him. Noticing this, Halida inquired, What is it? Huh? It's nothing, just some memories resurfacing. Come, let's take a look. Yagu and Halida made their way toward the sound of gunfire. Soon, the two heard even more intense cannon fire. Each explosion sent tremors through the ground, a sensation heightened by their exceptionally keen perception. Without such acuity, no one would have noticed the subtle vibrations. Evergreen foliage extended its branches, obscuring the sky above them. While the outside world basked in midday sun, this place felt akin to twilight. Dimly lit, yet their vision remained unaffected. Before long, they beheld the battlefield of cultivation weapons, where 2 factions stood in opposition, one side attacking, albeit with fewer numbers than the defenders. Upon recognizing the combatants, Yagu was momentarily stunned, muttering to himself, Is there truly such a coincidence in this world? This cannot be. In an astonishing scene, the attacking forces, bearing the emblem of the plaster flag, commanded by a leader wielding a long blade, directed their efforts alongside a machine gun unit. A 6-man artillery team provided cover for their comrades, suppressing the enemy concealed within the trenches of the hillside. The defenders, disguised as civilians, appeared as farmers, with some even resembling insurgents. Halida noticed the astonished gaze of Yagu, who observed the battlefield that, to him, resembled a child's game, and inquired, "Yagu, what troubles you? You have been acting strangely since earlier. What has transpired?" Yagu, coming to his senses after a moment of contemplation, replied, "In truth, this scene mirrors history. As I mentioned before, this planet bears a striking resemblance to one I encountered in the past." Halida nodded in understanding, prompting Yagu to continue. That planet's history featured similar battles, such as the flag of the attacking forces, which is akin to the one before us. "Really? What do they call this place?" Halida asked, astonished and curious. Yagu candidly responded, "They refer to it as the land of the rising sun due to the planet's lack of unification. Pronunciations vary, yet all signify a star belonging to the sun." Halida gazed upward at the sun obscured by leaves and remarked, "I shall capture them for inquiry to verify the truth. However, if this is indeed the case, it is quite remarkable. I have never heard such tales before. Has not the dark planet also been whispered of yet unseen? This is a rare opportunity, especially considering that region of space. Who would dare venture there?" Yagu replied. Halida chuckled, saying, "You make a valid point. Shall we proceed?" He sought Yagu's opinion. Yagu shook his head, saying, "Let us wait a moment longer. I shall investigate further. My thoughts are currently disordered. It is prudent to pause." The defenders, who should have taken the initiative, had gained no further advantage beyond the initial assault by the ochre-uniformed enemy forces. Their marksmanship was poor, and their weaponry subpar. Yagu even witnessed a soldier experiencing a jam while loading his firearm. Upon realizing it, he crouched in a shallow trench, desperately striking the weapon against a nearby rock wall. After 2 attempts, Yagu could only shake his head in disbelief. In contrast, the attacking soldiers exhibited superior quality, with their commander demonstrating resolute leadership. From over 50 personnel, the number had dwindled to fewer than 50, with just a couple dozen of the attackers forcing the defenders into a dire struggle. The defenders' marksmanship was precise, with several soldiers achieving a one-shot, one-kill rate. In terms of efficiency, the defenders would soon face defeat, for they could not endure such losses. Halida, perceiving the defenders' decline, remarked, "These individuals are utterly useless. Should we continue fighting? The outcome is already determined." Yagu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, to continue would only result in unnecessary casualties." Chapter 47, The Mystery. Yet, for reasons unknown, even Yagu and Halida, who lacked military acumen, could discern the situation that the commander of the defenders failed to recognize, continuing the battle until his demise. In the end, only 2 soldiers managed to carry away an agitated young man wearing glasses. The soldier adorned with the plaster flag swiftly traversed the battlefield, paying homage with his bayonet to each fallen or injured enemy, before hastily retreating to address the dead or wounded, then making his way up the mountain path, leaving 4 unscathed soldiers to tend to the injured. At this juncture, Yagu and Halida had come to grasp the situation. It appeared that the defenders were desperately attempting to impede the advance of the soldiers, striving to buy time. Such a futile resistance. Although Halida feigned disdain, there was a hint of reverence in his tone. Yagu inclined his chin towards Halida, suggesting, "Let us proceed forward. Perhaps we can extract the answers I seek from them." Halida acquiesced, accompanying Yagu as they ventured ahead. Moments later, they emerged from the thicket, confronting 4 soldiers clad in ochre uniforms. The quartet immediately assumed a defensive stance, with one soldier aiming at Yagu and commanding, "Halt! Who are you?" Yagu and Halida comprehended their words, which instilled a sense of foreboding in Yagu. "Hey, who are you?" Yagu inquired, only to notice the soldier's eyes widen in terror. Before he could fathom the cause, he heard the diminutive, unsteady soldiers on the opposite side shouting monsters while pulling their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets erupted from the barrels, hurtling towards Yagu and Halida. However, even what Yagu had previously deemed formidable firearms failed to graze their skin, as the bullets were repelled by the innate force emanating from within them, unable to penetrate even their garments. Witnessing the bullets' ineffectiveness against them, the soldiers were struck with sheer horror, quickly followed by trepidation and dread. Not only did the 4 unscathed soldiers tremble and contemplate retreat, but even the injured, whether lying down or seated, attempted to rise and grasp their weapons. "Monsters?" Yagu exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at Halida before a realization dawned upon him. He turned toward the soldiers and chuckled. "Halida, your appearance bears a striking resemblance to the devils they say emerge from hell. Having traversed the cosmos for countless years and invaded innumerable planets, Halida had never been labeled a monster in his recollection, though many had referred to him as such due to his formidable prowess. At Yagu's remark, Halida's confusion dissipated. He scoffed disdainfully, saying, "What a foolish bunch. Not even having entered the interstellar age." Yagu responded, "Given their cultural progression, it will take at least another century for them to reach the interstellar era. In truth, it would require much more than a century. If the history of this planet aligned with his memories, a century would undoubtedly prove insufficient. You have yet to inquire how I know this planet's developmental trajectory. Let us not forget that our arrival may spell doom for this world," Halida remarked coolly, believing such a feeble race had no right to exist. Had he not been aligned with Frisia's faction at this moment, he would have relished the opportunity to eradicate these beings that ravaged their natural environment. Though this was a minor planet, its biological life was weak. Yet the natural environment remained intact, particularly its strategic value, which could undoubtedly command a high price. Unaware of Halida's thoughts, Yagu resolved to press forward. He fixed his gaze on the soldier who had fired upon him and inquired, "Who are you? From which nation do you hail?" The soldier, still in shock, was astonished that this minotaur could articulate speech. Following Yagu's explanation, Halida understood that the soldiers were taken aback by his appearance. In all honesty, Halida did not perceive himself as unattractive. Rather, he considered his appearance to exude a certain masculinity, garnering more admiration from the opposite sex than Yagu, Maiba, or even Captain Zashuka. The individuals clad in ochre uniforms before him had trespassed upon his taboos, prompting him to snort disdainfully, releasing a plume of white steam from his nostrils, which rendered his already fearsome visage even more terrifying in the eyes of the soldiers. Consequently, the soldiers in ochre uniforms recoiled, with one stumbling backward in fright. Why were they so cowardly? Halida, witnessing the earlier valiant soldiers displaying such trepidation, felt a sense of contempt swell within him. Yagu interjected, explaining, "Halida, this planet venerates deities and demons. Even these soldiers revere their Amaterasu. You, in your essence, appear as a demon." "Huh, this is a matter of perspective. Just as you firmly believe you cannot contend with Chioi or oppose Frisia, they perceive you with a similar mindset." Halida cursed under his breath. Although a flicker of anger stirred within him, it was not substantial, for he paid little heed to such trivialities. However, upon noticing Yagu's inquiry met with silence from the soldiers, he felt a surge of irritation. Had it not been for this, he would have already obliterated them with an energy blast, allowing no chance for survival. "Hey, I'm addressing you. What is the name of your country, and from whence do you hail?" Regardless, they understood his words, so he harbored no concerns about a language barrier. The creature roared, and the previously shaken soldiers regained their composure, weapons raised and ready. "We are the Imperial Army of Greater Japan." Halida waved his hand dismissively, his spiritual power radiating outward. And in an instant, the practitioners of the great Yuan Empire were reduced to ash, their existence erased from the world. Once his task was complete, Halida turned to Yagu and inquired, "Do you grasp the general situation?" "Indeed," Yagu nodded in affirmation. "As I anticipated, only the 3 who escaped remain to be verified." "As easy as pie," Halida mused, lightly touching the spiritual radar at his ear, quickly locating the 3 lower-tier practitioners, and set off, uncertain whether language would pose a barrier, as his knowledge of history left him ill-versed in their languages. Halida ascended into the air, shrugging nonchalantly. "No matter, we merely need to find a bilingual translator." Yagu smiled at this and nodded in agreement indeed. Halida then posed a question, "Yagu, from where do you hail? I have yet to hear you speak of your homeland." "I come from a small realm, a truly beautiful place, located in the North Star domain," Yagu replied. As Halida listened, he discreetly probed the 3 fugitives. "The North Star domain, a distant place indeed. It has been more than a year since I entered the cosmos. Ah, how time flows. I have almost forgotten. In any case, when I return, others shall be astonished," Yagu vowed fervently. Halida furrowed his brow, asking, "Are all your friends highly skilled?" "Indeed, and I have progressed even further. However, their status remains uncertain, as I reside in the star realm and have faced no dangers since the last calamity. They may have grown complacent, as far as I know," Yagu replied calmly. He was no longer concerned about the strength of Zashuka and others, especially since they were also targets of Frisia's pursuit. At this moment, the Western Star Domain was near the Southern Star, an unknown distance from the North Star Domain, likely requiring several months to traverse. Even in a straight line, they would not be able to proceed unimpeded while being pursued by Frisia. Chapter 9, a halt. They have been found, indeed. Halida pointed at the figures rushing below, and the trio lowered their heads as they hurried along, their spirits unsettled by the team's annihilation. As they traversed the mountain path, their vigilance was utterly forsaken. Agu recognized the three individuals without hesitation and soared directly towards them. The trio, startled by the sudden appearance of a man clad in resplendent attire, momentarily froze, one soldier raising his weapon, while the other protector brandished a magical artifact. "Who are you?" The wielder of the artifact inquired with considerable composure, refraining from making any hasty moves, yet casting wary glances at the other two. Agu's skin shimmered and his garments were opulent, a stark contrast to the cultivators and commoners they were accustomed to seeing. With a smile, Agu spoke. "I have come here to inquire about a matter. To which faction do you belong, and what nation is this?" "I am a monster." One attempted to respond, but was interrupted by a soldier's exclamation nearby, leading him to exchange glances with another. They beheld a colossal figure with bull-like horns and purple skin descending from the heavens, a sight that left the trio aghast, their minds spiraling into confusion. Noting their reaction, Agu reassured them, "There is no need for astonishment. Can you answer the question I posed earlier?" Remembering Halida's previous actions, he lowered his voice and added, understood." Halida looked at Agu in bewilderment. He believed the history of the planet Agu was describing to be fantastical, yet he found it unnecessary to engage in such convoluted conversation with these lesser beings. Lacking interest, he thought that such simple information could easily be extracted through force, rather than this tedious approach. Diverting his gaze from Halida, the three individuals cast fearful looks towards Agu. At that moment, although Agu wore an inviting smile, exuding humility and courtesy, an innate air of arrogance emanating from him rendered their breaths heavy. In this era of peace, we are the ones resisting behind enemy lines. "No, we are unaware of your esteemed identity, but who might this be?" The wielder of the artifact did not lower his weapon. From their words, despite the absence of detailed information, Agu gleaned enough and offered a wry smile. "Indeed, Halida is quite similar. I seek to explore elsewhere, to verify if the conditions are the same. However, what brings 3 moons to this place?" Halida remained indifferent, glancing at the trifling figures, unable to comprehend Agu's intent, thus chose to disregard them. Agu confirmed his suspicions, his curiosity about this planet piquing. He turned to Halida and said, "Hey, Halida, do you think we might linger here for a while? Will the captain permit it?" "Absolutely not," Halida replied without a moment's hesitation, pointing towards the 3 individuals. "With their technology, they are utterly incapable of providing energy for our vessel. We can only replenish our food and water supplies here. Furthermore, let us not forget we are still in flight. Should they discover our presence on this planet, you can well imagine the consequences. Xiao-E is in pursuit." Agu anticipated the repercussions and nodded, "Very well. As for sustenance, I know where to seek it. Let us go." With that, Agu soared into the air, heading towards the location of Shishu-Ka, disregarding the astonished expressions of the trio. Moments later, Agu and Halida arrived before Shishu-Ka. "Captain, the situation here bears over 60% resemblance to the history of a certain planet from my memories. It is indeed a peculiar place," Agu reported upon landing. Zisuka, unfamiliar with this matter, appeared slightly taken aback. Agu shrugged and explained, "This planet is unable to provide us with spiritual energy. Therefore, we must proceed to a location that can supply food." Shishukan nodded, "Very well, since you understand, lead the way." With a light chuckle, Yagu remarked, "Very well. Consider this another homeland of mine. However, I implore you all, please do not cause any wanton destruction." Mibar responded, "Since it is your second homeland, you should be well aware." Uliyuo wished to vent his frustrations, yet the previous conversation had quelled his anger towards Yagu, leaving him silently standing aside. Yagu and his companions boarded a flying vessel bound for the Americas. Initially, he intended to obliterate Southeast Asia, the Americas, Japan, Korea, and the nations of England, Germany, and France before departing this planet. However, he pondered whether the eradication of this nation as enemies would truly enable its people to rise again. To his knowledge, at the inception of the new nation, the leader held office for life, and had it not been for the subsequent architect who abolished this system, perhaps this land would still be doomed to repeat its past. Regardless, with a long lifespan ahead of him, he resolved to return here for a peaceful existence once Yukong and the others were no longer present. Ayagu's thoughts were clear. Indeed, he was unafraid of time, as long as he did not perish in the midst of the recurring wars. They gathered ample provisions in the Americas, leaving behind an extraterrestrial legend before setting off once more. As time flowed, Yagu and Zashuka's paths became ethereal and uncertain, while Yagu devoted most of his hours to cultivation. A year later, when Zashuka and the others witnessed Yagu's power breakthrough to 20,000 combat strength, they finally paused on a high-tech planet, one that had begun its migration to neighboring celestial bodies. The inhabitants of this place instinctively sensed their arrival, leading to a brief exchange of offense and defense, with Zashuka's group taking the initiative while the planetary forces could only respond defensively. "Let us wait for Chio-E here," Zashuka suggested. "If he does not appear within 6 months, it would signify that he has abandoned the pursuit." He placed a jar of spiritual liquid beside Yagu and then sat cross-legged, surveying the dilapidated floor of Yagu's flagship before proposing, "Today, let us seek some craftsmen to refurbish the flooring." Yagu nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is also my plan." Zashuka fell silent for a moment. The days of fleeing had been fraught with pressure. Despite their decades of shared life and death, the oppressive presence of Frisia loomed like a black hole, constraining their spirits and consuming their faint hopes. Now, however, they beheld the dawn of hope, as Yagu's cultivation had ascended to heights they could scarcely fathom. Turning to the contemplative Zashuka, Yagu inquired, "Captain, do you have something you wish to express?" Zashuka lifted his gaze, chuckling softly. "Yagu, should Emperor Frisia resolve the matter of the pursuit, we shall part ways." "Very well," Yagu replied, lowering his head and remaining silent. Zashuka laughed self-deprecatingly, continuing, "It seems we've been a burden to you. Ever since you joined our team, fortune has eluded us. Initially, I intended to bring you under my wing, believing that your growing strength might elevate our standing in Emperor Frisia's eyes. Indeed, our status has improved, but alas, you are not one to be content with the status quo. Rather, we have merely constrained your potential. Let us each forge our own paths after 6 months. I hope you do not harbor any resentment for my deliberate attempt to keep you with us for that duration." A hint of helplessness emanated from his smile, which Yagu perceptively noted. Yagu shook his head and remarked, "You may well express such sentiments 6 months hence. Moreover, my return to KTB-8 will require nearly a year, not to mention the multitude of formidable beings present there. Without a battle power of at least 100,000, I cannot afford to engage in a serious confrontation." Zashuka was taken aback. The notion of 100,000 in battle power was beyond his imagination. Although they had made strides over the past year, their enhancements numbered only in the hundreds or perhaps a few thousand, a far cry from Yagu's prowess. It was precisely due to Yagu's example that Zashuka, Maiba, Halida, and others began their daily training. Noticing the astonishment in Zashuka's gaze, Yagu offered a gentle smile and said, "Do not display such exaggerated expressions. In truth, I had also intended to propose my departure from the group, yet you broached the subject first." Zashuka shook his head in silence. A person of Yagu's caliber could not be retained, especially one whose cultivation surpassed 20,000. Informing him in advance was merely a means of leaving a favorable impression. Furthermore, this place was far removed from Frisia's territory. It was unlikely that the latter could traverse several 100,000 light years to pursue him. Zashuka understood well that Yagu was not one for idle chatter. In the absence of shared topics, he stated, "I came to convey this, so I shall not disturb your cultivation. Allow me to assist you in contacting personnel. The current state of the terrain may hinder your training. Additionally, a thorough resupply will be necessary upon your return to your homeland." Yagu nodded slightly in response. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." "Not at all." Zashuka waved his hand in dismissal, carrying a vial of spirit liquid as he departed from Yagu's ship. Standing before the hatch, gazing at the verdant jungle outside, Yagu sighed softly and murmured, "It is time to depart. Goku, Tianjin fan, Rin Sheng, how are you faring?" Kalen. The passage of time felt interminable. He had devoted more of his hours to cultivation, yet the adversaries encountered on this journey proved too weak to provide him with sufficient experience. Conversely, through sparring with Zashuka and the others, Yagu absorbed a total of 15 points of cultivation experience, and with the chance encounters with some strong beings, his battle system level rose to 28. As was customary, the intensity of his battle power and his explosive potential remained unchanged. It was uncertain whether Chio-E had relinquished the pursuit. 7 months had elapsed without news of any high battle power warriors in the vicinity. Yagu's investigations confirmed that this star domain harbored no races of formidable strength, particularly Chio-E's presence. It appeared he had truly eluded him. Perhaps we have fled too far. We are now at the edge of the galaxy. Thus, Yagu set forth on his return journey, planning to traverse directly through Quila's territory. entering the region where Frisia and KTB-8's powers intersect. At that juncture, he would assess the situation and make his move toward KTB-8. Yagu harbored an urgent desire for the Qing Xinxiang. Through Trispeckle's tablet, he learned that KTB-8 possessed far more treasures than just Qing Xinxiang. Yet for warriors, the benefits of Qing Xinxiang were paramount. In contrast, Frisia and Quila also coveted Qing Xinxiang, albeit with the intent to obliterate it entirely to prevent any peculiarities from disrupting their dominion over the cosmos. As Yagu's spacecraft ascended into the sky, Maiba cast a glance at Zashuka and quietly inquired, "Captain, what do you believe his ultimate realm will be?" "In my opinion, if he survives, he will undoubtedly become a symbol of power in the universe. As long as he becomes the external combat force of a high-tech planet, equipped with hundreds of interstellar warships for both long-range and close combat, he will undoubtedly be able to contend with the likes of Frisia." Shishuka pondered for a moment before articulating his conjecture. Miba chuckled and remarked, "The captain originally intended to leverage Yagu to elevate our team's reputation. But it appears that even without Yagu, we already have considerable renown with Frisia. I suspect Frisia is still unaware of the specifics regarding Yagu. Indeed, it has been a nuisance for quite some time," Shishuka admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Yagu did not perceive the past 2 years of fleeing with Shishuka as fruitless. On the contrary, he had gained a wealth of valuable information that would enable him to better integrate into this universe, even though most matters were handled by Shishuka and Miba. A combat power of 20,000 is already among the elite in the cosmos. While it may not match that of the Jinyu Force or the Quirit Special Forces, it is certainly enough to command respect. The pursuer, Chio-E, no longer posed a significant threat. Should their paths cross again, Yagu would undoubtedly deliver an unexpected surprise. Within a year, Yagu returned to the KTB 8-star region, and similarly, he arrived at this specifically designated planet, the Transit Star, so that the fleet's strength of the entire star region could be consolidated. Over 30 shuttles have been dispatched to the Transit Star, and through communication with some of the shuttles, Yagu learned that many have been displaced due to the incursions of the malevolent forces of Frisia and Quirit. It was rumored that only KTB-8 could withstand the onslaught of these two formidable foes. Yagu muttered, "The situation is becoming increasingly dire." He held no intention of rescuing them. He mused that were it not for Frisia and Quirit, it could very well be the forces of KTB-8 that descended upon this place. However, the technology of their planet was advanced, and their methods of invasion might not be as brutal as those of the two. Frisia and Quirit directly slaughtered the native inhabitants of planets, while those capable of self-detonation were obliterated into stardust. As he prepared to land on the Transit Star, Yagu recalled the merchant and casino owner he had encountered 2 years prior. To acquire the coveted Qingling incense, one must enter the KTB 8-star region. Though he possessed the ability to alter his appearance, recklessly intruding without knowledge of the local conditions would surely lead to scrutiny. Much like possessing a credit token while carrying treasures, which would undoubtedly arouse suspicion in smaller shops and be reported by larger inns. Chapter 50, Exchange. The Guardians of Peace in KTB-8 are not merely the powerful cultivators, but rather the space warships and star cannons capable of annihilating any invading spacecraft. Without having regained mastery over the teleportation technique, Yagu did not dare to take unnecessary risks, let alone engage in endeavors devoid of value. Upon stepping onto the Transit Star, Yagu proceeded with the customary formalities and then entered an inn. He did not select the most opulent imperial hotel, as his finances were limited. Having left that region during his fugitive existence, he found himself without a source of universal currency. He could only fill his pockets with various precious metals. Though their quality varied, Shishuka's experience taught him that to circulate in the domains of Frisia, Quirit, and KTB-8, he would require extensive refinement, which was costly. For this reason, Yagu did not intend to entrust his precious metals to others for processing. Though it was not a top-tier inn, it felt like paradise for a super recluse who had spent most of the past 2 years living within shuttles. He slumbered throughout the day, only rising at night to indulge in an array of exquisite dishes that left the entire establishment in awe. After savoring his meal, he made his way towards the renowned Giant Wind Casino, a place etched in his memory. In the span of 2 years, the city of Reversal had seen an influx of people and peculiar beings, leading to its expansion and the emergence of the first of 4th satellite cities, each positioned at the cardinal points of Reversal. Each satellite city boasted a towering, striking edifice that was unforgettable. As Yagu strolled through the streets, he gradually approached the Giant Wind, the throngs of people increasing around him. While Reversal's casinos were not the sole establishments of their kind, the past few years had witnessed a surge of affluent visitors, predominantly from the KTB 8-star domain. For most, this place was merely a modest gambling den, a mere trifle when compared to the grand casinos of KTB 8. Yet, this trivial pursuit was not one for the ordinary. Dressed simply, Yagu soon caught the welcoming smile of Mullenstan, who stood by a nearby slot machine, accompanied by a figure clad in black samurai garb. Yagu regarded Mullenstan, whose visage had nearly faded from memory, and remarked, "Indeed, it is I. I have returned, now possessing the strength to confront those who pursue me. Moreover, I seek entry into the KTB 8-star domain. Can the pact made 2 years ago still be honored?" Mullenstan took a seat beside Yagu, accepting chips from the server and dividing them, while he commenced his game. "Certainly, Mr. Yagu, if you do not mind, I hope to finalize our transaction within the week." Yagu selected a few promising patterns and pressed the start button, accompanied by a melodic tune, saying, "That would be splendid. By the way, I would like you to investigate something." "Please proceed," Mullenstan replied with humble attentiveness. Yagu turned to him. "I wish to know the whereabouts of Frisia's subordinate, the one named Chio E, who once pursued me. What business do you have with him?" Mullenstan inquired, astonished. Leaning back in his chair, Yagu gazed at the slot machine, which had once again proven unfruitful, and sighed. "He pursued me relentlessly. Naturally, I wish to teach him a lesson." "What do you think?" Mullenstan chuckled lightly. "It seems you are quite unwilling to back down. Unfortunately, the information I have received indicates that he has returned with a formidable ally, which means he no longer seeks you out. Currently, he resides deep within Frisia's dominion, a flight that would take half a year." "Half a year?" Yagu halted his motion of inserting coins, his body tensing. "Truly, what fortune! I returned only after enhancing my strength. How cunning." Though Yagu recognized this as fate's design, he still felt a pang of regret for not reclaiming his dignity. Mullenstan, perceiving Yagu's despondency, remarked, "Oh, do not be disheartened. The future holds opportunities, does it not?" "Indeed." Yagu conceded with a calm demeanor, completing his coin insertion and pressing the start button. "Yes, the future holds opportunities, yet cursed be this machine for yielding no reward." He shot a glare at Mullenstan before rising. "I shall head to your office now." "Very well, please." Mullenstan responded with utmost respect. Although he did not believe Yagu could contend with Chio E in this star domain, where a battle power of 3,000 was a mere jest, the worth of a member from the Zashuka team was sufficient to inspire his humble approach. As Yagu followed Mullenstan upstairs, he asked, "Do you not inquire about the strength and background of the individual I wish you to investigate?" Mullenstan instructed his subordinates to remain outside, bringing only Cow into the office. Seated comfortably on the sofa, Yagu leaned back against the chair and inquired of Mullenstan, "What peculiar abilities do they possess? Is their combat power exceeding 10,000? While his words suggested curiosity, his demeanor was nonchalant. Upon hearing Yagu's question regarding their combat power, Mullenstan's eyelids twitched slightly as he chuckled. How could that be? If their strength surpassed 10,000, they would no longer be of equal standing with me. Besides, with such formidable beings in command, even the Stellar Region government would ally with them. That kind of power is beyond someone like me, who lacks a significant background to conquer." Yagu harbored doubts about Mullenstan's claim of a modest background, yet chose not to press the issue further. A serving girl entered, bringing tea for the three of them. Cow remained silent, and although Yagu cast a few glances his way, he paid little mind. To Mullenstan, Cow was already a formidable opponent, yet in Yagu's eyes, he was hardly a threat. Even if Cow resorted to poison, Yagu believed he could easily evade it with a touch of caution. In the boundless sea of stars, it seemed no one truly mastered the art of poison. From the observation deck atop the Duchong Star City, the view was unique, with the sprawling cityscape and towering cultivation towers making Mullenstan's buildings appear less prominent. Sipping delicately from his spiritual tea, Yagu stated, "I can assist you in resolving these dilemmas, but you must lend me your support in return. Remember, it involves penetrating deep into the core of the stellar region, and I require information on the local customs. I wish to explore for a time and witness the mysteries of the KTB-8 core planet." Mullenstan gripped his teacup tightly, and Yagu raised an eyebrow, asking, "Are you unable to do this?" "Rest assured, Mr. Yagu," Mullenstan replied, "though there are many obstacles to entering the interstellar region, with some time and effort, it can indeed be accomplished. However, I can only forge a single travel document for you. The likelihood of a prolonged stay is exceedingly slim." Chapter 51, The Overlord's Contract. "Indeed, it is as you say. KTB-8 can withstand the incursions of Frisia and Quila. Mr. Yagu, I believe you are already aware of the reasons. The core territory does not permit outsiders to tread freely. To be frank, even if I wished to return to the interstellar region for an extended stay, I would have to employ all my resources. Mulinston explained to Cow, who was seated beside him. Due to my unique responsibilities, I require Mr. Cow's protection. Yet as Mr. Cow is not a native of the stellar region, he cannot accompany me once I step foot inside. It has been over a decade since I last ventured into the interstellar region. To Yagu, the stellar region, while more prosperous and technologically advanced than Earth, was merely a peripheral town to Mulinston, who hailed from the KTB-8 core. Opportunities and risks coexisted. Daily conflicts erupted, some resolved by the space artillery, which often harmed the innocent, while others cleverly evaded the onslaught. 2 years prior, a powerful figure named Chio-E, under Frisia's command, descended upon the stellar region. Due to his arrogance, he was targeted by the space artillery, yet his counterattack not only deflected the energy beams, but also surged forth to destroy the battleships in space. Therefore, to eliminate Chio-E, it would come at a great cost to the stellar region, making success nearly impossible. Fortunately, Chio-E was merely searching for someone and soon departed, leading to an unspoken agreement among the higher-ups, resulting in dozens of space battleships refraining from engaging his vessel. The air within the room was invigorating, with a delicate fragrance of orchids wafting through. Suddenly, Yagu recalled a matter and inquired Mulinston, "Have you intervened in the cognition of living beings?" Mulinston was taken aback, his hand frozen mid-air as he set down his teacup, casting a perplexed glance at Yagu. He then placed the cup on the low table, interlacing his fingers in contemplation, and curiously asked, "Why do you pose such a question, Mr. Yagu?" Yagu furrowed his brow and retorted, "I asked first. My apologies. But why do you say that?" His confusion deepened, as he had long harbored doubts regarding the matter. Even the creation of mechanical life forms was at stake. Mechanical life? Mulinston paused slightly at the terminology. Yagu nodded, indeed. Automatons, or rather, artificial beings, bioengineered entities or augmented humans. Mulinston's eyes widened as he fixated on Yagu, stating gravely, "Are you suggesting that powerful warriors are created through artificial means?" Yagu momentarily faltered, uncertain how the conversation had shifted to warriors. However, reflecting on the robots of future Earth, he clarified, "Essentially, yes, but it is not confined to combat. It also encompasses mundane tasks. My point is, with your advanced technology, why has no one enhanced their personal defenses?" Mulinston's expression turned serious as he responded, "Mr. Yagu, this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. You must understand that in the KTB 8-star region, it is a taboo topic. Should the political sphere become aware of your knowledge regarding this, you would not only be barred from entering the core, but would likely be expelled from the star system entirely, preventing future access. Is it truly that grave?" Yagu was astonished. Mulinston nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is quite serious." The room fell into silence, prompting Yagu to shift the subject, gesturing towards an air conditioning-like device. "Actually, I detected a floral scent, which led me to speculate whether you have influenced biological olfactory perception." Mulinston and Cow turned their attention to the device, soon bursting into laughter. Yagu, realizing his overestimation of their technology, awkwardly raised his teacup and took a sip. 3 days later, Yagu received the list of individuals Mulinston required him to eliminate, comprising nearly 20 names. "Are these individuals accurately assessed? They won't cause me trouble, will they? I am to enter the interstar region," Yagu asked with a hint of concern, not because he doubted his capacity to eliminate them, but rather feared that KTB-8 would prohibit his entry due to his actions, resulting in a significant loss. Mulinston assured him that it would not affect his passage into the star region, allowing Yagu to proceed with his assassination mission at ease. Utilizing his shape-shifting abilities and inherent strength, Yagu infiltrated various factions, methodically eliminating all threatening targets. He strived for perfection, leaving no trace behind. Even the timing of his actions was corroborated by political figures within the star system. Yagu was determined not to be betrayed. As long as the adversaries refrained from deploying a space battleship to annihilate his vessel in the cosmos, he feared no other issues. There was a stark difference between being slain in battle and perishing in the vastness of space. Yagu wished to avoid a demise steeped in humiliation. 8 days later, he successfully dealt with his opponents, and Mulinston facilitated his passage permit into the interstar region. The next phase required an understanding of the inner workings of the star region and training. Ignorance would only serve to attract unwarranted attention. Yagu had no intention of entering the star domain like Mulinston. It is essential to remember that he possesses transformation skills, thus his approach would inevitably differ. His sole concern lay in the unfamiliar regulations and etiquette that governed the inner workings of this realm, knowledge he could not comfortably discuss with Mulinston, primarily due to his lack of trust in him. Seated upon the plush sofa of the Royal Extreme Hotel, Yagu had moved from a modest inn to this opulent establishment, with the expenses graciously covered by Mulinston, for he would not possess the means to reside here otherwise. By mere happenstance, the attendant welcoming him was the same maid from 2 years prior. Regrettably, it was Luo Chun who first recognized her, not Yagu. Extended periods of interstellar travel and cultivation had dulled his sensitivity to such matters. Yagu should count himself fortunate that this was not a world reliant solely on intellect. In the cosmos, strength holds paramount importance. Otherwise, he would have to continue toiling in his previous existence for mere survival. On Earth, such considerations might be trivial. But in the universe, even robbery emerges as a viable profession, provided there are no jurisdictions like KTB-8 to contend with. In the days that followed, Yagu diligently studied the materials provided by Mulinston, acquiring essential knowledge of the inner star domain while also frequenting the library for relevant texts. Naturally, he set aside his cultivation for the time being, as his next course of action, whether it be a stealthy infiltration or a perilous escape, hinged entirely upon his understanding of the environment. In addition to exploring the laws of the universe, Yagu requested from Mulinston a list of mortals residing at the core of the star domain, meticulously detailing their cultivation habits and mannerisms. Mulinston, filled with suspicion, knew these details came from his own domain spies. He was well acquainted with the individuals in question, but remained perplexed by Yagu's intentions. At that moment, he had little time to ponder, as various factions vied for dominance, expanding their territories while depleting their manpower. With no trustworthy individuals to dispatch, he was compelled to closely monitor the movements of his subordinates. A month later, Yagu embarked on his journey into the heart of the star domain. Rather than flying directly, he first traversed the outer ring, lingering for a month, before stepping into the middle ring for an additional fortnight, ultimately allowing himself to penetrate the core of the star domain. This path was obligatory for any cultivator wishing to venture here, unless they were natives of the star domain or residents of the middle ring. Without such permissions, proximity to the center was unattainable. Reflecting on his past travels, Yagu recalled how guides often halted before shops, refusing to depart unless tourists made sufficient purchases. Now confronted with this interstellar version of a coercive contract, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Each traveler was assigned a spirit energy card, requiring payment in spirit stones, with both the outer and middle rings mandating a certain expenditure before the journey could continue. This was undoubtedly a discriminatory clause in the contract. Even as indignation swelled within Yagu, he could only endure in silence. Attention all passengers, this is the JHS-7HY-56 Star Shuttle, departing in 3 minutes. Please be mindful, announced the voice. Yagu reclined comfortably in a soft spirit essence chair, the melodious tunes dancing in his ears. This colossal star shuttle could accommodate 5,000 cultivators. In Yagu's cabin was a luxurious expanse of 200 square meters, furnished with a miniature spirit pool, a cultivation chamber, and a private viewing hall, every amenity one could desire for habitation. However, such opulence was a mere dream for ordinary affluent individuals. The attainment of this chamber was solely reliant on the assistance of Mulinston. However, he alluded to deeper, unspecified matters, stating merely that Yagu would come to comprehend upon boarding the vessel. With unwavering confidence, and surrounded by numerous esteemed monks and nobles aboard the ship, Yagu harbored no fears that this warship would dare to obliterate the starship. Thus he remained largely untroubled. In a moment's time, the starship initiated its launch, and Yagu felt a slight tremor as he reclined on the sofa, followed by an enveloping silence. Being situated far from the porthole, he could not behold the external world. So he spoke, "Activate the spirit screen to display the starry path ahead." No sooner had he spoken than a gossamer-thin 30-inch spirit screen unveiled the celestial panorama. Sipping a draught of spirit fruit juice, Yagu marveled. Indeed formidable, it traverses the atmospheric layer with but a slight fluctuation. The destination of this journey was the KTB 8-star region, where he sought to acquire the fragrant essence for spiritual clarity and its secret methods of refinement. Nevertheless, other treasures beckoned alluringly, yet their exorbitant costs necessitated a cautious approach. He must procure his desires discreetly and depart the star system unscathed. Historical records recount instances of starships being destroyed, and, on one occasion, due to the inability to apprehend thieves on a planet, the headquarters resolutely decided to obliterate the entire planet, disregarding the lives of its inhabitants. fully aware that such matters could not be resolved through force alone. Yagu maintained a grave demeanor, not daring to exhibit even the slightest levity. Chapter 53. After years of arduous cultivation, within the realm of the void, mortal beings who attain the Super Saiyan level can be further delineated into numerous stages. The initial foray into the Super Saiyan realm is akin to Sun Wukong's confrontation with Frieza. This marks a significant stage. A year later, Trunks effortlessly vanquished Frieza and his father, subsequently engaging in a spar with Wukong, whose strength he duly acknowledged, representing an advancement in capability. Trunks swiftly overcame the two formidable beings of the Star Domain. Then, upon the advent of the Android Saga, after enduring years of relentless training, the collective strength of the individuals significantly elevated. Vegeta and Android 18 clashed, equally matched, yet the former's stamina was limited while the latter possessed unyielding power, resulting in Vegeta's defeat. At this juncture, Vegeta's realm was established. Trunks, not one to diligently train, remained at a certain level, however, from the attacks of Android 18. It was evident that his realm had vastly surpassed the previous stage. Moreover, after Vegeta emerged from the sacred realm of cultivation, Cell first defeated Piccolo, who was on par with Android 17, before engaging in a fierce battle with Android 16, where both were evenly matched. Seizing an opportunity when Android 17 was unguarded, Cell consumed him and subsequently triumphed over Android 16 with a single strike. The strength of Android 17 exceeded that of Android 18. Piccolo was comparable to Android 17, but was easily overwhelmed by Cell, who emerged unscathed. In this scenario, had Android 17 or 18 confronted Cell in his primal form, they too would have met a swift demise. Thus, one could classify the non-Super Saiyan Android 17 or the fused godlike Piccolo at a certain level. However, even so, they would still fall short against Cell's initial form. The might of this realm far surpassed that of the previous stages, and even Vegeta's energy blast could not inflict any harm upon Cell without great power. Subsequently, Cell and Android 16 engaged in a fierce stalemate after consuming Android 17. A single blow forced Android 16 to retreat. At this point, Cell's realm ascended, and Android 16, previously equal to Cell, fell to a single move. As Cell sought out Android 18, Vegeta emerged from the sacred realm, having now fully dominated Cell. Despite sustaining a blow, he merely swayed slightly, followed by an overwhelming onslaught against Cell. At this moment, the realm of Vegeta is such that it could sweep away all others. Subsequently, Cell devours Android 18. Achieving his perfect form, Vegeta faces defeat, and all remember how he unleashed his ultimate technique to obliterate half of Cell. Yet, when Cell retaliates, Vegeta finds himself unable to withstand the onslaught. At this juncture, Cell's power surpasses all understanding. Goku makes his appearance, engaging in a fierce battle with the concealed might of Cell, but still falls short. Gohan's confrontation with Cell is set at a level that dwarfs Vegeta and Trunks, who have undergone a second round of training. The disparity between their strengths is glaring, a fact Vegeta has previously acknowledged. However, neither is a match for Cell's formidable prowess. Subsequently, Gohan evolves from weakness to strength, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, and with two powerful punches he repels Cell, toyingly dominating the battle. The Super Saiyan 2 state is a realm that can easily crush the preceding one. The delineation of the levels within Super Saiyan 1 is thus. While the hierarchy of Super Saiyan 2 is undoubtedly more complex, in the span of 4 years, Goku transitioned from his initial transformation into Super Saiyan to participating in the Cell games, with a year spent in the sacred realm of spiritual cultivation. Gohan, after 3 years of rigorous training, successfully undergoes a metamorphosis within the secret realm, shining brilliantly in the Cell games. In truth, Gohan seems to possess some secret aid, though that matter shall remain unspoken for now. Over these 4 years, the combat levels of Super Saiyan 1 have experienced 10 significant leaps, each level capable of easily vanquishing the one before it. One level can effortlessly defeat its predecessor, and similarly, one can swiftly subdue another. All these transformations fall within the realm of Super Saiyan 1. Thus, one wonders if the levels of Super Saiyan 2, 3, and even 4 are merely categorized into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. In a related narrative, Dong Xin sits despondently in a chair, his company, which he established at a cost of millions, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy within a week. Is power truly so paramount? Dong Xin reflects on the company he painstakingly built, now reduced to mere illusions. With a single phrase from young Master Li of the capital, a decade of hard work crumbles in an instant, intertwining feelings of resentment and loss as he immerses himself in memories. The faint golden light casts shadows of past glories, contrasting sharply with his present downfall. A knock interrupts his reverie. "Who is it?" "Gumin," Dong Xian calls out. As the door opens, his junior, a promising young man from the same school, steps in. "Jiang Fei, you're still here." Jiang Fei gazes at his fallen senior, his heart aching, unwilling to accept that a single word from that boy could cause years of efforts to go to waste. Knowing his own lack of power, he still feels compelled to protest. This is unfair. This is so unjust. Approaching his senior, Jiang Fei brings news. "Brother, someone is outside wanting to see you. He said if you wish to meet him, he will enter. If not, he will leave." Dong Xian looks at Jiang Fei in surprise, who also struggles to articulate his thoughts. The visitor exudes a peculiar aura, subtly reminiscent of young Master Li, yet more restrained. Jiang Fei is particularly struck by the man's inscrutable gaze, which seems capable of piercing through to the depths of one's soul, resembling a lurking viper. "Zong Si no, let him in." He then tidies his appearance, fully aware that his current state is hardly presentable. Beneath the fine garments lies the despair of one akin to a beggar. Jiang Fei briefly withdrew, and soon a group of 6 entered. Dong Xian rose respectfully to greet them. The leader among them was a youth, younger than his junior. Jiang Fei, were it not for his captivating, soul-stirring gaze, he would be merely a refined and elegant young man. However, no one could overlook those eyes that seemed capable of devouring one's very soul, instilling a sense of dread in those who met his gaze. Before Dong Xian could utter a word, the youth seated himself on a nearby couch and addressed Dong Xian. "I have heard of your predicament. I can assist you in rescuing your company, but I require compensation." Upon hearing this, Dong Xian's eyes brightened, and his demeanor shifted as the instincts of a businessman took over his thoughts. Jiang Fei regarded this younger youth with curiosity, perceiving him as someone akin to the esteemed Li Xiao. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Once Dong Xian was seated, the youth continued, "I have verified that this company was founded solely by you, aside from the 2% allocated to your close associates. 80% of the shares are held in your possession. I desire half of it. Should you acquiesce, I will aid you in reversing your fortunes." Without hesitation, Dong Xian shook his head, stating, "Such a matter is fraught with difficulty. I would rather auction it off. At least that would yield greater returns." The youth remained impassive, his expression unchanged throughout the discourse. Jiang Fei speculated silently. Could it be that he wore a mask? The youth did not respond to Dong Xian's words, but continued, "The 50% of shares I seek will see 30% invested into my charitable foundation, dedicated exclusively to the education of underprivileged youth. I will not allow wealth to slip into the hands of others. The children receiving assistance will be centralized, receiving comprehensive education. My mission is simple and clear. Either I do not engage, or I demand the very best. The decision rests with you. I have said all I needed. Moreover, I have investigated your past. You cannot be deemed heinous, yet you are no paragon of virtue. I offer this sum to redeem the sins you have committed." With that, the youth rose, leaving behind a business card, and departed without further words. Jiang Fei hesitated, contemplating whether to see him off, but remained rooted until the youth and his entourage exited. "Senior brother, what do you think?" Jiang Fei inquired, bowing his head beside Dong Xian. Zong Xin, eager to negotiate further, found himself constrained. With a bitter smile, he picked up the card, realizing the allure of power. "Lu Yun? What? Lu Yun?" Dong Xian's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he hurried to the door, with Jiang Fei following, perplexed. He was convinced that this Lu Yun was of the same ilk as Li Xiao, perhaps even more formidable. The two watched the business vehicle fade from view, breathless. Jiang Fei asked Dong Xian, "Senior brother, who is he?" Dong Xian shook his head, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, ultimately revealing a look of relief. Rumors abound in the capital, but few are truly knowledgeable. Jiang Fei, puzzled, asked, "Rumors? What do you mean?" Dong Xian gazed at him and replied, "There is a saying, better to be an enemy of a mad wolf than a companion of a venomous snake. The mad wolf refers to the formidable young Master Chun from the capital. Those who attract his attention often meet a tragic fate." Jiang Fei felt a chill run down his spine and cautiously inquired, "Then the venomous snake is?" Zong Xin bitly not that in that. "The venomous snake is the one we just encountered, Lu Yun. Better to contend with a mad wolf than to befriend a venomous snake. At least, I have never heard of a venomous snake having friends." The Gene Xian Group has received a substantial investment and is poised for revival. How are you conducting your affairs? The youth embraced a charming young lady, and upon hearing the words, he was filled with rage. The lady nestled in his arms, silent and still, resting her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Fine, I understand. Just caused me some trouble. Indeed. I do not wish to see him again. Yes, that is settled. She gazed at him and inquired, What troubles you, Xiaoyan? This young man was none other than Li Xiaoyan, the subject of discussions between Dong Xian and Jiang Fei. He looked down at the lady in his arms and smiled. It is nothing, merely encountered some vexations recently, leaving me in discontent. The lady frowned and cautioned. Do not let anger consume you. Others are not easy to deal with, so do not overreact. Did you not promise me? The once fierce Li Xiaoyan appeared transformed in her presence. He lowered his head in supplication. All right, I understand. You have taught me well, and I shall adhere to your counsel, resolutely fulfilling your wishes. Before he could finish speaking, a knock resounded at the door. Li Xiaoyan cast a disappointed glance toward the entrance and then apologetically at the lady. She urged him forward with a smile. Go on. I enjoy seeing you handle affairs with such seriousness. With a reluctant smile, Li Xiaoyan approached the door. Upon opening it, he found a subordinate standing outside. What is it? He inquired. The man whispered, Young Master Li has come a visit and is waiting in the garden. Li Xiaoyan frowned. What does that brat want with me? I've spared him trouble. He should consider it courtesy. I shall not meet him. The subordinate appeared anxious. Young master. You might want to see him. We do not know how to address this. Sensing his subordinate's fear of Lu Yun, Li Xiaoyan scolded him and bid farewell to the lady before stepping outside. In the garden, a youth of about 20 was playing alone on a swing, exuding a certain innocence. Behind him stood 5 solemnly dressed men in bespoke suits, their expressions grave and unsmiling. Li Xiaoyan approached the youth, stating, Lu Yun, I respect your 2 elder brothers, which is why I have refrained from causing you trouble. Do not presume that others fear you, allowing you to act recklessly. Your dignity is your own to uphold. If you choose to cast it aside, I shall gladly strip away your facade. Lu Yun halted his swinging, stood up, and met Li Xiaoyan's gaze directly. I intend to take 30% of Dong Xian's company for charity to redeem his past transgressions. Now, it is your turn. Your sins are far graver. Li Xiaoyan regarded Lu Yun with the eyes of one observing a fool, then turned to his subordinate with a laugh, which prompted the others to join in, except for the anxious messenger who watched the scene unfold with palpable dread. Chapter 55. Are you a mere mortal? Are you but a mere mortal? I once believed that although you relied on your father's and brother's protection, your conduct would reflect a higher standard. Yet, I find you to be a person of immature intellect. Ha ha ha, enough of this. Continue to swing on your pendulum, young child. Farewell. Behind Lu Yun, the 5 men in black suits concealed a hint of pity behind their sunglasses. Lu Yun did not display anger. Had Jiang Fei been present, he would have been astonished to see Lu Yun's expression remained unchanged even in Li Xiaoyan's presence. Li Xiaoyan, your father's recent reputation has soared. Though your ancestors have retreated from the limelight, their connections endure, and your uncle's rise within the celestial army is remarkable. And your maternal grandfather is no ordinary man either. However, it is known that your esteemed father often experiences dizziness and occasionally faints. The ancestors had poor heart health, and recently, your uncle's vision has been deteriorating. It is evident that the human body is frail and vulnerable. With the slightest carelessness, it can flicker out like a candle in the wind, leaving no trace. Lu Yun mimicked a child's gesture of a flower, a pose that appeared rather childish when adopted by an adult. Li Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, fixing his gaze upon him, demanding, What do you intend to do? At that moment, the ringtone of a mobile phone pierced the air. He shot a glare at Lu Yun before answering the call. Hello, mother. My father has suddenly felt unwell and has been taken to which medical facility? All right, I shall head there immediately. After hanging up, he turned to Lu Yun and stated, For today, we shall cease for now. I have already secured Dong Xian's command. What is the reason? Another call came in, leaving his subordinates bewildered. Although Li Xiaoyan typically received numerous calls, they were handled by them. Those that reached him directly were from close kin. Hello, what is it? Grandfather is experiencing a heart attack and is currently receiving treatment. Understood. Just as he ended that call, another one rang. At that moment, both Li Xiaoyan and his subordinates sensed impending doom. They regarded Lu Yun with trepidation, their eyes filled with dread. Lu Yun surveyed the group, and every individual felt as if something vital was being extracted from within them. An eerie sensation indeed. He answered the phone once more. Hello. My father has suddenly fallen into a coma. My grandfather, who had long been stable, is now facing complications, and my uncle has instantaneously gone blind. Everything was as Lu Yun had foretold. Li Xiaoyan's eyes blazed with fury as he charged at Lu Yun. Yet, none of the five intervened to assist. Midway, Li Xiaoyan stumbled and fell, cradling his knees in agony, crying out, "Ah, damn it!" His leg was cramping, the pain forcing him to scream. "You all do something!" Aside from the trembling individual, the remaining 7 surged forward. However, as they moved, 4 of them clutched their chests and collapsed, as if lifeless. Lu Yun turned to the remaining 3 and inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" He pointed at the nearest individual. "You shall be hospitalized within a minute due to a heart ailment. You," he gestured to the second, "will perish in a vehicular accident. And you, whether in an instant or a day, will lose your sight." In light of previous events, Lu Yun's words resonated like a harbinger of death. The crowd watched the youth, who resembled the Grim Reaper, with palpable fear. Approaching the fallen Li Xiaoyan, he crouched beside him and said, "I know your heart is filled with resentment. Those who wield power must be punished, just as I have been. The world should not be devoid of checks on authority, hence my presence. Your sins run deep. Your father and uncle's transgressions outweigh those of my own father and brother. Even kin must face retribution, and I have delivered it to them. Observe the 5 behind you. They would gladly see me dead, yet remain unable to act. I accompany them to constantly remind myself that many wish to harm you. So one must never lower their guard. That is how I have survived thus far, and thrive better than you all." He gently patted Li Xiaoyan's cheek, who felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Lu Yun, in a calm demeanor, said, "You need not feel this way. The eldest son of the Chun family feels similarly discontented. All who have faced my punishment share this sentiment. However, consider this. You too have treated others in such a manner. Reflect on this matter, and perhaps your heart will find some solace. I believe you are a dutiful child and would not wish ill upon your grandparents, your parents. Enough. You wretched creature. Either kill me, or I shall annihilate your entire family." Li Xiaoyan bellowed, his heart shattered. Lu Yun rose, "And I comprehend now. In 1 hour, your legs shall be forever unable to stand, and in 3 hours, the muscles in your arms will be irrevocably destroyed. Moreover, your kin, struggling for life in the hospital, shall succumb to their injuries. This outcome is indeed what you desire, is it not? Should you wish to break the curse, refrain from approaching Li Xiaoyan for a month. And it would be prudent to avoid any form of contact. This is merely a suggestion. The choice lies within your hands." With that, Lu Yun turned and departed, followed closely by 5 cloaked disciples. Throughout, his countenance remained expressionless. Evidently, the venomous Lu Yun had long since mastered this sinister art. Perhaps his first target was none other than himself, or even his own kin. Thus, the resolve of others could no longer sway his heart. "Wait, please, I implore you. I beg you. I bow my head. I bow my head. I beseech you." Li Xiaoyan's once proud spirit crumbled as he endured the pain and knelt, striking his forehead against the ground in supplication to the departing Lu Yun, the sound echoing as blood flowed freely. At 30 paces away, Lu Yun glanced back at him and spoke softly, his voice unaltered in volume, yet resonating in the ears of all present as if he were whispering directly to them. "You must atone for your sins. You have 3 days to seek redemption. Your transgressions are grave, requiring your utmost effort. Should your thoughts waver during this time, I shall be deeply regretful." With that, Lu Yun vanished from Li Xiaoyan's sight. Li Xiaoyan's legs restored, as if awakening from a dream. The onlookers beheld what seemed a terrifying fantasy unfold before their eyes, watching the demon retreat into the distance. Chapter 56. The Boundless Sea of Stars, Profound. The boundless sea of stars, a tapestry woven of deep darkness, resembled an unfathomable abyss, where amidst its depths, one could only perceive their own insignificance. Yet, if one could establish a foothold within this vast expanse, they would behold a brilliance beyond comprehension. Surrounded by an infinite cosmos where the light of stars from billions of light years away cascaded down, complemented by the sparkling glow of nearby, celestial bodies, illuminating the void as if it were day. As one gazes further, a verdant planet gradually comes into view. This planet is breathtakingly beautiful, suspended in the inky sea of stars, enveloped by a delicate veil of ethereal mist, as if a mere touch could shatter it. Within the cosmos, such planets often cradle abundant life, nurturing countless forms of existence in their embrace. At this moment, however, a violent upheaval was unfolding upon this vibrant world. A rumbling tremor radiated from its core, palpable even 1,000 miles away, a testament to its ferocity as tectonic plates tore apart, mountains toppled, and plains surged forth. This spectacle resembled the primordial forces at play during the planet's birth, yet all transpired in the blink of an eye. Ah, ah. At the edge of a precipice, a bewildered infant sat upon the ground, uttering indistinct murmurs. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite being merely a few months old, his hair was long and thick. Most remarkably, a tail sprouted from his posterior. The infant seemed oblivious to fear, even as the surrounding rocks shattered amidst the violent tremors. He remained silent, not a cry escaping his lips. However, his bravery did not usher in fortune. With a crack, the ground beneath him split open. Sensing the impending crisis, the infant emitted a sudden, two-syllable cry before falling silent, his body tilting and sliding toward the precipice of the collapsing cliff. Almost instantaneously, before he could comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar erupted as the entire cliff crumbled, plunging into the abyss of hundreds of fathoms. The infant, bewildered, felt the force of descent. Watching as the massive rocks drew nearer, and in the blink of an eye, his head collided with them. On planet Vegeta, within a towering structure adorned with magical artifacts, dozens of small spirit mirrors were arranged diagonally above, while several enormous spirit mirrors loomed in front, below, which were angled platforms for practitioners to input their incantations. A practitioner seated in a recessed chair observed the information manifesting on the spirit mirrors, disdainfully uttering, "Humph," as expected, merely a lower-tier warrior. He fell within less than 10 days. It seems that the planet Draku is just a realm of low-level combatants. The practitioner named Keijo, seated 5 feet to his right, sported a tuft of yellow hair atop his otherwise bald head. Curiously, his ears were pointed, yet unlike the legendary elven ears, his were riddled with folds and limited in length. Turning with displeasure, Keijo remarked, "Enough, add him to the death roster. When the next noble offspring is born, send them to Draku. Spare me the chatter." As Keijo turned, he noticed that this individual's head resembled that of a bird, particularly the mouth, eyes, and nose. Strikingly similar. If not for the oversized, deep blue robe draping over all but his slender arms, one might easily mistake him for a bird. Remembering something, Keijo addressed his companion, "Hawk, I have heard that Bacula's second child is about to be born. Have you chosen a planet?" Although his strength surpasses that of typical high-tier warriors, he is fundamentally still a lower-tier fighter. Upon hearing this, Hawk squinted, pondering for a moment before nodding. He then turned to the spirit mirrors, tapping a few times on the array before him. Instantly, the mirrors transformed, revealing a cerulean planet. "Look, this small planet has weak combatants, and notably, it possesses a moon, making it quite suitable for the training of lower-tier warrior infants." Keijo nodded affirmatively while gazing at the planet in the spirit mirrors, saying, "Earth, is it? Located at the fringe of the northern galaxy. It is indeed a planet with a relatively pleasant environment. Such a diminutive world would hardly pose formidable adversaries." As they conversed, Hawk simultaneously recorded the recently received data regarding the demise of the Saiyan infant from Draku into the information repository, categorizing this planet as a mid-tier one, awaiting the arrival of either high-tier infants or adult warriors. Time passed, and the specter awakened from his dreamlike state. Feeling the cold ground beneath him, he attempted to rise but found his limbs devoid of strength. At the moment he sought to open his eyes, a torrent of vast information surged into the depths of his memory, compressing his original consciousness, akin to a person grasping a rope amid a raging current, facing the peril of life and death. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. After what felt like an eternity, the long-deceased Saiyan infant began to tremble slightly. Gradually, with a dazed expression, he opened his eyes, propping himself up with his tender hands and feet. "Yagu? My name is Yagu. The infant in question is Yagu, a low-tier warrior deemed deceased by the judgment of planet Vegeta. No one could have anticipated his revival under such circumstances. It is more accurate to say that his physical body has been rejuvenated. The transformation of his soul went unnoticed, particularly in the form of an infant. The remnant of his former self had already accepted the reality of traversing into the Dragon Ball world while in a state of unconsciousness. He is a person who both resigns himself to fate and yearns for opportunity. Especially in matters of interest, he is exceptionally persistent, to the point that one might describe him as obsessively dedicated. As the saying goes, one does not turn back until they hit the southern wall, yet he, after colliding with it, is inclined to strike it several more times, testing whether he can break through it before giving up. The original remnant, now Yagu, embodies a truth that remains unaltered. A child under 1 year of age finds himself in the wilderness. Yagu desires to rise. But having been separated from his maternal source for merely a few months, he lacks the strength to support his own weight. Soon, he resembles a weeble, falling and rising repeatedly. Thud! Yagu tumbles to the ground, closing his eyes and spreading his limbs. Alas, what could the one who delivered this body have been thinking? Surely, they ought to have provided some infant formula or liquid nourishment. As it stands, his stomach growls with hunger, having not eaten for an extended period. And considering the Saiyan reputation for voracious appetites, how could Yagu not suffer? What to do? If this continues, he will inevitably perish from starvation. Though despondent, Yagu does not wish to meet his end in such a manner. Better to cling to life than to succumb to death. For it is only those who desire to live who truly fear death. Particularly for Yagu, who has experienced 2 lives, his understanding of existence has deepened. Suddenly, Yagu wrinkled his nose, inhaling deeply the scents in the air. As he concentrated on his olfactory exploration, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Meat. Yes, indeed, it is meat. Although charred, it is unmistakably so. Chapter 57. The Extraordinary Power. In reference to this matter, as one path fell into unconsciousness, a mysterious spiritual energy attempted to invade his consciousness to manipulate the guardian. Fortunately, Tita noticed in time, severing the infiltration of that spiritual force. Such energy must indeed be the extraordinary power spoken of. Within one path resides an exceptional spiritual energy, a rarity in this world. Witnessing him produce a universal elixir, transforming it into a gravity training chamber, then gradually jogging within to refine the strength of the food. After a while, Ren Sheng followed suit, jogging behind Yagu, softly imploring, "Master, please impart to me the ways of martial arts." Without needing to turn around, Yagu understood what path suited this individual, the journey of the Tang monk. If not, it would merely be fate playing tricks. Thereafter, Yagu continued his training in the gravity chamber, with Ren Sheng remaining close. During mealtime, Yagu conversed with him, as there had been few with whom he could share words throughout the years, and he yearned for companionship. Ren Sheng's high school was the lowest-ranked institution in the Western capital, akin to a vocational school in worldly terms. Within the context of the Western capital, such institutions are notoriously chaotic, though Yagu does not attribute this to any negligence on the part of the local law enforcers. However, Yagu refrained from teaching him martial arts, reflecting that he himself still needed to seek a master for guidance. To take on the role of a teacher without sufficient wisdom would be a source of ridicule. Regardless of the strategy adopted by Yagu, Ren Sheng remained unperturbed, quietly trailing alongside Yagu, tidying up the workshop, and even assisting in warming the cold meat in the ethereal microwave, which he presented for Yagu's enjoyment during his moments of rest. Time slipped away amidst trivial tasks, and Yagu ventured to the Universal Elixir Company, delivering a single elixir to Dr. Brevis for research and collecting a few more for cultivation. Regrettably, neither Dr. Brevis nor Yagu's own elixirs succeeded in cultivation. Dr. Brevis, deeply intrigued by the elixirs, expressed a desire for Yagu to provide more. However, Yagu, citing his limited supply of 4 remaining elixirs and his own need for them, reluctantly offered one more. As anticipated, once a scientist fixates on a subject, reason becomes irrelevant, and Dr. Brevis insisted on taking the 3 elixirs from Yagu for further study. The outcome, predictably, was disappointing, yielding no fruitful leads. On this day, Yagu did not encounter Ren Sheng until midday. When he finally caught sight of him, his complexion a ghastly shade of blue and his lips cracked. Observing the youth, who towered over him, Yagu sighed softly and invited him to sit across the table during their meal. Handing him a few tissues, Yagu inquired, "Have you been bullied by your classmates again?" Ren Sheng, taciturn, lowered his head and nodded slightly. Yagu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, again and again. "Do you genuinely wish to pursue martial arts?" "Yes," came the reply. "Is your family affluent?" Yagu observed Ren Sheng raise his gaze and continued, "In matters of conflict, harming others necessitates compensation. If your family is not well off, it is prudent to refrain from engaging in fights. I see you are not of the ruffian sort. Should you inflict severe harm, the victim's family will undoubtedly seek recompense. Is your family wealthy?" In today's world, Yagu had witnessed many who fled to distant lands after grievously injuring others. Those who strike with ferocity generally belong to one of 2 categories. The first, individuals with connections who can smooth over any disputes. The second, those unencumbered by attachments, who regard their families as inconsequential. Such individuals tend to resort to lethal force during altercations. Yagu belonged to the former category, affluent and with ties to the military, but most importantly, possessing his own formidable strength. Ren Sheng, clearly not fitting into either category, lacked the heart to inflict serious harm, making him susceptible to the relentless cling of nefarious youths. Noticing Ren Sheng's silence, yet sensing his resolve through his gaze, Yagu sighed once more, lowered his head in contemplation, and rose to enter the workshop. Shortly after, he emerged, placing his spirit blade upon the table, declaring, "Use this to hone your skills." "What?" Ren Sheng gasped in astonishment, believing he had misheard. Yagu reiterated, "Take it up and refine yourself. If you can accomplish this, I shall teach you the ways of martial arts." Hesitantly, Ren Sheng extended his left hand, grasping the spirit blade. He lifted his gaze to meet Yagu's, then lowered it to the sharp edge of the blade, his breathing gradually becoming labored. The sweat on his palm increased, and his heart raced fervently. A torrent of thoughts flooded Ren Sheng's mind, chaotic and tumultuous. He contemplated thrusting the spirit blade toward Yagu. Yet he understood that such an action would inevitably result in grievous harm to Yagu, and he himself could face imprisonment. Even with a father in the police force, he could not evade the consequences. Observing Ren Sheng's trembling arm, Yagu felt a smile tug at his lips and suddenly bellowed, "Quick!" Startled by Yagu, Ren Sheng abruptly swung his spiritual blade, causing droplets of crimson blood to splatter across Yagu's face. Yagu had intended to frighten Ren Sheng into relinquishing the weapon, yet unexpectedly, he had severed his own right wrist artery. Witnessing Ren Sheng's anguished expression as he turned his head to stifle his sobs ignited a fierce anger within Yagu, compelling him to attend to his wounds. However, Yagu was unwilling to squander precious elixirs, so he seized Ren Sheng by the collar and hastened towards the nearest clinic. As night fell and the streets grew sparse with pedestrians, Yagu led the way while Ren Sheng trailed behind with his head bowed. The more Yagu contemplated the situation, the angrier he became. Suddenly, he pivoted, leapt, and unleashed a series of blows to the back of Ren Sheng's head. The sharp cracks echoed as Ren Sheng bent down in retreat. Upon landing, Yagu admonished him, "You fool. Do you not realize that harming oneself is the most foolish of acts?" After berating him, Yagu attempted to strike Ren Sheng again. Yet the latter seemed to anticipate the move, dodging away. Yagu, feeling no inclination to exert his full strength, allowed Ren Sheng to escape unscathed. He did not believe that the spiritual blade posed any threat to him. In a future where Trunks, wielding his sword, could vanquish Frieza, yet fail to breach Son Goku's singular defense, it was evident that the strength of one's skin was measured by individual combat prowess. Upon returning to his abode, near the workshop, Yagu disregarded the following Ren Sheng and settled on the sofa to watch television. The two fell into a silence, with Yagu feeling exasperated by the burden he had unwittingly assumed. After a brief interval, Yagu turned off the television and glanced at Ren Sheng, who was seated in an adjacent chair. Noticing Yagu's gaze, Ren Sheng returned it, still timid and somewhat fearful of Yagu. "If you wish to practice martial arts, that is acceptable. However, do you know who the strongest martial arts master in the world is today?" Yagu inquired. Ren Sheng understood that Yagu was preparing to impart martial knowledge to him. Chapter 58, The Comatose One. By the way, when one faction was unconscious, a mysterious force attempted to invade his mind, seeking to manipulate him. Fortunately, Tita discovered it in time and severed the mental connection. This mysterious force must be a form of supernatural ability, correct? Indeed, one faction's experience is anything but simple. Speaking of which, are you aware of the extraordinary powers concealed within this city? He produced a compact device and placed it before Ren Sheng. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain myself. Ren Sheng cast a glance at the device, recognizing it as a recorder akin to a microphone, and felt a sense of resignation towards this earnest yet courage-deficient young man regarding combat. Over 300 years ago, an immensely terrifying malevolent force emerged on Earth, known as Piccolo. During that period, humanity languished in a shadow, with countless lives lost daily. Yaga deemed it necessary to enlighten Ren Sheng about this historical context. Characters like Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Satan were merely ordinary earthlings. Yaga believed that familiarizing Ren Sheng with the past of martial arts might ignite his fighting spirit. At that time, the government dispatched vast military forces to confront him. However, neither firearms nor any other weapon could inflict harm upon him. How could this be? Hey, Xing inquired. Please. Yaga paused and posed a question. What do you believe the pinnacle of martial arts would resemble? Ren Sheng lowered his head in contemplation and tentatively replied, It would be akin to how you dealt with the armed assailants that day, swiftly subduing them. You have yet to grasp the essence of it, or rather, you ordinary individuals may find it difficult to conceive that a master at a certain level is utterly unperturbed by bullets. Unperturbed by bullets? Noticing Ren Sheng's incredulous expression, Yagu recalled the weapons he had confiscated from gangsters and retrieved a gun. Wait a moment, I shall prove it to you. Subsequently, Ren Sheng followed the gun-wielding Yagu to a warehouse, where he witnessed firsthand as Yagu penetrated a wooden board with a live bullet. Then, he himself pulled the trigger at a wooden board less than 2 meters away. The gun fired, yet the board remained unscathed. Yagu presented the bullet before Ren Sheng's eyes. Do you see? Yagu softly inquired, observing Ren Sheng's astonishment. Though difficult to believe, Ren Sheng gradually accepted Yagu's assertion that at a certain stage of martial arts cultivation, bullets posed no threat to them. At that time, the mightiest martial artist on earth was known as Wu Tai-Du. He led his disciples in a fierce battle against the demon king Piccolo, but alas, they were defeated with only 3 survivors. Consequently, Wu Tai-Du remained in obscurity for a long time until he devised a supremely powerful technique, successfully sealing Piccolo once more, thereby restoring peace to the earth. Upon reaching this juncture, Yagu gazed at Ren Sheng and asked, "Have you heard of Master Wu Tian?" Master Wu Tian? Of course. He is a legendary figure in the realm of martial arts. Ren Sheng replied, well versed in this knowledge. Master Wu Tian is the Turtle Hermit, and along with his fellow disciple, the Crane Hermit, he is one of the 3 who survived that battle. Ren Sheng, astonished yet somewhat skeptical, pondered how Master Wu Tian could still be alive after 3 centuries. Yagu added, the Turtle Hermit is indeed still alive. For martial artists of their caliber, living for 300 to 400 years is hardly remarkable. The Turtle School of Master Wu Tian and the Crane School of Master Crane are the 2 foremost martial arts schools in the world today and boast the longest lineage. The world's #1 assassin, Tao Bai Bai, is the brother of the Crane Hermit. These are matters you ought to be familiar with. He decisively ceased his narrative. Though the content was scant for someone acquainted with Dragon Ball, it was trivial. However, for Ren Sheng, who had never encountered such information, it undoubtedly opened the door to a new world, and he needed time to process this influx of knowledge. Chapter 7. The Time of Cultivation. It has been 5 days. With over 200 recommendations, I appreciate everyone. As dusk fell, Yagu observed Ren Sheng recovering from his shock and continued. These individuals are legendary figures, and encountering them is nearly impossible. The Turtle Hermit, or Master Wu Tian, should it be possible to meet him, is not out of reach. However, to meet the other 2 I mentioned, one would likely face mortal peril. Feeling a dryness in his throat, Yagu pointed to the fridge in the corner and instructed Ren Sheng, please fetch me a glass of water. Upon hearing Yagu's request, Ren Sheng felt no anger. Instead, he was pleased. He switched off the recorder and put it in his pocket, poured the water, and, after bringing it over, retrieved the recorder to place it near Yagu's mouth once more. Agu expressed a certain disdain towards the device before him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him as he glanced at the young man in front, pondering, how fortuitous. The upcoming battles require a photographer and host whose strength need not be extraordinary, yet who can survive perilous situations. Why not collaborate with him? However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing the uncertainty of such endeavors and deciding to let nature take its course. Agu continued, stating, aside from them, there are numerous skilled individuals whose prowess, while not on par with the elite, is nonetheless remarkable. For instance, King Gappa, World Wrestling Champion Anthony, and Wu Tian's disciple Gohan, as well as the Bull Demon King. They are all martial artists unafraid of bullets. Ren Sheng muttered to himself, there are so many, but why doesn't the king summon them all into the army? Agu chuckled softly, replying, true martial artists seek self-improvement. Constraints only hinder their potential for further advancement. Thus, even when aware that military life may be more comfortable, they would not choose that path. Observing Ren Sheng deep in thought, Agu reminded him, what I teach you transcends mere combat skills. It encompasses the secrets of martial arts that surpass human limits. You must carefully consider whether to study under me, and be prepared for the possibility of becoming estranged from this world. Do you understand? Ren Sheng's expression remained impassive, clearly not taking Agu's words to heart. After a moment's contemplation, Agu rose from the sofa and said, let us go. Where to? Upon hearing this, Ren Sheng placed the recorder into his pocket, intending to study it alone later. To the gravity chamber, my training ground. Allow me to share with you my training environment. Agu activated the gravity chamber from outside, and then the 2 stepped inside. Ren Sheng gazed at the remarkably advanced facilities within the basement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is incredible. It looks unassuming from the outside, yet the space inside is so vast." Chapter 59, Normal Gravity. Indeed, the designer of this room is a leading technological master globally. "Come this way." Agu beckoned to the contemplative Ren Sheng, simultaneously closing the door on the control panel. Ren Sheng approached Agu's control panel, his eyes drawn to the array of complex buttons. Suddenly, he noticed a display screen and turned to Agu, asking, "Master, what does the one signify?" Agu explained, "This chamber is known as the gravity training room, utilizing gravity as a training condition. The one indicates that the current gravity is 1 times that of Earth standard. 1 times Earth standard. That is normal gravity, is it not?" "Yes, but I can adjust it." "Watch." Agu began to modify the gravity settings, swiftly setting it to 5, and pressed the confirmation button. A strange humming sound echoed. Yet Agu remained unfazed. For Ren Sheng, however, the entire world transformed. His body felt as though it were filled with lead. He struggled to remain standing, yet it seemed as if his weight had multiplied to an unbearable degree. Despite gritting his teeth, he could not withstand it, gradually sinking down, kneeling, and ultimately collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Assuming Ren Sheng weighed 60 kilograms, under 5 times the gravity, he would be bearing the equivalent of 300 kilograms. How could a high school student possibly endure such a load? Upon witnessing the scene, Agu promptly reduced the gravitational multiplier. Once the gravity was restored, Agu crouched down and inquired of Ren Sheng, who lay sprawled on the ground. "How do you feel?" Panting heavily, Ren Sheng cast a glance at Agu and replied, "I feel as though I've died once." "Mentor, did you really train in such an environment?" Agu nodded, and after Ren Sheng managed to rise to his feet, stated, "Indeed, but the gravitational multiplier is not 5, it is 40. 40 times the gravity of Earth." This surpassed Ren Sheng's imagination. He could barely endure the 5-fold gravity, while Agu, a mere boy under 10, thrived under the crushing weight of 40-fold gravity. At that moment, Ren Sheng completely believed everything Agu had claimed. The recent firearms test had demonstrated that martial artists fear not bullets, and this training proved that these martial artists were indeed unlike ordinary individuals. Their level of cultivation far exceeded the imagination of the average person. That night, Ren Sheng continued to sleep in the tent he had constructed within the factory, as Agu was reluctant to allow him into his own room. The thought of being a guest under someone else's roof made him shudder. The following morning, Agu rose early, burdened himself with weights, and roused Ren Sheng, instructing him to follow closely behind as they continued their run. Originally, Agu had intended to seek out the fortune-telling elder to accompany him to the underworld. However, with Ren Sheng as a burden, he decided to temporarily set that plan aside. After all, what he was currently doing was also a form of training. Moreover, should they traverse the serpentine path, the sky dance technique would serve as a safeguard. Should they fall into the underworld, it would indeed spell trouble. The underworld was another realm, accessible only through the Hall of Yama, meaning that if one were to fall, it would require double the time to return to their original position. Unlike Agu, who could devote himself entirely to cultivation daily, Ren Sheng could only strive to carve out time to learn from him. While Agu focused on foundational training, he also attended to the cultivation of the celestial beings, never relinquishing hope. He believed that as long as he ensured that Mijiro Bohei did not take too many, what he took away would not be excessive. Additionally, he concentrated on mastering the sky dance technique, which he had practiced for several years and only recently began to grasp. As he delved into basic martial arts, Agu came to understand that there were distinctions in foundational martial arts, encompassing both offensive and defensive techniques, and even a variety of styles. For instance, the solar fist, an auxiliary form of martial arts, though deemed simplistic by Krillin in comparison to Goku and Dragon Ball, remained elusive for Agu. These realizations weighed heavily on Agu, especially when he witnessed Tien Shinhan effortlessly learning the Kamehameha from Jackie Chan, or Goku doing the same. Vegeta, upon observing Krillin employ the Keyblade, utilized it against Gohan, who had transformed into a great ape within the same battle, along with Frieza. The overwhelming talent of these martial arts masters left Agu trembling. Despite possessing numerous advantages, his understanding of martial arts remained superficial. He felt he had perhaps only reached the level of characters like Chaozu or Yamcha. Yet, in the realm of martial arts cultivation, no amount of impatience could alter the current reality. In the forthcoming saga of Bu, Gotenks emerges as a remarkable figure, having devised several techniques that, in the eyes of Yagu, nearly rival the formidable Mafuba, transcending mere martial arts and approaching the realms of sealing and sorcery. Meanwhile, Ren Sheng continues to endure bullying at school, a matter Yaga chooses to disregard, believing that such challenges should be confronted by Ren Sheng himself. Nevertheless, during training sessions, he intensifies their regimen, relentlessly unearthing his partner's latent potential. To mitigate the physical toll of this rigorous training, he resorts to various medicinal aids and senza beans for recovery. Soon, 10 months have elapsed, and the city of West City has entered the winter season, with snowflakes gently cascading from the heavens, marking the commencement of a school holiday at Huayong High School. In this world, there exists no stringent educational framework nor a household registration system. The realm was once under the governance of a king, yet his mismanagement allowed criminal organizations like the Red Ribbon Army to thrive unchecked. Thus, he bears the responsibility for all citizens, rather than treating them as disparate entities. While Yagu and his companions feel the absence of the king's influence, Ren Sheng and the others perceive a certain advantage in this, granting them greater freedom. On a particular day, Yagu and Ren Sheng find themselves in a factory, having arranged a sofa and purchased a barbecue grill. They savor the tranquility of the moment while grilling meat and admiring the snowy landscape. Chapter 60, The Diviner's Prophecy. Recently, following the unconscious state of One Wei, a mysterious force was detected attempting to infiltrate his mind with the intent of manipulation. But our security system thwarted the intrusion in a timely manner. This enigmatic power is, indeed, a form of supernatural ability. Precisely. One Wei's protective measures are not to be underestimated. Those who attempt to interfere will surely face consequences. Yagu, munching on grilled meat, chuckles. The ambience here is quite delightful. I invested a substantial sum to create it. Ren Sheng, tending to the grill while enjoying the meat, nods in agreement. It is indeed pleasant, though what we're doing now somewhat detracts from the atmosphere. Surrounding the factory lies a garden funded by Yaga's investment, encircled by verdant trees and fortified by a wall. A few months prior, a rowdy group of bikers attempted to cause a disturbance here, only to be swiftly dealt with by Yagu, resulting in their motorcycles being reduced to scrap and 2 armed assailants having their limbs incapacitated, restoring tranquility to the area. Typically, this street is frequented by reckless riders, and the nocturnal clamor is a source of great annoyance. Hey, you haven't shown any signs of trouble lately. Have you managed to deal with those instigators? Ren Sheng paused, taken aback, and then shook his head. No, Hui Long and the others were taken away by the police for some matters. They might not be released until March of next year. Yago merely acknowledged this with a sound, choosing not to pursue the topic further, as he continued to relish the grilled delicacies while gazing out at the snow-laden scenery. In this urban landscape, environmental pollution is not severe. The only areas affected by climate change are certain peculiar zones, but these have gradually returned to normalcy. While enjoying his meal, Yagu suddenly inquired, "Have you ever engaged in a fight with them?" Ren Sheng's chewing abruptly halted, and he choked momentarily, falling into a prolonged silence. Agu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Each individual possesses a distinct character, and the inner beast within them is shackled by various constraints. Ren Sheng, in particular, resembled one bound by heavy iron chains, lacking the courage to confront others directly. Agu held no concern for this. He believed that once Ren's strength escalated to a point where he could withstand 10 blows without issue, he would come to understand the nuances that set him apart from others. "I intend to depart," Agu suddenly declared. Feng Xing, having just regained his focus from their previous conversation, lifted his gaze in surprise. Agu, however, did not meet his eyes, instead gazing at the pristine sky adorned with falling snow. "I must pursue further studies and seek a worthy mentor. If you wish to continue along this path and aspire for greater breakthroughs in martial arts, then venture to climb the Kalen Tower. It resides within a forest on the western outskirts, a tower that pierces the clouds. It is said that those who reach the summit may partake of the celestial water, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. Many have tried. 300 years ago, Master Wu Tian reached the pinnacle, and I accomplished it last year. If you desire this journey, then strive diligently. I hope you will persist." With that, Agu fell silent, leaving Ren Sheng at a loss for words. And the two remained in quiet contemplation. While tidying up the barbecue grill, Ren Sheng suddenly inquired, "Master, when will you leave?" "I will depart when the time is right. There is no need for a farewell ceremony. We martial practitioners are all accustomed to solitude," Agu replied. Ultimately, Agu left Shidu a week later. He had intended to depart that very day. Yet while watching television at home, he spotted a familiar face, the square-faced man known as Xiao Longbao, a name Agu still found amusing. However, the television introduced him as Li Fa. Agu sought him out that day, and their meeting was devoid of formalities. Li Fa recounted nearly 2 years of his experiences to Agu. Having worked for many years under the owner of Plainal, Li Fa had amassed considerable wealth, which he brought with him to Shidu. Fearing Agu's formidable presence, he had ventured into the newspaper industry. Perhaps he was indeed suited for this field, for within a mere 2 years, the newspaper he founded had gained significant prominence in Shidu. Recently, they planned to establish a new factory but found no satisfactory locations until they ultimately settled on a site near Agu's factory. Upon hearing this, Agu swiftly resolved to invest in the venture, contributing land and some capital to secure a 60% share. Li Fa was unwilling at heart, yet he recognized Agu as a man who spoke with his fists, leaving him no choice. He felt powerless against those in positions of authority and those with strength. At that moment, he considered pitting Agu against others. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed, for if both parties were to find out, he might find himself in a predicament. Agu offered all necessary counsel, refraining from asking Li Fa to look after Rinsheng. He also requested several large-capacity universal capsules from Dr. Briefs. And after gathering an ample supply of food, Agu set forth on his journey. The fortune-teller held considerable renown within the upper echelons of society on Earth. Due to the exorbitant fees charged by the fortune-telling matriarch, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to approach her. Those who perceive themselves as formidable often find themselves utterly defenseless when confronted by the 5 warriors of the matriarch. This time, Yagu did not engage in any training while on the move. He exerted himself fully and sprinted at the utmost speed. Aside from the aerial technique he had yet to master, he had learned all the martial arts he had studied, even though his combat level had not yet advanced. After 7 days of arduous travel, Yagu finally arrived at the palace in the desert, the abode of the fortune-telling matriarch. Observing the surrounding wasteland and the distant swirling clouds of black lightning, Yagu mused to himself, "The matriarch truly has a discerning taste in locations. This is quite remarkable." Contrary to Yagu's expectations of finding the palace deserted, a couple was waiting there. They were clad in exquisite garments that Yagu had never encountered in either his past or present lives. Looking at their opulent attire, he glanced down at his own clothing and thought, "Never mind, this is not my destiny." In this Dragon Ball world, strength is paramount, followed by power and wealth. Superficial appearances hold little value. As Yagu approached, a pink figure, draped in a hood and floating ghost-like in the air, appeared beside him. "Greetings, traveler. Are you alone?" Yagu nodded, affirming that he was indeed alone and had come to seek the matriarch's assistance. "Very well, please wait a moment. I shall notify you when it is your turn." Shortly thereafter, a rotund man emerged, a cigar dangling from his mouth, followed by a stunningly beautiful woman who appeared to be his secretary. After their departure, the pink attendant beckoned the couple forward. "By the way, earlier, while One Way was unconscious, we detected a mysterious force attempting to invade his mind and exert control over him. Fortunately, Tita noticed in time and severed that mental link. That mysterious force must be a form of supernatural ability. Indeed, One Way's situation is quite unique." The wife gently urged him to enter. 5 minutes later, the couple emerged, their faces alight with joy, and climbed into a luxurious sports car parked nearby. A mysterious figure cloaked in pink waved them farewell, saying, "Safe travels, and we look forward to your next visit." He then turned to Yagu, who had been waiting, and said, "My apologies for the wait. Please come in, come in." As he spoke, he floated backward, further enhancing Yagu's impression of him as a figure from urban legend. The matriarch's mansion was eerily tranquil, situated in a desert region sparsely populated by human presence. Yet for affluent individuals seeking unique services, spending lavishly to arrive here was hardly an issue. The mysterious figure guided Yagu into the first hall, which was somewhat dimly lit. 2 skeletons at the entrance appeared to symbolize something, perhaps a sign of the matriarch's extensive interactions with the other world. "What a youthful and vibrant child," remarked the elderly woman gazing at Yagu through the crystal ball as the violet and blue light from the dome dissipated. As they sized each other up, Yagu inquired, "Are you the renowned fortune-telling matriarch?" "Indeed I am," Agu continued. "Can you assist me in traversing to another realm?" "In some manner." The fortune-teller, taken aback by his request, had never encountered anyone so audacious as to seek passage to that world. "Young one, how do you know I possess the means to aid you?" Agu offered no response, merely inquired, "Is it possible?" After a moment's contemplation, the fortune-teller finally replied, "Indeed. However, I require a modest fee. Fear not, merely 10 million will suffice. 10 million was an amount Yagu could manage, yet he lacked such cash in hand. With a shrug, he stated, I do not carry that much. The fortune teller, wearing an expression of expected foresight, gestured for him to follow as she perched upon her crystal ball. She led Yagu to a central circular platform and introduced, if you can vanquish my 5 elite warriors, I shall assist you free of charge. However, dear child, I advise you to reconsider. While your bravery is commendable, I do not encourage such recklessness. Yagu, smiling at the avaricious yet combat-loving matron, responded, Rest assured, fortune teller, I am no ordinary individual. Ha ha! It has been quite some time since I encountered a youth of your caliber. Then, ascend to the stage. Though she remained skeptical, the fortune teller maintained her formal demeanor, declaring, There are no rules for this contest. Conceding or falling into the water signifies defeat. Upon leaping onto the platform, Yagu proclaimed, I comprehend. Let the first warrior make their entrance. The fortune teller nodded and loudly announced, Vampire warrior, you may emerge. Yagu remained silent as the fortune teller chuckled, her demeanor rather unbecoming for a woman over 5 centuries old. It was rather absurd, and he could not help but draw a parallel to the over 300-year-old Master Roshi, wondering if they were perhaps siblings. Should they share a father? Yagu could only lament the man as enduring vitality. At least Master Roshi did not possess such vigor. If they were half-siblings, the thought alone chilled Yagu's heart. Shortly thereafter, a bat emerged from the depths of the palace's dome window. Is it here? Yagu pondered, uncertain of Gohan's fate. If he still breathed, who would the fortune teller's 5th warrior be? Gohan, should he indeed become the 5th combatant, must possess extraordinary prowess. The bat soared above the platform, approximately 5 or 6 meters high, and with a crash, it released a cloud of smoke, for which a figure leaped forth. Ha! Is this little one my opponent? The vampire warrior, startled at the sight of Yagu, cast a surprised glance at the fortune teller. She cautioned him, Do not underestimate your adversary. Nodding in acknowledgement, the vampire warrior disregarded Yagu, commencing his ritualistic dance. Yagu observed from a distance, turning to the fortune teller, and asked, Has the contest begun? Narrowing her eyes, the fortune teller declared, The contest has commenced, as the vampire warrior continued his previous dance, stating, Please allow me to finish my performance first. If the opponent were a seasoned expert, Yagu might have exercised some restraint. However, the adversary before him was merely a novice, the weakest among the 5. Consequently, Yagu chose not to respond, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the gaze of the divination elder and the vampire on the arena. The elder's mouth fell agape, and before the vampire warrior could react, he was struck violently at the neck, collapsing into darkness. Observing the fallen vampire warrior, Yagu addressed the elder, saying, Elder, please bring forth the next contender. The elder widened her eyes in surprise, as did the mysterious figure in the pink cloak beside her. After a brief moment, the elder regained her composure and looked at Yagu on the arena, stating, It appears you are no ordinary child. Very well, Azu. It is your turn to enter the fray. The arena stood empty, and Yagu scrutinized the surroundings, yet found nothing of interest. He remained unperturbed. Since the elder had not spoken, there was no need for him to worry. In truth, the elder was awaiting Yagu's inquiry, but this young lad exhibited remarkable patience. Eventually, Yagu sensed the elder's intent and took the initiative to ask, Elder, may we commence? Have you seen Azu? Upon hearing Yagu's question, both the elder and the invisible figure were taken aback. Impossible. How could you possibly see me? Yagu cast a glance toward the source of the voice, then turned to the elder, inquiring, Elder, may we begin now? The elder, unaware of Yagu's astonished expression, felt a twinge of disappointment. Oh, we may begin. No sooner had she spoken than Yagu employed his high-speed movement, vanishing from his position and heading straight toward the source of the voice he had just heard. However, the opponent had already departed. Nevertheless, Yagu managed to collide with him, his entire being crashing into the figure during his rapid approach. Chapter 62, The Path of Martial Arts. As this matter unfolded, when the adversary fell into unconsciousness, a surge of demonic energy quietly infiltrated his consciousness, aiming to manipulate the guardian. Yet, Tita detected this and swiftly severed the flow of spiritual awareness. This demonic energy was indeed that very power. Yagu's resistance to such a force was remarkably rare. Though there existed martial artists whose prowess surpassed his own, capable of wielding physical strength more efficiently, he considered himself unmatched. At the very least, should they wish to take his life, they had yet to succeed. Based on the sensation from the collision, Yagu leaped toward that location. Although his spiritual awareness was somewhat hazy, his general direction was accurate. Before Yagu could land, he heard a gasp, and the distinct lack of a stone surface beneath his feet confirmed that the invisible figure was indeed below him. An adversary beneath his feet was not to be spared. With a commanding shout, Yagu unleashed a flurry of punches like a tempest upon the being below, accompanied by a chorus of yee-yee-yee, as if countless fists erupted from his form, instilling fear in the heart of the divination elder. After enduring in silence, witnessing the invisible figure's inability to resist, the elder proclaimed, "Enough, you win this round." As her words fell, Yagu withdrew, leaping away to create distance from the invisible opponent. "Thank you for the match." Without the need for further acknowledgement, blood began to seep from the invisible figure's mouth. In that moment, he was no longer an unseen presence. "Well, young one, it seems I have underestimated you," the fortune teller remarked, her gaze fixed upon Yagu. "You possess commendable skills, yet the three opponents that lie ahead are formidable. Do you wish to proceed?" Yagu nodded resolutely. "Indeed. How else may I implore your assistance?" He paused, then added, "By the way, when you guide me into the underworld, it won't be merely a brief visit, will it?" The fortune teller responded, "If a lost soul returns to the realm of the living, I can guarantee only 24 hours. However, if a living being enters the underworld, you may linger as long as you desire, provided you do not succumb to hunger. Now come swiftly. We must change the battleground." Moments later, Yagu found himself in a foreboding cavern, seemingly constructed from desiccated bones and ghastly stones, evoking a sense of oppression. Gazing down at the bubbling surroundings, despite his confidence, unease crept into his heart. How detestable to feel such trepidation, with the art of aerial dance at his disposal. Though he could not wield it freely, it should suffice for the challenges ahead. Suppressing his inner fears, Yagu began to observe the scene before him with a calm gaze. After a short while, the fortune teller appeared before him, seated atop a crystal orb. Upon noticing her, she reproached him, "Young man, why do you hurry so? Showing no respect to an elder? How could that be? I have always held you in high regard. Besides, you sit effortlessly upon the crystal orb. A little haste is of no consequence," Yagu replied. He reflected on the experience he had gained from the previous encounters with the vampire and the invisible man, having accumulated a mere 0.5 of the cultivation experience required. The road to enhancing his combat system remained long, and Yagu no longer relied on absolute assistance, viewing it merely as a measure of his martial prowess. Dissatisfied with Yagu's demeanor, the fortune teller summoned the third warrior and began to chant an incantation. Clouds of white mist erupted from the demon before him, advancing toward Yagu. As he prepared for the onslaught, the mist enveloped only half the arena. As the fortune teller's chant weakened, the fog receded, slowly retreating into the demon's gaping maw, leaving behind a somewhat rectangular object. Yagu cast a glance and discerned it was adorned with Egyptian mummy motifs. He mused, "It appears these warriors remain unchanged. I wonder who the fifth warrior might be. Perhaps the demon awaits at the fifth challenge." With anticipation brewing in his heart, the fortune teller spread her arms wide and called out, "Come forth." The warrior of the mummies. With a thunderous command, the long silent coffin creaked open. Yagu, being of lesser stature, could not glimpse the mummy inside, but eagerly awaited the opponent he was about to confront. To catch a glimpse of its true form, he leaped onto the head of the demon statue behind him. The figure was shrouded in bandages, resembling a grievously injured patient, particularly with its eggplant-hued visage. If he were to claim this being was of earthly origin, Yagu would willingly pluck every hair from his head. The fortune teller challenges seemed to seldom feature purely earthly beings. By contrast, the three-eyed Tian Shinhan appeared far more normal. In today's world, bizarre creatures emerged incessantly, and Yagu had encountered many one-eyed beings, not to mention three-eyed aliens. Compared to the prior encounters with the invisible man and the vampire, Tian Shinhan's earthly lineage seemed far more genuine. At the very least, Yagu did not consider himself an extraterrestrial. Some truths are difficult to relinquish, even when one grasps reality. Hesitation often ensues, not from a lack of resolve, but from the fear of future regret. At this moment, the mummy's eyes shimmered with a brilliant white light. Its hands crossed over its chest. Under the influence of a mysterious force, it rose upright, its hands remaining motionless. As the light faded, the mummy's purple visage returned to its natural hue. He let out a chuckle upon seeing Yagu stepping out of the coffin. As his left foot left the coffin, he forcefully kicked it, sending the coffin back into the mouth of the demonic statue. The mummy regarded Yagu, expressing surprise at encountering a long-awaited opponent, only to find it was a mere child. Yagu observed him in silence. Despite his diminutive stature, the mere fact that he had arrived here spoke volumes of his formidable abilities. "Ha ha! I shall engage you in a worthy contest," declared the mummy. The fortune-telling old woman interjected. Thus, the third bout commences. "Do you surrender? The vanquished shall face a dire fate. Let the contest begin." Upon hearing this, Yagu launched the first offensive, vanishing from their sight. The fortune-teller cried out urgently, "Mummy warrior, brace yourself. He is upon you." Although the mummy could not see Yagu, he heeded the old woman's warning and crossed his arms over his chest. No sooner had he completed this action than he felt an overwhelming force strike his arms, causing him to be propelled backward with tremendous speed. Chapter 63, A Century of Time. As it happened, when One Way fell into unconsciousness, he sensed a surge of demonic energy attempting to invade his consciousness to manipulate the Guardian. Fortunately, Tita detected it in time and severed that flow of spiritual energy. Is this the mysterious power? Indeed, One Way harbors a formidable spiritual barrier within. It should not be underestimated. With a powerful leap, he crashed into the demonic stone statue behind him, shattering a corner instantly. Yagu adhered to the principle of striking while the iron is hot, seizing the opportune moment to attack while his opponent remained incapacitated. The bandaged man struggled to rise, cursing, "Damn you, little brat." Yagu silently appeared behind him, raising his hand in a swift motion and striking fiercely at his shoulder. Aye. The bandaged man could not finish his sentence and fell helplessly to the ground. What is this? This boy. The fortune-telling old woman appeared somewhat flustered. Having lived for centuries, she had never encountered a practitioner so young yet so formidable. Earlier, she had attempted to divine Yagu's future, but the outcome remained obscured. Yagu turned to the old woman and inquired, "Grandma, it seems I have emerged victorious, correct?" "It appears so," she responded, tinged with a hint of disappointment. In the past, it was not that no one could defeat the vampire and the invisible man. They had simply been dealt with by the bandaged man. The fortune-telling old woman no longer hesitated and called out to the demonic statue. "All right, fourth warrior, red demon. Reveal yourself." "Ah, not a member of the demon clan?" Yagu was slightly taken aback. But considering that Sun Wukong might still be alive or that the fortune-telling old woman had yet to contact him, he felt at ease. The ground trembled with a resounding rumble. Yagu understood that the opponent he was about to face would undoubtedly possess immense strength, likely enough to leave one astounded. Agu's conjecture was half right and half wrong. His opponent was large in stature, but slender in frame. This individual was entirely crimson, sporting a pair of horns that resembled those of a goat, with patches of brown fur adorning parts of his skin. His gaze was fierce, yet to Agu, he bore a striking resemblance to the beast he had encountered in the Demon Valley 2 years prior. "Ha ha ha, boy. Though you have triumphed over the bandaged man, to think you can defeat me is sheer folly." "Ha ha, do you know who I am?" Agu retorted, "Crimson Demon, is it not?" "Indeed." Without waiting for further elaboration, Agu turned to the fortune-telling grandmother and inquired, "Grandmother, shall we begin now?" Before the full force of the Crimson Demon could be unleashed, Agu had already mitigated it, leaving the fortune-teller somewhat displeased. What an unappealing young lad. Very well, let the contest commence. Thus, Agu once again demonstrated his speed, vanishing from his adversary's line of sight in an instant. The Crimson Demon, having witnessed Agu's swiftness, immediately launched a powerful punch into the empty space before him, attempting to prevent Agu from closing the distance. Suddenly, a firm resistance met the Crimson Demon's fist, which he found impossible to retract. Upon closer inspection, he discovered Agu had reappeared, grasping his right fist tightly. "How can this be?" he exclaimed, straining to free his hand, yet finding himself utterly immobilized. Given the disparity in their sizes, Agu should not have been able to maintain such a hold, but this was the marvel of martial arts. Through a profound understanding of his techniques, Agu comprehended why the Dragon Pearl exhibited scenarios that defied the laws of dynamics, striking an opponent while remaining stationary in midair. Now, firmly planted on the ground, he was able to grip the hand of the nearly 3-meter-tall Crimson Demon, rendering him immobile, a fundamental outcome of adept martial skill. The fortune-teller's eyes widened in disbelief. The Crimson Demon possessed immense strength, yet Agu had only displayed his speed thus far without revealing much of his power. How can this be? Damnable boy. The Crimson Demon, realizing he could not reclaim his right fist, relinquished his struggle and swung his left hand, intent on reducing Agu to a pulp. Just as the demon's left hand rose, Agu similarly thrust the Crimson Demon's right hand upward, Consequently, the demon's body, caught off guard, stumbled backward. Had it not been for some martial foundation, he might have collapsed. Even without falling, the outcome was already sealed. With a resounding impact, Agu's right fist connected with the demon's abdomen. Upon being struck, the crimson demon's eyes filled with blood vessels, resembling boiling water, and his once crimson skin radiated an even more intense heat, as though ablaze. Exhausted, the crimson demon lowered his head, succumbing to unconsciousness. Having dispatched yet another opponent, Yagu felt a surge of joy. The bandaged man had granted him a mere 1% experience, and the crimson demon would yield similarly. Had both combatants fought with all their might, they might have exchanged a few more blows with Yagu, but in the realms of the Dragon Pearl or martial arts, initial combatants often prefer to gauge their adversary first. The advantage of this probing is to expend minimal energy while gathering intelligence about the enemy, thereby formulating an appropriate strategy. This is battlefield insight, something that Yagu has never experienced before. Even if he were to encounter it, he would charge forward without hesitation. He is fortunate, for as a traveler, he possesses an intimate understanding of the characters within Dragon Ball, giving him a significant advantage from the very beginning. Fortune teller, I implore you to grant my request directly, he stated. Thus far, no one has been able to withstand even a single blow from me. Wouldn't you agree? The fortune teller, seething with rage, shouted at Yagu, You insufferable brat. If you can defeat my fifth warrior, I shall certainly comply with your request. Enough of your prattle. Fifth warrior, emerge from the shadows. At your command, a deep blue demon emerged from the stone statue, its wings unfurling as it hovered in midair. Yagu regarded him with a smirk, a smile that the demon interpreted as mockery. You may have bested the first two, but you will never surpass me. The contest commenced. The fortune teller's demeanor reflected her frustration, for previously, every utterance of hers had culminated in the defeat of her warriors. Employing the same tactic, Yagu vanished from sight, while the demon ascended higher into the air, remaining stationary, clearly not intending to descend. Chapter 64, he inquired loudly. By the way, as One Way was slipping into unconsciousness, a surge of demonic energy attempted to invade his consciousness to control the Guardian, but was intercepted by Tita before it could manipulate the flow of spirit. Is it the nature of that power? Indeed, within One Way lies a formidable spiritual force, not to be underestimated. Yagu, wishing not to linger on the matter, called out, Lord of the Underworld, I wish to venture to the realm of the monarch. May I be granted permission? The Lord of the Underworld, interrupted from his thoughts, cast a displeased glance at Yagu and opened the book of life and death before him. Your name is Yagu, a scion of merely 7 years. Well, here, acceptable. Your good deeds outweigh your malevolence, although you possess a fair amount of cunning. Very well, I shall permit you to visit the monarch. O esteemed and wise Lord of the Underworld, I humbly beseech your favor. Yagu, being a living soul, was not bound by the authority of the Lord of the Underworld. Originally, Sun Wukong had to be arranged by the Lord of the Underworld due to his death, and it was only then that the celestial beings brought him before the Lord. The Lord of the Underworld nodded. It is permissible, but the path through the serpent is lengthy. As a living being, you may easily succumb to hunger. Haha, thank you, esteemed Lord. I have prepared sufficient provisions. It will be no trouble at all. I am grateful to your sagacity. Yagu pressed his palms together and bowed repeatedly to the Lord. The Lord of the Underworld commanded the nearby spirit, take him to the serpent path. At your command. Thus, he and Yagu departed from the palace. However, before heading to the serpent path, Yagu first sought out the fortune teller. Madam, will you be able to visit this place regularly in 2 years? I intend to stay for at least 2 years. Yagu initially planned to cultivate for a year at the monarch's domain, but considering Sun Wukong's extraordinary talents, he had already spent nearly 200 days there and felt insufficient, thereby extending his stay. The fortune teller nodded. Very well, I understand. Do not worry. I shall come by every 10 days or half a month. Thank you very much. As I watched the fortune teller vanish from sight, Yagu turned to the ghostly guide and said, Very well, let us embark. Along the way, the ghostly guide acquainted Yagu with the serpent path and the realm monarch. After hearing some familiar information, Yagu inquired, Is the celestial realm vast? The ghostly guide chuckled softly. Indeed, it is immensely expansive, rivaling the starry oceans, and it connects numerous realms. It is predominantly inhabited by those who, in their earthly lives, accumulated virtue and performed good deeds, finding peace in the afterlife to compensate for their earthly regrets. In truth, The celestial realm is reserved for those who made significant contributions to the world but are left with lifelong regrets. Furthermore, if they choose not to enter the celestial realm and prefer reincarnation, the king of the underworld will consider their wishes accordingly. Ah, we have arrived. We shall disembark here. Before us lay a serpent's head, its maw agape, with the path extending to the horizon. Yagu leaped onto the serpent path and surveyed his surroundings. Will those yellow clouds harm me? He asked. The ghostly guide shook his head. They will not hurt you, but should you accidentally fall, you will be drawn beneath the cloud cover. Below those clouds lies the realm of shadows, so do not venture too close to the cloud formations. Oh, Yaga nodded. I shall proceed ahead. Farewell. Farewell. May you soon encounter the realm monarch. The story continues. Brave youth, go forth and create miracles. I am still attempting to infuse humor into this tale, yet I repeatedly falter, which is somewhat vexing. This is merely a lament, and it shall not impede your reading. Carry on. The serpent path is exceedingly lengthy, as noted in the original text. Neither the original work nor the animation elaborates on the duration spent by Sun Wukong and Piccolo traversing this path. Remarkably, after enhancing his strength, Sun Wukong completed the journey in just over a day. However, Yagu, while racing along the serpent path, was nearly driven to madness. As a living being, unlike Sun Wukong and Piccolo, who arrived posthumously, Yagu required sustenance daily, and after several days, he needed rest, all while considering factors such as food and water. He had no desire to perish upon the serpent path. What fate awaits a living soul who dies on this path? It is feared they would be summoned to the king of the underworld, for such is the law of heaven and earth that all souls must report to him, with the sole exception of those slain by demons. In the saga of the Saiyan invasion, upon learning that the soul of Sun Wukong's brother had descended into hell, the celestial beings recognized that Piccolo was no longer of the demon race. Souls slain by demons cannot enter the underworld. They are doomed to wander aimlessly, with no hope of liberation. Thus, the demons are despised by the divine for violating the laws of the underworld. In contrast, those who perish at the hands of Frisia and his ilk may still present themselves in hell, which is deemed normal. The surroundings were eerily silent, and Yagu encountered neither the snake maiden nor any vehicles upon the serpent path, which is not surprising, with a path resembling a roller coaster track. One would hardly expect vehicular traffic. Day after day, the sky here remained perpetually bright. 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 50 days, these monotonous cycles gradually wore down one's spirit. Yet, for Yagu, who had spent many years in martial training, such days were far less burdensome than solitary cultivation. The only source of his distress was the constricted nature of the serpent path. The space was exceedingly narrow, evoking a sense of confinement. At times, he would practice the art of flight, but his progress was sluggish, exhausting his stamina far too much, lacking the exhilarating freedom experienced during battles in Dragon Ball. Could it be that the art of flight, much like the transformation into a Super Saiyan, must be gradually unlocked alongside the unfolding narrative? Achieving the Super Saiyan form is exceedingly arduous. It took not only Goku, Vegeta, or Gohan, but also Trunks from the future, who only succeeded after the demise of his mentor, Gohan. However, in stark contrast to those warriors who underwent rigorous training and reached a certain level before transforming into Super Saiyans through a specific opportunity, Goten and Trunks appeared to achieve their transformations with disconcerting ease. The inability to fully master the art of flight left Agus in deep contemplation. Whether it was real or not was of little concern to him. He simply needed to ensure he received complete training and authentic teachings from Akai. After over 200 days, Agus finally traversed the Snake Way. Panting, he thought to himself how arduous the journey had been. Gazing upward, he saw a small point above, which was the Kai's planet. May I inquire, sir, do you possess the ability to communicate? Agus asked as he stood by the water's edge, addressing the merman within. This particular merman was strikingly beautiful. It was said that all merfolk were enchanting, yet Agus had never witnessed one, considering them a race of wisdom. What astonished Agus was the realization that despite the advancement of technology, the existence of slave traders still persisted, a testament to the world's harsh realities. The walls of the aquarium were thick, muffling sound waves, and the merman regarded Agus with great suspicion, retreating into the coral whenever he approached. Finding the encounter rather dull, Agus let out a chuckle, shrugged, and made his way to the kitchen, searching for provisions within the massive refrigerator. Having not trained for months, he wondered if his abilities had diminished. From Pika, he learned that the villa had a basement housing several interstellar spacecraft, which suited his intentions perfectly, allowing him to retrieve his ship for training. Even if those like Pukakis detected his presence, what would it matter? Agus considered himself akin to Pukakis and the others. Since they would eventually meet, why bother to conceal himself? On that day at dusk, a sealed transport vehicle arrived at the villa. While Agus was practicing in the gravity chamber, he heard electronic sounds emanating from the villa, but continued his training undeterred. Having not trained for several months, his adaptability to the 50 times Earth's gravity had slightly waned. Nonetheless, his mastery of the Kaioken was nearing perfection, and his cultivation speed had surpassed previous levels. Mr. Agus. Mr. Agus, a voice echoed from the basement, as Pika used the villa's electronic system to search for him, the sound resonating off the walls. Agus exited the gravity chamber and approached the speaker near the storage door, responding, "I am in the basement. Is the person you brought a chef?" After a brief pause, Pika answered, "Indeed. Tell him to commence cooking. Remember, it must be enough for 100 people. Do not disturb my training unless necessary." Agus instructed before returning to the gravity chamber. Although he had sent Pika away, he ultimately met the new chef brought by Pika. Their conversation was brief, as Agus had little need for food and was eager to resume his training, thus exchanging only a few words before Pika departed with the chef. The following day, a few attendants appeared at the villa, but they did not disrupt Agus's routine. Uncertain whether their combat prowess had been discerned, for days hence, Pikachu, in the name of its master, bestowed upon Yagu a fragrant incense of purification, alongside a dormant device procured from the black market, which proved remarkably effective, invigorating Yagu upon initial use. In light of Yagu's capabilities, Pikachu's master eagerly anticipated Yagu's swift journey to the target planet, known as FAS, or the Star of Research. On the eve of departure, a dramatic turn of events unfolded as the second son of the master unexpectedly arrived at the villa, confronting Yagu, resulting in both him and his 10 subordinates collapsing to the ground. The conflict's origin was trivial, and by that same evening, the situation was quelled. Pikachu conveyed the message. A satisfactory response was assured. Yagu, however, remained unfazed, smirking dismissively while ignoring the resentful gaze of the young master as he departed in a luxury vehicle. The notion of leaving triumphantly was merely a sentiment of the young master. To Yagu, this individual held little significance. This encounter, however, indebted him, and when the time came to share spoils in the future, greater benefits could be gleaned. The early risers seek profit. Some are spared for lack of necessity, while others are spared due to their value. The realms of both motivations are vastly distinct. There is no need for entanglement. For instance, countless individuals malign rulers and leaders. Yet do those leaders directly command arrests or impose torturous punishments? Different strata yield differing perspectives, and such individuals can only capture the attention of the higher echelons through these means. The young master was but a mere jester in comparison to his father's ambitions. His anger and dissatisfaction were but ripples in a vast ocean. Had his father truly wished to satisfy his son's desires against himself, he would not have qualified for an invitation to partake in this strategic operation. Great figures should not be underestimated. Throughout history, many have read the tales of the Three Kingdoms, aware of the myriad flaws of its formidable characters. Yet, upon scrutinizing historical figures, one cannot help but admire them. To regard them as fools is to fool oneself. Yagu remained vigilant. The young master's aura had been firmly registered, and he intended to seek an opportune moment before departure to follow him to meet the enigmatic figure behind the scenes, with whom Pikachu maintained communication through a device. The situation progressed smoothly, as Yagu discerned that the master was not the young master's father, but rather someone even higher. Simultaneously, he recognized that the merchant he was to meet, Tris Pickle, was indeed a friend of the true master, although his name remained unknown. His visage was etched firmly in Yagu's memory. Armed with this knowledge, Yagu felt a sense of reassurance as he engaged in the orchestrated operation, knowing that even in the face of betrayal, he had strategies for retaliation. Even in death, he would have illustrious company in his burial. The FAS planet, situated within the KTB-8 core star region, showcased the technological marvels prevalent in the early days of KTB-8, alongside numerous advanced technologies poised to proliferate throughout the cosmos. 6 months later, Yagu's vessel arrived, and as it approached the planet, Yagu sensed several formidable presences. Tris Pickle, accompanying Yagu, remarked, "Mr. Yagu, of late, many high-powered warriors have been traversing to and from FAS. Though explanations abound, the issues are apparent. Therefore, should you refrain from revealing your formidable strength, I hope it will not raise suspicions among others." Chapter 66, Life on FAS. As previously mentioned, during a moment of unconsciousness, a sinister force attempted to invade the mind of the Guardian, seeking to manipulate him. Fortunately, Tita detected the intrusion and promptly severed the flow of consciousness. Such a malevolent power. Is it truly a manifestation of the arcane? Indeed, the prowess of Yifang Tongxing cannot be underestimated, and this matter must be handled with utmost caution. My lord Yagu, do not be overly concerned. This issue will undoubtedly be resolved appropriately. I hope you will be spared from the watchful eyes of the court in the future. As you are aware, this place is the heart of the imperial court, under stringent surveillance, far surpassing the levels of the outer star realms. For those who reside here, with rare exceptions, the private lives of the majority are under scrutiny. I trust you comprehend my meaning? Yagu paused, gazing intently at the other. Am I to refrain from further cultivation or any other activities? Indeed, replied Trispical, nodding. Although he found it perplexing that such a formidable being as Yagu would require intense cultivation, his extensive experience quickly quelled his initial surprise, leaving him without further comment. Given the circumstances, it seems we must simply allow things to unfold naturally. Thus, one would hope for some form of diversion. Certainly, we have prepared an elegant residence for you. I believe that in the coming 3 months, you shall enjoy privileges that even emperors cannot aspire to. Yagu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at the mention of imperial enjoyment. For anyone who ascends through strength, the greatest caution must be exercised against indulgence. Regardless of how steadfast one's will may be, such a lifestyle can erode it, with only a scant few, often deemed foolish dreamers, remaining immune to temptation. Trispical had arranged for Yagu a refined abode, and to his astonishment, the mermaid he had previously encountered was delivered to his residence by a spacecraft. According to Trispical, she was his pet. In a chamber as pristine as jade, a mermaid was kept in an aquarium. Yagu found this arrangement rather discordant, questioning the rationale of those who transported her. Once Trispical departed, Yagu lifted the lid of the aquarium and addressed the underwater mermaid. If you can understand my words. Come forth. The mermaid remained at the bottom of the aquarium, hesitant to surface, initially wishing to converse or perhaps extend kindness by returning her home. Yagu's interest waned upon witnessing her demeanor. If she could not comprehend his goodwill, there was no need for him to distress himself. Very well, then stay here and rest, he said, gesturing dismissively as he descended from the air, leaving the aquarium lid ajar. However, as Yagu made his way to the kitchen, the mermaid suddenly leapt out, splashing water everywhere and leaving the living room in disarray. The commotion drew the attention of 5 attendants, who hurried in upon hearing the noise, rushing forward as if to recapture her back into the aquarium. Wait, Yagu called out to them. Let her roam freely. The supervisor responsible for maintaining the household cleanliness appeared somewhat taken aback. My lord, are you truly allowing her this freedom? Unfamiliar with Yagu's temperament, the supervisor spoke with caution. Yagu inclined his head slightly and replied, inform the others in the residence that this mermaid is permitted to move freely within the house. However, you 5 should first tidy the living room. The wetness is rather unpleasant. Understood, replied the supervisor, casting a puzzled glance at Yagu. The mermaid was a rare creature, and even those of high status found it challenging to acquire one. Yet, as Yagu had spoken, the servants had no choice but to comply. You there? Swiftly dry this area, and send someone to replace the sofa cushions and carpet. Oh, my lord, shall I summon the chef? As Yagu turned his gaze towards him, a sensation of emptiness stirred within. Let preparations commence, he instructed. Ensure there are provisions for 100 people. As for you, guide me to the estate's vault. At once. The supervisor replied with a nod, promptly dispatching someone to summon the chef, while leading Yagu ahead. Exiting the sitting room, they traversed the waterway corridor, meandered through the flower path, and finally arrived at the cave within the orange grove. Perhaps due to his superior's admonition, the supervisor refrained from inquiring about Yagu's condition during their journey. Pausing, the supervisor stepped aside and explained, my lord, this is the estate's vault, housing 4 spacecraft, 2 of which are single-person interstellar vessels. As he spoke, he produced an electronic key from his pocket and inserted it into a slot. Upon fingerprint verification, the cavernous door swung open. The iron door, with its trifold design, revealed its impressive thickness. The material aside, its half-meter breadth was astonishing. This was no mere underground military fortress. Yagu approached the door and lightly tapped it, producing a resonant sound, then furrowed his brow and inquired, is this not metal? Standing tall, the supervisor elaborated, indeed, it is hard, a substance that lies between metal, ceramic, and rubber, both hard and remarkably ductile, capable of absorbing 60% of impacts and converting them into stored energy. It is said that the military intends to develop a superior version of Harta for use in the hulls of space warships. Harta, Yagu pondered, considering his recent arrival on FAS Star. The supervisor continued, it is a material serendipitously developed by a researcher named Harta, currently found only on FAS Star. In essence, it holds immense strategic value. Yagu smirked, marveling at the prowess of technology. With this material, battle armor could surpass that of Frisia and the subordinates of Kfera in terms of protection, aside from its weight. Alas, it remains a work in progress. Slightly versed in material science, Yagu doubted they would swiftly resolve this challenge. Typically, enhancing a specific attribute and rendering it commercially viable takes years. Chapter 67. Shining Brilliantly. Hold on, during the unconscious state of a certain individual, a sinister force attempted to invade his consciousness, seeking to manipulate the Guardian. Fortunately, Tita sensed it and promptly severed the flow of spiritual energy. Is this sinister power a form of such arcane arts? Indeed, what the individual faced was precisely this kind of force. Yagu led the way, with the supervisor following closely behind, igniting the lights ahead. Thud, thud, thud. The lights in the warehouse flickered on sequentially, instantly enveloping the dim storage area in a soft blue glow. The surrounding spacecraft occupied one corner, while the rest of the space was filled with unfamiliar machinery, many devices concealed under white cloths, taking up a quarter of the area. Yagu raised his gaze to assess the warehouse's height and nodded. The height is sufficient. By the way, may I inquire your esteemed name? The supervisor bowed slightly and replied, I am called Bemis, my lord. Bemis. Very well, Bemis. This shall henceforth be my frequent retreat. No one is permitted to enter without my explicit consent. Not even with permission may they enter unbidden. For any matters, communicate via the communicator. Your command shall be strictly adhered to, sir. However, you must set your fingerprint for the warehouse door to facilitate entry and exit. As Yagu surveyed his surroundings, he acquainted himself with the various instruments at hand. Bamas, intrigued by his curiosity, retrieved several items from storage. In Yagu's eyes, this place was a veritable paradise for technology enthusiasts, with all its creations surpassing earthly standards. An array of weaponry, cryogenic devices, laser armaments, energy concentrators, and search instruments such as radar, all designed for silent operation, were too numerous to enumerate. From Bamas, Yagu learned that this villa boasted a history spanning several centuries. Among the stored items were relics from hundreds of years ago, including a silent rodent, which was strictly prohibited by the current court. Ultimately, before proceeding to the storeroom with Bamas, Yagu established a method for opening it. Has the chef prepared the meal? Yagu inquired as he stood before the door. Bamas picked up a communicator, saying, Let me inquire first. Hello, this is Bamas. Mr. Yagu has just asked about the kitchen. Is the meal ready? What is it? Yagu turned to him. Bamas pressed the communicator and replied, Sir, the kitchen has only prepared enough for 45 guests. Understood. Urge them to expedite the process. Where's the dining hall? Bamas gestured to a corner and promptly conveyed Yagu's command, hastening to follow. Please, allow me to guide you. They passed by a pool of azure waters, shimmering like gemstones under the interplay of light and shadow. Beside the pool was a room reminiscent of a sandy beach, surrounded by tropical foliage, with palm trees swaying gently. As they traversed this grove of palms and crossed a courtyard adorned with bonsai, a colossal crystal structure resembling a slide came into view. Yagu paused momentarily, gazing at the chef clad in white, and inquired of Bamas, Is this the dining hall? Indeed, sir, Bamas affirmed with a solemn expression. Perhaps due to cultural differences, Yagu found the building ill-suited for dining, while Bamas regarded it as the most relaxing of locales. Despite his earlier derision of what Trispical had termed royal indulgence, Yagu had to concede that the lifestyle arranged for him was exceedingly pleasant. Thanks to the use of the cloudstone contained within the capsule, Yagu was able to cultivate his skills in the warehouse without concern. He was wary of allowing others access, fearing that such a coveted object as the cloudstone might fall into the hands of outsiders, much like a nation possessing supercomputers and nuclear weapons. Only leaders facing existential threats would choose the latter. The former represents strategic power, while the latter is merely tactical might. The existence of the cloudstone could potentially disrupt the local technological society, and Yagu was determined to prevent it from being seized by others. Fortunately, the cloudstone would not yield its ideal effects unless a sufficient quantity was amassed. Utilizing it for his training, Yagu gradually enhanced his strength, thankful that since departing from Tostala, the consumption of senza beans had not been excessive. Now, feeling fatigued from his training, he relied heavily on the restorative aura of his body and his innate abilities. Having resided in the villa for a month, and having long participated in the so-called operations, Yagu was acutely aware of the KTB-8 court's stringent surveillance of outsiders. Among the summoned warriors, many could not conceal their combat prowess. Their presence on planet FAS was a result of living in other regions for over a decade. From this, Yagu deduced that this was a scheme to subvert the KTB-8 court, combining the court's technological power with the strength of himself and others to deliver a fatal blow to the regime. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yagu dedicated himself to mastering the art of teleportation. In the past, instant teleportation seemed to him a sign of inadequate strength, challenging to master. Although Yagu did not consider his combat power at the time of learning teleportation to be as formidable as it is now, he merely categorized it as unmastered. While it could be utilized, achieving satisfactory results remained elusive. Often, he would find himself either spinning in place or straying far from his intended target. On one occasion, he even materialized within a pool of water. Since then, Yagu significantly reduced the distance to his targets, which naturally included the mermaid. The mermaid, known as Alice, claimed to hail from a planet named Chilyuopa. Her swimming speed was astonishing, capable of traversing vast distances in an instant. Given Alice's combat prowess, her underwater speed was disproportionate to her strength, akin to an ordinary person with a power level of merely 5, yet achieving speeds reminiscent of the legendary turtle hermit. However, despite his intense curiosity, the urgency of the situation compelled Yagu to suppress these thoughts, dedicating his spare time to practicing teleportation. Chapter 68. In the midst of unconsciousness. At the moment when one-way passage fell into unconsciousness, a surge of dark energy attempted to invade his consciousness and control the Guardian. This was detected by Tita, who promptly severed the flow of spiritual energy. Was this dark energy the mysterious force in question? Indeed, within one-way passage resided a formidable seal. Any attempt to manipulate him would be thwarted. To prevent outside knowledge, Yagu not only had the aquarium relocated to a hidden chamber, but also dismantled the protective and soundproofing arrays in the area. According to Alice, mermaids could remain on land for extended periods without the need for specialized aquariums. She yearned for the freedom of a lake rather than the confines of a small tank. You are truly inconsiderate. It has been a month, yet you still fret over the formations and soundproof devices set by Baymos, Yagu remarked, resorting to items from the planet. In truth, Yagu felt a sense of irony when he first heard of the KTB-8 decree prohibiting the populace from possessing protective and soundproof artifacts. After all, KTB-8, Frisia, and Quila formed a precarious balance, employing every means at their disposal. Otherwise, how could this star domain survive and even thrive under the relentless grasp of cosmic demons? However, to liken it to the notion of only allowing officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps would be an oversimplification. As the living conditions of residents varied across the core, mid, and outer ring of the star domain governed by the decree, welfare treatment, and the cultivation levels possessed by the populace were all disparate. This disparity in thought made it difficult for Yagu to comprehend how the inhabitants of this planet could tolerate living under the stringent surveillance of government decrees and maintain such a tranquil demeanor. Breathless, Yagu realized that casting teleportation had consumed a considerable amount of energy. He was uncertain whether it was due to a recent training session, but executing teleportation now felt significantly easier, perhaps tenfold more so than before. Enough with the sarcasm. Though I promise to take you back to Chilyuopa, should you provoke me, you shall return only in your dreams, he warned. Alice let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond further. Yagu's choice of her was precisely due to her identity as a mermaid. Regardless of whether secrets were revealed, the outcome would remain undesirable. To the blue-skinned race, mermaids were exceedingly precious objects of admiration, and even if she divulged Yagu's secrets to others, it would never satisfy their desires. She longed only to return home. Through their interactions, coupled with the life-saving favor that Yagu had bestowed upon her last time, Alice gradually began to engage in conversation with him. Yagu sat there, gathering his strength. Although he still had sufficient energy, his success with the teleportation technique had been scarce. After each practice session, he needed to meditate, reliving those fleeting moments of success, capturing the essence of that feeling, and allowing it to transform into a habitual execution of the teleportation technique. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside the warehouse. Yagu rose, his form flickering as he reached the door, announcing, "Please open." The door swung open with a thunderous sound, revealing Bemis, who held the dual role of steward for the villa. Upon seeing Yagu, Bemis bowed respectfully and stated, "Sir, there is a gentleman named Stern here to see you." "Stern? Who is that?" Yagu inquired. Noticing Yagu's lack of recognition, Bemis, curious yet dutiful, promptly explained, "Mr. Stern, like yourself, has been invited by our master. Upon learning of your presence here, he came to pay a visit." Although Yagu was unfamiliar with this Stern, Bemis's words indicated that he was a potential ally. "Very well. Let him wait in the living room," Yagu replied. "Understood," Bemis acknowledged, conveying Yagu's instructions while thoughtfully reminding him to change his attire. Upon meeting Stern, Yagu suddenly recognized him. The man bore a fish-like visage and a robust physique, a figure he recalled from a previous encounter in the city, where he had intervened to rescue a woman from human traffickers at the Grand Winter Casino. Despite their brief acquaintance, they had formed a bond, and now, in this distant world, their reunion elicited a sense of familiarity akin to that of old friends. "Is it truly you? I never expected this," Yagu remarked. "Neither your presence nor your prowess was apparent to me at the time. It seems you possess profound depths." Stern smiled, gazing down at the shorter Yagu, and replied likewise. "You too concealed your strength. I simply did not anticipate it to be so profound. My power was suppressed for specific reasons. Unless one deliberately restrains themselves, a person will invariably exude a certain aura, indicative of their battle prowess." He referenced Sun Wukong's initial arrival on Namek, where his detectable power level was merely 5,000, a calculated adjustment for confronting adversaries. Yagu merely smiled at Stern's words, choosing not to elaborate. It was impossible for him to disclose that, at that time, his typical battle prowess had just surpassed 1,000. In the historical accounts he was aware of, no beings within the territories of Kvila or Frisia had exhibited such rapid advancements in strength. "Let's speak of other matters. Please have a seat." Stern settled into his chair, hesitating as he regarded Yagu, a man known for his candor, now seeming uncertain. Yagu broke the silence. "Stern, speak your mind. Unless the matter is exceedingly troublesome, I might be inclined to agree." His words were deliberately ambiguous, leaving room for interpretation with the inclusion of might. Unable to contain his impatience, Stern responded, "It is said that you have adopted a mermaid as a pet. Is that true?" Chapter 69, Such Deeds. Upon hearing these words, Yagu slightly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of curiosity towards Stern's scaly visage. "Oh, such tales? Whence have you heard them?" Noticing that Yagu did not directly address the existence of mermaids, Stern felt a twinge of displeasure, but nonetheless answered sincerely. "This information was gleaned from a servant. My journey aims to rescue more of my kin from the hands of others." "Rescue?" Yagu pondered. Yet the stark contrast between Stern and the merfolk made it difficult for him to believe. However, the countenance before him did not resemble that of a typical mermaid. A faint smile crossed Stern's face. "It appears, indeed, you have encountered mermaids before." "Indeed," Yagu nodded. "I have a friend named Alice. Once this matter is concluded, I intend to return her to the planet Kuropa." At this, Stern furrowed his brows, searching Yagu's expression for any signs of deceit. For in the vast cosmos, even the merfolk of Kuropa were known to conspire with outsiders, capturing their own kind for sale. It was exceedingly rare for one of a different race to engage in such acts. Kuropa was devoid of terrestrial resources, offering no advantage to beings unable to thrive underwater. Yet its aesthetic value was exceedingly high. Coupled with Kuropa's advanced technology and martial prowess, capable of repelling extraterrestrial vessels, most factions dared not covet this aquatic gem. "Is that so? This revelation truly astonishes me," Stern remarked, his surprise evident as he gazed at Yagu. Yagu commanded that refreshments be prepared and inquired of Stern, "What would you like to drink?" "Anything will suffice," Stern replied. Yagu continued, "It seems we have little in common. Have you traversed many places akin to mine?" "Only this one," Stern answered. "I inquired of others regarding the number and appearance of participants in this endeavor and learned of your involvement, hence my detailed inquiry." Yagu felt a sense of dissatisfaction, revealing too much about himself. Stern, perceptive to Yagu's thoughts, quickly clarified, "Do not assume all participants are aware. I know only 3 individuals. In other words, currently, it is just you, I, and 2 others, forming a force of 4. The potential for further additions remains uncertain." Yagu squinted, murmuring, "4? What great deeds can be accomplished with such a number?" "In terms of combat strength, facing most within the KTB 8-star region who number less than 50. Why the need for so many experts? The gathering of so many now surely harbors ulterior motives." Stern nodded. "Indeed, the small number is a regrettable necessity. After 10 years of preparation, many intended participants departed for various reasons. To have gathered this much is already fortunate. Otherwise, before reaching Ephes, our ship might have been intercepted. Yagu, knowing nothing of this, was disinterested in such matters, preferring direct confrontation instead. He stated, I am weary of such battles. It is said that once combat strength reaches a certain level, one can form a protective shield around oneself to avoid instantaneous demise, thus surviving in the cosmos. Is that truly the case? Stern was taken aback. Yagu recalled the Super Saiyan from the Dragon Ball movies. However, given the discrepancies in timeline between the films and the original story, he could not ascertain whether he was situated in the realm of the original narrative or the Trunks timeline. Suddenly, an idea struck Yagu, and he asked, Stern, have you ever heard of viral heart disease? Stern's expression changed abruptly, his anxiety palpable, as Yagu's words tightened the strings of his heart. Leaning forward from his previously relaxed position on the sofa, he spoke in a low voice. How did you come to know of this affliction? I have heard whispers. Yagu replied, This illness appears to be insurmountable, regardless of one's combat prowess. I wish to know if there exists a specific remedy. Observing Stern's demeanor, Yagu spoke candidly. If one possesses immense strength yet is ensnared by this ailment, it is truly lamentable. Stern lowered his gaze, then raised his eyes to the person behind Yagu, saying, Let us set this matter aside for the moment, Mr. Yagu. Might I have the privilege of meeting that mermaid? While I trust your word, I must verify for myself. Forgive my abruptness. I understand, Yagu thought to himself. Their acquaintance was still in its infancy. If it were someone like Wukong, he could vouch for them with his own integrity. Yet, with Stern, who was nearly a stranger, such assurances would be mere triviality. The two departed the hall, making their way to Yagu's storeroom. Along the way, Stern admired Yagu's residence. During their conversation, Yagu recognized that each individual had their own peculiarities. For instance, in Stern's dwelling, water was paramount, and if his attendants wished to inform him of meal times, they would need to locate him and then travel by boat. Yagu took this merely as an anecdote, while Stern inquired about Yagu's homeland. Yagu spoke vaguely, and Stern did not press further. In the vastness of the universe, many preferred to keep their origins concealed, and their camaraderie was too shallow for deep trust. Upon entering the storeroom, Stern beheld the mermaid, Alice. Surprised to see Stern being led in by Yagu, Alice's mouth fell slightly open at a loss for words. To encounter someone of her own kind on an alien planet brought her joy, yet the ones who had captured and sold her were the Churapans. During her time with Yagu, she had come to place her trust in this foreigner. Who are you? She asked, seeing Alice unharmed. Stern understood that Yagu indeed treated his kin with kindness. He did not reply to Alice immediately, but rather stated, No harm done. I am not a cruel individual. Yet this matter perplexes me. Could you enlighten me as to the reason? Just moments ago, Stern had changed the topic to request a meeting with Alice, and Yagu sensed something amiss. In this place, there were no observers, nor any eavesdroppers. Chapter 70. The Origin of this Affliction. At this moment, do you wish to expel me? I have yet to finish my words. When did the shares of 16 become those of a silent stakeholder? Zhang Quan was stunned, covering his face in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Chun. Master Yi, at the shareholders' meeting, I still possess the right to speak and can express my thoughts freely. Stern had originally sought a secluded spot, but upon noticing the peculiar black stones stacked around, which were evidently placed by Yagu, he quickly discerned the issue at hand and stated, The poison heart disease is known to be a virus researched by certain scientists from KTB-8, specifically targeting those of high combat capability. However, 400 years ago, they lost control of it, leading to widespread infection. Nowadays, it is rare to find a planet in the universe that does not harbor carriers of this virus. Furthermore, it is said that they have not abandoned their research and wish to make this virus immune to lower combat capability beings. What a delusion! Yagu interjected. Setting aside the methods of control, would Frisia and Kvira allow such recklessness? This is merely inviting disaster, leading to a more tragic demise. Yagu had only heard of the concept and did not need to inquire about the researchers' intentions or thoughts. He had already determined their fate. Yaguri expresses his stance, not out of hatred for the demise of Wukong, but due to the catastrophic impact of this virus on living beings, particularly those with lower combat capabilities, who thus conspire to reverse their misfortunes. Such individuals, regardless of their previously noble ideals, must inevitably perish. Observing the anger etched on Yaguri's face, Stern remarked, To speak candidly, many among us desire to exploit this opportunity to dismantle the project. Alas, we are unaware of the planet on which this research is conducted. Otherwise, a single shockwave could render even the mightiest defenses futile against a planetary explosion. Yaguri's gaze shifted as he replied, Not necessarily so. Should an event unfold, The experimental site may be situated in the cosmos, with a vessel constructed solely for research. Even in the event of a leak, the gathered data and pathogens could be released using specialized containers, minimizing potential harm even if the ship were to explode. The crux of space life lies in the absence of gravity. Without it, the notion of space colonization becomes but a fantasy. Yaguri's words resonated deeply with Stern. Indeed, establishing a base in space for such viral research is commonplace. This complicates matters, Stern mused. Yaguri shrugged, recognizing the futility of the situation, and inquired about the most crucial matter. Are you aware of an antidote for this ailment? I seek to acquire more. An antidote exists, Stern replied. It is exceedingly difficult to procure. You must have traversed numerous planets, have you not? Yaguri nodded, acknowledging his exposure to diverse cultures. Stern, pleased to avoid excessive explanation, continued, each planetary civilization has its inclinations. Some planets possess advanced technology, but are steeped in martial traditions, their life forms having evolved over hundreds of thousands of years, enhancing their combat prowess. In contrast, planets like KTB-8 find themselves in dire straits. Had they not established a formidable space fleet early on, they might have faced extinction at the hands of Frisia and Kvila 30 years ago. Like the 7 major planets and the 7 Alliance, which saw 3,000 warships ultimately annihilated by Kvila's elite forces, it is difficult to fathom how they would contend with thousands of warships. They can survive in the cosmos. Yaguri explained, noticing Stern's astonishment and curiosity. Stern gasped, awestruck, and stammered. You mean they can endure in the universe? In the cosmos? Indeed, otherwise. How could they engage with over 3,000 space warships? However, they have not acted in recent years, likely aware that combating long-range vessels is no simple feat. Yaguri analyzed Kvila's possible mindset. To survive in the cosmos, it is no wonder Stern continued to be taken aback by the revelations. Yaguri, disinterested in delving deeper into this topic, considered that while teleportation has not been tested in battle, merely reaching the vicinity of a target is considerably easier. Thus, Yaguri no longer harbored the same concerns regarding the impending dangers of a large-scale bombardment from space warships aimed at their home planet. Stern, possessing little knowledge about other matters, merely informed Yaguri that participating in this endeavor would yield significant benefits, both personally and for their planetary communities. Until the moment of departure, Yaguri remained silent on the potential ramifications should KTB-8's technology be leaked, and if Frisia and Kvila were to seize control of KTB-8, what force could possibly resist their encroachment? Given the history of the Namekian conflict, coupled with Earth's less than flourishing position in the galaxy and the extraordinary strength of the Dragon Ball warriors, Yaguri felt no trepidation regarding the challenges that may lie ahead. Indeed, the power of the divine dragon is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. One must diligently practice, for in the battles that lie ahead, even a mere observer like myself can feel the chill of impending conflict. With my left hand resting on my hip and my right hand massaging my forehead, I, Yagu, resolved to devote myself to rigorous training. The benefits of the hibernation device allow me to remain alert for the majority of the day. However, its drawbacks cause me to neglect the detoxification processes of my bodily organs. While the mightiest warriors possess enhanced organ capabilities, extreme mental fatigue can hinder their performance if not properly adjusted before battle. Fortunately, I am equipped with celestial beings and a restorative aura. The restorative aura, particularly effective in dispelling bodily ailments, surpasses the celestial beings, which cannot cure the poison heart. It can expel detrimental factors from body. Each has its merits, but during combat, the efficacy of the celestial beings prevails. After meeting with Stern, Alice grew increasingly convinced that Yagu would escort her back to her homeland. From that day forth, she experienced daily joy. Yet lamentably, Yagu, being a man of few words, refrained from sharing in her delight. Occasionally, due to her incessant chatter, I found myself reprimanding her, which caused her considerable discomfort. 2 months have passed, and I sit in a recliner, gazing at the beach and artificial lake before me, under a sky adorned with several sun-like orbs, radiant and resplendent. Chapter 71, indeed, is a testament to grandeur. I have reached the ranks of the 13 strongest. With over 10 formidable warriors departing, it is a magnificent sight. Such might rivals even the forces of Frisia and Kvila. I marvel at the gathering of powerful individuals on planet FAS. In recent days, nearly every 3 days, one has revealed themselves. This is without accounting for those who conceal their true strength. The numbers may well exceed 20, perhaps even 30 or 40. for power cannot be hidden, which implies that the court can monitor at all times. Bemis emerged from the woods behind me, clad in silver-gray armor, his tall figure and deep-set eyes concealed beneath blue skin. Before he approached, I inquired from the beach, "Is it time for dinner?" Bemis halted, responding, "Not yet, my lord. Someone has come to welcome you. Please prepare yourself, for the master wishes to meet with everyone." Ah, at last, I shall behold them. I turned my head to Bemis, chuckling softly, and said, "I require my martial attire. Please prepare it swiftly." "As you command," Bemis replied, and upon witnessing me finish my drink by the chair, he proceeded on his way. Familiar with my demeanor, Bemis displayed no surprise, turning to lead the way and informing others to ready the garments I had chosen. As I boarded the transportation vehicle, at that very moment, across planet Ephes, magnificent airships were ferrying bizarre creatures from luxurious villas, all converging upon a special location. I reclined in my seat, the spacious cabin allowing me to rest peacefully. Soon, my work shall commence. If this continues, my bones shall surely grow weary. A succession of opulent flying vessels glided past the lush, exquisite shrubbery. Through the porthole, various uniquely shaped aircraft hovered just a few feet above the ground, moving forward slowly. All passengers shared the same destination. Ahead stood a grand edifice resembling a sports arena. As luxurious vehicles came to a halt before the grand entrance, the doors swung open, and Yagu stepped onto the azure carpet, which showcased a spectrum of blues, from deep sapphire to light cerulean, interspersed with violet-tinged beams resembling flames, erupting from the vents around the structure. Upon disembarking, the small luxury airship retreated immediately as Yagu turned to survey his surroundings. Apart from the individual who had just crossed the threshold ahead, there were already 13 others standing beside him, with more airships approaching from behind, indicating a substantial gathering of participants, each harboring immense energy within. Yagu advanced towards the main entrance, as those who had been distanced began to close the gap. He caught a glimpse of Stern, the fish-faced being, who greeted him warmly. Among the assembly, some bore amiable expressions, while others appeared rather unpleasant. Some were more bovine than halida, while others resembled 3-meter-tall insects, and there were also soft-bodied creatures that maintained a humanoid form. Yet, without exception, all stood upright. Even those with multiple limbs carried themselves with an erect posture. Despite his mental preparation, Yagu felt a sense of strangeness. It was the first time he realized how rare humanoid beings were. The entrance, framed in silver white against a blue backdrop, was surrounded by glowing entities resembling dark green gemstones. The azure carpet had vanished, replaced by a living membrane, marked with luminous symbols guiding the attendees forward. Inside, the spacious corridor, reminiscent of a palace, echoed with a cacophony of sounds. Ahead loomed a colossal archway, interlaced with blue and green, leading to a vast sunken plaza, where Yagu could discern a large display screen at the far end of the depressed area. Walking alongside Stern, who reiterated his greeting, Yagu remained indifferent to the friendliness of the latter. He held reservations about the universe, as Earth was ill-prepared for a comprehensive engagement with the cosmos, making it difficult for him to embrace the abrupt arrival of the interstellar age on his home planet. As the two entered the venue, they were immediately met with a raucous din emanating from one corner, where a yellow-skinned, soft-bodied creature, resembling a silkworm, stood. Its lower half bore 6 short, stout legs, supporting its upper body, which had 6 similarly short arms. Its corpulent form made its limbs appear even more diminutive. If it could remain quietly grounded, its soft, blanket-like skin might attract a mate's affection. However, its menacing mandibles, revealing rows of sharp teeth in 3 segments, outermost, innermost, and middle, rendered it anything but endearing. This terrifying apparatus, coupled with its flickering green eyes, precluded any association with cuteness. The creature was embroiled in a dispute with a crustacean-like being, resembling an oversized crabman, whose pincers were formidable. An exoskeleton shone with a dark luster. It was unclear who instigated the conflict, but from Yagu's perspective, if it continued, the two might disregard the decorum of the gathering and engage in open combat, thereby jeopardizing the proceedings. Surrounding them were onlookers who neither intervened nor offered restraint. Some lounged lazily against tables, others sat comfortably in chairs, while a few stood with crossed arms, all displaying expressions of anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 72, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Oh my, was there truly an intent to drive individuals away at this moment? And to think, when did the equity of 16 transform into a silent stakeholder in this discourse? Jean Quan was left utterly speechless, covering his face with one hand. His eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Yi-chan. "Mr. Yi, at the shareholders' meeting, I still possess voting rights," he stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Just as Yagu hesitated whether to step forward and dissuade him, a resounding voice abruptly filled the conference room, deafening in its intensity, instantly snapping the two disputants back to attention. The others also turned their heads, their expressions grave as they focused on the source of the sound. Yagu, too, felt astonished. The aura that erupted at that moment nearly rendered him breathless. Like the rest, he fixed his gaze upon the speaker. The individual was clad in the familiar battle attire of the Frisia Force, a standard uniform that Yagu recognized well. The man bore a striking resemblance to Earthlings, with blue skin and yellow hair styled in a voluminous fashion that swept back, resembling a blooming flower from a distance. He wore a snug, purple outfit, complemented by armor adorned with unique cloud patterns on his right shoulder. It was him. Stern, standing beside Yagu, whispered with evident fear. Perplexed, Yagu noticed that many in the assembly regarded this man with trepidation, while others, like himself, were unaware of his identity. Observing Yagu's confusion, Stern elucidated. This man is named Nyos. His strength is unfathomable. It is said that he has defeated Savaiza, the mightiest warrior under Kvila's command. Are you familiar with Savaiza? No. Oh, then you must have heard of the Jinyu force? Yes, Jinyu was indeed defeated by Savaiza, who in turn was vanquished by this man. Jinyu forces Jisoo and Savaiza hail from the same star system. Their combat prowess remains unknown, but Savaiza's power is already quantified at a staggering 170,000. Just imagine, how formidable must this man be? Yagu couldn't help but marvel. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable being. Nyos indeed. Yagu managed an awkward smile. Having once believed his hidden strength was profound, only to discover a greater force. With a combat power of 170,000, even if the entire Jinyu force were to unite, they would likely struggle to shake this individual. Unlike the Jinyu and others, he had mastered the art of concealing his true combat capabilities, marking him as truly extraordinary. Stern addressed Yagu. If the court were to learn of your presence here, do you believe that, even if FAStar is a site for scientific research, they wouldn't dispatch interstellar warships to obliterate it? The weight of pressure surged within Yagu. Confronting Nyos, he realized that unless he unleashed his full might, victory was improbable. Such a formidable adversary was likely entangled with countless forces, and Yagu dared not act rashly, for he would amass innumerable enemies. The conveners of this assembly must have anticipated that strong individuals tend to be unruly. Thus they invited Nyos to preside, a decision that yielded immediate results. As soon as Nyos spoke, the conflict between the soft-bodied and arthropod creatures ceased instantly, and the attendees dispersed, returning to their seats. Nyos's presence evoked comparisons to Frisia and Kvila, the two powers renowned for their warrior vanguard and territorial expansion, also regarded as the most formidable entities by KTB-8. Once the spacious conference room, filled with seated individuals, fell into a profound silence, their lack of familiarity with one another made them wary in Nyos's presence. Furthermore, many were the top martial artists from various planets, possessing remarkable composure, participating solely for the sake of their kin, wishing for their race to thrive more freely in the future cosmos. Nyos stood before the central platform, behind which loomed the enormous display screen that Yagu had seen upon entering the conference room. Greetings to all esteemed warriors from various planets and star domains, he began. It is evident that after years of enduring trials and suppressing one's temperament, the journey to the FAS star has come at a significant cost. There is no need to elaborate on this matter, for I stand among you as a fellow warrior. The only distinction being that I possess a more profound and comprehensive understanding of the operational plan than any of you. He paused, surveying the surroundings. A slight stir arose in the assembly, as some impatient souls, long restrained, found it difficult to contain their impulses upon hearing his words. However, just as they were about to express their sentiments, a formidable aura descended, instantly quelling their fiery tempers. Yagu lowered his head, catching sight of the calm confidence on Nyos's face, and mused to himself, I did not anticipate such overwhelming dominance. Nyos, retracting his imposing presence, laughed heartily and reassured the assembly. Rest assured, the walls of this conference room, indeed the entire structure, have been specially treated to significantly mitigate the risk of combat data leakage. He gestured to the device before him, and, simultaneously, the screen behind him flickered with blue light, revealing a series of images. The emergence of these visuals stirred a gentle ripple through the crowd. Despite their tumultuous emotions, a sense of calm began to prevail. Yagu turned slightly, sensing the presence of those with lower combat capabilities around him, pondering, could these individuals be the masterminds behind the entire plan? Trispical has also made an appearance, accompanied by companions. It appears my suspicions were correct. They can no longer restrain themselves and are ready to initiate the entire scheme. Neo stood before the screen, wielding a laser pointer, meticulously outlining the items depicted in the images. Among them were the ethereal essence that Yagu longed for, the costly stasis devices along with their manufacturing parameters, and the invaluable torque engines. Each item either under the control of the KTB-8 court or extraordinary objects known only by name to the attendees. Stern, seated beside Yagu, bore an expression of eagerness. It was evident that his years of wandering the cosmos, concealing his true combat potential like a mere traveler, had been in pursuit of such treasures. In contrast, Yagu was fortunate. His metamorphic abilities had granted him the opportunity to attend this meeting within less than half a year. He dared not to lose focus, for Nyo's words might very well be directed towards the items he had marked. Chapter 73. Your time is up. Your time is up. Do you wish to dismiss us at this moment? There are still words left unspoken. When did the shareholders of the 16th stock find themselves without a voice? Zhang Quan appeared astonished, covering his face with one hand, gazing at Yi Chun, his expression one of shock. Yi, in the shareholders' meeting, we all have the right to vote. Ladies and gentlemen, knowing the benefits of collaboration, we should each articulate our needs, input them into the computer, and submit them for statistical analysis by TEP. What say you? Silence enveloped the room, as some retrieved tablets, while others sought assistance from the attendants. The attendants, approaching the pristine windowed area, pressed a button on the wall, revealing a space where computers, arranged like books, appeared in the hands of a woman, who distributed them to those without devices. With exceptional service, they urged, please swiftly record your necessities. If you have not yet finalized your thoughts, now is the time. Surely, you are all already aware of what you seek. Before Yagu could finish speaking, the assembly understood that they would soon discuss the details. Otherwise, aligning their needs would prove difficult. Though each person was acutely aware that this endeavor could lead to life or death, and despite the uncertainty surrounding the operation specifics, none believed themselves destined for misfortune. This was the very essence of their evolution from weakness to strength, the source of their confidence. In less than an hour, the blue-skinned youth had organized and distributed the requests of the assembly. Subsequently, there arose a necessity to trim certain items sought by individuals and to supplement the available information. Each person reaped benefits, albeit with varying degrees of abundance. Some, despite possessing design schematics due to the power of the celestial bodies, found it challenging to produce tangible results. For them, the physical items held greater practicality, leading to yet another form of trade. Those returning from Yichang also engaged in this matter, indicating their agreement to participate. Yagu and his companions were not individuals bound by formality. They could not constrain themselves within rigid rules, for greater numbers yield greater advantages. In truth, if possible, all desired to eliminate those who sought only tangible items, for while physical goods are desirable, the information holds far greater significance. However, with everyone already involved, any attempt to exclude them at this juncture could provoke discord in future endeavors. Yagu simply wished to enjoy his gains without inciting turmoil. The group convened in the dining hall until the afternoon, each receiving a prize scroll before dispersing. At the moment of parting, Yagu presented some advantages to Put and informed his superior that these were specifically prepared for Put. Upon returning to the villa, Yagu ordered the transportation of the fish, Alice, away from FAS Star, disregarding her confusion as he began to secure his own retreat. In this manner, even in the event of failure, he could safeguard his life. Yet, it was imperative to ensure Alice remained beyond the reach of warships. Otherwise, Malinston could also pose a threat, though his presence was distant and elusive. Their encounter had been but a single meeting, merely a fleeting acquaintance. They were merely invited forces, effectively just mercenaries. In moments of life and death, even allies could be forsaken, let alone these individuals. As Yagu anticipated, 5 days later, he received a document. FAS Star, FIH Star, and FTE Star constituted the core of KTB-8's technology, politics, and culture. To seize these three would grant 1/3 of KTB-8's power. The warriors, including Yagu, were to be dispatched to their respective operational stars, awaiting orders. Additionally, beyond these three, there remained 13 planets. If captured, they would form a formidable defensive line. Yagu Stern, and the remaining 10 were assigned to one of the 13 planets, SRH Star, rumored to house advanced technological weaponry and combatants exceeding 50,000 in strength. Departing from FAS Star, Yagu and Stern shared a cabin with others, led by a middle-aged blue-skinned man named Dambala, who served as both leader and guide. Yagu scrutinized the other 10. Some concealed their presence, while those revealing themselves boasted combat prowess exceeding 10,000. Dambala conveyed the orders from above, maintaining his composure despite knowing that high-powered individuals often exhibited volatile temperaments, as he meticulously detailed everyone's responsibilities and provided explanations. SRH Star, akin to a military guard surrounding the capital, could strike and also defend against invaders encroaching upon core territories, forming a comprehensive defense network alongside the other 12 stars. Although the power of the 3 core stars surpassed theirs, these 13 stars were deemed off-limits by KTB-8, a site for experiments on bioengineered and modified beings. For millennia, these 13 stars had vanished from the sight of KTB-8 citizens, with no trace on interstellar maps. The official explanation deemed it a military stronghold. "Could you enlighten us about the capabilities of these biomodified beings?" inquired a red-skinned, horned man among the 12 warriors. Dambala paused momentarily, his expression grave. Yet he spoke candidly. The information at hand was incomplete, and there was one more thing to be aware of. Records indicated that those with strength exceeding 50,000 were official forces, as provided by the military. However, according to insider knowledge, the bioengineered and modified beings of these 13 stars far surpassed these figures. I have only heard of this matter through hearsay, and now, in the company of others, I feel compelled to speak for the sake of safety. It is prudent to express my thoughts, as I would rather not be taken aback when the time comes. Another individual then spoke up. At this point, Bora nodded, revealing that there were originally 16 planets. However, an unforeseen incident in the laboratory not only obliterated the star of origin, but also sent a chill through Yagu's heart, instantly reminding him of Dr. Rog from Earth. Dr. Rog's robot was deemed the most successful, yet ultimately betrayed him. Years ago, Yagu learned that in the KTB 8-star region, citizens were prohibited from independently engaging in research related to such activities, and now his fears had materialized. He promptly inquired, "Can you, perhaps, elaborate a bit?" Bora replied, "Indeed, the one with a combat power of 50,000 faced off against the 3rd strongest and was defeated in a single move." Defeated in one move? Had he heard incorrectly? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. While defeated in one move and one move defeat bear similarities, the latter implies an inability to harm the enemy while sealing off their capacity for resistance, a distinction as vast as the gulf between heaven and earth. Chapter 74. At this moment, someone called out, "Alas, heavens!" At this moment, someone actually called for retreat? Not yet. When did the equity of 16 become an unspoken partnership? Zhang Quan was taken aback, covering his face with one hand, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Yichun. "Mr. Yi, at the shareholders' meeting, I still possess the right to speak. May I say a word?" The crowd bore various expressions. A flicker of hesitation crossed some eyes, yet this hesitation was fleeting. Except for Yagu and a few others, the remaining 100 or so had long been in hiding, waiting for this opportunity, whether for themselves or their kin. All were eager to make a valiant effort. Just then, the red-skinned man asked, "Bora, please share all that you know. Surely you understand that if the power of the modified humans is so formidable, despite our 12, we may still fall before them. And we have yet to inquire about the number of modified humans." Bora stated, "The lifespan of the modified humans is brief, merely 20 years. It is not the duration of their existence that matters, but rather the constraints placed within their bodies after modification, which become more pronounced with time. Some advocate for a reset every 10 years. Yet, 132 years have passed, and this planet has perished. Currently, there are 30 modified humans on this planet. Only 8 of them are trusted by the court to act freely." Yagu inquired with a slight furrow of his brow. Then, "Do any of the modified humans serve as our informants?" Upon hearing this, others turned to Bora, for as the red-skinned man had said, with only 12 warriors entering battle, it was akin to slicing vegetables, and Bora had clarified that the court did not fully trust the 30 modified humans. As Bora's fate was intricately linked to Yagu and the others, should they succeed, Yagu and the rest would receive their due rewards, and he would attain the position he deserved, each fulfilling their needs. Indeed, but now is not the time to disclose this. We must wait until we have restrained a significant portion of their combat strength before the mission can proceed. The crux lies in controlling the space warships near the SRH star. If they become desperate, we shall be in peril. Thus, this is a collaborative effort, and I implore all of you to see this task through. while occupying the 3 core planets is crucial and nearly lays the foundation for our establishment. If we can seize these 13 planets and unleash the weaponry upon them, the situation will be irrevocably altered. Having spoken, he glanced at the time and addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, it is currently lunchtime. In half a day's time, we shall arrive at the transit station. Upon reaching the transfer point, they would embark on a vessel that, though emblematic of the era's technological limitations, would take a week to reach their destination. A week? Inquired a diner, turning back with curiosity. The others, including Yagu, gazed at Dongbola, whose discomfort under their scrutiny prompted him to elaborate. As I previously mentioned, these planets are fraught with peril, and the combat capabilities of the modified beings are exceptionally formidable. Hence, the transportation methods on this planet are rather rudimentary. Moreover, the space battleship guarding the vicinity lies 5 million kilometers from SRH star, solely to prevent the modified beings from seizing control of it. Unease rippled through the group, and doubts lingered in their minds regarding Dongbola's mention of an insider. Should the insider's efforts prove futile, even if they manage to restrain the planet's main forces? Should the space battleship harbor intentions to annihilate SRH star, their abilities would be rendered futile. The disparity between primitive and advanced spacecraft was stark, and comparisons filled their minds. For Yagu, the transformation of his ship's power system stood as undeniable evidence. Similarly, the time taken by Bulma and her companions aboard the Ship of the Gods to reach Namek contrasted sharply with the swiftness of Sun Wukong's journey in his own vessel. If calamity were to strike, even boarding the ship would not guarantee a timely transition to a superior craft at the transfer station, for the space battleship would already be lying in wait. After lunch, Dongbola reiterated numerous precautions to Yagu and the others. Whether these precautions would bear fruit remained uncertain. Yet knowledge was a means of survival. Upon arriving at the transfer station, the 12 soon recognized the obsolescence of their spacecraft. A week-long journey, transitioning from the outer reaches of the SRH star system to the planets, was a remarkable advancement by contemporary Earth standards. However, for warriors capable of landing on a planet from the outskirts of a star system within an hour, it was painfully slow. Not to mention the fact that their previous advanced vessel, which had made the journey in less than half an hour, now required a week to traverse the same distance. Yagu could almost see the words pitiful etched on the foreheads of his companions. Were it not for the necessity of coordinated action, he would have adhered to a strategy of striking and fleeing. Alas, the allure of greater ambitions had ensnared him deeply. Had Yagu comprehended the plans of these individuals and understood the whereabouts of their treasures, he would have quietly seized them. Yet, faced with a more generous opportunity, he was tempted to taste the risk, provided it was not fatal. As time elapsed, Yagu perceived it as an interstellar voyage. He gazed at the cold celestial bodies beyond the star system, observing the vast gas giants in their myriad forms, some adorned with rings, others shimmering with blue light, and yet more exhibiting a blend of brown and deep green hues. The marvelous celestial entities no longer captivated Yagu as they once had. Even the knowledge that this was an interstellar journey could not alleviate his disquiet. Yagu and Stern became acquainted with the other warriors. The red-skinned one, named Coltman, possessed the ability to conceal his strength, was prone to fits of rage, and spoke bluntly. He was the sole individual who divulged information about Yagu and Stern's homeland. Yet, Coltman's frequent use of profanity unsettled Yagu, who had not encountered such language in nearly 2 decades spent in the Dragon Ball world. While Coltman was undoubtedly a good fellow, conversing with him brought Yagu considerable pressure. He seemed a worthy friend, yet Yagu preferred to limit his interactions. Another companion, named Baldan, was equally intriguing. An evolved arthropod with a hardened exoskeleton and a visage that bore crab-like features. Uncertain if there is anything further to discuss, our initial acquaintance is agreeable, though we have yet to forge a deeper connection, making it suitable to remain as ordinary friends. After a day of interaction, Yagu retreated to his chamber, remaining in solitude for several subsequent days, only emerging from meals. The outside world presumed he required rest, yet in truth, Yagu was wholly engrossed in concentration. Chapter 75. The Clash of Spiritual Weapons. At the instant of traversing to the SRH star, Yagu employed a secret technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing like a fleeting ray of light, transforming into a minuscule shadow that slipped away quietly. His targeted aim was a solitary wanderer of modest cultivation. However, nearby stood an individual who appeared utterly ordinary, save for the absence of any discernible spiritual energy. This person was remarkably tall, standing at 4 zhang, With eyes akin to embedded, transparent lenses, his countenance rigid and expression vacant. The moment Yagu manifested, a faint spiritual wave resonated in his mind, only to swiftly dissipate. Yet, how could Yagu, having sensed the anomaly, remain indifferent? He turned to gaze upon the fisherman, leaping into the air with an agile pounce. Debrula, a native of the SRH star, preferred to refer to this territory as Ayala, which signifies earth and soil in the language of the blue-skinned people, symbolizing an alternate name for the planet, despite the continued use of the stark abbreviation SRH in official documents. The name Ayala had long since taken root in the populace's hearts. Aside from formal texts, no one uttered SRH any longer. Debrula cherished astronomy, and as the proprietor of a nearby farm, his life was both bountiful and tranquil. Yet, he harbored dissatisfaction with the current political climate. The government regarded advanced astronomical observation equipment as treasures, while his telescope was a relic passed down through generations. Within the astronomy enthusiast community, they often observed mysterious spacecraft darting across distant star systems. This revelation once instilled panic, fueling fears of extraterrestrial incursions upon Ayala. They yearned for the government to robustly advance aerospace technology and usher in an interstellar era. However, after centuries, the government's space capabilities remained stagnant. Apart from astronauts supported by national funding, neither commoners nor the wealthiest tycoons could realize the dream of interstellar travel. In the past week, he had devoted all his energy to work, and today, Debrula resolved to take a well-deserved rest. His passions, aside from astronomy, included fishing, cherishing this serene moment. This lake belonged to a friend who permitted him to fish there, under the agreement that should he catch the endangered ripple Mickey fish, he must release it. Furthermore, he was tasked with capturing 2 invasive species, regardless of their flavor, which could not be returned to the lake. Upon reaching the lakeside, he subtly signaled to the patrolling spiritual warriors and then sat down alone to commence fishing. The spiritual warriors were mechanical soldiers endowed with a degree of intelligence. Yet their autonomy was sparse. They could engage in conversation, but lacked depth. Throughout his life, he had encountered countless spiritual warriors. Their formidable strength and weaponry were capable of obliterating mountains, and their might could lift skyscrapers. Their duty was to safeguard wildlife from human encroachment and agricultural harm. Debrula's impression of the spiritual warriors was not profound. They existed tangentially to his life, their paths only briefly intersecting when they passed by, disturbing the fish in the lake. The sky was a brilliant azure, and the luminous moon hung high in the heavens, a colossal satellite. As an astronomy enthusiast, Debrula was aware that the government had established a base upon its surface. However, spacecraft occasionally landed and took off from there, with only a sparse number of personnel stationed. To the masses, this represented a symbol of power. Yet, the majority of ordinary individuals remained indifferent to the mysteries of the cosmos, focusing solely on their own lives. The widespread utilization of intelligent machinery had significantly enhanced their existence, but due to the necessity for human oversight, the functions of robots were often limited, rendering them incapable of addressing matters beyond their designated duties. Debrula had heard whispers of an advanced household robot, yet inexplicably, the system malfunctioned, resulting in the tragic demise of its owner's family, the fatal shooting of a police officer, and a fierce battle with 2 security robots. Ultimately, the robot was destroyed, but not before igniting a fire that consumed 3 houses and left 2 passersby injured. This incident, which occurred 2 months prior, caused a tremendous uproar, prompting Debrula to reassess his views on multifunctional household robots. As some in society suggested, simpler robots proved to be more reliable, lacking emotions and merely adhering to system directives. Powerful machines, once they malfunctioned, shed their ethical restraints. For them, killing was merely a natural consequence of systemic error. As Debrula pondered this matter, the buoy gently quivered, igniting a spark of joy within him as he prepared to lift his rod. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted in the distance, deafening to the ears. The sound wave surged forth, accompanied by a shock wave that swept over him, instantly toppling him into the lake, dousing him in a cascade of water. Still momentarily disoriented, Debrula instinctively rose from the water, intent on climbing ashore. At that moment, the figure of a spirit soldier materialized a mere 7 or 8 yards away. As it touched down, another resounding boom reverberated, echoing like tumultuous ocean waves that once again knocked him to the ground. Splash! Plummeting back into the lake, Debrula regained his senses. Despite the pain radiating from his skin, battered by the sound waves, he could not suppress the anger bubbling within him. Struggling to surface, He shouted at the spirit soldier on the shore. What on earth is happening? Spirit soldier, what is going on? As he swam toward the bank, he roared in frustration. Chapter 76. In the Realm of Cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, such a tale would unfold as follows. Heavens, what is the reason for this? Compelling me to retreat in such a manner? Pray tell, how could a mere fraction of the spiritual vein, a paltry 16, become so insignificant? Zhang Quan stood frozen, one hand covering his face, staring at Yi Chun in utter astonishment. Master Yi, at the set conference, I still possess the right to speak. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I shall petition the heavenly court regarding the harm you have inflicted upon me. Do you comprehend? You must offer me a clarification as to why such turmoil was instigated without cause. Moreover, my face feels as if struck by lightning, a pain that pierces to the core. Ah, the vexation. Armor, respond to me swiftly. Yet, the armor remained stationary, mechanically turning its head to survey its surroundings. Dabula understood that this towering behemoth, twice the height and thrice the girth of an ordinary man, was no ordinary entity. Hey, colossal armor, provide an explanation. If this commotion arose merely to flaunt your formidable power, then very well. I assure you, by tomorrow, you shall no longer exist in this realm. The colossal armor slowly turned its head, fixing its gaze upon Dabrola, and then responded with a rhythm unique to machines. My lord. A vast surge of spiritual energy manifested behind you. Its intensity poses a serious threat to your life. Thus, I rush to ensure your safety. Safety? A spiritual entity? Indeed. Is it a ferocious beast? Where is it? Dabrola pondered briefly, grasping the essence of the words, yet the dilemma remained. If it were indeed a powerful spiritual entity, a fierce beast at that, why was there such a significant disturbance from the armor without a trace of it in sight? Are you certain it is here? Without hesitation, the armor replied, I am utterly confident. Dabrola surveyed his surroundings, noting the circular crater left by the armor's leap and the indentation where he currently stood. Apart from this, there was naught else. He recalled events from months past, casting a worried glance at the armor, and gradually retreated, stating, I must make contact. You may be malfunctioning. Retreating to what he deemed a safe distance, he promptly activated a communication talisman, sending a message to the celestial authority governing the armor. The furious roar of the blue-skinned being reached his ears, causing the entity known as Yagu, who had transformed into a worm and burrowed beneath the roots of a tree, to hold his breath in silence. He had not anticipated the existence of a synthetic spiritual being, nor its swift and astonishing agility. Had it not been for the requirements of his plan, he would have eagerly engaged in combat. Though equipped with a combat system, Yagu did not perceive this as mere sport. Rather, it was a challenge against formidable opponents. In truth, he preferred not to unleash his full power during a confrontation, for that was not the essence of his strength. Often, he would rather employ the king's fist, or even a multiplied version of it, to face his adversaries, relishing the physical exhaustion and the arduous clash that accompanied such encounters. Each strike, each bout, provided Yagu with exhilarating memories. The moments of combat felt fleeting, with insights only emerging in retrospect. Indeed, numerous planets in the cosmos study synthetic spiritual beings, yet they do not comprehend the inherent risks as Dr. Rog did on Earth. Speaking of which, was it not this very reason that nearly led to humanity's extinction in the Dragon Ball universe? After Dr. Rog created synthetic spiritual entities, he perished. And subsequently, those entities decimated the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth, leaving only one warrior remaining after 2 decades. Had it not been for the time machine, what future would humanity have? Yagu lay buried in the earth, with only his eyes exposed, quietly listening to Dabrola's roars against the synthetic spiritual being. Yes, continue. Drive it away. Yagu fervently hoped, unwilling to charge blindly. In his previous life, he had been powerless, unaware of many things, and could only force his way through. Now, he need not resort to such measures. He possessed the ability to acquire more information, and if he sensed danger, he would abandon the task and hasten towards treasures, taking them at will. What he gained might not align with his initial plans, yet in comparison to life, it was worthwhile. Dabrola patiently awaited, yet he was troubled by the possibility that the armor before him was a malfunctioning mechanism. If that were the case, he could very well perish here. However, the thought of leaving gnawed at him. After toiling for 7 days, having finally found a moment of respite, he was met with this unwelcome circumstance, his frustration difficult to suppress. Ultimately, the armor was merely an advanced mechanism, still designed by humans. Thus, what was the purpose of their creation? Is it not for the sake of a tranquil, convenient, and comfortable life? Debrula made the decision to remain, patiently awaiting the appearance of the distant shuttle. Yagu had not anticipated that the SRH planet would not only possess inferior aerospace technology, but also lag in transportation. Had he not been aware of the KTB-8 political regime's dominion here and witnessed the might of artificial spirits, he might have believed he had stumbled into a realm a decade behind Earth's technological advancements. The shuttle, adorned with totemic designs, displayed symmetrical vines and 3 verdant leaves, with a majestic eagle soaring at its center, resembling an inverted crescent moon. 2 enforcers disembarked from the shuttle, and Debrula proceeded toward the rear seat where a researcher appeared, gesturing toward the patrolling armored figures. "Gentlemen, observe, though no aberration has manifested, the commotion is quite alarming. Thankfully, if a spiritual projectile were to strike me, it would be a grave injustice. This matter requires clarification. I have lingered here for an extended period without encountering such an event. I've heard whispers of a rebellion among the spirit machinery months prior. Should this contraption spiral out of control, what fate awaits us, the nearby inhabitants?" He spoke eloquently, while the 2 enforcers listened intently. Upon concluding his remarks, the researcher approached the armored figures. "Armor BD 2329, what has transpired? Relay the information." He held a box, gleaming with a silvery metallic luster, comparable in size to a standard wine box. Chapter 77, The Role of the Unsealing. The hour had reached 3/4 past noon at the central bank of Linquan, where Dong Xiaofeng found herself among the clientele. The funds involved stem from the vices of gambling and addiction from foreign lands, divided into 3 streams, flowing from the Hualing Nongbao Bank, masquerading as transactions for spirit stones to conceal their sordid truth. 43 ticks and 21 moments prior, sensing a surge of formidable spiritual energy manifest behind this esteemed figure, I immediately entered a defensive posture. However, curiously, that life force vanished in an instant. An investigation is currently underway, and I propose evacuating the beings present, unleashing the might of heavenly thunder to eradicate any potential threats. "How absurd!" exclaimed Debrula, who was already appealing to the enforcers, nearly springing up at the remark. "This is a sacred land, and surrounding the estate is this soul pond. Are you truly considering its destruction? Such folly! If a suspicious spiritual entity were to be detected, why not pursue its source? What evidence do you possess? Even if it were real, how could it evade your swiftness? Even if it did escape, you have found no trace, indicating it has already departed. Thus, wherefore the notion of obliterating this place? You officials ought to voice your opinions as well." The 2 enforcers, resembling provincial constables, lacked the practical prowess to confront true peril, merely capable of performing the roles of dispelling talismans and unsealing restrictions. They could not be relied upon in genuine crises. Unfamiliar with the world's tribulations, they awaited reports from the accompanying researcher for final resolution. One of them reassured, do not fret, do not fret. Such jest. This lake is a vital source for numerous spirit beasts. Its loss may disturb the wild spirits within a radius of several dozen miles. Let us not cling to this matter too fervently. Ultimately, the outcome would be revealed only after the report from that individual. Sir, you are soaked through. Lingering here may invite illness. Might you not return to change your attire? Another added, indeed, sir, changing your clothes is advisable. This matter cannot be resolved in an instant. Whether it be the genuine intrusion of a formidable spirit or a misjudgment by the battle system, it constitutes a grave threat that should not be dismissed lightly. Furthermore, the court will not allow you to suffer indignities, so take heart. Debrula, swayed by the counsel of the two and feeling the discomfort of the damp chill, nodded repeatedly. After murmuring a few words to the battle soldiers, he gathered his fishing gear and turned to depart. The enforcer leaned against the vehicle, observing the battle soldiers and researchers at work. Feeling utterly bored, they exchanged tales of their respective encounters. At that moment, a research clerk, having received information from battle soldier BD 2329, began relaying it to the central command while simultaneously surveying the scene. Noticing the two engaged in idle chatter, he exclaimed, "You two, come quickly to assist. Hurry, check if there are any signs of a third party nearby. If anything is discovered, it would be a matter of universal significance." The research clerk was more informed than Debrula, yet his rank was insufficient and his knowledge limited. He was aware that the battle soldiers and other intelligent mechs were not developed by the court, but rather crafted by beings from another realm. Although their appearances were similar, they possessed a civilization far superior. Those privy to this information were bound by strict confidentiality. Such matters could not be divulged. After transmitting the intelligence to the central command, Li, the SRH supervisor and the second strongest force aside from the artificial beings, was summoned back from his moment of tenderness with a woman. Li, with his shining silver hair and robust physique clad in form-fitting attire that showcased his enviable musculature, had a left arm that had been shattered in a battle long ago. He now wielded an arm that was a fusion of biological and mechanical elements, boasting even greater power than before. What has transpired? Despite being the supreme commander, due to special circumstances, he still traveled in a humble four-wheeled cart. In times of urgency, flight was indeed more practical. He traversed 50 miles in a mere 4 breaths, arriving at a 3-story office building that soared 50 feet high. Each floor was spacious, accommodating the free movement of the tall artificial beings. Upon entering, he was met by a man holding a dossier. Without waiting for the man to speak, Li inquired about the matter. The man unfurled the dossier and said to Li, "Sir, Battle Soldier BD 2329 has detected an extraordinarily high level of spiritual energy, though it lasted but a moment. The data has been recorded. Look here." Li bent down to observe, then suddenly raised his head. 9,000 units of spiritual power. Are you certain? Where is it? The administrative clerk replied. That is precisely the issue troubling us. This data appeared for just an instant before vanishing. According to the records, at that moment, the spiritual energy was less than 50 steps from Battle Soldier BD 2329. It arrived in a flash, yet found nothing. We are presently faced with a dilemma. The two entered the central hall, where Li halted and said, "Mpaka, we shall discuss this matter further later. First, let me review the video footage." Mpaka nodded in agreement, refraining from further words. The control room resembled a vast plaza, divided into 3 tiers. The uppermost level served as an entryway, housing large devices. With only a few maintainers present, they conducted daily equipment checks and, though typically idle, had the authority to undertake tasks in emergencies. The middle tier was occupied by operators, where numerous workstations collected and processed data pertaining to the situations of artificial beings across various locations. The bottom tier was essentially an open atrium, with steps descending from the middle level to form a square conference room for discussions, allowing the use of computers to issue instructions to the rear teams. Li stood on the 3rd-level corridor, leaning against the railing, and inquired of the group leaders below. "I wish to view the recorded materials." Chapter 78, Daoist Daoxin. At 12:15 at the headquarters of Lingbao Pavilion, the client manager Dong Xiaofeng was also present. The matter at hand involved resources from the overseas demonic sect, divided into 3 batches, borrowed under the guise of purchasing Lingbao from Huaguang Xinshangheng to cleanse its tainted essence. Well done, let the truth be revealed. The individuals present immediately instructed their subordinates. A cultivator swiftly struck the formation with both hands, the sound resonating like a celestial chant. This was the secret of the KTB 8-star domain, with the keyboard symbols arranged in a sequence beyond worldly logic. This was a specialized creation of the cultivation realm, unrestrained by mundane costs. Above the conference room, an inverted spiritual light screen displayed the gathered intelligence from the cultivators. Li and Mpaka entered beneath it, absorbing the information laid before them. Li gently patted an elder on the shoulder. "Daoist Daoxin, what is your perspective on this matter?" Daoxin did not glance at the spiritual light screen, his gaze fixed on the formation, which had frozen at the moment the BD 2329 detected anomalous energy fluctuations. In response, he lightly tapped his artifact, revealing 3 images, one of the current situation, another before the anomaly appeared, and the final depicting the vanishing of the energy entity. "I am unclear, yet previous inquiries have shown no damage, and the formation is intact," Daoxin replied, not lifting his gaze, expressing only his thoughts. Li pressed on. "What does this signify?" Mpaka interjected. "Forgive my bluntness, esteemed one. There are 2 malevolent possibilities that could lead to this scenario." Noticing Mpaka's hesitation, Li gestured for him to speak freely. "These are merely the insights of skilled analysts. There is no harm." Thus, Mpaka continued, "This is a consensus among Daoist Daoxin and fellow cultivators. Firstly, an enemy exists, having evaded the scrutiny of the battle system in an instant. If this individual truly possesses such abilities, their combat power must exceed 200,000, and they would be well versed in the arts of concealment and shadow evasion. If they are aware of our core location, infiltrating this place would not be a daunting task. Secondly, there are latent risks within the battle system itself. It is possible that its self-awareness has devised new protocols unbeknownst to us, and these protocols are not present in our database." The assembly listened intently. although these were merely the perspectives of a few cultivators. Based on the existing intelligence, these were the only two plausible scenarios. Regarding artificial cultivators, not just Qi Li, but every researcher approached the matter with caution. Historical records indicated that many planets had suffered devastation due to rebellions by artificial cultivators. They were unwilling to see SRH star excluded from the 13 celestial bodies, despite the fact that few were aware of the KTB-8 star domain. Shall we report this to the higher realm? Qi Li inquired, fully aware that once reported, 300 interstellar warships would be on high alert outside the stellar system, and any attempts to leave SRH star would be met with a barrage of fire. If necessary, the planet could be reduced to ashes. Is there a better way to report this? The crux lay in the details. The assembly responded affirmatively and soon became busy. Some contacted other battle units to search for clues at the fishing grounds of Dabulora. Others reached out to system cultivators, particularly those specializing in spiritual intelligence, for a detailed investigation of BD 2329. Some mobilized several reconnaissance spiritual orbs to continuously monitor the area, while others summoned reliable artificial cultivators back to eliminate any potential threats. Regarding Qi Li's mention of reporting to the upper echelons, neither others nor even Qi Li himself had contemplated the consequences should that day arrive. It would herald the end of his dominion over the planet. The information here is highly classified. For a century, perilous research, deemed exceedingly dangerous by the world, has transpired in this location, and no one dares to tread within KTB-8. Standing centrally in the courtyard, Qi Li turned to address the assembly. We must remain ever vigilant to respond to even the slightest anomaly. May we find resolution swiftly. The instigator, Yagu, was blissfully unaware that he had nearly instigated a catastrophe, plunging SRH star into peril. At this moment, he accompanied the soldiers to a hangar, surrounded by numerous cultivators. Transforming into a flying insect, Yagu struggled to keep pace, but upon sighting a purification chamber ahead, he halted. There, emergence in insect form would spell doom. While Yagu was oblivious to the purification standards of SRH star, he was well acquainted with the regulations of KTB-8. On Earth, it would be permissible to hide upon a human. Yet this place was different. Were these individuals truly so industrious, day in and day out? Contemplating this, Yagu found it implausible. If such efficiency were the norm, it would indeed be alarming. Those who have long resided in the KTB-8 sector do not enjoy significantly higher living standards than those on Earth. Only their technology is markedly more advanced, with little else to distinguish them. Since his arrival, Yagu had encountered over 20 artificial cultivators, clearly indicating that Bola's intelligence was severely outdated. To them, these ordinary soldiers, despite their formidable capabilities, were not a cause for concern. The mass deployment of soldiers led one to overlook the elite hidden among them. These elites possessed strength comparable to special forces, yet bore no outward signs of their prowess. Yagu could assess their speed, strength, and destructive capacity during their attacks, as well as the combat speed of the soldiers practicing nearby, to draw his conclusions. It was indeed a predicament. However, Bola had mentioned an insider. Why had this information not been relayed back? Or perhaps these insiders were entirely unaware of the source of the intelligence. After a moment's reflection, Yagu realized that seizing SRH star, particularly without alarming the battleships beyond the star system, was akin to a pipe dream. Fortunately, my teleportation technique has been perfected. Otherwise, you would all be weeping without tears. Chapter 79. Directly assisting those in distress. At noon, the celestial phenomena shifted, and within the Silver Galaxy's central hall, the client director, Xiaofang, was also present. The matter concerned the funds of foreign demonic cultivators, the origins of gambling and addiction. It was divided into 3 paths. Originating from the Huafa Spiritual Trading Company, under the pretense of financial management and cultivation to cleanse their tainted tracks. Suddenly reminded of the remaining 12 teams of cultivators. Yagu sighed. His understanding of the path of chi perception was still rudimentary, preventing him from achieving a profound connection with the cosmos. Otherwise, he would have long since returned to his homeland. Chi perception conveys energy flow, which diminishes with distance, akin to starlight illuminating the sky, while one can behold celestial bodies. The propagation of light is evident, yet at great distances, many stars remain imperceptible to the naked eye, only capturable with magical artifacts. Had it not been for this limitation, he would have already employed his teleportation technique to directly assist those in distress. In recent days, Yagu had sensed that the planetary barrier was loosening due to the assembly of the mechanical race, unbeknownst to him. This was a precursor to Chi Li's intent to conduct a thorough purge of the mechanical soldiers. On the flying vessel, the group reconvened, all clad in identical robes. Their identities on this journey are those of investigators from the SRH star, tasked with probing the advancements in the research of artificial cultivators on the planet and analyzing whether it has fallen under the dominion of the mechanical race. Unbeknownst to the higher echelons, should an unforeseen event occur, these investigators would merely serve as sacrificial pawns, for the court would never deploy personnel to rescue them from such perilous terrain. Consequently, the mission is predominantly entrusted to alien cultivators yearning to become citizens of the KTB-8 star domain. As the spacecraft approaches, the crew can already behold the enchanting planet ahead, a celestial body of exquisite beauty, encircled by 4 large moons and 3 smaller ones, each possessing peculiar and profound forms. Among the moons, one is shrouded in mist, with both oceanic and terrestrial expanses resembling a vibrant spiritual star. Bola, standing at the forefront, addresses the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, we are nearing the star domain station in the orbit of SRH. Upon entry, we shall linger for half a day before boarding a shuttle to descend to the surface, a journey that will require an entire day. I ask for your patience. At this proclamation, a chorus of complaints ensues, with Yagu unable to restrain his curses, deeming it excessively burdensome, akin to the interstellar navigation technology of the early 20th century. At this juncture, someone aboard inquires, "Shall we disregard that living moon?" Bola gazes at the celestial body and chuckles. This matter should not be broached at this moment, yet I can assure you that, through our efforts, this planet has been incorporated into our faction. As we undertake our operations on SRH, this moon and the numerous star domain stations in its orbit will also spring into action, striving to prevent any leakage of information. By the way, the detectors we carry at present are of little utility. Does this imply that these devices have become mere ornaments? Queried Yagu, recognizing the striking figure of Goku, a handsome man with violet skin and green hair, adorned with a headband and a hexagonal amethyst embedded in his forehead. At this moment, Goku removed the detector and posed a question to Bola. Observing that not only Goku, but several others were engaged in similar actions, Bola elucidated. Indeed, but once the mission is accomplished, we will inevitably need to establish contact. Spare us the pleasantries, Courtman interjected, casting a glance at Bola. Why not simply refrain from removing it? Why waste my time, which I could better spend in contemplation? This voyage has been exceedingly vexing. The red-skinned, horned individual had, over several days, become known for his coarse expressions, often eschewing decorum in his speech. Yagu sighed softly, while the handsome man furrowed his brow, tilting his head. Many were unaccustomed to Courtman's manner of speaking, despite understanding his fundamentally reasonable nature. Bola laughed heartily, stating, "Lord Courtman's words are indeed succinct. All you need to know is that the detector still holds its value. I have addressed what needs addressing in these past few days. We are merely reiterating now. Are there any further inquiries?" One individual reclined in his seat, resembling a crab with a face, sipping water through a straw, and queried, "Is the water supply on the planet ample? Without water, I cannot endure prolonged combat." Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed the fishman's visage, though he did not respond directly. Instead, he ambiguously remarked, I shall reflect on that. As for you, Lord Burden, I suggest you prepare extra water. When we land, we can request some from the personnel there." In response to Stern's inquiry, Bora refrained from providing a definitive answer, as decisions would need to be made based on the circumstances at the time, leaving them unable to make proactive choices. Meanwhile, in Yagu's line of sight, a familiar structure emerged in the distance, an astral station he had once glimpsed on Earth through the television. This astral station exhibited a cylindrical form, adorned with a massive rotating wheel at its center, designed to simulate a feeble gravitational environment. Judging solely by the gravity simulation aspect, this vessel was evidently over a century more advanced than its counterpart. "We are about to reach our destination. Please prepare yourselves," Bora announced, turning to address the dozen individuals behind him. He then took his seat in the front row, commencing preparations for their upcoming landing at the astral station. Chapter 80. Headquarters of the Lingbao Pavilion. At noon, within the headquarters of the Lingbao Pavilion, Director Dong Xiaofeng was present. The funding originated from overseas, tied to the malevolent spirit gambling ventures and the source of toxic miasma. It was divided into 3 batches, masquerading under the guise of acquiring spirit stone financial products to clandestinely cleanse the tainted energy. After consuming half a day's time, The group finally arrived at the secluded cultivation base, nestled within the mountains and forests. Despite its hidden nature amidst the rugged terrain, the area surrounded by trees revealed a remarkably flat expanse, with an open sky above and a hidden path beneath. As they disembarked, a synthetic cultivator brushed past Bora, and Yagu caught a glimpse of their subtle lip movements. He then noticed Bora's countenance darken as the two exchanged glances, seemingly ordinary, yet laden with tension. Had something changed? Yagu furrowed his brow, uncertain if this was a consequence of his own actions. At that moment, Bora's heart raced with anxiety. As the message conveyed by the synthetic cultivator filled him with dread, Chile intended to initiate a large-scale replacement of the battle armor systems. While this measure would not entirely prevent the potential rebellion of the synthetic cultivators upon achieving sentience, it would place several high-ranking synthetic cultivators, who had already mastered numerous battle armor systems, in a passive position. Consequently, they would be ill-equipped to address matters pertaining to the SRH astral region. Frustrated, Bora realized he had no choice but to take a bold gamble. As he gazed forward at those awaiting them, Chile stood prominently among them. Although Yagu and the others had gleaned information about Chile, knowing his combat prowess was not the pinnacle. His cultivation level exceeding 50,000 rendered him a formidable adversary few could rival. Furthermore, the opposing synthetic cultivators surpassed Chile's strength, compelling the group to muster their utmost focus. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. We must act now. Just as the group prepared to follow Bora's lead, he unexpectedly uttered words that deviated from their plan. What does that mean? Cortman appeared momentarily bewildered. Bora's expression hardened as he barked. Did you not hear clearly? The situation is altered. We must act immediately. Understood. The crab-faced Burlden spoke, energy coalescing within his mouth before he unleashed a rapid projectile aimed directly at Chile. Upon sensing Burlden's attack, Chile, who had been poised to greet Bora and the others, recognized the imminent danger and leaped into the air, disregarding those around him. However, as Chile ascended, a short-haired cultivator revealed themselves from the spot he had just vacated, dressed similarly to the others in formal attire. This individual lacked the spiritual energy typical of a cultivator, revealing themselves to be a synthetic cultivator. He turned his body towards Chile, extending his left hand to shield against the energy blast from Burden with the back of his palm. With a resounding bang, Burden's formidable energy shockwave veered off course, hurtling towards the adjacent square. The blinding shockwave penetrated the concrete and soil, the amassed energy unable to maintain its form, erupting with a thunderous explosion that reverberated from beneath the earth. The tremors violently tore through the surface, wreaking havoc upon everything in their path. Those around, already knocked to the ground, were flung away by the subsequent shockwave, their bodies vanishing in an instant as if evaporated by intense heat. The battle commenced. Agu and his companions instantaneously teleported away from their original positions, with Agu's target being Chile. As Chile soared into the air, he suddenly sensed someone above him, raising both hands high. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Agu's lips curled into a sinister smile, his arm muscles taut, and he plummeted downwards. As his fist neared Chile's face, he realized that no amount of effort could evade the impending blow. Such incredible speed. With a thud, Agu's fist struck Chile's left cheek, instantly distorting his features. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth and mingled with the stream of blood from his nose, creating a delicate line in the air. Following the punch, Agu rushed forward, pursuing the falling Chile. The pain from the strike left Chile momentarily dazed. It took him 2 breaths to regain his senses, but it was already too late. Agu's raised right elbow came crashing down, the hardened tip driving straight into Chile's abdomen. The moment the elbow penetrated, excruciating pain surged through Chile's mind as if his eyes were forcefully pushed out from within, bloodshot and strained. His mouth opened wide, unable to withstand the pressure, and a stream of saliva erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, Chile's body slammed into the ground, creating a considerable impact. Simultaneously, battles erupted in other directions. As Agu drove Chile into the earth, he too was struck on his right cheek, as if hammered by an iron mallet. At that moment, Agu, like Chile, felt dizzy, his memory momentarily blank. Yet, his resilience against blows was stronger. Before he could even take a breath, he regained clarity and struck out at the shadow beside him with a precise chop aimed at the opponent's neck. Agu's palm landed on the adversary's throat, successfully pushing him back a distance. Yet he experienced a powerful recoil. This force made Agu realize that this opponent's strength far surpassed that of the earlier Chile. Just then, a rumbling sound emanated from the fractured earth below, and a shadow shot forth from the ground. Thinking of escape? There is no refuge, Agu coldly declared, completely disregarding both the foe he had just repelled and the opponent who was readjusting to counterattack. He aligned his right hand's index and middle fingers together, gathering spiritual energy at their tips. With a swift motion from left to right, a beam of energy shot forth like a sharp arrow, colliding head-on with the emerging Chili. A more intense explosion erupted, causing the entire space to tremble. Despite Chili's preparedness, he could not withstand the might of the energy beam. His body was violently hurled away, crashing heavily into the ground. Chapter 81. Clearing the Rubble. In the bustling city, Lin Song's gaze remained fixed on Ivan as he distanced himself from the socialite, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This Ivan is no ordinary adversary. He has rendered my cousin utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. Lin Song hastily interjected. What do you intend to do? We are rational beings, and resorting to physical confrontation is rather inappropriate. The onslaught from Baradin quickly alerted Qi Li to the gravity of the situation. As the commander, he was compelled to retreat from the front lines to the command center and report the circumstances, lest hundreds of warships fall into peril. This protocol is explicitly stated in military regulations, though it rarely reaches such extremes unless provoked, necessitating a report to superiors. However, he never anticipated that an attack would be launched directly against him. The searing pain and the fact that he was unable to retaliate indicated that his assailant possessed strength far superior to his own. Chili struggled to push aside the debris, glaring fiercely at the sky gradually obscured by dust. He had hoped to evade this battle, but Chili understood that remaining here would only lead to his demise. Boom! He shot forth like a sharp arrow, piercing the earth and soaring skyward. He initially believed that the assault he faced upon emerging from the ground was merely a coincidence. No one could maintain such precise strikes consistently. Surely, no one would presume that such an attack could extinguish his life given the relatively comparable power levels. Regrettably, Chili was mistaken. His error lay in underestimating his opponent, rather than overestimating. As he broke free from the ground, 3 shock waves converged upon him simultaneously. In the instant of the explosion, Chili let out a pained scream. His battle prowess of 50,000 indeed allowed him to survive these assaults, yet he could not evade the agony. He was not yet powerful enough to disregard such attacks. Yagu had no time to spare for Chili. Perhaps his recent pursuit of him had been too conspicuous, and in an instant, 3 individuals appeared beside him. 2 were artificial beings, and 1 was an ordinary blue-skinned individual, yet weaker than Chili. Yagu did not dismiss the weaker one. Instead, he utilized his gradually recovering martial skills to restrain the 2 artificial beings, alleviating some of his own pressure. Chiu had accompanied his superior, Qi Li, to greet the investigator. To him, the investigator's arrival seemed exceedingly ill-timed. Although there had been previous inquiries, they had all been brushed aside in the end. However, the immense combat system of the SRH planet could indeed be facing issues, and should these individuals uncover the truth, it would lead to significant trouble. Chiu longed to witness the outside world, yet his years of experience taught him that it was better to be a leader among chickens than a subordinate among phoenixes. Observing the captains of those space warships, who could speak to him with arrogance while merely commanding a single vessel, Chiu felt that the SRH planet was merely their testing ground. Venturing outside might offer a more vibrant life, yet would undoubtedly lack the current comfort. The area designated for welcoming the investigator transformed into a battlefield, and even at this moment, Chiu believed he was ensnared in a dream, one for which awakening would not come easily. He witnessed Yagu subduing Qi Li, and thus commanded 2 capable artificial beings to assist him in confronting Qi Li. Cao and Roma bore identical appearances, yet the letters emblazoned on their left chests identified them, Ka and Ro. Their strength was comparable to Qi Li's, and coupled with their nearly limitless energy, defeating him would pose no challenge. Yaga managed to fend off 3 foes while remaining acutely aware of Qi Li's condition. At this moment, Qi Li was entangled with Chek Wu and another individual, yet it was evident that their combined efforts were no match for him. Among the attacks, the most astonishing aspect was Qi Li's left arm. This modified limb consistently proved its worth at critical junctures, swift in offense and agile in defense. It seemed as though Qi Li possessed 3 arms when compared to his right. With a resounding thud, Chek Wu and his companion were sent flying by a kick from Qi Li. After evading his adversaries, Qi Li's figure surged towards the battlefield's edge. Just then, Yagu, propelled by Cao and Roma's punches and his own speed, suddenly intercepted Qi Li. Trying to leave? Not so easily, without allowing Qi Li to utter a word. Yagu's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting as an immense force collided with Qi Li. Caught unawares, Qi Li was struck, a sharp pain blossoming in his chest as he emitted a muffled groan, his body hurtling backward. Yagu's silhouette blurred in the air by the time Cao and Roma arrived. They could only glimpse an afterimage, as Yagu had already positioned himself before Qi Li, his right leg lifted high, executing a fierce sweep that landed a kick to Qi Li's left flank. The commander of the SRH planet immediately screamed in agony, blood spraying from his open mouth. Upon landing once more, Qi Li did not rise as swiftly as before. Amidst the lingering dust, he could be seen supporting himself with his left hand, coughing on the ground, with glimmers of blue blood at the corner of his mouth, creating a hauntingly beautiful tableau against the mottled crimson stains of the battlefield. As Yagu's assault concluded, a shadow charged at him with the same technique. Without hesitation, Yagu turned to block, seizing Chio's right leg. However, Cao and Roma accompanied him. Being artificial beings, Yagu could not sense their positions. Time was of the essence, leaving him no choice but to watch the impending attack descend upon him. He managed to mitigate most of the damage through subtle adjustments in his energy flow, yet this also led him to share Qi Li's fate. As he was driven into the ground, the impact reverberated through his back, followed by a torrent of force and shockwaves enveloping him. A crimson beam sliced through the dust, creating a swirling vortex of energy in its wake, causing the haze to scatter and swirl around it, coalescing like the infamous magical cannon of Bicker. Chio, upon witnessing the pulsating mass of crimson energy, instantly sensed the peril and hurriedly turned to warn his superior. In his mind, he had little time to ponder, but one thing was clear. Since the opposing side had dispatched over a dozen experts to assault the SRH planet, they were either thoroughly prepared or engaged in a desperate and ferocious battle. Chapter 82. Departing from the Socialite. When Lin Song observed Ivan departing from the Socialite's side and approaching him, his heart raced uncontrollably. This Ivan was a formidable character, having subdued even his cousin to a state of helplessness. Lin Song hastily spoke. "What do you want? We are all urbanites. Resorting to violence is inappropriate. If a superior were to be harmed before his eyes, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if he ultimately emerged unscathed, he would inevitably be reassigned from this vibrant city, a fate he dreaded above all else." Alas, the internal struggle and urgency he felt could not assist Qi Li. At the moment when Qi Li was gritting his teeth in frustration, a slender figure appeared before him. Shortly thereafter, a burst of crimson light exploded ahead. And although the powerful gusts and shockwaves were deflected by the individual, Qi Li could still sense the terrifying energy emanating from it. The battle was on the verge of igniting, and Bora quickly pressed the remote control in his hand. The instant the switch was activated, an invisible electromagnetic wave swept across the entire area. Upon receiving the signal, satellite SRH, one immediately relayed the information to the space stations encircling it. Subsequently, a network was formed among several space stations and satellite SRH. One, steadfastly safeguarding the main star and preventing any information from leaking to the extraterrestrial fleet. As the smoke cleared, Qi Li struggled to rise, turning to the one who had shielded him from the fatal attack, saying, "I owe you one this time, Fulwin. It appears I have caught their attention. You must return to headquarters immediately and initiate the emergency isolation protocol to avert the worst-case scenario." Qi Li realized that the adversary had already grasped all the intelligence and would undoubtedly spare no effort to thwart him. Although he had sent out a distress signal, and headquarters was within reach, the isolation protocol could not be activated without his direct orders or those of a senior commander bearing his command. Qi Li intended to record his voice to pass on to Fulwin, but Fulwin interjected, "There is no need for that, Commander." What do you mean there is no need? Qi Li was both astonished and flustered. Fulwin stepped aside, revealing an open space amidst the lingering smoke, where several individuals stood. They had clearly plotted in advance, and the benefits they had received were likely beyond imagination. Upon seeing the figures in the clearing, Qi Li's eyes widened, bloodshot and nearly bursting with rage. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. It's you. I should have realized it sooner. Without the support of high-ranking insiders, how could anyone dare to fight desperately here? Jika, Rot, Bessie, the three masters of SRH, along with you lot, what incentives have they offered you? Jika, a youth of around 15 or 16 with blue skin, exuded an air of refinement despite his slender frame and a lingering baby fat on his face, rendering him quite adorable. Were it not for a special investigation, no one would suspect he was the most formidable artificial intelligence on the planet SRH. Observing Qi Li's frantic demeanor, Jika took a couple of steps forward. He did not respond to Chile immediately, but instead turned to Fulwin, saying, Fulwin, what is your choice? To be frank, we are the same kind, and I do not wish to be your enemy. Think it over carefully. Chile, you just asked why we're doing this. Deep down, you already know the answer. One needs only to understand SRH's past treatment of artificial intelligence to grasp our motives. I am neither a peace-seeking AI nor one driven by hedonism. What I desire is simple, freedom and unrestrained existence. I do not wish to linger in this wretched place until you come to decommission me. Do you comprehend this, Fulwin? Do you truly wish to live your life in this manner, forever confined to this decrepit planet? I was born here, Fulwin replied with a single sentence. Offering no further explanation, Rot, ranked second in combat prowess, stepped forward and remarked, we do not belong here, as you well know. Fully Yagu has not intervened, and the current situation is not suitable for him to get involved. Although lacking in practical combat experience is somewhat regrettable, Yagu understands the more pressing matter at hand, dealing with a few troublesome individuals. Yagu retrieved his tablet, and with a few deft taps, brought up the map. Having established the direction of his advance, he surged towards the headquarters with the swiftness of lightning. Meanwhile, Bora pressed the remote control and, aided by traitorous combat AI, made his way to the headquarters, encountering numerous AIs aligned with his cause along the route. The operation proceeded with remarkable ease, the battlefield designated at the plaza. Had there not been more pressing matters at hand, Bora would have relished the opportunity to uncork a bottle in celebration. Suddenly, a fleeting silhouette appeared outside his car window. Indistinct yet familiar. Bora recognized the figure as Yagu, who, perplexingly, was not remaining at the plaza. Hey, he exclaimed, attempting to communicate via his detector, only to discover that wireless contact was impossible. Frustrated, he struck his thigh to suppress his anger. Your task does not lie there. Resolve the plaza situation first. Soon after, another familiar figure emerged, arriving slightly after Yagu. Recognizing this individual as one who shared a bond with Yagu, Bora's ire dissipated. He was unaware that what was intended to be a singular top-level insider had unexpectedly transformed into 4 individuals. Rote had convinced Jika, Bessie, and another ordinary person to join their ranks. Consequently, the influence of Yagu, Jikwu, and others was significantly diminished. Were it not for the consideration of an alien fleet still in existence, Rote and his companions might have abandoned Bora and his team to pursue their own agenda. Upon reaching the headquarters, Yagu made a beeline for the research facility, ruthlessly dispatching both humans and AIs in his path. He sought to acquire the design blueprints of these AIs, hybrids of machinery and biology, believing they could prove invaluable in the future. Moreover, he was confident that the worth of these blueprints must be considerable, given they had been under study for centuries. Could their value truly be low? A flash of light darted at the periphery of Yagu's vision, sending a thrill of danger through him. His body halted abruptly mid-motion, although his physical form remained suspended. The gust he generated surged ahead like a tempest, roaring forward with ferocity. Ordinary individuals within the corridor had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when they were struck by the gale. Their substantial bodies lifted effortlessly from the ground as if they were mere scraps of paper. Chapter 83. The shadow of a warrior. Lin Song's gaze followed Ivan, diverting from the noble-looking woman beside him and turning towards himself. Ivan was a formidable character. His cousin had been thoroughly bested by him, rendered incapable of self-care. Lin Song hastily inquired, what do you intend to do? We are civilized beings. Resorting to violence would be unseemly. No sooner had he spoken than a man clutching a document was caught in the sudden gust, papers swirling chaotically around him. His body was flung violently over 10 meters, crashing to the ground as blood erupted from his mouth, and before he could touch down, the wind shredded him into fragments. Within a convertible sports car, a woman clad in a red dress was reapplying her makeup when the vehicle jolted unexpectedly. She lunged forward, but before she could complete her movement, the tempest swept over her, sending her cosmetics flying from her grasp and assaulting her visage. With a piercing scream, she was thrown from the car, the cacophony abruptly ceasing. Yagu deftly evaded the attack and turned his gaze to the right, where a seemingly ordinary soldier stood. Before Agu could utter a word, he suddenly crouched down, and the silhouette of a warrior appeared behind him. Accompanied by a swift gust of wind, the warrior's right leg seemed poised to cleave Agu in two. Agu rolled several times, ultimately rising to a half-kneel a distance away, lifting his gaze to see the afterimage of the warrior's android form lingering in place. Such remarkable speed. Agu focused intently, managing to catch a glimpse of his opponent's movements. He could only perceive a vague outline, but remaining composed, he activated the double Kaioken in an instant, experiencing a surge in all his physical attributes. A formidable aura erupted from within him, surrounding him in a shimmering veil, reminiscent of distorted images born from burning air. The ground and air seemed to fold as Agu looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. An immense force surged forth with his intention, charging towards the approaching warrior. Bang! The sound of collision rang out sharply as the 3-meter-tall warrior crashed into the mountain tunnel's wall like a heavy truck, leaving deep imprints. "I have no time to waste with you," Agu murmured, turning to depart. Just as Agu vanished, Jack Wu, who had been pursuing him, arrived, reluctantly engaging with the warrior. From the onset of the battle in the square until now, merely 5 minutes had elapsed. The escalation of combat prowess mirrored a nation's rapid response. While some required a day or longer, others needed only half an hour, and some merely 10 minutes. On the high-tech planet SRH, governed by the KTB-8, 5 minutes was insufficient for anything. Even reporting the square situation to the commanders necessitated an hour. For the blue-skinned inhabitants, who held dominion over the SRH planet, androids were deemed unreliable. Although they recognized that only androids could quell the chaos in the square, they could not alter their entrenched beliefs. At this moment, Agu stood at the corner of an underground passage, not departing but fixating on the wall before him. "This is it." Agu activated the map on his tablet, nodded, then stowed it away, extending his right hand. "There, quickly, come here, attack." The clamor echoed through the corridor, prompting Agu to frown at the source of the noise. Why is there always someone interrupting at critical moments? With his energy-gathering right hand and raised left hand pointing to either side, he unleashed shockwaves that struck the tunnel's ceiling. The resounding roar reverberated within the passage, amplified tenfold, startling even Agu himself, compelling him to hastily shatter the wall before him. To avoid damaging any potentially valuable data, Agu continuously released small energy orbs from both hands. Though diminutive, they traveled swiftly, quickly carving out a passageway. Agu entered the tunnel, observing the illuminated room across the way. Upon stepping into the room, he fired another energy orb from his right hand. In the ensuing explosion, the recently breached tunnel collapsed, sending rock debris cascading like rain. Inside the room stood 3 women, an older blue-skinned woman and 3 younger ones, presumably her disciples. Without preamble, Agu inquired the 4, "Where you were searching?" "Oh, androids." They replied. "Excellent, I am in need of that. Where's the data stored?" The 4 individuals gradually emerged from their initial terror, their astonishment palpable upon the appearance of Yagu, a figure unlike any they had ever encountered, a human with yellow skin. Their fear was swiftly supplanted by bewilderment. Yagu, however, had no time to linger with them. With a mere flick of his fingers, he directed a beam of energy that struck the test tube behind the elder. The impact caused the vessel to explode, unleashing a substance with a potent corrosive nature that began to erode the surface beneath it. The elder and the 3 others recoiled in horror, hastily donning masks and headgear they found nearby. Yagu furrowed his brow as the corrosive material emitted a faint blue gas, clearly toxic as evidenced by their reactions. He raised his right hand, palm facing himself, a swirl of azure light materializing in his palm and expanding to encompass his entire hand. With a slight smile, he commanded disperse. In that instant, he waved his hand, and a tempest erupted, dissipating the unidentified liquid and clearing everything in its path. The destruction extended throughout the room and into the corridors beyond. Just as the elder secured his mask, the spectacle left him so alarmed that he collapsed to the ground, while the 3 young individuals wore expressions of sheer terror. Yagu approached them, towering over the frightened group, and inquired, "Now, may I ask where your database is located?" To expedite the acquisition of answers. He pointed his right index finger at one of the young men, a sinister crimson glow emanating from his fingertip, instilling dread. "I don't." The man stammered, unable to finish his sentence before Yagu unleashed an energy beam that pierced through his skull. After dispatching him, Yagu turned his gaze to the woman. "And you?" Chapter 84. Turning to the mentor beside her. "I." Linya's expression was complex as she looked to her composed mentor, a middle-aged man. Yagu offered a slight smile, and in a flash, an energy beam penetrated the woman's shoulder, his demeanor remaining as unflappable as before. He then focused on the last young man. "Surely, you comprehend my intent?" The man gritted his teeth, trembling as if caught in a biting wind. "Do not resist. I shall guide you." The mentor sighed in resignation. Hearing his mentor speak, the young man felt a moment of relief. Yet concern flickered in his eyes as he addressed him. "Teacher." The mentor did not meet his disciple's gaze. Instead, his attention rested on Yagu. Spare him. This unfriendly extraterrestrial. No, no, no. The elder shook his head repeatedly, hoping Yagu would relent. Very well, I shall take you now. He rose steadily and began to walk ahead. Yagu lamented internally for not having acquired the mind-reading technique of the turtle sage. Not only the turtle sage, but even the Kai Lin sage possessed such abilities. Regrettably, at the time, he had deemed the skill extraordinary yet uncertain of its future utility, leading him to set it aside. The streets were bustling with activity. The commotion created by Yagu was so pronounced that anyone could discern that a significant event had transpired. Whether drawn by curiosity or the desire for information, many ventured forth to witness the unfolding scene. Despite the adage that curiosity killed the cat, all understood the paramount importance of information. Yagu initially intended to disperse the onlookers, but the elder's remark about entangling him as well prompted him to cease his actions, merely scattering the crowd instead. Yagu was perplexed by the elder's thoughts, yet he was acutely aware that the old man would undoubtedly attempt to deceive him. Thus he remained vigilant. As he dispersed the crowd, he directed his index finger toward a dozen individuals, unleashing an energy beam that pierced their ankles. What are you doing? The elder inquired, his brow furrowed. Yagu met his gaze and replied, Old sir, I understand your reluctance, and to preclude any ulterior motives, I must take precautions. Would you not agree? I have just slain your student, and any honorable person would naturally harbor animosity toward me. Your forthright character leads me to conclude that I cannot extract anything from you. Hence these individuals serve as a warning to you. Fear not, they will be fine. Such injuries will heal within a month, for my energy beam did not damage their internal tissues. Thus they will suffer no lasting effects. As Yagu spoke, a humble smile adorned his face, yet to the elder, he appeared as a demon. Unbeknownst to him, Yagu believed he was exhibiting great mercy, at least not slaughtering as wantonly as Frisia. Just as Yagu perceived himself to be no bloodthirsty fiend, the elder weakly bowed his head and murmured, I understand. You must not harm the innocent. Yagu readily acquiesced. Of course, since you are so sincere, everything can be negotiated. However, should anyone trouble me, that would be an entirely different matter. It won't happen. It won't. The elder muttered as he led the way. Observing the elder's retreating figure, Yagu halted. Sensing something amiss, his mind raced, and with a smirk he swiftly seized two middle-aged men from the fleeing crowd, who appeared to be high-ranking officials of the research institute. The two were swiftly captured and returned to the spot where Yagu had previously stood, instinctively screaming before falling into a stupor, their pupils devoid of focus. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, the elder turned to see Yagu clutching the two men. Recognizing them, he became frantic, pointing at Yagu. You, old sir, I am merely taking precautions, you see? My instincts are quite accurate. Having sensed trouble, one must be prepared. With that, he lifted the two captives slightly and continued. If all is well, these two have merely experienced psychological shock, and there is no significant harm. Wouldn't you agree? Hee, old sir. Those who have no guilty conscience need not fear the knock of a ghost. Please, lead the way. The elder, with his blue skin, was nearly driven to a heart attack by Yagu's provocations, as it became evident he indeed had a plan. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he closed them and pressed forward, stating, Keep up. The four words were heavy as lead, and upon uttering them, he seemed to shrink slightly. Observing the elder's demeanor, Yagu chuckled softly, anticipating unexpected developments ahead. With so many fleeing, the guardians of the research institute were surely not ordinary folk. Nevertheless, as long as the elder remained unharmed, Yagu could rest easy. Yagu's methods were not unique. Others, upon the arrival of reinforcements from SRH Star, pursued Yagu and Jack Wu, some darting toward the android manufacturing facility, while others seemed to have received urgent intelligence, heading toward the desolate mountains or urban areas, each with their own objectives and actions. For Yagu, the foremost task was to locate the extensive records pertaining to the artificial beings studied on the SRH planet, followed by the exploration of their treasury. It was implausible for a single treasury to exist on the entire planet. Rather, there were clandestine outposts scattered globally. The thought of acquiring even half of such vast quantities was beyond his imagination. The sheer magnitude and stringent confidentiality meant that obtaining even 1% would more than double his wealth on Earth. This valuation pertained solely to material worth. When factoring in art, culture, and other domains, the true worth was incalculable. However, the primary objective remained to acquire the data on the artificial beings. Having studied these entities for years, the data repository of SRH was bound to be comprehensive. Successful cases aside, The failures would inevitably have engendered numerous uncontrollable scenarios for individuals of their limited combat prowess, thereby necessitating the cessation of such research. The foes of the future, including Cell, Bu, and later Baby, were all products of such creations. Compared to the Saiyan's lineage, Yagu found himself more drawn to the forms of Bu and Cell, both possessing an infinite potential for evolution and remarkable regenerative abilities that surpassed even those of the Saiyans. Accompanying the elderly man, Yagu arrived at a vast underground plaza, 100 meters above ground level. Standing at the entrance, he observed another exit 300 or 400 meters away, with a plaza stretching 200 meters in width. Showcasing its grand scale, the floor, ceiling, and walls shared a pale blue hue, reminiscent of a white tinged with cyan, evoking a sense of emptiness and monotony. Yagu urged the elderly man, who remained stationary, "Sir, what seems to be the matter? Have you brought me to my destination, or is there something you wish to discuss?" Chapter 85. The Revival of Spiritual Energy. In this era, the resurgence of spiritual energy has prompted the cultivation community to implement a registration system reform, with even the Heavenly Court news fervently advocating the path of cultivation. Major sects and factions are accelerating their expansion. This marks a golden age for the cultivation industry in the Divine Land, and one must seize the opportunity. Mundane affairs shall be set aside for the time being. The old man's silhouette exuded a sense of resolution, while a deeper smile formed on Yagu's lips, though his gaze conveyed an unusual chill. With a light sigh, the elder pointed ahead and turned to Yagu, stating, "It lies there. If you possess the ability to obtain it, then go forth. But you must first release the two of them." As they proceeded, the two individuals captured by Yagu struggled and called out, but he rendered them unconscious with a touch. The elder seemed either unaware of Yagu's dwindling patience or perhaps was intentionally indifferent. At that moment, even if Yagu loosened their collars, the two individuals would remain in a deep slumber. Yagu pondered the elder's identity. What role did he occupy within the sect? Earlier, among the many cultivators in the laboratory, the oldest were merely the two middle-aged men in his possession, with no one else of comparable age, let alone surpassing it. "Elder, I am genuinely curious about your identity. Might you be the sect leader of this place?" Yagu inquired as he observed the elder anxiously inspecting the unconscious figures. The elder, displaying signs of distress, shook the two men but could not awaken them. He then led Yagu to the center of the plaza, meticulously surveying the surrounding environment before turning to Yagu. "I have not harmed them. I merely induced a temporary state of meditation. What are your intentions moving forward?" The front serves as the entrance to the scripture pavilion. However, it is guarded by a formidable body-refining cultivator. "Do you possess the capability to acquire the secret scrolls without a passage token, relying solely on your own prowess?" Upon hearing these words, Yagu curiously surveyed his surroundings, finding no abnormalities, and then turned his gaze towards the elder. "I have expressed my intention to lead you to the scripture pavilion. Now that we have arrived, where is the token?" "I do not possess it," the elder replied, shaking his head. "I have long since retired. Today I was invited by a few disciples to witness a new situation. Had it been 5 years ago, I would have surely bestowed the token upon you." Yagu's brows slightly furrowed, a hint of a stiff smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fists. "It seems that everything is as you anticipated." He released the elder, but did not allow him to depart freely. The elder, burdened by the two unconscious individuals, staggered with labored breaths, each step a struggle. For one of Yagu's caliber, this distance was easily manageable. With a faint smile, Yagu advanced slowly, standing tall, one hand resting on his abdomen and the other hanging by his side, walking with precision and an air of haughty confidence, his expression as cold as ice. As Yagu walked, he focused intently, channeling his formidable mental strength to instantly unleash his full combat potential. The tranquil square underwent a sudden transformation as Yagu traversed its expanse. The ground, dome, and walls, which had previously radiated a soft blue akin to moonlight, became engulfed in a shifting luminosity, with a faint red mist pervading the air, reminiscent of rising crimson lotuses. Yagu's vigilance heightened as he recalled the strange liquid flowing behind the elder and the disciples upon entering the sect. Regardless of its toxicity, he wished to avoid contamination. With a surge of power, a whirlwind erupted beneath him, causing his figure to vanish from sight in an instant. Boom! Boom! An explosion erupted before the door through which Yagu had entered, overwhelming even the specially designed materials of the square. The alloy floor buckled as if kneaded dough, wrinkling under the piercing sound of its distortion, and subsequently twisted into a chaotic mass. Whoosh! A figure leapt from the explosion site, like a fish gliding through water, bouncing back to the ground like a spring, moving with an erratic grace to distance itself from the blast. As the figure halted, its indistinct outline gradually sharpened. It was indeed Yagu. The smile that once adorned his face faded, replaced by a solemn and cautious demeanor. Though the explosion stirred up dust, the unique material of the square S flooring, while damaged, did not raise an overwhelming cloud of debris. Thus, despite the extensive area being shrouded in dust, its density remained sparse. Yagu knelt, peering intently at the figure within the explosion, the very instigator of this calamity. A towering man clad in tight-fitting battle armor, his expression austere, bore black metallic coverings over his eyes, resembling sunglasses. His upper attire featured a black base adorned with silver trimmings and several red accents, while his lower garments were silver-gray pants with red sides and black combat boots. Just as Yagu vanished, the armored cultivator descended from above, launching a powerful punch aimed to shatter Yagu into fragments. In this dire moment, the energy Yagu had amassed erupted forth in an instant, and, as the punch approached, he accelerated, his form becoming a blur as he evaded the impending strike. The armored cultivator was evidently more formidable than those encountered in the outside world, surpassing even the hidden elites. After Yagu evaded the shadow of the fist, the explosion naturally generated a shockwave. Amidst the thunderous roar, the shockwave swept towards the elder over 30 meters away. Although the distance was considerable, the shockwave intensified as it entered the passage, its violent force propelling the elder backward until he collided forcefully with the wall. He slid down from the wall, and the two individuals lying on the ground rolled towards him, still unconscious. Seeing the armored cultivator turn his attention towards him, Yagu clenched his fists tightly, holding his breath and focusing intently. With a buzzing sound, Yagu vanished, creating a burst of air at his location. The armored cultivator appeared behind him to launch an attack. At that moment, Yagu materialized 3 feet away from the armored cultivator, the air around him undulating as he resisted the shockwave from the air explosion. His body rolled in midair, inverted, with his lower limbs, torso, and head forming a shape reminiscent of a right parenthesis. His left hand gripped his right wrist, while his right palm gathered a point of crimson light. In the blink of an eye, the red light coalesced into a blood-red star point, which then spun and expanded, instantly transforming into a sphere the size of a basketball. Aurora wave, he silently chanted within his heart, and the aurora wave formed in his palm, propelling directly towards the armored cultivator. Indeed, this armored cultivator was a formidable guardian of the SRH sect, as at this critical moment, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. In an instant, the crossed arms thrust forward with great force. Chapter 86. The matters of cultivation must not be underestimated. The stars illuminate the heavens, and the crimson spiritual light bathed the entire square in a blood-red hue. The overwhelming spiritual pressure surged forth like a tempest from a furnace of hell, and even with incomplete seals, it could not hinder its torrential eruption. The acquisition of cultivation resources became increasingly swift, with various sects rising in prominence. This marked the golden age of the cultivation world in the Divine Land, an opportunity that must not be missed. Matters of cultivation must not be overlooked. Those of entertainment are mere illusions. Massive stones crumbled, and fierce winds howled, as streams of spiritual light surged within the expansive Kwamine spiritual garden, resembling shattered mirrors that rippled with layers of spiritual energy, creating a spectacle of radiant colors. Although Yagu was the primary attacker, the battlefield, seemingly vast to ordinary eyes, was, in truth, narrow for cultivators. He inevitably found himself in a stalemate. Fortunately, he was well-versed in both offense and defense, and the backlash he endured was dissipated without form. The Kwamine Spiritual Garden, established by the SRH political arena, serves as a premier cultivation site, sprawling over a vast area that encompasses over 100 lakes and more than 20 tributaries of spiritual rivers, originating from 2 major spiritual river sources. This land is characterized by towering peaks and swirling mists with perilous cliffs. A millennium ago, the spiritual energy of the SRH star had been depleted, yet it has now regained vibrant life, all thanks to the existence of these spiritual gardens. Like a spark igniting a prairie, these top-tier spiritual gardens form the foundation from which spiritual energy rapidly spreads across the planet, resulting in the current flourishing vitality of the SRH star. The Kwamine Spiritual Garden is also a sanctuary for various native spiritual beasts to thrive. Mere mortals may wander at the periphery, but cannot venture into the depths. Thus, for centuries, the garden has remained tranquil, occasionally interrupted by the piercing cries of raptors or the roars of ferocious beasts. Yet today, an unforeseen transformation has occurred, inexplicably after a series of tremors. The central mountain range of the spirit garden began to shift. The common folk were oblivious, save for a handful of cultivators who sensed the disturbance. As the vibrations intensified, a peak vanished into thin air. Despite the swirling mists and treacherous terrain, it was beyond human reach. In an instant, the answer was no longer elusive. A colossal spiritual explosion ensnared the mountain, transforming it into a cloud of dust that rained down like a tempest. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated deep within the expansive spirit garden, its sound waves soaring to the heavens before radiating outward like the thunder of celestial deities. Birds and beasts alike fled in panic, driven by instinct to seek refuge. Carnivores and herbivores became indistinguishable in their frantic escape from impending doom. Agu, amidst the swirling dust, gazed at the entrance of the library, now shrouded in rubble, silently wishing for its safety. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not afford any distractions. The formidable foe before him was not to be underestimated. The individual stood in humble attire, appearing antiquated compared to the other cultivators from SRH Star, exuding a rustic charm. Nevertheless, this was the most formidable opponent Agu had encountered thus far, likely rivaling the prowess of Furwin, the fourth-ranked artificial powerhouse he had previously faced. In that fleeting moment, Agu unleashed the Triple King Fist. Since his cultivation had surpassed 20,000, he rarely employed techniques exceeding double the standard, let alone his maximum potential, the Quadruple King Fist. Unlike before, effortlessly surpassing his own limits with the King Fist had become a rarity. Dust swirled in the air, pelting Agu like raindrops, yet his aura surged with vitality. The shattered earth that touched him was disintegrated by the spiritual flames enveloping his form, transforming into mere motes of dust. From a distance, he appeared shrouded in smoke, enigmatic and ethereal, as if in a realm of the divine. However, Agu found the dust bothersome. As an artificial being devoid of spiritual power, he could only rely on his vision to observe. His mastery of spiritual energy offered him little advantage against this adversary. In the distance, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy resonated, and the sky was filled with relentless thunder, as if an endless barrage of lightning struck the earth. Mountains, rivers, and forests danced wildly in the tempest, akin to the final struggles of life, echoing sorrow into the night. The wind stirred and the clouds shifted, branches swayed rhythmically. At times, the atmosphere was grand and tumultuous, while at others, it fell into tranquil silence. The battlefield displayed a myriad of phenomena, contingent upon the steadfastness of each participant's heart. Agu's breath quickened, compelling him to act. The warrior, resembling past encounters, lunged forward with a punch. In this instance, the warrior appeared less formidable, his garments tattered and his demeanor disheveled. Yet his exposed physique radiated a robust aura, standing tall and imposing, brimming with vigor. As the iron fist descended, Agu vanished once more, evading the onslaught. Upon Agu's disappearance, the warrior immediately eased his force, his body shifting as if he had mastered the art of restraint, diminishing his ferocity while enhancing his agility. Indeed, with this newfound control, his reaction speed significantly improved. Agu reappeared at the warrior's side, who promptly threw a punch. However, due to his newfound restraint, the force behind the strike was diminished. Seizing the moment, Agu extended his left hand, his expression fierce, and firmly grasped the warrior's iron fist. Bang! Though the force was not as formidable as in previous encounters. When Yagu's left hand met the soldier's fist, an immense power surged forth, echoing in his mind. Once you arrive, you shall not leave easily. He thrust his right hand toward the soldier's face, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that erupted with a thunderous sound, shattering the soldier's hat and hair without causing further harm. Yet, Yagu's assault did not cease there. A second wave of energy surged forth, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth, creating a visually perceptible chain of light from his relentless attacks. Yagu's strikes were fierce, but the soldier's counterattacks were equally ferocious. After dozens of exchanges, the soldier finally learned to withstand this onslaught, and, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a horizontal kick aimed at Yagu's face. Sensing the impending strike, Yagu maintained his grip on the soldier's right fist, his body shifting as he raised his right leg to sidekick the incoming attack. Chapter 87. The Conflicts of the Cultivation Realm. In recent years, As the primordial energies of the world have revived, the cultivation realm has experienced unprecedented transformation. With the celestial sounds of the Guajatianin temple vigorously promoting the path of cultivation, major sects and factions have risen, marking a golden era of prosperity in the cultivation realm of Shenzhou, a time not to be missed. The conflicts within the cultivation realm are akin to those of mundane entertainment. As their legs collided, a brilliant flash erupted at the point of contact, and the spiritual energy in the air coalesced into mist surrounding them. With a resounding boom, visible waves of spiritual power radiated from beneath their feet, enveloping them both. Yagu struggled to contain the surging energy within, preventing it from rebounding upon him, while the armored warrior remained unperturbed, being born from the endless void, far surpassing artificial cultivators like Folwin. However, just as Yagu braced against the backlash, he felt his left hand loosen, and the armored warrior seized the moment to strike with a powerful punch. A cunning adversary, whether or not he possessed intelligence, remained uncertain. Yet this instinct for battle was enough to leave Yagu in awe. Free from restraint, Yagu fixed his gaze upon the opponent before him, his pupils constricting as his spiritual awareness transformed into an invisible pressure enveloping the armored warrior. Boom! Thunder roared as the armored soldier was struck as if by divine lightning, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust, deepening the cracks in the nearby mountain peaks. Before the echoes faded, another explosion resonated as the armored soldier broke through the earth, ascending into the air, where Zhang Xinchuan gathered two orbs of white light in his hands. Yagu's eyes blazed with intensity, his form a blur as he realized he could no longer afford to linger in the struggle. Though he wished to conceal his true strength, the detection talismans were unavailable, and this was no time for modesty. Prepare to meet your end. Fourfold King Fist. In an instant, Yagu's cultivation surged, his spiritual power soaring from over 60,000 to 90,000, his speed so rapid that the armored warrior could not keep pace. With a swish, Yagu appeared behind the armored soldier, delivering a straightforward punch, devoid of unnecessary embellishments or elaborate techniques. This singular strike pierced through the soldier's form, reaching the alchemical structure within. The cold metal loomed near. Though Yagu had evaded it several times, it still posed a considerable threat, leaving him with no choice but to create distance. Now, standing 10 paces apart, the soldier's spiritual projectiles could no longer harm Yagu. With his left hand clenched into a fist at his waist, he concentrated all his strength. Immediately, Yagu employed the technique of instantaneous movement, his shadowy fists moving with fluidity. In the midst of his rapid maneuvers, the phantoms in the air intertwined, becoming the targets of the armored warrior's assault. However, in the blink of an eye, the armored warrior's offensive came to a halt, only to be torn apart by a crimson shockwave that ravaged its abdomen and chest, as a furious surge of spiritual energy consumed its form. Yet, the armored warrior displayed no fear, seemingly contemplating a counterattack. Though its body was severed and no longer posed a threat, Yagu felt compelled to ascertain the situation. In the realm of cultivation, enemies with formidable regenerative abilities were far from uncommon, and even with their heads severed, they could still be alive. Yagu hovered in the air, bending forward as he extended his left hand, which had just gathered power, fingers slightly splayed, a wisp of residual smoke lingering in his palm. A faint red glow flickering before it dissipated. The ground echoed with two dull thuds as the armored warrior split into two halves, the dust rising akin to that of a giant's descent. Though it was now missing parts, each segment's weight surpassed that of an ordinary person. If there were more opponents like this, he could manage. Yagu retrieved a universal treasure bottle from within his robes, originally intended for storing food, but now repurposed for a new use. Noticing the armored warrior remained still, showing no signs of recovery, Yagu confined it within the bottle. After completing this task, Yagu frowned and surveyed his surroundings. The battle in the square had distracted him from observing the terrain. It was rather troublesome. Where exactly was the entrance? He murmured softly, his hands in constant motion as small spiritual waves probed the area in an orderly fashion. Soon, Yagu discovered the entrance, only to find that it did not lead back the way he came, but rather to a genuine library, though the square lay in ruins. The power system here was intact. Upon stepping inside, the heat sensors activated, illuminating the entire room instantaneously. Yagu gasped in astonishment. The room was vast, and had it not been for the partitions, the space would have been even more expansive. At the entrance, corridors extended 100 meters on either side, while the passage ahead stretched for several hundred meters, rivaling the previous square. Each door was marked with text that Yagu could not decipher. compelling him to step inside and search. There should have been an electronic database. Why was there only paper documentation? A sense of worry washed over Yagu. These paper records were too many for all his universal treasure bottles to contain. What he truly needed were the data stored within computers. Half an hour later, Yagu smiled at the universal treasure bottle in his hand, while behind him lay a dismantled computer, rendered silent due to rough handling. The room housing the computer was as spacious as a sports arena, with numerous artificial cultivators displayed on either side, their steel-structured bodies resembling those of real humans. On SRH Star, this was a capital offense, but under the deliberate promotion of Guajia, research of this kind was being conducted across 12 planets, including SRH Star. What? Yagu suddenly turned to one side, sensing a powerful aura that had just vanished. Someone had fallen. Throughout their journey, Yagu and his companions had not suffered any casualties, making this the first instance of death. What was going on? Why was there no communication via the detection talismans? Mid-sentence, he recalled that the detection talismans had ceased to function. Darn it. What exactly had transpired? Chapter 88, Continuous High-Speed Development. In the realm of cultivation, the flourishing stock market is lauded as a prosperous era in the spirit stone market, with Guijia's Tianyin broadcast vigorously promoting the path to wealth for cultivators. The financial transactions among the major sects continue to develop at a rapid pace. This marks the golden age of finance within the Middle-earth cultivation world. Opportunities are rare and must be seized firmly. As for the mundane amusements of the world, they shall be set aside for the time being. Yagu's spiritual energy projectiles can no longer breach the defenses of his foes. Clenching his left fist hidden at his waist, he channels the full force of his cultivation. Swiftly, Yagu darts through the air, employing the shadow fist technique, his ethereal form weaving chaotically in the skies, causing the attacks of his adversaries to miss their mark. In an instant, however, the chest of an enemy cultivator is pierced by crimson waves of spiritual energy, the violent force tearing through flesh and bone. Yet, the enemy displays no fear, seemingly contemplating how to retaliate amidst adversity. Though severed from its body, Yagu understands the necessity of verification, for within the Dragon Ball scriptures, numerous foes possess formidable regenerative abilities. Even decapitation does not signify death. Yagu hovers in midair, bending his knees in a poised stance, his left hand extended forward, fingers splayed, the remnants of spiritual waves still lingering in his palm, a faint crimson glow flickering before dissipating. The ground reverberates with two dull thuds as the severed forms of the warriors stir up dust akin to the fall of a mighty man, their weight surpassing that of ordinary beings. Should he encounter a few more such opponents, he would be well equipped to handle them. From his robe, Yagu retrieves a versatile treasure vial, originally intended for the storage of provisions, now finding a new purpose. Observing that the warriors cease to move and cannot regenerate, he collects their remains into the vial. Once this task is completed, Yagu furrows his brow, surveying his surroundings. After the battle in the plaza, he realizes he has not carefully examined the environment. It proves somewhat troublesome. Where precisely is the entrance? Murmuring softly, he continues to move, sending out small waves of spiritual energy to probe the area, each strike measured and deliberate. After a brief moment, Yagu discovers the entrance and steps inside, only to find it is not the passage he initially traversed, but rather a genuine library. Although the plaza has suffered damage, the spiritual energy system in this place remains functional. As Yagu enters, a heat-sensing array activates, illuminating the entire chamber. He is taken aback. The room is vast, and were it not for partitions, the space would be even more expansive. From the entrance, the corridors on either side stretch 100 meters each, complemented by the passage ahead, rivaling the size of the plaza. Each door bears inscriptions that Yagu cannot decipher, compelling him to step inside and search. He anticipates an electronic library, yet finds only paper documents. Concern washes over him. The paper materials exceed the capacity of all his versatile vials combined. What he truly requires are the data stored within spiritual devices. After a short while, Yagu gazes at the versatile vial in his hand. Behind him lies a disassembled spiritual machine, rendered inoperative due to the crude handling it has suffered. The room housing the spiritual device resembled an indoor martial arts dojo, flanked by numerous androids, their steel structures eerily reminiscent of human beings. Such creations are deemed taboo on the SRH planet. However, with the tacit approval of the political sphere, 12 celestial bodies, including SRH, have embarked on such research. What? Agu abruptly turned to one side, sensing the sudden disappearance of a formidable presence. Someone had perished. Throughout their journey, Agu and his companions had remained unscathed. This was the first instance of a fatality. What on earth transpired? Why was there no communication through spiritual awareness? He recalled that their spiritual communication had been obstructed. Infuriating. What exactly had occurred? The deceased was undoubtedly an android, and in the absence of any adversary, a life had been lost. Agu exited the room, propelling himself into the vast expanse above the luminous park, where he sensed a waning aura, executing a teleportation technique. The essence belonged to someone Agu recognized, Coltman, who was known for his incessant use of vulgarity. His crimson skin was now stained with blood, and as he awaited death, a gust of wind brushed past him, leading him to believe he was not yet at death's door. He slowly opened his eyes. If you can move, flee quickly and do not hinder me. Agu's voice resonated before him. Coltman beheld Agu confronting the very android that had just attempted to kill him, and, amidst his labored breaths, cautioned, "Do not touch him. This creature can siphon my spiritual energy. A damnable energy thief." What? Agu furrowed his brow. Realizing the truth, he had initially assumed his energy was simply dissipating. With that, Agu executed a powerful kick to the android's jaw. This was a peculiar android, possessing a corpulent body yet exhibiting extraordinarily long limbs, distinctly different from the blue-skinned androids he had previously encountered. This being was not from the KTB-8 galaxy. Its skin bore a striking resemblance to that of Earthlings, yet its elongated limbs betrayed its extraterrestrial origin. The rotund body enhanced its resilience against blows, while its slender, agile limbs facilitated the ease of draining other spiritual energy. Is that so? Agu pondered. Observing the entity's stillness, he opted to refrain from striking first. Coltman retreated while cursing, not choosing to flee despite Agu shielding him from the enemy. He had witnessed battles in Dragon Ball, particularly during the Super Saiyan era, and found little remarkable about their combat prowess. However, during his travels through the cosmos, Agu had encountered most practitioners with combat power beneath 10,000. The Trispical faction had been collecting resources across the universe for decades to attain their current strength. Without the enviable abundance of resources in the KTB-8 galaxy, gathering such potent warriors would have been impossible. "You are utterly detestable," the corpulent man remarked in a somewhat delicate voice. "However, as my source of spiritual energy, once I defeat you, I shall take good care of you." Agu once again repelled the android's encroachment with a burst of spiritual energy. Indeed, he had drained a considerable amount of Agu's power. Agu assessed himself and nodded slowly. "You are overly confident. Why should the victor not be me?" Chapter 89. The matter of jest is another story. Recently, the marketplace has flourished amidst the new policies of the Gua dynasty, and the regime's mouthpiece has fervently promoted the stock market. The affairs of the Universal Silver Bank continue to progress unabated. This marks a prosperous era for finance in the land of Huaxia. One must seize this opportunity diligently. The matter of jest is a different story. The man let out a cold laugh and declared, to attempt to delay with words, "You are still quite young." With that, he suddenly launched his offensive. His limbs were long and his movements agile, akin to a sharp arrow swiftly darting towards Yagu. "You are overly confident." He indeed possessed the strength to back his words. And with his unique abilities, one could easily fall prey to his schemes if not cautious. The battleground between Courtman and the corpulent foe lay just outside a village, not far from the dwellings. Due to the proximity, it was unclear whether the damage to the nearby shelter was caused by the shockwave or the fierce winds generated by their fierce clash. The structure had already sagged, and the vehicle within was clearly not from this place. Given the formidable adversary before him, Yagu did not request a change of venue. It had been a long time since he had endured the pressure of fourfold Kaioken. With a chuckle, he unleashed a decisive blow. Sixfold Kaioken. Boom! A faint crimson aura erupted from Yagu, resembling a blazing fire that blazed intensely. Yagu's transformation astonished not only the corpulent opponent, but also Courtman, who was spectating the conflict. He had evidently not anticipated such a dramatic change in Yagu. Though many races in the universe possess the ability to transform, none retain a semblance of their former appearance post-transformation. Moreover, those capable of mastering their own combat power would not exhibit the peculiar visual effects that Yagu displayed. Yagu's invocation of the sixfold Kaioken was not for their spectacle. At this moment, the Kaioken demonstrated its true efficacy. The increase in combat strength was one aspect, but the burden on his physique no longer manifested as a hidden threat. His form vanished from their sight, and then a blurred shadow materialized behind the corpulent foe. "Receive this." The voice of the shadow resonated just as the attack landed upon the corpulent opponent. The moment Yagu disappeared, The corpulent adversary sensed impending doom. However, his body was slow to react. As he heard the sound behind him, he attempted to move forward to create distance while also wishing to pivot and counterattack unexpectedly. Intentions overwhelmed him, and although the plan was sound, the sudden appearance of sound brought forth a violent force from behind, powerful enough to rend everything apart. The corpulent foe emitted a low groan of pain, his brow furrowed, and his face contorted in agony. Yagu reappeared behind him, delivering a punch that was devoid of any flamboyance, yet carried an irresistible might that struck the opponent's back. At the moment of impact, the armor on the corpulent foe's back shattered under the force, creating a distortion that rippled outward, enveloping the air in a misty white haze. In the next instant, the circular white mist multiplied, trailing along the trajectory of the corpulent foe's descent like a string of sausages. With a thunderous sound, the corpulent adversary finally made intimate contact with the ground. A colossal noise erupted, while the immense kinetic energy he bore spread through the earth in all directions. The once relatively flat terrain rippled like a lake, and soon the soil exploded into the air, swiftly engulfing the vicinity from the point of impact. Mud, dust, shockwaves, and the fierce winds stirred the white mist into a tumult, obscuring the battlefield and rendering everything indistinguishable. Yagu landed 100 paces from the explosion, gazing towards Courtman, who was bent over, propping himself up. He called out loudly, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Courtman appeared rather astonished. He first turned to glance at Yagu, and then cast a fleeting look at the battlefield ahead, realizing that the opponent had left the scene immediately after toppling his adversary. With a hint of complaint, he remarked, "You young lad, darting off so swiftly, not even the father of rabbits could match your speed. That fellow was indeed formidable. You are not at fault. That boy deserves a lesson." Yagu interrupted Courtman's rambling. "Do not be mistaken. That boy would not be so easily defeated by me. Just wait and see." His expression bore a hint of unease. The backlash from the King Kai fist was a sensation Yagu had not felt in a long time, and to experience anew was far from pleasant. He understood well that the true agony would only commence when the six-fold King Kai fist was finally lifted. "What troubles you?" You appeared drenched in sweat. Nearby, Courtman looked at Yagu in astonishment. It was merely a casual inquiry, as his primary focus remained on the rotund figure before them. Although there was no discernible aura, the one he had felled should exhibit some signs of experience, akin to the warriors from the research facility they had encountered earlier. Those warriors had granted Yagu a mere 10% of experience. Yet he was convinced that the portly opponent before him would yield far greater rewards. In that moment, Yagu was not fighting for the sake of gaining experience points. Rather, he sought to immerse himself in the myriad situations of battle, the diverse techniques, and the clash of minds. Thus, he paid little heed to singular acts of slaughter. Indeed, as Courtman observed, a straight arrow emerged from the cloud of dust, not charging towards Yagu and the others, but rather ascending towards the heavens. Yagu's form began to fade, as if he were but an illusion, when the stout figure noticed Yagu and Courtman on the ground amidst the dust. He remained oblivious to the fact that the true Yagu had already slipped behind him. With the next attack, Yagu poured all his strength into seizing the moment, aware that any unforeseen event could erupt at any instant. Just then, within Yagu's perception, another companion warrior fell. The scanner was inoperable, and the communicator was likewise useless. Yagu and Courtman could only rely on their own capabilities or temporarily band together with nearby allies to confront foes beyond their strength. Huh! The rotund figure raised both hands high, his palms resembling lotus flowers, cradling a resplendent orb of white light. The power contained within the orb pierced Courtman's eyes like steel needles, inflicting severe pain upon his skin. It was evident that this orb possessed formidable strength, not to be underestimated. Chapter 90. The Universal Silver Bank continues to expand rapidly. Recently, the marketplace has flourished as the government has implemented new policies, and the Guojia Court report has ardently promoted stock affairs. The Universal Silver Bank continues its rapid expansion. This marks a pinnacle in the financial era of Huaxia. It is imperative to seize such an opportune moment. Yet, the once exuberant visage of the burly man suddenly changed, for he observed that Yagu's form beside Courtman was gradually fading, like mist on the verge of vanishing. The information within his memory bank swiftly unveiled the truth. Not good. He had fallen into a trap. He intended to engage in a contest of oscillation, hoping to augment his strength while sapping the enemy's vitality. Yet he had not anticipated the cunning of his opponent. Yagu silently materialized behind the burly man, his right hand sweeping from his right side, elbow raised high, gathering tremendous power for a forthcoming strike. Alas, it was already too late. Though the tone was subdued, each word resonated with clarity. The burly man's temples glistened with cold sweat, momentarily reminiscent of the unchanging expanse of the cosmos, only to dissolve into fleeting shadows in the blink of an eye. Below, Coltman, witnessing Yagu's surprise assault on the unsuspecting giant, clenched his fists in excitement. He had been utterly exhausted by the overwhelming force of his opponent. His stamina depleted. Though he stood at a distance, he was acutely aware that his own physique could not endure such fierce combat. At that very moment, a ferocious power once again manifested, tearing through the burly man's flesh. Blood and sinew shattered, mingling in a crimson haze, swept away by the shockwave, scattering like potent energy. First, the skin succumbed, followed by fat and muscle, until Yagu's fist struck the juncture of metal and bone, the residual force penetrating deep within. However, the fist, aimed to shatter bone and metal, faltered, halting within the giant's body. The burly man was left reeling from the blow, his once raised hands now languidly falling. The energy sphere in his palms dimming and contracting until it vanished, as if it had never existed. Coughing, he expelled a few mouthfuls of blood, the excruciating pain making it painfully clear that escape was unlikely today. "Heh, you are indeed formidable. But it is futile. Do you think our strongest are merely those few?" Before he could finish, upon realizing that the true strength of this place lay beyond the figures in the square, Yagu infused energy into his right palm, unleashing a shockwave within the burly man's body, obliterating him into fragments. His combat experience increased by 20%, yet it held little allure. Yagu cast a glance, and then turned to Coltman. "What are your plans?" he inquired. Coltman cursed under his breath before responding, "I am at a loss. As you can see, my current stamina cannot withstand further exertion." Observing the dejected expression of this rugged man, which was somewhat amusing, Yagu felt a tug of concern and chose not to dwell excessively on the matter, saying, "In that case, I shall take my leave. Many have faced similar fates as yours. It appears that the boy spoke truthfully, SRH indeed possesses hidden cards." Coltman acknowledged Yagu's words, recognizing that he had narrowly escaped death, a notion too grave to dismiss. Having believed that the strongest forces of SRH were thwarted by those present, he now questioned, "Hey, you don't think they had prior arrangements, do you?" Coltman, still shaken, began to doubt everything. As Yagu prepared to depart, he contemplated Coltman's words and shook his head, stating, "I cannot say. However, one thing is clear. If we return alive, we must seize more, even at the peril of our lives." "Huh, I share that sentiment. Very well, you may go." Coltman gestured, then pointed in the direction from whence he came. "I intend to return. I wonder how things are with Bolin. The communicator has yet to establish contact." Yagu nodded, then "I shall take my leave." With that, he left a cloud of dust in his wake, soaring into the sky, employing teleportation as he accelerated once more. Coltman gazed at Yagu's figure diminishing into the horizon, marveling at the unexpected strength he had exhibited. "How foolish of me to underestimate him," he mused. "Alas, it seems that even the illustrious Dambola and his companions have been misled. Nevertheless, one must remark upon the tardiness of their intelligence. It is astonishing that artificial beings possess such extraordinary capabilities, with their combat prowess likely exceeding 100,000. It is infuriating that I barely managed to survive by exerting every ounce of my strength through secret techniques." A myriad of thoughts swirled in Coltman's mind, leaving him quite vexed. Yagu utilized teleportation to arrive at another battlefield. As he engaged in combat here, he felt a significant drain on his stamina, prompting him to activate his restorative aura, which not only replenished his own energy during the skirmish, but also afforded his weary comrades a much-needed respite. Despite Yagu's continuous efforts to rescue several individuals, a few unfortunate souls still perished, leaving fewer than 10 survivors, a situation that exceeded Yagu's expectations. Although his level had risen to 29 due to the battles, this did little to alleviate his concerns. According to the original allocation principle, the greater the number of survivors, the better for mutual exchanges and the acquisition of necessary resources. Conversely, a higher number of deceased would signify a reduction in future exchanges. Both Yagu and others were aware of this, leading him to teleport directly to Dambola. Since the onset of the battle, Dambola had been making his way towards the central mechanism under the cover of the artificial beings, and upon encountering Yagu, he directed his path towards his intended destination. Well versed in the terrain, Dambola recognized that these treacherous individuals were undoubtedly heading towards the Research Institute, which harbored crucial data pertaining to the SRH. a culmination of centuries of knowledge that must not be compromised. Yet, regardless of his curses or complaints, he could not alter the choices made by Yagu and his companions. These wretched individuals, neglecting their duties in pursuit of personal gain, were no different from brigands. It remains unclear whether Dambala continued to lament his situation, but when Yagu appeared beside his vehicle, he exclaimed, "Hey, Dambala, I have news to share with you." Chapter 91. Mundane Matters, Temporarily Set Aside. In recent years, the vitality of heaven and earth has revived, ushering in an unprecedented transformation within the cultivation realm. The Guajetianian order has extolled the flourishing of the cultivation market. Prominent sects and factions are emerging, hastening the competition for cultivation resources. This marks a golden era for the rise of the cultivation world in the Divine Land, and one must seize this rare opportunity with utmost diligence. Mundane Matters, Temporarily Set Aside. Yagu's voice suddenly echoed, catching Dambala off guard, causing him to inadvertently hit his head against the vehicle's roof. With a cry of pain, he clutched his injured forehead, left only to whimper in silence. Observing this, Yagu felt a surge of urgency, but could utter no more than to wait for Dambala to regain his composure. Although Dambala silently cursed, he dared not reveal any dissatisfaction in front of Yagu. "Senior Yagu, what brings you here?" Dambala inquired. Yagu responded directly, "Several cultivators have fallen, and I have received intelligence indicating that a group of individuals possesses strength that far exceeds the so-called strongest duo you mentioned. What is your perspective on this?" "What?" Dambala was utterly unaware of this revelation and widened his eyes in surprise. Noticing his reaction, Yagu realized further inquiries would be futile and remarked, "It appears your channels of information are not as robust as one might hope." Though Yagu did not state it explicitly, Dambala understood that his fate was closely intertwined with Yagu and his companions. If he were to succeed, he must seize the benefits from the Ancient Ones, hence his profound dissatisfaction with the recent deviation from the established plan. Although the number and quality of the body refining puppets involved in this operation exceeded his expectations, the utter chaos was simply intolerable. "Senior Yagu, could you please share the details?" asked Bora, suddenly recalling something, and promptly opened the car door to step aside. Yagu entered the vehicle, settled himself, closed the door behind him, and rolled up the windows before speaking. "I just returned from the Secret Realm Research Institute. Do you know what I encountered? A remarkably powerful body refining puppet. Indeed, one akin to a battle soldier. It appears to be an older model, and engaging with it proved far more challenging than those we faced previously. Well, that was still manageable. I later ventured into the Cordyman territory and encountered a puppet capable of absorbing the energy of other beings through contact. This creature is biologically modified, making it even more formidable than the purely mechanical puppets we dealt with before. I won't elaborate further. Given the circumstances, what issues arise?" As Bora furrowed his brow, Yagu's mention of the battle soldier puppet ascending to peak combat prowess and the emergence of an energy-absorbing model left him entirely in the dark. At that moment, his thoughts were a tumultuous whirl, making it difficult to discern reality from illusion. Observing Bora's silence, Yagu grew indifferent, muttering to himself, "Well, let us see how many we can save. Hopefully, this won't jeopardize the entire plan." He silently cursed Bora and his sources of information. If those three were alive and acquired the necessary items, namely the 9 top-secret cultivation techniques, it would be of paramount importance to both Yagu's sect and the advancement of the earthly cultivation realm. According to Yagu's knowledge, these 9 techniques were the culmination of 30 to 40 years of research within the KTB-8 star domain. In the technologically advanced KTB-8, they stood on the shoulders of giants, and the understanding of physical laws by Earthlings lagged 2 tiers behind that of KTB-8. Many natural phenomena, yet undiscovered on Earth, had already been thoroughly analyzed in the realm of cultivation by KTB-8. It was akin to having the opportunity to obtain any cultivation manual from M-Nation upon completing a task, a rare chance that might not arise for centuries or even millennia. Failing to seize it would render even a forceful acquisition futile in obtaining such comprehensive techniques. "Ah, are you leaving?" Just as Bora was deep in contemplation about these unexpected developments, he suddenly noticed Yagu opening the car door and beginning to float away from ground. Yagu glanced back at him and remarked, "You Haven T uttered a single word. Why should I remain here? Quickly, contact your insiders and ascertain whether they are under siege. I suspect that these individuals have either already been discovered by SRH or have yet to encounter the true secret. In any case, neither scenario bodes well for us." The originally tranquil situation had transformed into one fraught with peril. Although it was not a matter of life and death, The once smooth path was now bristled with thorns. No longer a straightforward journey. Without hesitation, Bora retrieved a special sound transmission talisman from his pocket. Upon witnessing this, Yagu simply stated, "I shall assist others," before soaring out of the car, closing the door behind him, and departing from the vehicle. "Hey, don't go," Bora exclaimed, realizing Yagu had vanished from sight in an instant. He now exerts his utmost efforts, his combat prowess potentially reaching the realm of nearly 200,000. Although SRH possesses advanced technology, its strength pales in comparison to that of Dr. Rog on Earth, who is singularly focused on the creation of destructive power. Much like the transformation of nuclear energy into weaponry, the technical challenge is far less daunting than mastering the energy itself. The ability to suppress instantaneous energy and convert it into controllable force is precisely the direction KTB-8 is currently pursuing. How to create super soldiers that would not turn against their masters. Remaining as loyal as slaves has long been KTB-8's aspiration. Regrettably, even purely mechanical puppets inevitably develop a sense of self-awareness, ultimately transcending the confines of their systems. Yagu, a representative of SRH, as well as those aligned with Bora and the forces behind him, remain oblivious to KTB-8's past humiliation in a similar war. The victor of that conflict was the robotic uprising that occurred 6 centuries ago, an event meticulously erased from government records. Anyone attempting to investigate this history would face severe repercussions. The outcome of that war led to the pervasive belief in the cosmos that mechanical life forms represent the evolution of carbon-based beings. They firmly believe that the future of the universe belongs to the dominion of robots, akin to the evolution of ordinary organisms into intelligent beings, and subsequently into mechanical entities. This ideology has been tightly sealed within a forbidden zone by KTB-8's warships, quietly resisting for centuries, unbeknownst to anyone. Yagu remains preoccupied with these thoughts. His every action is solely motivated by the desire to ensure the survival of more companions. The well-being of others ultimately benefits oneself. Though the pleasure of monopolizing rewards is enticing, the fruits of sharing are undeniably richer and more diverse. The proverb "good for all" is truly good echoes in Yagu's memory. However, this collective must include himself, and the benefits he receives must surpass what he could achieve alone. Ideally, he would claim the largest portion of the proverbial cake. Chapter 92. Upon a hill, 9 individuals convene. The roar of battle reverberates through the air as Yagu ascends, witnessing 2 violent explosions in the distance. He squints and observes 2 figures engaged in fierce combat, unleashing energy projectiles from their hands. Not sensing any spiritual energy from these combatants, Yagu deduces they are both creations of artificial origins. The artificial beings have begun to take the offensive. Given the current situation, it seems the conflict will only intensify. If the turmoil on SRH Star is not quelled swiftly, it may prove perilous for their escape. Nodding slightly, Yagu focuses on the remaining individual spiritual energy signatures. Employing his teleportation technique, on the hilltop, 9 individuals gather, some standing, others seated upon the rocky terrain, their expressions grave and solemn. Just days prior, this group of over 10 had traversed SRH Star, enduring fierce battles to acquire what they required. Due to the presence of a few exceptionally powerful defectors among the artificial beings, the group had assumed their mission would be a trivial endeavor. Each member harbored this belief, leading them to deviate from the original plan, each pursuing their desired objectives first before fulfilling their mission. Unbeknownst to them, a formidable force lay hidden within SRH Star, one that could not be underestimated, resulting in the fall of several among them. Now, they gather, burdened by concerns over their previous endeavors. Standing in the midst of the assembly, Yagu observed the silence that enveloped the crowd and, feeling a tinge of discontent, remarked, "Esteemed comrades, I am but a man of strength. If we are to accomplish our mission, it shall be through force. I have summoned you all today to inquire if there exists a more ingenious method to extricate ourselves from our current predicament. Time is of the essence. In half an hour's time, even if we wish to avoid conflict, they will surely come seeking us." Verges, resembling a slug, with a soft and boneless body, limbs tightly pressed against him, appear from a distance like a pink worm, supple and delicate. Yet do not underestimate him. His combat prowess exceeds 30,000. Though he may not stand at the pinnacle of the current star realm, he certainly ranks among the elite. Verges writhed, his multitude of eyes upon his antennae scanning the assembly, and upon receiving no response, addressed Yagu. "Yagu, you have been our strategist. You are aware that while our strength is formidable, Most of us are engrossed in secluded cultivation and seldom engage with the mundane world. This matter requires cunning. I beseech you to propose a plan. If you insist on my words, well, they echo your own. We shall break through with force. Perhaps spurred by the collective sentiment. One voice rose, followed by another. It was Burden, the crab-faced, who echoed Virgie's sentiments. Indeed, Yagu, you must make the final decision. You are the strongest among us, and should lead the charge against our foes. Yesterday, Polatin reported that our informant had nearly reached the battleship beyond the star system. Why have we yet received news? Coltman scoffed, leaping down from his perch, exclaiming with mirth, such statements are misguided. A voice of reason emerged, belonging to Timonesco, who bore the likeness of an upright grasshopper, with 4 spiny arms, looking fearsome. The rewards they offer are bountiful. Do they not desire us to fight to the death? Look at how many artificial beings have been subverted. Imagine the time and connection squandered. I believe that, barring extraordinary circumstances, they could succeed even without us. Gathering this band of warriors has taken over 20 years. Only those with foresight possess such resolve. Noticing the discourse veer off course, Yagu hastily interjected, "My friends, I too admire the visionary among us. However, should we not first deliberate on our immediate concerns? Once more, I ask, apart from brute force, do we possess any viable strategies?" In the chapter titled The Path of Cultivation, Yagu once again sought the opinions of the assembly. The expressions of the attendees remained unchanged, prompting Yagu to smile wryly and concede. "Very well, then we shall resort to brute force. I shall relinquish my hopes for cunning. Our singular objective is to eradicate all threats upon the SRH star. Now, this is the disposition of a true leader," declared Yagu, the first to speak. "Where shall we venture first?" Yagu shrugged, gesturing toward the location where the ominous sounds of explosions resounded, to the battlefield. "Let us unleash our strongest artificial beings to rally more to our cause. Perhaps this will entice additional allies to join us." Several nodded in agreement, and as Yagu took flight, the ground beneath erupted, sending dust swirling. The others, unwilling to lag behind, swiftly followed suit. The 9 soared through the air, exuding an extraordinary aura, which immediately attracted the attention of a horde of attacking artificial beings. Faced with these aggressors, none held back. All, including Yagu, engaged in combat, employing their psychic projectiles to dispatch the assailants. Among them were formidable warriors with combat powers ranging from 20 to 30,000. Yet, under the onslaught of the collective, they were swiftly reduced to ash. To Agu's delight, despite the coordinated assault, he reaped 1/10 of a 1/6 of experience upon reaching his destination. Witnessing the battlefield ahead, he saw the artificial being who had aided them at the airport yesterday, now facing 6 adversaries, once resplendent, now in tattered clothing. Agu surveyed the devastated landscape for miles around and exclaimed, "Indeed, the artificial beings possess an undeniable advantage, exhibiting extraordinary endurance in battle. Surely, you all have experienced this." No sooner had he spoken than Coltman interjected, "We have already tasted this bitterness, Agu. It's time to act. They've spotted us." Agu responded, "Very well. Let us leave one for him, and we 9 shall work together to defeat the other 5. I'll take on one of them. The remaining 4 should be divided among you." Chapter 93. The Unveiling of Celestial Secrets. Recently, the vital energies of heaven and earth surged, revealing celestial secrets. The stock market reform mentioned in Guijia's celestial decree signifies a monumental event in the realm of cultivation, heralded even by the heavenly news for its significance. Major sects are accelerating the consolidation of their cultivation resources. This marks the zenith of the cultivation finance industry in the divine land. We must seize such opportunities. As for worldly matters, they shall be set aside for now. All were aware of Agu's profound cultivation and nodded inwardly, thinking that such a distribution was indeed reasonable. 2 against 1 could delay even a formidable opponent. They firmly believed that after some time, both Agu and the body refining practitioner would be able to assist. If they could slay their adversary in one fell swoop, it would be all the better. In truth, both Coltman and Chekwu, along with all cultivators, harbored an instinctive aversion towards body refiners. This stemmed from an internal imbalance. They had to toil for years, even decades, to attain their cultivation, while others could be mass-produced. A sacrilege to their hard-earned progress. However, Agu was devoid of such sentiments. Which enemy on earth had not gained their formidable power through unscrupulous means? Their combat experience was also instilled through secret techniques, granting them the practical wisdom that took other cultivators decades, if not longer, to amass. Once the distribution was complete, Ago locked onto his target and unleashed the six-fold King's Fist. Crimson spirit flames enveloped Ago, swirling around him like blood flowing as mist. The pressure emanating from the blood-red aura drew the gazes of numerous body refiners. With the six-fold King's Fist, Ago's cultivation surged instantaneously beyond 13,000. His form transformed into a streak of intertwining black and red light, soaring through the air toward the body refiner who was about to strike at the fleeing body refiner. Leonard, caught off guard by Ago's ambush, the adversary had no choice but to take a direct punch. Bang! The body refiner was sent flying by Ago's blow, crashing into the earth, the sound of the punch reverberating with the impact. "So is you lot. Truly rare to see you grasping things so swiftly," taunted the tattered body refiner, clearly unforgotten of yesterday's events. The others made no response, charging towards their respective targets, while only Coltman halted, glaring at the body refiner he was suppressing. "You scoundrel, we are here to save you, and you still have the audacity to mock us." The individual in question is Jika, the foremost ranked combatant on the SRH star. Previously, he found it challenging to contend with 6 adversaries, yet now, with only 1 remaining, he effortlessly subdued his opponent. As Coltman finished speaking, Jika swiftly kicked aside the arm that was obstructing him, and his other leg struck the enemy's chest with remarkable speed. The force resonated as the body of the practitioner caved in, a bulge forming on his back, and he plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, mirroring the ferocity of Yagu's assault. The impact sent a thunderous echo through the air, stirring up dust that billowed into a mushroom-shaped cloud. Jika's assault unfolded in the blink of an eye. Steadying himself, he turned to Coltman with a disdainful gaze. "What is wrong with what I said? You lot, neglecting serious matters to pursue trivial gains. How does your behavior differ from that of a bandit? Huh, now you realize the gravity of the situation. And I never expected they would dispatch such a group as you." His words dripped with contempt, igniting Coltman's fury. After the practitioner crashed to the ground, Yagu approached the cave entrance and swiftly unleashed an energy blast, creating not only a deep crater but also generating shockwaves that reverberated through the earth, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble slightly. Once the pit was sufficiently large for passage, Yagu harnessed the swirling spiritual energy within him to disperse the dust. Plunging into the cave, the sound of thudding echoed from within, resonating far and wide. As rocks beside the cave entrance quivered and shifted, several already fractured stones began to splinter further under the vibrations. Suddenly, the noise from the cave ceased, prompting Coltman to hasten towards it. Just as Coltman was about to argue with Jika, Yagu's voice pierced through his thoughts. A quick glance revealed one of his original companions, who was fiercely fending off the practitioner's attacks. With a fierce glare directed at Jika, he leapt into the fray. His arrival turned the tide of battle, gradually suppressing the practitioner. Yagu withdrew his gaze, fixing it upon Jika. "Greetings, I am Yagu. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's events." Yagu addressed Jika directly. A flicker of surprise crossed Jika's face, and a smile graced his lips. "Apologies? There is no need. Our goals align. They should have informed you that your mission is to cooperate with us. There is still time." Yagu, taken aback by Jika's dismissive attitude towards his apology, felt a twinge of displeasure. However, he recognized that yesterday's mishap was indeed his fault. Some matters cannot be resolved with mere words of contrition. Despite his inner discomfort, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 94. As for worldly affairs. In recent years, the heavens have revealed themselves, and the celestial phenomena in the realm of cultivation have undergone significant changes. The government's broadcasts extol the flourishing stock market, while major spirit treasure banks have rapidly expanded, facilitating the smooth circulation of cultivation resources. This marks a golden age for the financial realm of cultivation in the divine land, a rare opportunity not to be missed. As for worldly matters, they shall be set aside for now. Jika, incensed by Yagu's remarks, felt his face flush with indignation. He struggled to articulate a retort, merely pointing a finger at Yagu, yet unexpectedly burst into hearty laughter. "Well said indeed. If not for your clear and insightful explanation, I would still be in the dark." Haha, true enough. However, as I mentioned earlier, debating right and wrong has become futile. Would you not agree? Precisely so. Then let us commence. Yagu pointed towards the battlefield, where several cultivators were engaged in suppressing the rampaging artificial beings, yet they struggled to completely vanquish their adversaries. A serene expression reminiscent of enlightenment appeared on Jika's face as he replied, "I shall go. These beings have fought against me before, arising from my actions. Thus, it is fitting that I bring this to a close." observing Jika courageously charge forward to deliver a fatal strike to the resilient artificial being amidst the onslaught. Yagu silently praised him. Moments later, as the battle subsided, Yagu inquired, "Where shall we head next?" Jika cast a puzzled glance at him and retorted, "How did you find this place?" Yagu gestured towards the marks left by the residual magical energies surrounding them, stating, "This area witnessed the fiercest fighting. Hence we trace the signs here. Our mission is to swiftly quell the unrest in SRH. Where do you think we should proceed? To swiftly restore order in SRH. It is essential to eliminate all resistance." "Very well, follow me. The upcoming battles shall not be easy." Jika determined a direction and soared into the air, with Yagu and the others trailing closely behind. Burden flew alongside Jika, tapping the gourd at his waist filled with spiritual liquid, and asked, "Is there a nearby spring with drinkable water? I have exhausted my supply." Jika cast a glance at Burden, surprised, and turned to Yagu, clearly regarding him as the leader of their group. Yagu felt a sense of helplessness at Jika's gaze, much like how courtmen always resorted to foul language. Burden often required hydration, and there was little he could do about it. Jika pointed diagonally ahead, stating, "Fly 3 miles forward, and you will find a spiritual river. But you must make haste." "Understood," Burden replied, bidding farewell to Yagu and the others before departing. Yagu asked Jika, "Could you inform me of how many formidable forces remain unknown? Specifically, how many possess combat power comparable to or exceeding yours?" This question caused the expressions of Chek and the others to alter dramatically. They had just witnessed Jika's prowess, which far surpassed their own. It required the combined effort of 2 of them to barely suppress him, with some barely managing to hold their ground, often succumbing to his strikes, an evident disparity in strength. Should there exist beings even stronger than Jika, they were at a loss as to how to confront them. "Many," Jika responded, "but they are beyond control. However, the emergency protocol has been activated. We can either wait for the system to automatically sever their energy supply or confront them directly and defeat them. Personally, I lean towards the former, though it requires time." Yaga remarked, "Our time is limited. We must at least wait for news of the occupation of the space battleship." Suddenly, he slapped his cheek, realizing that the gravest danger lay within the space battleship itself. The ship was operated by sentient beings, whom he could reach instantaneously. His only concern was that if he teleported aboard the ship, he would be monitored, thus exposing his hidden trump card. "This is not my burden to bear. Why worry unnecessarily?" Yaga suddenly understood. He should focus on his own responsibilities. To fret over others' matters would be a distraction. Seeing Yagu hesitating to speak, Jika asked, "Is there something you wish to convey?" Yaga turned to him and replied, "Nothing. Lead us to the place you know, preferably one where we can gain control over those who can manipulate the SRH planet." "I'm aware of such a location," Jika affirmed. "Yesterday at the airport, we intended to proceed with our plans, but were thwarted by their kind. However, we have infiltrated the central hub, and Li should be devising a method to access the central system and reclaim our external communication privileges." "External communication? Have you not already severed all connections to the planet?" Igu inquired, perplexed. Jika cast a glance at Igu and replied, "There exists a new mode of communication that cannot be blocked. However, it is only accessible from the central control room. Its operation is straightforward, akin to terrestrial telephony, yet it consumes special spirit stones, transmitting information through the unique energy waves released during the stone's evaporation. We have relocated them elsewhere. Is that place secure?" Jiku arrived from the rear. Jika regarded him and stated, "There is no truly safe place left on this planet." Jikwu, feeling uncomfortable as if he had collided with a wall, grimaced and slowed his pace to hover behind. Although Igu was dissatisfied with Jika's tone, he recognized that their futures did not conflict. Thus he ignored it and continued to inquire. "At that moment, you had the upper hand. Why did you not eliminate the Supreme Commander?" Jika looked at him and coldly responded, "We are artificial beings crafted from the essence of living beings. It is often thought that even fully mechanical constructs possess emotions. We are no exception. This is a promise to our companions." Igu recalled a moment when an artificial being had shielded Li from his attack. "That individual, was he your friend?" "He is one of the earlier models among us, possessing combat capabilities that, despite employing the most advanced technology of the time, still lag behind ours. Yet he has always cared for us. One might say he is akin to an elder brother in your terminology." Igu fell silent, following Jika as they sped toward their objective. Soon after, Borden, returning with water, also soared back, and the group accelerated, leaving behind 10 trails in the sky reminiscent of aircraft slicing through the heavens. From a distance, The sheer force of their movement was palpable, as the ground erupted with countless battle robots. According to Jika, the robots aligned with their faction bore specific symbols on their chests. Yagu glanced at them and chuckled softly. If the opposing faction also had markings, would it not resemble the righteous and evil sects of the cultivation realm? Jika, puzzled by the jest on Yagu's face, yet maintaining a grave demeanor, explained, the PXK out-of-control units are the ultimate weapons developed by SRH 5 years ago, akin to myself, but they relentlessly pursue power, combat techniques, and destructive capabilities, forsaking human emotions. Had it not been for the limitations of the energy system during their design, the SRH planet may have ceased to exist long ago. I witnessed its destruction firsthand, yet I never imagined they would secretly retain it. What lies below? Someone in the group queried. Chapter 95, Mundane Matters for the time being, set aside. In recent years, the vitality of heaven and earth has surged, and the cultivation realm has embraced a registration reform, with even the Celestial Court News fervently promoting the thriving cultivation market. Major sects are experiencing unprecedented growth and expansion. This is a golden era for the rise of the cultivation realm in Shenzhou. Opportunities are scarce and must be seized with vigor. Mundane matters for the time being, set aside. Jika smiled faintly and remarked, they are going to confront the PXK demon puppets, labeled as cannon fodder, but in truth, they march toward their demise. He inhaled deeply, drawing in spiritual energy. Though these battle puppets possess intelligence, the brutality of the demon puppets is unimaginable. We must confine them here. Are you suggesting that we should stand our ground? Yagu fixed his gaze upon Jika. Jika replied, it would be ideal to eliminate them. But if we can merely restrain them, the war puppets here can be dispatched to various battlefields, greatly benefiting our current situation. Elimination? You speak so lightly of it. Yagu scoffed. I fear there are more than just one troublesome magic puppet. Jika nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from PXK, there are 4 others, totaling 5 body refinement puppets that surpass my cultivation level. Even if we can contend with them, we must also manage the ordinary war puppets. And we cannot linger for long. I was about to head to the eastern domain when those 6 intercepted me. Understood. Where are the remaining 4 located? Provide me with the coordinates, and you may carry on. Yagu pondered for a moment. Though it was a daunting task, the mission took precedence. As long as the goal was accomplished, the rest was of little concern. He spoke lightly, yet the others were unconvinced. Whether it was Courtman, Burden, or Jekwu and Verghese, none believed they could contend with such formidable foes. Noticing the dissent among them, Yagu declared, friends, we are in this together. The greater matter comes first. If it proves too challenging, I shall take the lead, and you need only assist me. Do we not come here to fight with all our might? If we succeed, not only will you benefit, but so will those you represent. The matter was straightforward. Jika and his puppets were crucial to the SRH battle. Though Polana was of little use, he still needed to cooperate with Jika and the others. Enough of this idle chatter. The decision is yours. Who will remain? His gaze swept over the crowd, and the answer quickly became evident. No one hesitated, if not for their unwavering resolve. They would not have cultivated to their current level in their mortal forms. With no one retreating, Yagu felt a sense of relief. In that case, I shall not hinder you any further. I have pressing matters to attend to. This is of utmost significance to us. He added, our adversaries are the very cultivators you lead. Upon hearing this, Jika gave a wry smile, but remained silent. As Yagu had stated, if the enemy were indeed them, a surprise attack was quite plausible. Yagu's strength was the only aspect he could not fathom. Time was of the essence. Jika entrusted several talisman-like objects to the others, their shimmering lights evoking a sense of trepidation within him. After completing this task, he turned and swiftly vanished into the horizon. I shall take the lead, Yagu announced. Driven by the thrill of re-engaging in life-and-death battles, his blood surging with determination. The others witnessed Yagu's abrupt departure, racing forward on the wind, united in purpose. PXK, the magic puppet, came into Yagu's view. He appeared as a youth of 17 or 18, with black hair and yellow skin, indistinguishable from earthlings. Save for the connection of his brow, his black hair standing erect like a hedgehog. He wore a wide-collared cerulean garment adorned with silver floral patterns across the diagonal collar, interwoven with a grid upon the azure base. A brown leather belt cinched his waist, adorned with various trinkets reminiscent of a girl as accessories. Deep blue trousers that ended just below the knee, revealing smooth skin, and high military boots with intricate designs, complemented by black knee-high socks. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary Earth youth. However, those formidable war puppets with combat powers in the thousands approached him, and with a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate them. Even as energy projectiles struck his form, they could not even mar his garments. Even amidst the shattered rocks and mountains, he stood resolute and unyielding. The mechanical warriors gradually retreated, tens of thousands dispersing in an orderly manner, leaving only the most inner circle to continue their struggle, while the outer ranks were reduced to just Yagu. The likes of Jika and Wu exhibited a lamentable lack of camaraderie. Turning to glance back, Yagu observed Jika and the others slowly approaching, their dissatisfaction with Yagu's unilateral decision palpable. However, given the recent circumstances, dissent was futile. Moreover, all were acutely aware that engaging the PXK magic constructs head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. It was wiser to wait for Yagu to inflict serious injury or to achieve mutual destruction before intervening. The PXK magic construct, having obliterated the remaining foes, now fixed its icy, lifeless gaze upon Yagu, reminiscent of a solitary soul wandering the desolate wilderness. A mere glance sent chills akin to a millennium of frozen ice piercing through the hearts of onlookers. Yagu felt a tremor within, realizing something was amiss. This construct possessed reason, albeit emotions had been sealed away. Jika had once remarked that he and the others lacked reason. Yet machines, or beings that thrived on slaughter, could not evoke such desolation and solitude. Only a human could impart a sense of vastness and loneliness. The presence of sentience, however, rendered it more formidable. Yagu felt a pang of anxiety at the opponent's calm demeanor, yet a shift in his thoughts rekindled his fighting spirit. He resolved to discover whether his limits were sufficient to contend with them. As Yagu's thoughts raced, the PXK magic construct seized the moment, leaving behind a swirling mist of pressure as it materialized instantaneously behind him. Chapter 96. An ordeal for the cultivators in recent years. The revival of the world's primordial energy heralded an unprecedented transformation within the realm of cultivation. Even heavenly news outlets fervently promoted the path of practice. Major sects rapidly expanded, ushering in a golden era for the cultivation community. Such opportunities were rare and must be seized with tenacity. This was indeed an ordeal for the cultivators. The PXK magic cultivator's right hand morphed into a sharp blade, slicing horizontally from left to right with ease, piercing through Yagu's illusion. A phantom, realizing the peril, Yagu swiftly executed a spatial shift, reappearing among the approaching Jika and the others. "Yagu, when did you arrive?" they exclaimed, bewildered by his sudden appearance. "Having not seen him moments before." Casting a glance at them, Yagu replied, "Continue onward, do not be hasty. This individual is no ordinary foe." Before his words had fully settled, concerned that the PXK magic cultivator might depart, Yagu propelled himself forward with urgency. Along the way, he placed half a spiritual pill within his mouth, prepared for any eventuality. As he drew near, witnessing the PXK magic cultivator still searching for his trace, Yagu called out internally, "Sixfold King Fist." In an instant, Yagu leaped from a distant speck in the sky to stand before the PXK magic cultivator. With a powerful jab, a tempestuous wind surged like a blade, aiming to disorient his opponent in an instant. Yet, the magic cultivator was no easy adversary. Raising his right hand, the outstretched palm swiftly grasped Yagu's fist. Yagu felt as though his hand were ensnared by an iron vice, unable to break free. The might of the Sixfold King Fist could not even contend with him. With astonishment filling his heart, Yagu did not cease his assault. Though his right hand was restrained, he executed a sideways flip in midair, retracting his left leg dramatically before unleashing a fierce kick aimed at the right side of the magic cultivator's head. However, just as the attack was about to succeed, an immense force surged from his right hand, instantly dissipating his offensive. Yagu was first hurled outward by the demonic cultivator, then crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the momentum of his assault. As his body plummeted, Yagu barely had time to gather his thoughts before feeling the impact of the ground against his back. His vital energy surged violently, as if he were on the verge of expelling the spiritual sustenance he had consumed the previous night. His vision obscured by swirling dust, Yagu dared not linger. He immediately sprang up, opting not to soar directly into the sky, but rather to race along the ground, breaking through the haze. Indeed, as he emerged from the dust, an energy projectile from the demonic cultivator detonated in the crater, enveloping Yagu in yet another cloud of dust. It appeared that the Sixfold King Fist was ineffective against him. After multiple uses of the Sixfold King Fist, Yagu began to feel the strain on his body. He consumed a spiritual pill to recover and retained another half. Fully unleashing his cultivation, he activated his power. In an instant, the previously released 1/10 of his strength surged to 64 times. His combat prowess skyrocketed from the usual 23,000 to 150,000, and upon reactivating the six-fold King Fist, his strength doubled once more. The ensuing turbulence generated a shockwave that swept across the surroundings, revealing his position to the demonic cultivator. The hand that continuously launched energy projectiles gestured toward Yagu, sending 5 or 6 projectiles hurtling his way. Yagu did not evade, instead charging toward the demonic cultivator while skillfully maneuvering to dodge subsequent attacks. The demonic cultivator's icy gaze sharpened, his lifeless pupils emanating a chilling light, resembling a great rock descending toward Yagu below. Their eyes locked in confrontation, sparks ignited in the air as both unleashed their ultimate techniques. In that fleeting moment of intersection, a thunderous explosion erupted, and white mist materialized, expanding outward with the shockwave. Both halted, Yagu towering above, the demonic cultivator below. Remarkably, he had just treated me like an ordinary cultivator. Such power rendered my previous state of the six-fold King Fist utterly humiliating. Internally relieved, yet cautious, Yagu turned to regard the demonic cultivator below, his pupils constricting as he propelled an attack driven by intent towards his foe. Amidst the roar, the ground shattered, but the demonic cultivator had already evaded the explosion's radius in an instant. His movements were swift, curving gracefully to position himself above Yagu. Being on the receiving end of an attack was not Yagu's style. Before the demonic cultivator could strike, he raised his left hand, condensing an energy projectile mid-flight, which hurtled toward the demonic cultivator. Whoosh! The attack fell short as the demonic cultivator deftly pivoted, landing behind Yagu. Yagu sidestepped, bending low, and with a mighty shout, a tempest erupted around him, forming a tangible barrier. Just as the demonic cultivator attempted to strike, he was mercilessly pushed back, landing a dozen yards away, gazing at Yagu. At that moment, Yagu did not dare to be negligent. After sidestepping, he gathered an energy projectile in his right palm and shot it toward the demonic cultivator, never once considering that his opponent could evade it. As the projectile was launched, Yagu pursued closely, positioning himself to flank the demonic cultivator alongside the energy projectile. The demonic cultivator summoned all his vitality, a visible aura manifesting at his surface, fully concentrating on Yagu while disregarding the energy projectile. An explosion rang out, yet Yagu hesitated to attack the demonic cultivator amidst the billowing dust. The inability to advance does not imply an incapacity to launch energy projectiles. As Yagu prepared to raise his hand, the swirling dust before him dissipated in an instant, startling him into swift motion. Just as he vacated his former position, the figure of the demon cultivator materialized where he had just stood. Yagu's departure was not an act of retreat. Rather, akin to the demon cultivator, he moved forward, upward, and then downward, returning along a curved trajectory. When the demon cultivator appeared at his previous location, Yagu's figure emerged above him, with a fierce strike from his right leg. He aimed, but to his surprise, the attack missed. Hastily, he pivoted and moved sideways, only to be met by a violent gust akin to a drill aimed at his waist, the sound of his clothing whipping in the wind echoing in his ears. Cursed be this! Yagu cursed inwardly as he extended his left leg from a prone position, sweeping upward toward the demon cultivator. The opponent merely contracted his abdomen, effortlessly neutralizing Yagu's assault. With his eyes narrowing, Yagu summoned another mental strike. However, just as the attack was about to connect, the demon cultivator shifted slightly, appearing 4 to 5 yards away. This distance was neither too far nor too close, allowing either party to retaliate with minimal movement. Yagu had just unleashed a mental attack, and, still momentarily dazed, was cognizant of the demon cultivator's position but found himself incapable of mounting a defensive response. Chapter 97. His form was sent flying, the sound of the explosion ringing in his ears. Suddenly, dust soared hundreds of feet into the air, surpassing Yagu's airborne figure, the cloud expanding like waves. As Yagu sought to distance himself from the billowing smoke, he suddenly noticed a fissure appear in the haze. Before he could contemplate, a powerful punch struck his chest. The force was formidable, despite the protective aura surrounding him. Yagu felt a piercing pain in his heart, his pulse slightly faltering. Boom! He was propelled backward, the sound of the explosion just reaching his ears. A sense of foreboding swept through Yagu's mind as he attempted to evade. Yet, despite his efforts to stabilize his form, he could not escape the subsequent onslaught from the berserker. His back was struck by twin fists, sending him crashing to the ground. In that moment of landing, Yagu regained his senses, gathering energy in his hands and pushing forcefully, using the 3 feet of ground beneath him to halt his fall. A gust of wind swept through, scattering debris in all directions. Stopping his descent did not signify the end of the battle. Rather, it marked the beginning of a fierce confrontation. Yagu raised his head and placed his hands before his forehead. As he did, the previously suspended berserker had vanished without a trace, instilling a sense of uncertainty within Yagu as he murmured, "Sunwheel Fist." In an instant, Yagu transformed into a radiant sphere brighter than the sun, illuminating the heavens and earth. Even the distant figures of Keltman and others witnessed the flickering white light in the sky. Despite employing the Sunwheel Fist, the berserker's strike still connected with Yagu, albeit with diminished force, evidently restrained by the technique. The PXK berserker was not entirely mechanical. Its combat methods were still influenced by emotions, leading Jika and others to mistakenly believe it had lost its rationality. Cough! Yagu rolled onto the ground, covering his mouth with his right hand. Upon removing it, he was met with the sight of crimson blood. He still possessed half a celestial being. Good heavens! Such a protracted struggle could endanger his life if he did not conclude the fight swiftly. He consumed the celestial being, swallowing it. The eightfold King Kai fist was not a power to be taken lightly. The PXK berserker remained in a state of blind fury, attempting to prevent Yagu's surprise assault, unleashing chaotic energy that, within moments, ravaged the surrounding mountains with artillery-like force. Yagu bent low, seizing the opportunity when the energy blast stirred up dust, charging forth. This maneuver was a precaution, should the opponent feign blindness while accurately calculating. A full-force strike from Yagu could lead to a catastrophic outcome if he were to be struck at a critical point. Fortunately, the PXK berserker has indeed succumbed to blindness. Yagu stealthily approached from below its side, gathering strength in his right leg, launching a strike from beneath and to the left. In an instant, a shadow sliced through the air like a sword, striking the PXK berserker squarely in the chest. The force of the assault was so tremendous that Yagu's face twitched. Watching as the PXK berserker soared over several peaks, disappearing without a trace, his body taut with frustration. How infuriating that such a powerful blow failed to injure its innards. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging like coiled serpents. With a thunderous sound, Yagu propelled himself from the ground, a cloud of dust swirling around him as he charged toward the PXK berserker. A rumble echoed as Yagu reached the mountainside where the PXK berserker had landed. An explosive force tore through the hills ahead. In an instant, dust obscured the sun, trees shattered, boulders rolled, and debris flew like a torrential flood. The PXK berserker stretched out its limbs, eyes tightly shut, gazing skyward as if in a moment of divine revelation, surrounded by an ethereal light descending from the heavens. Impervious to the swirling dust, the power of the eightfold King's fist began to wane, and Yagu gritted his teeth, activating his recovery aura. If this continued, his supply of senza beans would soon be depleted. While he recuperated, he kept a watchful eye on the PXK berserker, murmuring to himself, "Goodness, it appears its strength has increased yet again. How curious that it possesses biological traits, yet remains devoid of any life force." Yagu harbored grievances, yet he knew he must concentrate on the formidable foe before him. The PXK berserker, like a devoted pilgrim, retracted its limbs, bringing its legs together, allowing its raised hands to slowly descend. Bowing its head, the tightly closed eyelids gradually opened, the entire process resembling a mystical ritual that sent shivers down the spine. The 8 members of Cultman floated slowly, some attuned to the flow of energy, their expressions grave, while others appeared ashen. Yagu's power is truly terrifying. It surpasses even that of Neo's from that day. Its combat strength must exceed 200,000 at this moment. TSK, in such a battle with our strengths below 100,000, would only serve as a distraction, Chekwu remarked, his flying speed diminishing. As he stated, entering the fray now would only divert Yagu's attention, rendering him incapable of providing any assistance. Belden swallowed hard and spoke, "What is the meaning of this? We initially came to deal with Jika and the others, intending merely to execute a decapitation strategy, and now." Chapter 98. Silence reigns, tension mounts. The surroundings fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. With each breath, Yagu's chest and abdomen rose and fell, his energy profound. Occasionally, the sound of cracking rocks echoed as several trees, on the verge of breaking, suddenly bowed and rolled down with the wind, intertwining with the echoes of the explosions, creating a wondrous symphony. Sweat beads trickled down his temples as Yagu found himself awed by the PXK Berserker's formidable presence, constructing his mental defenses poised for action. Suddenly, the PXK Berserker flickered, and Yagu sensed its movement. Though its form remained unseen, he dared not linger and swiftly maneuvered. In the void, Yagu's figure appeared and vanished, a fleeting shadow, while the outline of the PXK Berserker occasionally materialized before dissipating. Its body was indomitable, its energy supply a mystery, and its mind unyielding. A prolonged battle would be tantamount to courting death. However, to secure victory with a single strike, one would need to overwhelm the opponent with multiple times the force, or alternatively, strike at its vital points. Yet, did the artificial being even possess vital points? In the midst of battle, the clashes were fleeting and difficult to scrutinize. Yagu pondered the strategies of yesteryear, realizing that their efficacy was waning in this fluid combat. Empowered, many chose to unleash shockwaves and energy blasts, hoping to disorient the enemy and disrupt their focus. Though the results were less than ideal, they surpassed the perils of close combat. Amidst the mountainous forest, Yagu and the PXK Berserker danced around each other, uncertain if their intentions aligned. Gradually, they discerned each other's movements, drawing nearer as their silhouettes in the air approached, at times nearly overlapping. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and their confrontation commenced. Yagu was struck by a powerful fist from the PXK Berserker, despite shielding himself with his arms. He was propelled back several steps, yet he pressed on without pause. The PXK Berserker experienced a similar backlash, momentarily halted before resuming his advance. As the Berserker's form departed its original position, another resounding crash echoed, and he reappeared a few meters away, accompanied by Yagu's figure, both enveloped in a thick veil of white mist. Yagu's right knee collided with the PXK Berserker, blocked by his right palm. Undeterred, Yagu raised his left fist high, then bent forward, driving his elbow toward the Berserker's head. The Berserker swiftly extended his left arm to defend, but Yagu adeptly transformed his elbow strike into a grip, ensnaring the Berserker's wrist with 5 fingers like a vice. In quick succession, Yagu unleashed a swift kick, striking the PXK Berserker beneath the right armpit, accompanied by a battle cry. Hey! The Berserker attempted to block, but was a fraction too late, resulting in a thunderous impact. Yagu's right fist carved a path through the mist, striking the Berserker's visage, dispersing the fog, and creating a hazy shroud 5 meters away. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, only to resume in a rapid sequence, leaving Yagu as the sole figure in the air, the white mist tracing the Berserker's trajectory. The advantage did not render Yagu complacent. He adjusted his stance, pursuing the Berserker's flight path. Believing he had repelled his foe, he soon realized he could not catch up. As the Berserker's form vanished into the hills, the mountains trembling with a cacophony of cracks and roars, sending tremors through Yagu's heart. Surrender was not an option. He resolved to plunge into the swirling dust, for time equated to life, and the Eightfold King Fist was not to be trifled with. Victory or defeat must be decided swiftly. As Yagu stepped into the haze, the currents around him surged, momentarily shielding him from the encroaching dust. Yet this tranquility was fleeting. Soon, he was engulfed by the tumultuous tide of debris. In the blink of an eye, his hair, shoulders, and even his garments were cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Where am I? Where could he be? Yagu's heart raced with urgency, his face flushed with anxiety, akin to an ant scurrying on a hot stove. The sounds of crumbling stone and cascading gravel echoed around him, filling the air with a rustling noise. Amidst the overwhelming anxiety, Yagu felt as though his mind might shatter. He understood that impatience would resolve nothing. At this moment, what was most needed was the clarity to devise a response. Unable to locate the PXK Berserker, Yagu contemplated waiting outside for its emergence. However, just as he was lost in thought, a sudden rumbling sound of earth being overturned echoed from below, followed closely by the explosive detonation of energy projectiles. Yagu's heart tightened, instantly realizing the precariousness of the situation. This unexpected clamor heightened his vigilance. At this moment, who else could possibly be present here besides himself? Yagu's gaze sharpened with determination, his grip on his weapon tightening as he braced himself for the imminent challenge. He was acutely aware that a fierce battle might soon ensue, yet he felt thoroughly prepared. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Yagu's heartbeat quickened. He remained ever alert, refusing to allow even a moment's complacency. Chapter 99. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yagu summoned forth an unparalleled might. enveloping himself in a radiant aura reminiscent of a crimson armor. A blood-red light pierced through the mist, while a tempest swept the surroundings, scattering the dust and revealing a vast expanse of clarity in the heavens and earth. The aurora surged across the realm, dulling the colors of all creation. As the blood-hued brilliance illuminated the cosmos, intertwining light and shadow, the fierce winds cut through the land like blades, causing the ground to gradually sink beneath the onslaught of the energy waves, resembling deep ravines. As the dust settled, the truth became apparent. From his elevated position, Yagu sustained the aurora wave, while below, the PXK berserker struggled to withstand the force. In a non-vertical confrontation, after a clash, the trajectory of the shock wave tilted slightly, leaving deep marks at Pax's feet akin to trenches, with the surrounding earth and stone torn apart by the turbulent flow incited by the aurora wave. Yagu and his companions, witnessing the crimson light pierce the sky, surmised that a formidable technique was being unleashed. Yet the sanguine glow lingered, its flickering intensity far surpassing that of ordinary energy projectiles, and the truth dawned upon them. "We must investigate," Yagu exclaimed, dashing forth. Engulfed in blazing flames like a phoenix amidst the fire, his fervor undiminished as he sprinted. Coltman, Borden, and others, unwilling to lag behind, gathered their energy and raced towards the source of that overwhelming power. The eight arrived swiftly at the site of Yagu's confrontation with PXK, foregoing pleasantries. Observing Yagu's arduous struggle, their earlier jesting evaporated, and they unleashed their most potent ranged attacks upon the beleaguered PXK below. Boom! A shockwave struck PXK, who, still clinging to his sanity, gritted his teeth and glared at Yagu and the others. Yet, no one met his gaze. They remained focused on disrupting his onslaught. Boom! 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 Waves of shock continued to pummel PXK, who finally began to show signs of fatigue, his form swaying unsteadily. "Let us go, everyone! Charge!" Coltman shouted, gathering his strength as energy projectiles soared towards their target. Once more, shockwaves erupted, dust swirling in the air. PXK, finally overwhelmed, staggered backward, engulfed by a crimson sphere of light. Accompanied by a thunderous roar and the quaking of the earth, Pax's figure vanished without a trace. A fierce wind swept across the desolate landscape, scattering rocks and trees alike. Yagu exited the state of the eightfold Kaioken, breathing heavily as he descended slowly, yearning for the restoration of his aura to heal his wounds. Yagu and the others, still trembling from the encounter, felt dwarfed by both Yagu's displayed power and Pax's unwavering resilience. Noticing Yagu and the others a short distance away, Yagu, exhausted yet resigned, inquired, "What brings you here?" "The battle is not yet concluded." Confusion spread among the group at his words. "What do you mean, not over?" Taking a deep breath, Yagu continued, "Whatever you may think, it is imperative that you leave this place swiftly or dire consequences will follow." Yagu paused in astonishment. "Is he still alive?" In a manner of speaking, Yagu replied, "It will be wise for you to depart quickly." The group exchanged no further words, aware that their role was merely supportive. The main responsibility lay upon Yagu. The foremost duty of a warrior is to perceive both oneself and the forces surrounding them. On many planets, they were already among the elite, having no predecessors to guide them, relying solely on precise judgment and extraordinary imagination to break through. It was clear to all that Yagu's strength far surpassed theirs. Only after their departure could he find the peace to meditate. The artificial beings emitted no breath, making them difficult to detect. Yet Yagu understood that this creation was not easily vanquished. Its sturdy and resilient form could not be entirely obliterated even by the auroral waves. The crucial aspect was that the system had not indicated any experience gained. Nonetheless, Yagu firmly believed that even if PXK resurfaced, he would be gravely injured, and by that time, victory would be assured. Indeed, 10 minutes later, as the smoke cleared from the mountaintop, a shadow emerged. Garments fluttering, Yagu reached out to grasp the scattered cloth, gazing up at the distant silhouette with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. PXK had become Yagu's most formidable opponent in recent years. Though not inherently malevolent, he seemed severely wounded. However, as an adversary, he must be eradicated entirely. To eliminate others implies slaughter, yet for certain exceptional individuals, it signifies the defeat of a rival. With a light tap of his right foot, Yagu's form shifted, vanishing in an instant. Hundreds of steps away, he materialized silently behind a shadow. The figure was indeed PXK, now in disarray, his once prickly hair matted and his garments tattered. revealing several injuries on his exposed skin, showcasing his internal mechanical structure. Despite his damage, PXK reacted swiftly, turning to lift his arm just in time to block Yagu's downward strike. Yagu smirked, his figure flickering as he appeared beside PXK, delivering a swift elbow jab. With a resounding impact, the blow landed, sending PXK soaring into the air. Yagu felt a surge of elation, not merely because he had struck his opponent, but because he discerned that Pax's left arm was sluggish and unable to respond as quickly as his right. In other words, attacking from a left side would grant him the advantage. PXK spun mid-air, his internal energy flow stabilizing, maintaining balance as he quickly halted his descent. Observing Yagu charging towards him, he extended his right arm, energy blasts surging from his palm, zipping towards Yagu. Though the afterimages were pierced, they failed to impede Yagu's relentless advance. Chapter 100: Aerial Tumbling and Stabilizing One's Form. In a dazzling display of 6 or 7 residual shadow punches, Yagu manifested to the left of PXK. In an instant, his right arm retracted, elbow flared outward, wrist curled inward, and with a thrust of his elbow, he delivered a strike beneath Pax's jaw. The sound of the punch was crisp, resonating with a resounding thud, yet its impact was unmistakably formidable. PXK, a creation of human modification, naturally inherited certain human vulnerabilities, despite possessing remarkable resilience that allowed for rapid recovery and stabilization in midair. Yagu's onslaught never ceased at a single strike. As soon as PXK regained its footing, Yagu unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, energy orbs crashing upon it like meteors. The cacophony of explosions echoed, boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, PXK found it arduous to withstand, its form lifted into the air as it tilted its head back, hoping to retreat momentarily to alleviate the impending damage. Alas, Yagu seized yet another opportunity. Emerging from the void, he remained steadfast at Pax's left side. The moment he reappeared, PXK sensed his presence and hastily sidestepped, swinging its right leg in an attempt to kick Yagu away as if in a game of soccer. Yagu, however, would not permit such a maneuver. He blocked with his left arm, resulting in a resounding clash. Although PXK possessed immense strength and a robust physique, Yagu felt a pang of soreness in his shoulder. Yet, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, channeling his energy as his right fist aimed directly at Pax's left shoulder, intent on incapacitating its arm. Witnessing this, Pax's gaze sharpened, its body slightly inclined as it maneuvered with a crushing force. Such extreme movements undoubtedly inflicted severe strain on its physical form. However, PXK was no ordinary being. Its resilience primarily supported by its mechanical structure, with minimal correlation to its information processing and nervous system, thus posing no hindrance in combat. With the attack missing its mark and losing the initiative, Yagu harbored resentment, yet had no choice but to withdraw to evade Pax's counterattack. As Yagu retreated, a series of light and shadow cascaded around PXK, slicing through the air like sharp blades. The severed air currents concentrated within a confined space, momentarily resembling blades of air. Yagu furrowed his brow, exhaling softly, unable to suppress the tremors coursing through his body. The relentless strain of utilizing the eightfold King's fist had rendered him nearly incapable of enduring further pain. PXK, in a frenzied state, raised its right hand and glanced at its left, revealing torn garments and patches of skin that had seemingly vanished, with veins and arteries faintly visible, oozing a viscous red liquid whose nature, blood or fuel, was uncertain, presenting a truly horrifying visage, enough to instill fear in a child. Yagu gazed intently at his adversary, unwilling to underestimate him. This artificial being surpassed his expectations, yet it was not entirely beyond reason. The prowess of Earth's artificial beings was such that even an ordinary Super Saiyan would struggle against them, let alone his current self. It was indeed perilous. Were the KTB-8 government to pursue their research into artificial beings recklessly, they might truly forge such formidable power, though would likely spell doom for this galaxy. The consequences of artificial being research, whether it be Android 17, 18, or Cell, were all harbingers of Earth's future. Yagu inhaled deeply, fixating on PXK, who had yet to direct its gaze towards him. With that, he set forth, his body fragmenting like shattered ions, dispersing and vanishing into the air. The winds surged from all directions, the high atmospheric pressure caused by the recent shockwave instantly transforming into a low-pressure zone as frigid currents coalesced from the surroundings, filling the void left behind. The skies suddenly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds, accompanied by a chilling wind, as if a tempest were brewing. The dense, rolling black clouds loomed ominously. PXK's brow was split into 3 segments by a wound on his face. He reached up to wipe away the crimson liquid trickling from his eyelid. At that moment, his body sprang into action. He swiftly spun to the left, and with his right hand thrust forward, his left leg stomped down heavily, causing the air to explosively ripple, creating a concave crater around him. The silhouette of Yagu flickered before PXK, swiftly coalescing into a tangible form. Amidst the thunderous noise, a tremendous force erupted between Yagu and PXK, where white mist manifested, rapidly expanding into a 10-meter diameter circle. The ground and air converged, rising like an uprooted lawn as the air rippled. In that moment of clarity, it became evident that Yagu's fist met PXK's outstretched right palm. As Yagu retracted his right fist, he lunged forward, while PXK withdrew his left leg, which had just thumped the ground, slashing upwards like a scimitar aimed at Yagu's chest. A narrow escape. Yagu, sensing a flash of light before him, sidestepped the attack. His mind racing. Without hesitation, he extended his right arm once more, palm directed at PXK, as crimson radiance flickered, intertwining light and shadow, harboring a powerful energy sphere pulsating with ferocity. The red glow shot forth from Yagu's hand, erupting in a violent explosion behind PXK, who narrowly evaded the strike. However, the cost of dodging meant sacrificing a chance to retaliate, compounded by the diminished agility of his left arm. With one failed attack, Yagu surged forward, penetrating PXK's inner circle. He stepped in, kicking away PXK's swinging left arm, raising his shoulder to block PXK's right hand. In this moment, PXK was left vulnerable, and Yagu seized the opportunity, driving his elbow towards PXK's throat in a powerful, wrathful strike, intent on delivering a fatal blow. With no means of evasion, PXK opened his mouth, causing Yagu's heart to race. Tenfold King's fist. A blinding beam pierced through the clouds. The device that launched it twisting through the air before crashing to the ground amidst a cacophony of destruction. Even as the smoke lingered, Yagu grasped the outcome. The battle system's experience surged forth, leaving Yagu astounded. The number was staggering. For so long, his gains had never surpassed 100%, often a mere 1% or 10%, with only rare fortune yielding 20%. Now, his level had soared to 40, as if in a dream. Battle system, level 40, current experience 13. Name Yagu. Combat power activation 10 GT66, energy consumption, last 2 hours. Eruption activation 15 GT104, energy and stamina consumption, lasts 15 minutes. Recovery 1 hour. Chapter 101, mid-flight, Yagu took out the elixir. In the desolate forest between towering mountains, vividly colored birds took flight, hastily fleeing into the distance, while the beasts on the ground had long sensed the impending conflict and departed in advance. After the battle, the thrumming herd of beasts and soaring birds continued to surge. At this moment, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the forest, as a blinding current of energy swept through the treetops, sending mud, dust, and debris flying in all directions. Following closely behind, the figure of Agu appeared indistinct, moving with such speed that he left behind an elusive phantom in his wake. Upon learning of Agu's victory, Goku and the others were overwhelmed with joy. However, a shadow of concern soon crept in as they worried about their comrades who had conquered other planets. Each harbored their own thoughts, though Agu remained enigmatic. What of other aspects? During the last meeting, Agu had displayed some leadership qualities, yet those with discerning eyes knew that he was still inexperienced. Such abilities often indicated a lack of resolve on the path of cultivation, unless he were prodigy. Unlike Goku and the others, Agu did not dwell on such reflections. He had not even calculated the power value resulting from the eightfold Kaioken combined with his battle strength. For him, it was crucial to defeat his opponent within 2 hours. Otherwise, the battle would extend into the next day, particularly if his adversary were as formidable as PXK. While in flight, Agu retrieved a senzu bean, splitting it in half. One part placed in his mouth, the other secured at his waist. The fierce wind could not penetrate the energy barrier, and the surrounding scenery resembled a fleeting, vibrant corridor. Coltman and the others did not immediately pursue Agu. Instead, they arrived at the site of the fallen berserker, gazing at the scattered remnants and exchanging knowing glances as they collected the fragments. The remnants of the berserker, which Agu regarded with disdain in relation to the SRH species artificial human database, filled Yagu and the others with excitement. This material was likely a unique type of special metal native to this planet. Belden tapped on a fragment, producing a sound unlike any metal. Yagu searched the area and remarked, perhaps it is artificially synthesized, capable of enduring a good shockwave. Apart from its inherent energy, it likely benefits from this distinctive metal. I wonder if we can uncover the method of its refinement. Coltman picked up a suspected remnant of the berserker and placed it into a cloth bag. Alas, how did we encounter such a powerful foe? Did we not agree that we only needed to capture the leader, with the assistance of the artificial humans, to control the situation? Now the flames of war have spread. I wonder if the space fleet has noticed any anomalies. Do not fret. We have all traversed this path before. If we fail, we shall perish with the planet. A sigh escaped him, for the concerns of others were difficult to articulate. Great power, once turned against its wielder, becomes worthless. Only the power firmly grasped in hand can be wielded with peace of mind. It seems that the KTB-8 government enforces stringent policies within the star domain while researching artificial humans across these 13 planets. Yet, who in the universe does not yearn for such power? Artificial humans. There are two categories, one entirely mechanical and the other biologically modified. If one were to inform us that through modification, strength could be enhanced tenfold or even 100-fold, would we refuse? Yagu's sarcasm silenced the crowd. Should an opportunity arise, they would undoubtedly seize it. Ultimately, power must rest in one's own hands for true security. The once lush forest now lay devastated, pockmarked like a crater from an asteroid impact, ugly and grotesque, with smoke lingering in some depressions before being whisked away by the wind. The 8 searched diligently, ensuring no remnants were overlooked before ascending towards Agu's direction. Agu sped through the air, slicing through the winds like an arrow, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. However, in such a rapid journey, the depletion of physical strength is equally swift. Despite the restorative aura, vitality continues to dwindle. With merely half an hour remaining of the aura, should one fail to arrive promptly, the ensuing battles will solely rely on the sustenance of the mystical beings. In overcoming the Rampager, Yagu does not consider himself exceptionally powerful. Without the assistance of figures like Yagu, victory may be attainable, yet would lack the dignity of the present moment. Chapter 102. Supplies for 100,000 troops. Mengwu nodded slightly. Wang Bin's words hold little sway within the expansive realm of the Qin. The provisions for 100,000 troops remain ample for the Qin state. Moreover, once the Jing project is completed, the 800-mile Qin Chuan will transform into a fertile land, ensuring that the Qin's supplies remain untroubled in the near future. Based on the information left by Jika, Yagu is aware of the next target's capabilities, which, while inferior to the Rampager, are not vastly different. And Yagu is confident of his victory. The strength of the Rampager lies in its body, as solid as a rock. Ordinary individuals would have perished in the earlier shockwave. It endures. This necessitates Yagu to invest more effort and energy in his offensive and defensive strategies. In the realm of SRH, where the biting winds blow fiercely, the fervor within Yagu remains unextinguished. Ascending from level 29 to 40 has profound implications for Yagu, who has long remained stagnant, after prolonged battles without utilizing his full strength. Even Yagu nearly forgot he possessed such a potent weapon. Today's events serve as a reminder that he still has trump cards to play. In truth, Yagu does not intend to rely upon the system's power. In past battles, he frequently employed the King's Fist to maintain a balance in combat strength, relying on his exquisite skills to vanquish foes. However, the artificial beings are inherently fearless and remarkably swift. Soon, Yagu arrived at the designated location, which, like the previous Rampager, is a site for combatants. To prevent the target from venturing out and causing further calamities, the combatants pressed forward, striving to impede its advance. Yagu paused momentarily in the air to catch his breath, alighting on a branch, refraining from immediate attack, instead choosing to recuperate and observe the enemy before acting. If he could strike the foe decisively, that would be splendid, yet the probability of such an occurrence is minuscule. Yagu could only harbor this wish deep within, hoping that one day it might come to fruition. The second round of battle is about to commence. Deep within the forest lies a flat expanse where the lake glimmers, reflecting the azure sky. The water's hue sparkles like a sapphire. Every few moments, the surface of the lake is disturbed by the shattered combatants, accompanied by the occasional sounds of explosions, transforming the tranquility into a backdrop for war. Yagu soared into the air, his gaze fixed upon the object besieged by the combatants. The combatants, having spotted Yagu, were already on guard. Some retreated, while others pressed forward, mirroring their tactics against the rampager to prevent relentless pursuit. This adversary is youthful, resembling a human from Earth more closely than the rampager. Approximately 17 or 18 years of age, his long, straight black hair cascades over his shoulders. His forehead broad and unblemished. Beneath his arched brows, sharp eagle-like eyes glint with intensity. His nose is prominent, lips thin, framing a remarkably handsome, oval face. His physique is robust and vigorous, clad in a black, form-fitting suit topped with a casual outer robe of white adorned with black and red interlacing patterns, complemented by deep blue trousers and flat shoes, with oversized brown socks enveloping the cuffs, resembling high-top boots. Yagu noted the mark on his left chest, a solid black circle encircled by 3 crescent-shaped spirals, resembling a whirlpool. Having lingered in KTB-8 for a considerable time, Yagu understands its significance. Although a change in color may indicate something else, the youth's decisive aura aligns more closely with the notion of a black hole. Do you call yourself the black hole? Yagu mused as he looked down upon the youth, who was systematically eliminating the combatants. Yet, even if you're indeed a black hole, I must still engage in a contest of strength. With a thunderous roar, the battle of the youth concluded in an explosion. He swept his long hair aside with his left hand, brushing away the strands that fell across his forehead. It seems you're my adversary. What is your name? How could you journey so far without revealing your identity? Otherwise, even a tombstone cannot be erected. The youth spoke calmly, his expression devoid of any signs of madness. Agu, astonished, inquired, if you are so aware, why do you choose to oppose us? Do you not yearn for freedom? Do you not wish to leave this planet and gaze upon the vastness of the universe? Upon hearing this, the youth's complexion shifted several times, and he painfully rubbed his forehead. After a moment, his demeanor softened as he raised his gaze to Agu. Look at you. Just a few tranquil exchanges with me, and your consciousness wavers. Such a synthetic being, who would dare to employ you? To speak candidly, when I lose control, I'm not so easy to converse with. Reveal your name, and when I find your remains, I shall erect a monument for you. Agu observed the youth trembling as he held his forehead, realizing that the source of his danger stemmed from issues during his transformation, giving rise to a second persona. No, it should be termed a brutal and sadistic whole, a formidable entity that had long occupied the youth's body. Agu remained silent, reflecting on how many sought strength only to become sacrifices. The world sees only the brilliance of the successful, yet overlooks the countless remnants buried beneath the sands. I am Agu, and you, surely you're not nameless? The youth bowed slightly, suddenly lifting his head, his long hair billowing in the wind. His eyes glowed crimson, laced with blood. I am Lorgachiro. Remember this. Lorgachiro howled skyward like a feral wolf, then lowered his head, standing in a daze. Flames swirled around Agu as he adjusted his quadruple Kaioken to its optimal state, activating the octuple Kaioken, launching towards Lorgachiro like a cannonball. As he charged, Agu swiftly swung his right palm, retracting it before thrusting out his left palm in rapid succession. The energy blasts emitted from his palms surged towards Lorgachiro with a speed almost imperceptible to the eye, tracing a near-linear trajectory. In the midst of the thunderous sounds, the convergence of energy blasts resembled an endless torrent, with ceaseless explosions cracking the earth irreparably. Yet, in the face of such destructive force, Agu hesitated, noticing that his opponent did not even attempt to evade. He had never entertained the thought of defeating his foe so easily. Sans signe impending danger. Agu abruptly reversed his course when he was still 30 paces from his target, causing the energy blast he had hurled to vanish into thin air. Suspended in midair, Agu gazed down upon the land. If there was unrest within him, it must be due to some unknown entity at play. How could I be swayed? Even the once ferocious could fall to my hands. And why should I fear you? Agu's spirit was indignant, his anger flaring as he sought to embolden himself. As the dust began to settle, a scene unfolded before Agu that left him astonished. Lorgachiro stood unscathed, moving leisurely, as if questioning, why do you not attack? Agu felt a surge of frustration, his clenched fists crackling, teeth gritted as he steadied his mind while analyzing the situation calmly. The ground beside Lorgachiro exhibited only minor impacts, caused by the nearby explosions of the errant energy blasts. The destruction aimed directly at Lorgachiro had yet to materialize. So it was, the energy blasts had vanished before Lorgachiro. Gone. Disappeared. Agu's eyes widened in shock as he instantly grasped the reason. How brazen to feign indifference. He whispered in the air, an energy-absorbing android. Having witnessed the prowess of Courtman in their recent skirmish, where the android effortlessly siphoned energy through mere skin contact, Lorgachilo gazed at Yagu against the horizon, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yagu's expression shifted as he suddenly noticed Lorgachilo's figure vanish, leaving only a ripple of energy in its wake, the form moving with intent. In response, Yagu swiftly retreated from his position. Whoosh! Lorgachilo's attack missed its mark, and he immediately raised his left hand sideways. A thunderous crack resonating through the air as Yagu's fist collided forcefully with his opponent's palm. The moment they connected, Yagu felt his strength draining into Lorgachilo's hand. Realizing that delay was not an option, he advanced, closing the distance while retracting his fist and lifting his leg, launching another assault towards Lorgachilo. Faced with Yagu's relentless barrage, Lorgachilo displayed remarkable agility, not only evading but rolling away, ascending as they intertwined, establishing a stance where Lorgachilo held the upper hand and Yagu found himself beneath. Recognizing the formidable nature of his adversary, Yagu hastily descended, striving to widen the gap between them. In pursuit, Lorgachilo followed closely, seemingly intent on preventing Yagu from gaining distance. They plummeted swiftly, landing on the ground in a matter of moments. With a light tap of his toes, Yagu soared gracefully like a bird, deftly evading as he adjusted his stance mid-leap, poised for attack upon landing. At that instant, Lorgachilo also touched down, his momentum crashing to the earth with great force, his feet striking the ground with a thunderous roar that reverberated outward. Yagu expanded his energy throughout his body, enhancing his speed and agility, his sole concern being how long he could endure the strain of the eightfold Kaioken. As he emerged from the dust stirred by the cacophony, Yagu found himself face to face with Lorgachilo. Their gazes locked, one filled with fervor, the other with reckless fury. In that moment, Yagu discerned that Lorgachilo had lost all semblance of reason. The tragedy of the cyborg lay in this very reality. Success meant power, while failure relegated one to mere debris or obscurity. Many yearn for immense strength, yet such power is not bestowed lightly, particularly for androids who aspire to distinguish themselves among their kind, bearing the weight of significant risk. Even success is fraught with peril, as demonstrated by Dr. Roga's devices implanted in androids 17 and 18. Any sign of deviation would prompt immediate destruction. Lorgachilo raised his right fist, a colossal appendage aimed squarely at Yaga's head. Yet Yaga did not retreat or obstruct. Instead, he adeptly dodged just as the fist was about to connect. Engaging with the opponent would only transfer his energy. Thus, each strike must be decisive. Reckless attacks would merely deplete his stamina. Although his evasive maneuvers lacked grace, they embodied the culmination of Yaga's combat knowledge and skills, harnessing half his power effectively. Such a scene had been long absent. Yagu, utilizing his acquired combat techniques, faced his foe, triumphing over strength with cunning and outnumbering with strategy. Evading Lorgachilo's assault, Yagu maneuvered to his side, palms to the ground, and swung his right leg back, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Lorgachilo. However, before the assault could commence, it was abruptly interrupted by Lorgacholo's sweeping kick. Unable to evade the oncoming strike, Yagu exerted force through his arms, propelling himself into the air like a coiled spring, executing 2 somersaults before landing. With his lower limbs firmly planted on the ground and his body leaning forward, he pressed his arms against the earth. As Lorgacholo's iron fist descended upon him, Yagu transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from his original position. The fist failed to connect with its target, prompting a furious roar from Lorgacholo, who tilted his head back and opened his mouth, unleashing a sudden shockwave that caught Yagu off guard. Although he had previously encountered such a phenomenon and managed to evade it, he found himself in a rather precarious situation. After rolling on the ground twice, he lifted his head only to be met with a looming shadow, its lower body not yet touching the ground. A flash of insight struck Yagu, realizing that his opponent was launching an aerial attack from above. Even if he managed to evade to the sides, he would still be susceptible to a barrage of follow-up strikes. Thus, Yagu forcefully pushed off the ground with all 4 limbs, darting towards Lorgacholo's rear like an arrow released from a bow, once again causing the opponent's attack to miss its mark. Observing his target's escape beneath him, Lorgacholo immediately executed a front flip, twisting his waist to turn his body at an angle towards the ground, shifting positions mid-air. As he landed, he channeled power into his legs, producing a deafening, explosive sound. Lorgacholo charged forward, directly confronting Yagu, who was still on all fours.